started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you're go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it.
Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bound, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will. I go in for the kill just when you think I'm wasting my time. I'm at the end of the line, but just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. Just when you think Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben mein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben mein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf und rollen, rollen, rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe. Moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. time machine to fly away. In the upside down with party, big fly. The future's back to Orient style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV. The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, but comes rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Wanna let it out, wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out, wanna shake it out. Yeah. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now, no stopping. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Whoa, burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. Ooh, we just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp.
Dreamleague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Dreamleague Season 23. It's MLP Dota, of course, joined by John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Some more Dota 2 action on our hands. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. We've had a lot of Dota lined up. Of course, we're coming off the back of Birmingham here for Dreamleague. And there's a lot going on in Dreamleague 23. It's our last major event before we reach Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. A lot of EPT points on the line. And it's the last chance for a lot of teams to be one of those 8 teams to be locked in to go into Riyadh Masters at EWC. So every single thing counts here, Mike, in our 2-game series. You want to be up there. You want to get into the top 3 for a lot of these teams to be secured. So they're going to be playing their hearts out for this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams obviously available here, and we can have a look at them right now. I'm not going to name every single one, Jonathan, but there's 12 teams available here in Dreamleague Season 23, and it's kind of like you said. I mean, you're not just playing for money, you're more so playing for the points, because the Esports World Championships are coming right up in basically less than 2 months from now. And there you go. You can have a cheeky look at the prize pool. Of course, there's $1 million up for grabs here in Dreamleague Season 23. But Jonathan, my goodness, I mean, do you care about the money when you could be, in Riyadh playing for that huge prize pool later on?
Not as much. I mean, it's still really impactful, of course, and we can take a look at our leaderboard here for our EPT points so far. Again, you're looking good for BetBoom, Falcons, even Xtreme, which we're going to be looking at later, of course, Game and Liquid. And for now, OG, Team Spirit, Tundra, all in the top 8. But that can shift. Again, some of these teams in the bottom 8, some team like, say, Aurora, could rally, take first place, get to 6,000 points, and suddenly they're cut up into that top 8. A lot of things can happen, of course, depending on how the other teams place. But we are towards the end for our ESL Pro Tour into that Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup again. And a lot of things can still happen. These points, man, they determine so much. It reminds me almost of like the DPC with points and invites, the TI. So it keeps that excitement there, that factor for excitement for points alive, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, a lot of pressure for all these teams to try and make some wins happen here, Jonathan. If you're not in the top 8 at the very least, and if you are, you probably still want those wins anyway, just for the sake of, being prideful, Jonathan. That's what we care about. You've got to win no matter what. Screw the other teams, I always say. Apart from that, though, of course, I mean, you've got the teams. Of course, there's groups as well, Jonathan. I'd love to have a look to see exactly what's happening with these groups. I want to see who's playing against each other. And here we go. Group A and Group B. What's the harder group to you? You tell me.
It's hard to say. I'd say Group A looks just on the outset probably the harder one in terms of like average team. Like everyone's kind of closer to each other. Group B arguably is also equally hard, and you've got Falcons there. It feels like any group with Falcons and BetBoom can kind of be scary, along with Tundra, of course, with their new roster, with their stand-in on Ramsey. So it's going to be interesting to see both sides. I would lean towards A being more competitive, Group B being maybe a little bit more of a bloodbath, but that does make it hard for both sides.
Yeah, I believe we actually do have a bit of a video we can show as well regarding these groups. So let's head over to that and see exactly what happened.
The ESL Pro Tour season is almost at its climax point. We've been all across the world. But this is the last opportunity for these teams to make it directly to the ultimate test of strength, where the entire year's circuit will culminate live in Riyadh. 12 of the best teams in the world are here to show you how strong they are. Some with a desire to prove that they have what it takes to be the best. How well can they adapt to change? How well can they perform when the final points are on the line? We're ready to find out.
My goodness, Jonathan, I was pretty much pogging the whole time, as you could see. My goodness, what a video we started smiling at me, John. I was trying to, do something there, Jonathan, but you just started smiling at me. Well, why'd you do that?
Because I know when you say, I've seen you literally type XD in chat, and I see the expression in your face.
The straightest face you've ever seen.
It's exactly it. And you're like, it's like, and it is funny. It's a funny thing. And you type XD and you're the deadest face. It's like, pogging out. I'm like, oh no. Pogging out. It was Pog. And again, the stakes are pretty high coming to Dreamleague 23. A lot in the line. Not quite the culmination of the tour yet, but leading into that penultimate moment, or leading into the ultimate moment for the year here for our ESL Pro Tour. So a lot in line, of course. Again, we saw our standings a while ago. Still early on, we can take a look at our schedule here. Of course, for our stream on ESL Dota 2 Storm, we're starting off with Aurora up against Xtreme, followed by Bet Boom up against Na'Vi, Heroic versus Quest, PSG Quest, and Natus Vincere again up against Shopify Rebellion. So a lot of great matches lined up here. This first matchup is really interesting to see, right? Aurora versus Xtreme. Xtreme Gaming, for their part, did amazing in a other third-party tournament just recently, right? They had a really good time playing there. They went all the way into the finals. They played a 5-game series just yesterday. The fact that they played a 5-game series yesterday into a fresh tournament today, that's gotta send something to you mentally. I'm sure these guys can all reset well. And you and I, we were watching a few of those games, talking about those games. Xtreme has looked pretty damn good, especially shout out to SinQ and XXS and that offlane duo, SinQ in particular, right? Running that Marcy like a madman. It's insane what he can do once he gets going on that hero.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they can do a lot of things there on the side of Xtreme. And again, they've done a lot already in that other third-party tournament, going all the way to the finals. Not quite closing out the series, but bringing us a very good set of games into 5 games there up against Team Spirit. And again, they're not a team you can underestimate. We expected more people to start banning out stuff like the Marcy. Aurora, however, had a little bit of a rougher time in that third-party tournament. They lost 2 series in a row. They lost to the 4th place and the eventual first place winner. So not the worst thing in the world. Again, this lineup has had a couple of changes. They had Armel for a while. They've had Laurenov for a lot longer. And they are the last hope for Southeast Asia, basically. So it's been a little bit up and down.
My apologies, Jonathan. I had to leave the room for a moment. Here I am once again, back to talk about Aurora. I mean, these... Thank you for that. Aurora, I mean, this team hasn't been doing too bad either, John. I mean, I know against Xtreme obviously look extremely good, but Aurora, on the other hand, I mean, you can't underestimate these, but these guys are from SCA, Jonathan. How can you underestimate them?
You certainly can't. Even though, again, it's 4 Southeast Asian players, I'm sure Laurenov is learning a lot about how he is to play with Southeast Asians already. He probably is. I'm sure he's spent a lot of good time in the Malaysian boot camp. Still, I do believe we have a little bit of a quick video on what Aurora expects coming into this tournament here for themselves.
Aurora, at this time of the year, at this time of the day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within Dreamleague Season 23, yes! You see Ollie, Q, Jabs, and 23, they've been some of C Region's hottest commodities for quite some time now. Being part of the only C team at last year's TI does that for you. Strengthened with an Eastern European Divai attitude through Laurenov, they're ready to set this place ablaze. No, they didn't qualify for Birmingham, but this squad can still be a real menace to their opponents. Looking at their impressive results in other events, they look to be on fire right now. Not only is 23 an odd fellow who steams a good ham and celebrates too early, his name is also 23 in our tournament's 23rd season. He's fated to win this one. You can already hear the other teams shout for help when him and the boys go absolutely savage in Dreamleague Season 23.
Oh, thank you very much, Purge. Why are you laughing, Johnny? You look like you just can't handle it. Just seeing Savage get up and jump before winning. I remember
not
too.
that.
What is it?
the jerseys. It's they used to be a different team, Mikey, and they used to have a different mitt. I don't know what what's that hoodie you're wearing, Mike?
Who are you referring to, John? Yeah, could be them.
Yeah, it just makes me, it makes me smile. It makes me kind of sad as well. That dream matchup with Mikado, but Larinov has been filling their shoes quite well. And again, Aurora overall, it's been a little bit of a rocky year in some of these qualifiers. They made it to some tournaments other times. It's been a little bit slower in the starting stages of those qualifiers. So good to see them back here. And again, this tournament means a lot for Aurora. They have to hit something like top 3 and hope that points placement for the bottom 4 teams kind of holds steady. And maybe some of those teams get eliminated early so that they have that ride into Riyadh. We'll see if that is something they can maintain. But it's like you said earlier, Mike, you can never count out Southeast Asia, right?
Well, hopefully not, Jonathan. I mean, I can't say indefinitely. It's been a bit of a rough patch this past couple of years, I'll tell you, but we're coming, Jonathan. Eventually, we're coming. Aurora hopefully does something here in this tournament. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, you say top 3, Jonathan. Why not just win the whole damn thing, right? Isn't that just a great way to confirm your position in the top 8? Just win.
I don't know if I want to even say that. If you mention that possibility, it won't happen with Southeast Asia. Never say that. The last time we kept saying that was Boom, and Boom won 1 tournament. Like,
don't say
and the rest were as good as Fnatic's runs. So never mention Southeast Asia winning. It just won't. You curse it. You curse it, Mike. You curse it so
Why
hard.
are you gonna bring up Fnatic like that? Sometimes I feel like you and I are the reason Fnatic aren't here anymore. We just trash talked them so many times during cast. They just had enough. They just like get us out of Dota 2. These idiots won't leave us alone.
It is what it is. I do miss them, but at least some of the crew is still there. Shout out to Rain. He's still around. He's actually, I believe, on Aurora, Mr. Rain.
Oh.
So some remnants of those staff are still there. And, again, Aurora up against Xtreme. Considering what happened in the last third-party tournament that just ended yesterday, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I think historically as well, this past year has been 1 drawn 2-game series and then all wins for Xtreme. So it's like an 80% win rate for Xtreme in this matchup up against Aurora over 3-4 series. And that's not a great record. Again, this is a 2-game series here for a group stage. So there is a chance to draw out. An outright win for Aurora up against Xtreme would send a really good message, of course, to start off this tournament. But how do you handle Xtreme? How do you handle this random Marcy pick? How do you handle the first pick Bane when you're lining up for a Pangolier? It kind of makes the game a little bit tougher than you'd want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the fact that they just came from a best of 5 yesterday as well, John. I think that's an advantage, quite frankly. I don't think Xtreme Gaming are worried whatsoever about their quote-unquote mental state here, John. I think Xtreme Gaming are probably feeling even better. Just coming off that best of 5. And the meta hasn't changed, surprise, surprise, by the way, Jonathan. There's been no new patches of late. Apparently we're getting one in about a week, but I don't know if it's actually a gameplay patch or a content patch. Maybe we've got more fishing on the way, Jonathan. I've been very into the fishing. It's been fantastic. Very high tier gameplay from me in the fishing simulator here in Dota 2.
Yeah, it's been fun. It really shows, Mike, how certain people play a lot of Stardew Valley and certain people don't. If you check the leaderboard in your fishing, yeah, I can already tell. It's like it's like, oh, it's so difficult clicking the mouse. It's like, you do this for 100 hours in Stardew Valley. You do it for at least like a minimum 4 hours of real life time to level up to max. That's right around what I remember. So it's a test. Maybe next we get farming. I think that's interesting. Imagine that. Some actual, not like creep farming, actual crop rotation, cycling, maximizing your output. I don't know. Would be fun, I guess.
Just get
a fun mini game. Next thing you know, we'll just get Stardew Valley Dota Edition eventually. That would actually, we already have the pixel art. We just found out the next plan for Valve. It's a Stardew Valley Dota game. We had a card game. We had auto chess. We're gonna get it. That's the next step.
Oh, thank you for the applause. No need to applause for John X5. I don't know if we're getting to Riyadh, Jonathan. I don't know if we're getting to TI anymore either. Thank you for that, John. He was joking, by the way. We don't actually want Stardew Valley and Dota 2. Don't do that.
What? I want it. What do you mean? You speak for yourself, Michael Phoenix. How dare you? You're a person who didn't grow up playing Harvest Moon. You're a person who didn't grow up playing Story of Seasons. That's kind of Rune Factory, stuff like that.
I think my parents did buy me Harvest Moon, and I never put it in the machine. Was it Super Nintendo I had? I think it was. Never put it in the machine. I had some kind of game, I guess you could say it like that, and I just never put it in. I'll be frank with you, John. It happened.
That causes so much pain. So much pain in my heart just hearing those words, Mike. I can't believe you. This is absolutely perfect as well, but I can't believe you. Like, so you didn't play Harvest Moon growing up. You never had chicken on the bone for 32 years of your life.
Until I came to
just like that, Mike.
Correct. Yeah.
It's exactly like that, Mike. It's like you're missing fried chicken on the bone for 32 years. Never play.
Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hopefully we're getting game number 1 underway very, very soon here between Xtreme Gaming and Aurora, Jonathan. Sadly, we have not started the game yet as the caster, so hopefully we'll do that rather soon. If you could, John, we'd appreciate you starting the game, but no, not yet.
No. Why will I start the game for a co-caster who didn't play Harvest Moon? Back to nature. Harvest Moon 64. Stardew Valley. It's so cheap. You have a Switch. You have the perfect game. You can just drop it when the baby cries and go back and farm. It's relaxing. You know?
Never stops crying.
And the baby can watch you. The baby can watch you play. She's like, whoa, farming. Oh, stuff to eat. Then she'll want to eat veggies. See, it's all perfectly planned. It's right there in front of you, Mike. It's right there.
It's not going to happen, John. I'm not getting that stupid game. Anyway, apart from that, though, I mean, Aurora versus Xtreme Gaming, Jonathan. I mean, my goodness, you kind of went over the fact that Xtreme Gaming have an 80% win rate against Aurora, which is kind of concerning if you are an Aurora fan. I wonder do you think Aurora kind of learned anything as the meta shifted in our previous tournament here, John? Like, do you feel like they picked up any kind of tips here for their draft?
I think they have. I don't know if it's fully drafting. That's the issue with Aurora. I think from the few games we saw, the drafts honestly didn't look that far off from what a lot of strong teams are also running. I think this issue for Aurora has come out, in my opinion, since the original roster did shift and they lost Mikado. I feel like there was in Southeast Asian teams as well. This tends to be what happens, right? You have a really good Southeast Asian team, they change one player, and then the equation gets thrown off. I feel like they have to find this chemistry again. And again, with Lorinov, it looks to be building up. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's starting to reach that point where it is getting a little bit more consistent. It's starting to work together in some of these qualifiers and some of these third-party tournaments. They did go pretty strong in their Swiss stage groups in that third-party tournament. It's just, it does feel like, this is still relatively fresh for Lorinov in this stack, in this specific team, to be in that kind of high-stakes pressure. So I think it's all about just building that cohesiveness in that kind of team set, in that kind of setting for your team, in that kind of mental pressure or whatever, what have you, for the team. I think it's just about adjusting there. Whereas in comparison, with the lineup with Makato when they were on Talon, they had a good 2 years to kind of make that happen, right? They had a lot of time to kind of work together and learn how each player kind of reacts, how each player deals with it, and adjust accordingly. And that's something that Aurora is still kind of needing to cook up, and hopefully they cook through here as we go into the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of Makoto, can you believe that guy's a free agent at the moment? Him and DJ just sitting there freely for anyone to take, and just no one's taken them. Isn't that kind of wild? Yeah. Like, how many games did Makoto carry for Talon back in that original roster? I mean, my God, that guy puts the team on his back so many times. So many times.
That he did. To be fair, Bleed didn't exactly do too well in most of the qualifiers. So, but it also stands to question, with an org that big, how could they lose these two great players? It's DJ, it's Mikado. These are like probably the best players in Steve for each of their position. Theoretically. Possibly. Among the best players in most of their positions. In some of those positions. In none of those positions. I don't know. I'm just negating it. So,
yeah.
Something.
I'm not sure how they're free agents, Jonathan, but they are. They're sitting there right now waiting for someone to pick them up. I wish I had enough money to start a team, Jonathan. I reckon I could set up a pretty damn good team if these idiot players would stop arguing with each other every 2 seconds.
Hey, it could be worse. Maybe one of your players can start doing stuff on stream. that happens too in Southeast Asia. I will say, I think you have to watch what you wish for, Mike. I love our players. I love Southeast Asia. I would not want to own a team. I don't know how Gary deals with it. I don't know how Gary maybe that's why he left Southeast Asia. He's not C anymore.
It needs to be ruled with an iron fist. That's the thing. I mean, I've seen these players arguing with each other outside after games multiple times. You can't allow that crap. I would stop it straight away. You got to be the alpha, Jonathan. You've got to be the big dog in the team. Nobody's going to argue in front of me. Come on. Look how intimidating I look, Jonathan. They'd never do that.
They're probably too polite to argue in front of you. They'll argue among themselves. Don't you worry. When you're there, it's all good. That's the Southeast Asian way. Hot tips. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Well, apart from that, Jonathan, I mean, game 1 still is not underway, sadly. So how's your day been? Have you had? I mean, I love the shirt, by the way. You've got I don't want to say where it came from because we're not sponsored by that particular shop, but I do like this shirt.
Thank you. It's my standard day 1 shirt, as I'm sure you've pointed out in day 1 multiple times now. Everyone knows this is exactly what I pull out in my wardrobe right next to me every single time it's day 1. And the last day, it's always that white shirt. So watch out for that one, guys. Big surprise in John's wardrobe. For the middle day, who knows what John pulls off if anyone even watches. I'm sure everyone has this on mute, as is wise. You're just watching 2 talking heads pointing hands right now. It's been fine, Mike. It's been lonely without you. We had a lot of fun when we were here together, and now it's just sad. It's raining in the Philippines now, and you're not here.
The sky's crying for me, is it, Jonathan?
Yeah, you're not here to sing the karaoke of that song. That's the one thing we didn't do, karaoke.
No, we didn't have balut either. Which, spoiler alert, by the way, no balut, Jonathan. That's everyone asked you to make sure that I had balut, and the one thing you didn't do was take me to a play. And I wasn't against it. Let me be very, very clear. I said I would try it, and you were like, okay, sure. And then you were telling me that I shouldn't be able to pick a young egg, and I got to pick an old egg or whatever the hell. I was cheating, and then you never took me to eat balut, Jonathan. I was rather disappointed.
I mean, stuff happens. Traffic kicks in. Life gets in the way. We had to shift our plans around, Mike. And, you were there to consent to those changed plans. So you don't get to complain. You don't get to file a complaint here. I adjusted my plans very considerately, Mike.
All right.
We'll have balut next time. There's you have to leave some of the good stuff in to have a reason to come back. You ate a lot. You have to have a reason to come back. We've already had a lot of exotics. There's still a bunch that we haven't had, and I'm keen on the next time if we do have that. That should be fun. What we do have now, though, Mike, in a short time, is the draft. We should have our draft coming in. The game. I've clicked the button. I've gotten over you not playing Harvest Moon, and we should be able to see what both these teams have lined up here for our opener match on the Storm stream for Dreamleague Season 23. We do have that draft on hand. Look at those happy faces there from our boys on Xtreme. Looking pretty chill. They've got certain logos there. I don't know where that's from. Can't read exactly, so it's fine.
It is fine. What can you do? I mean, the boys were just playing yesterday. You don't have much time to move before the next tournament starts, so here we go again. They look happy though, Jonathan. That is a huge bottle of water as well, I might add. As we do look back to Aurora, that is an absolutely unit bottle of water. My goodness.
That's what you want to see. Hydrate, stay hydrated. Good old Nueng as well, staying hydrated up. You gotta
just
stay
interrupt you?
hydrated.
This is something that really annoyed me. It's 23 Savages drank out of a bottle and the cap doesn't come off. I've noticed this in Southeast Asia. It really annoys me that the cap doesn't come off. Because I can't. It's in Europe too, according to our. Well, could you believe that, Jonathan? So you're telling me
what's wrong?
That these wealthy people that carry on about climate change every 2 seconds can fly their private jet all across the road, all across the world, and I can't take my cap off my bottle. Is that what you're telling me, John?
But it's a convenience thing, Some people lose their bottle caps.
No, it's not.
I've seen you lose a bottle.
I'd rather skull the bottle. It scratches you as a person with a big nose, Jonathan. It scratches my nose. I don't like it. It's very pointy.
That's fair. That's not something I've ever considered. I have a very tiny nose. That is a good perspective. Thank you, Mike, for showing us the plight of what these water bottles do if you can't remove the bottle. I commiserate with your plight. And I commiserate with his draft. Look at that, another big bottle coming out for good old jabs there. And Sunby looking on threateningly as the draft, not too much changing on the bans. Bristleback, Bane being taken care of by Aurora, Xtreme taking care of Disruptor, Slaughter, Shadow Demon, Chen. Pretty much the top picks that we've seen in the past 2 weeks in that other third-party tournament. So can't fault either side. Do see the Centaur being banned out as well by Aurora. They open up with a Marcy. Hello.
Wow.
They steal it away from good old SinQ. Curious to see who plays this one. It feels like it should just be something like our Q hero, but there's always something cheeky like a Jabs Marcy that could come into play, which I'm not hoping for. I think this is best on someone like Q. It fits into his playstyle. He loves to farm up. Once he has items, he's very effective. And as we've seen from SinQ and the Marcy, a Marcy with a really quick BKB basher timing is hell on earth.
It certainly is. The question I have, though, is, like, of course, you deny it away from Xtreme, which I'm sure you can see SinQ already not happy about it, having a bit of a conversation, being like, why these idiots take my Marcy away? But is it going to be as good, Jonathan? Because SinQ makes it look amazing in that position 4 role.
He did. I like this answer, though, from Xtreme into the Winter Wyvern. You've got a big physical physical hero like Marcy already. The Winter Wyvern can just kind of punish that, and it provides some good save as well for the physical output. I like that solution. Also, a little bit of a hold in case something like the Pangolier comes out from Aurora. You do have the Curse to throw onto the Pango as well. So you have a lot of things just going on with this safe opener for Xtreme. I am curious, you did mention, like taking away from SinQ is one thing, maximizing the value there is another. And I'm trying to recall if we've seen a lot of Q Marcy. I feel like we did a little bit in the past DPC. It was something that popped up like maybe 1 or 2 times. I'm wondering if this influences Aurora's, say, off lane or safe lane pick. Like, do you want something that really plays into that, particularly in the off lane? The main thing that comes into mind that Southeast Asia tends to do with the Marcy is like a Visage. But that was mainly like an execration strategy. And I'm trying to recall if Old Town used to run that. I think they did once. They ran it against Exa once, I believe, or they ran it against some other team. It's certainly a possibility. I don't know if you really need to go all in like Marcy Visage, but you don't really need to. In lane, as long as you have something you can play the double stuns with, utilize the rebound and dispose slow and get an early kill, you can kind of snowball fast anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to have to wait to see one more ban before we can see exactly what they're pairing what with. A lot of conversation happening here between Xtreme Gaming at the moment. Just a lot of support bans being made. The Shadow Demon and the Chen both being removed here by Xtreme. They'll get rid of the Timber Saw as well. Fair enough. So maybe some PTSD after having to play up against ATF. Xtreme, they'll go for the Tree Protector.
Really early double support picks for Xtreme, keeping their draft really open as well. The Treant, not so much. I can see a lot of value in this match. Again, the armor can be kind of nice just to slow down whatever push you might want to bring out. It's really the team fight aspect that feels great as well. Just, you've got 2 basically spell immunity piercing ultimates on hand, at least the target for the Winter Wyvern, and just Overgrowth. A lot of good control. Aurora will go into Gyrocopter, so now you could even consider like an Ollie Marcy. Gyro Marcy is a very strong lane, rebound off, get the follow-up stun from, say, a Rocket, and just chase down someone level 1 to 2. Very feasible for early kills here on Aurora. I'm wondering how Xtreme starts to tie this in. Like, with a Treant Winter Wyvern, are we seeing something like a Winter Wyvern core? Are you going Winter Wyvern 4, Treant 5, which still works? I feel like it can kind of adjust. You can kind of shift the lanes as well if you really want to just prevent the Marcy from playing. But Marcy trying to chase through Arctic Burn doesn't feel great. And it does look like Aurora will be running something like the Ollie Marcy here, as they will get the Bat Rider out, and that tends to be something Q plays more often than not, if not Jabs. I believe Lornoff might have played it, but not in recent times. I don't think we've seen that mid-bat. No. So it should just be our support coming out for Q. Again, we've seen his Bat Rider be very impactful. Straight in for Xtreme, though. Razor plus Mars coming out. Nice, solid lineup already. The Razor is an interesting pick because we've seen this somewhat flexed on the mid lane and the safe lane. So that could still end up more often than not for Xtreme, it has ended up on XM. So I'm not expecting Ami to pick that up. But you don't really know your mid matchup yet either in Xtreme. So maybe they flex the Mars mid instead. Like there's a couple of options for Xtreme to really run these lanes depending on the matchups.
I mean, it looks like they put a hell of a lot of emphasis here in just winning out the lanes completely here at Xtreme Gaming. Like, just even that opening support duo, I know we kind of already went over this, but Wyvern Treant is not something we saw from Xtreme Gaming at all, I believe, in the previous playoffs that just happened. And so it's very surprising to see the opening duo for themselves, as now Aurora do go back for a Zeus pickup. Which I suppose if it is going to be a mid-raiser, you don't mind just playing the Zeus. It's a very interesting draft, though. I think Xtreme, but again, just coming off a tournament, you think that the picks would be quite similar, but they really aren't.
10 seconds remaining.
No. Maybe it comes down to a lot of scrims, especially when they're in home camp instead of foreign boot camp. I'm sure, a lot of Southeast Asian and Chinese teams have been scrimming each other. So there's some more familiarity here for Xtreme and kind of drafting up against Aurora. The Zeus pickup, very solid for Aurora, as you mentioned, for the matchup. Loronov's mid shouldn't have a tough time against either a Razor or a Mars. But again, there's a distinct possibility that they actually give Ame the Razor, give XXS to Mars, and go for something else for XM on mid. It's still fairly open. Again, there's so many ways you can kind of flex around for Xtreme. I wouldn't necessarily think Razor Zeus is the worst lane in the world if you just max out the plasma field, but it also doesn't feel the best for a Razor who does want to run down the lane. So there is that consideration to make here for Xtreme. We'll see what the next bans are. Aurora do suppose that it's a safe lane lacking to take care of the Faceless Void first. Xtreme do expect an off lane now, which is really all that's left here for Jabs. Primal Beast being taken out. Brewmaster still on hand, if that's a concern, and they will take it out as well.
A final ban out for Aurora. Still the position one of Ame is what we are lacking. What don't you want to see as a gyrocopter, I wonder? I mean, assuming it's not a support gyrocopter, but it doesn't look like it. It does look like a carry gyrocopter here for Savage. Might I add as well, if it is going to be a POS 1 gyrocopter, I hate it. I mean, I know it's back in meta, but I still just feel like it's just not great. Do you have the stats, Jonathan? Is there any win rate for gyro in the pro scene right now?
Yeah, hold on a moment. Gyrocopter's had a pretty decent enough time. He's been picked 61 times, 53% win rate, looks like. So it's not the worst. Still, it's consistent enough. I think my concern for Gyrocopter overall is that with the Morris pickup, it's almost the same thing with like TB, right? Where you can have a BKB, if the arena's in good spot, it will still cut off your DPS to a ton of these enemies. So it makes these team fights mildly awkward as long as the arena placement of XXS is on point. So it's a weird back and forth where if you block off the flak can get kind of awkward, but it's down to who gets to open, who gets to get that positioning. When it comes to area control right now, Xtreme is certainly in the lead. I mean, you've got Winter's Curse, Overgrowth, Arena on top of that. They just need the consistent damage outside of a Razor on that safe lane for Ame. I'm wondering what the solution will be. Is Aurora still expecting that safe lane? Your last pick for Jabs is still open as well. Xtreme has the last pick overall. That's what makes it a little bit tough. They'll ban out the AM to protect the Zeus.
There was a lot of discussion between Sumbi and Jabs just then with that last ban out, so it's not sure what the disagreement was between the two, but you could tell that there was a bit of a debate happening between Jabs and Sumbi as to what the last pick, or rather last ban, was going to be, as now we do get to see the last pick. Aurora, what do you want to do? Oh, hello, it's going to be a Darkseer coming out from the offlane, I do believe. I don't know how to feel about this draft, Jonathan. It feels a bit strange to me. How do you feel about it?
It can kind of connect into the Gyrocopter really nice. Back wall with Flak. You've got some decent initiation coming out. Your lane for Batrider Darkseer can be pretty good once levels are up. It is fairly level heavy though, so you're going to be pulling back here quite a fair bit on Q and trying to just soak up into level 2 tree. I'm wondering what Xtreme does. Like, Darkseer into a Winter Wyvern lane might not feel the best. Into a Treant lane, it's a little bit more manageable. But again, for Xtreme, you can still shift the Treant Protector and Winter Wyvern around. And again, you can kind of consider your last pick here. I don't know, like, what options are still there? Luna's still here if Xtreme wants that way. Stuff like Illusion Heroes are still there, although there's some clear here on Aurora. They've got some AoE damage to kind of take care of that. They've got maybe a Chug pick. No, they'll go with a Storm. So they'll run the Ame Razor in the end. We'll go for the Storm into Zeus lane, and that's a very straightforward lane for XM. Shouldn't be too bad. The Zeus should still have a little bit more play. Storm can't leverage that double overload that you tend to do up against like a melee matchup, but it's still somewhat playable for XM if he pulls back and still controls the wave. I'm a little bit worried for Aurora in terms of how you control XM, right? Like Lorenoff's not going to build an Orchid. You could maybe get Q to build an Orchid on Marcy, but it's also not ideal. Like there's no easy ways of locking XM in outside of Blink Lasso. And beyond that, the Storm has a really free game to just rip through the backline. Mind you, the backline's not going to be the squishiest with a Marcy. Even the Batrider, after a couple of items, can be a little bit tankier than you'd want him to be. So it's not going to be as simple for XM, but it's a very well-protected Storm, and that's my concern for Aurora. I don't know if they have enough jump to stop the Storm from dictating game. With the follow-up you have on Xtreme, with Arena, with, say, a blink up on DY and Sin Q, I mean, one jump from the Storm, and that entire team fight falls in your face for Aurora.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very nice pick for Xtreme Gaming to end things off. And like you've already said, John, it feels like a very, very free kind of Storm game for the side of Xtreme Gaming and for XM, of course. And even just the laning stage, right? Like, you really aren't going to have too many problems against the Marcy Darks here, I don't think, as the Ame Razor and DY on the Treant. You look at that off-lane Sin Q and XXS on the Mars Winter Wyvern, probably going to have a pretty good time as well. Yeah, I mean, the Storm just doesn't really have any counters apart from the Batrider, and even then, it's not that easy. So I think we're in for a pretty interesting game number one here between these two teams, John, though it does sound like you and I both agree that Xtreme Gaming's draft does look potentially a lot stronger. I may think so too. He's a very happy man.
That he is. He is. He's very pleased with himself. I don't know how you can be very pleased with playing Razor, but I suppose Ame finds joy and just, he finds joy where he can find it, Mikey. Should be a fun game to kick us off here. I'm keen to see how well these lanes go, because it does feel like Aurora might be able to eke out a little bit more, right? Especially with a Marcy. Like, it is a Marcy Darkseer. There's some good potential for like level 2 Iron Shell with a jump in. They are giving Ollie the Batrider instead, so you don't have to be too concerned about, say, Batrider Darkseer instead, which can hit some serious spikes once levels are up. And it should be a fun one, at the very least here. Again, this is a 2-game series, so if you set a good tone for yourself, you can kind of look for that full series win as well, and that's where things can start to get a little bit scary going into that game 2. This game 1 will kind of set that tone for either team here.
That is very anticlimactic, by the way. I mean, the music really got me in the mood, and we had a quick pause straight off the bat. What can you do? My goodness. Classic SEA Dota right here.
Yeah, pretty much. This is what you get when you QC servers nowadays. At the very least, you don't get pauses now, which is very good. Best change in the game.
Q's going to be found out here, John. Sing Q. Just force him away with the Arctic Burn. There is a lot of heroes moving up, but it does not seem like Aurora are going to give them an opportunity. Aurora going to back their way out into the triangle, but it still feels like they want to fight, Aurora. I wonder if they go for it, though. I mean, both teams are very well aware of what each other are trying to do, and you could just take the easier option and just go for the top 2 bounty runes.
30 seconds.
It seems like Aurora kind of want to stick around, but no, it seems like Savage and Ollie now, they will just leave the area. They'll head up top and maybe just take the easy bounties.
It looks like they should be. They might be able to sneak away with a River Rune here. They've got the forward vision on Aurora's end to try to contest a little bit better as well. And no one's on hand from Xtreme to play around with their ward. So Aurora could come out with a slight bounty rune lead, but Xtreme's not that far away from the mid if they want to force bodies onto it. We'll see. Pause does continue. You still have some connection issues abounding, which again is to be expected in Southeast Asia versus China, even though it's on the European server.
Yeah.
The Calais follows across regions.
Yeah. It just is the way it is. You just got to accept it. So I can't wait to see how these lanes break out. Like I'm wondering exactly what the plan is here for the offlane of Aurora. Like I kind of already went over this, but you're not going to feel great with a Marcy Darkseer against a Razor Treant of all things. And I mean, it does feel like Q's going to be very busy just trying to pull creeps back behind the tier 1 tower here for Jabs. Because otherwise, I just don't know how you're going to lane. Like even once you get level 1 Surge up, it's still just going to be a very defensive style of lane, it feels like, for Aurora.
And that's what leads to a little bit of that surprise for me. I feel like, again, Batrider plus Darkseer can be a little bit more workable. There's a lot of magic damage. You can kind of pull back safely. You can get at least a little bit of right-click harass going just to trade away, cut the tree line as well. And I suppose you could try to cut the tree line with Marcy in the rebound, but it's not quite how you want to use that spell.
Certainly is.
Get away. Yeah, it's going to be a slight lead for Aurora. They will manage to grab the rune on the other side. Xtreme not quite in position, so off to a good start for the side of Aurora. Just off those runes, still taking a look at the mid lane as it breaks out. You've got Lorinov on that Zeus up against XM on the Storm. And this lane should still be easier overall for that Zeus. Does have the wave clear necessary, but Static Remnant will still allow XM some play as long as he can pull that creep wave back. He's not going to have that level 3 massive threat with double overload, but as long as he doesn't overextend, he should still be fairly happy in terms of just farming up here. The key thing is going to be rune management. That's going to be a little bit bigger, especially for Lorinov. Kind of get that free harass on from a mile away. We'll see if that's something emphasized on Aurora. It doesn't feel that great to rotate with an early Marcy and Batrider. So I don't see a massive commitment coming out working too well for Aurora unless Xtreme just don't come in at all.
Yeah, it could take a while. And we are going to see another pause coming out here from Xtreme because they are still experiencing some lag issues. You do already see Q pulling that first creep wave away, by the way, down at that bottom lane. And of course, we can go over this lane again. It is going to be Arme along with DY against Jabs and Q. And I think for at least the first few waves, you're going to be doing this as the Marcy. There's just no two ways around it. Jabs will need at least 1 point in Surge to feel comfortable. And even then, it's still going to be a pretty challenging lane.
And it is. Like, you're double melee up against a Razor, up against a Treant who will trade favorably in terms of just right-click harass back. You just kind of want to soak. See if Q can get away with it. Already blocked the camp as well. Early sentry was dropped by Xtreme to block their medium camp to prevent the pull, so no way of trying to equalize here, at least on the side, on both sides. And creep wave is in a pretty decent position for Jabs. It is shoved out, at the least pulled back a little bit. And that should connect with this pull from Q. Ame is set to kind of just try to run down with the plasma field and reach out. Might be able to make it right around the cliff area up north towards the ramp, perhaps. But yeah, this kind of start is very important for Q. Again, with a Marcy and with what we've seen from Sin Q, you kind of want to soak up. You want to get some levels. You can try to apply kill threat. I feel like there would have been more of a kill threat with Marcy Gyro in comparison, but Iron Shell and Marcy still pretty strong if you hit that timing. The issue is you're going to be running into a Razor. That's really the uncomfy point that we've been talking about here. It's going to be free static blink for Ame every single time if they do force this out, even with the levels where the Razor's not going to be too uncomfy.
You've basically got an opening at level 3 for Darkseer to use those double Iron Shells, and if you don't get the kills at that level 3 mark, chances are it's just not going to happen during this laning stage at the very least. I suppose while we have a pause, Jonathan, top lane, you've got SingQ and XXS against 23 Savage and Ollie. This seems like another lane that probably just won't have much happening. I mean, perhaps you could find a kill here or there, but it feels like XXX should be just fine, and so should SingQ.
Yeah, should be able to just kind of farm up. This is maybe a bit easier for 23 to just play from behind and play flak. So probably the lower pressure lane for Aurora, just a bit safer for him to farm up. I'm curious to see how much Ollie can get out from this lane. Right, Batrider is also a pretty greedy support. Wants to hit level spikes. Wants level 4 into 5 really fast. Wants some stacks as well to get a quick blink. I don't see Ollie getting that. He tends to be the sacrificial player for Aurora. So the blink timing for Batrider probably not going to be as fast as if Q was playing it, which again, kind of leads to that question as to why this shakeup for Aurora. Well, let's see down the line. We do have the unpause going. You can see just how safe it is for Savage. Just play with a flak. They've got repositioning tools in the Flame Break. They can kind of make it a little bit uncomfy for XXS. And it is fairly hard to contest. Maybe once Xtreme has level 2, level 3, with higher points in the Splinter Blast, you can kind of threaten back a little bit better. Do have another pause.
It's going to be a problem. Another pause coming out. So it seems like the lag will continue. Q hasn't really managed to get away with many... Oh, did he get away with the creep wave? I have no idea what XM's saying, by the way. I know you don't either, Jonathan. Looks like Ollie and him will have a conversation. Sadly, we do not have a translator here. Or at least you and I don't.
No. I do forget. I forget that Savage did pick up Mandarin.
I was going to say I hope so.
No, he did. Remember when he left, quote unquote, left T1 for a while? Or was it before T1? Before T1, he was looking at a different team.
Yeah.
And then T1 picked him up. No, I forget the timeline of events. There was a certain period where he was set for a China team.
Okay.
And that was confirmed, right? He was confirmed for, what was it, VG? Vici? Was it back in the day?
I can't remember that far back anymore. I'll be honest with you, John, but you might be. You are probably right.
Yeah, I think it was Vici and then it fell off. That was like pandemic.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it was right at the start of the pandemic. Yeah, right around then. Good to see him still using it, at the very least.
Yeah. Not an easy language to learn, so very good to see Savage is still using the language, though nobody responded to him, to be absolutely fair, so perhaps he just said a whole lot of mumbo-jumbo, and, Xtreme were just like, what the hell is he trying to say to us? We'll see how long this lag does take to sort out. Obviously, they are playing from a hotel right now, I do believe, on Xtreme Gaming. So, you know how the hotel Wi-Fi can be, Jonathan. It can be a little bit rough at times. Obviously, they're not using Wi-Fi, I'm sure, but still pretty bad at times.
Can be a little bit rough. I know that the certain hotel that they might be at, if it's the same ones, did have a decent enough connection, but it changes day by day.
It was a good connection, I must admit.
It was a very good connection. You had a great time.
No, I didn't. I lost a lot of games back in those damn EU servers.
Oh, I remember. I
hated EU
every night.
so much.
Oh, that's amazing.
I was playing with T Panda. Shout out to T Panda. Yeah. I think I stressed him out quite a lot in those games, John. I'll be frank with you.
Oh yeah, 100%. Stressed out and fun. Mike.
I can say he played Enigma every game. It was just sickening. It's like, stop playing Enigma. Please. We just kept losing every time.
He wants to. He's got to do it, man. Just like you and Earth Spirit.
I don't play Earth Spirit anymore, John, because it's not good. Moving on. Here we go. Game number 1 once again. We're 1.5 minutes in. And it looks like everyone's fine for now. So happy days. Looking back up towards the top lane. 23 Savages having a pretty damn good time here. Just abusing that rocket barrage. XXS getting a little bit low. Does cop the blood grenade. Ollie doesn't have any spells to throw out, but can get a right click. No. Xtreme does go for the value point in Cold Embrace. In Xtreme Gaming, they will lose nothing.
They lose nothing, but that skill point for Xtreme does make it a little bit tougher to, again, leverage some aggression on the side of Xtreme. So now it's going to be a little bit of a slower lane. No harassment back with a Splinter Blast. And that just frees up the game for 23 to, again, just farm up. Ollie's doing a great job of just applying that pressure. And again, this lane for Xtreme is probably their hardest lane, as we do have another pause. Quick facts, Mike. We are 30 minutes into broadcast, I do believe. Well, a little bit more, actually. Maybe 40 to 50 minutes into broadcast. 2 minutes of game time. A lovely time here already. We're already on. It's every time it's us.
Yeah, I was going to say, it saddens me that usually we get the really long games. And before we used to get the really long games, we used to get these kind of games where nobody could stay connected to the game. And we're back to this again, where we're just getting the constant pauses. As Xtreme going to say, go ahead again. Meanwhile, mid lane, Lorenov's going for a kill onto XM. Will back off, though, as he just does not have the spells to follow up here with the damage output. XM's going to be able to go ahead and pick up a Water Rune and go for a bit of a reset anyway, so he'll be just right. But it does seem like Lorenov is slowly applying some more pressure here on the Zeus. Xtreme, Oh, XX is disconnected.
I love SinQ. Haha, sorry.
My goodness. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it, John? It's going to be one of those damn days.
I'm already having fun. It's a good day. This is good. It's exactly what we want.
It's just classic. I literally came back home yesterday off a really bad flight, and here we are. Thank you for the music, by the way. I hope that's music I'm hearing. It's not just delusion at this point. Thank
never
you.
safe with you, Mike.
No.
It's a good shoot.
What?
Whoa. SinQ?
Holy, hold on a minute. We're going to go ahead. Here we go again. Crowd goes well.
I can't believe we're believing SinQ after this. That's a lot of trust, guys. I like
We're
it.
not, Jonathan. It just turns out he was right this time. Bottom lane. A lot of aggression coming out here from DY and Armade. Looks like they are going to retreat, of course, on Jab's and Q's end of things. Jab's not having the worst time here, John. 12-2 in terms of CS, so it does appear he's found that initial form of farm and has now hit level 3. So this is around the time you can start to think about going. Q hits level 2 as well, so he does have the rebound available now. And it seems though, Xtreme, they're going to respect that. They are going to retreat just a little bit.
This kind of boils back to how they were playing the lane here on Xtreme. It was Ame kind of giving that early chase onto Q, so he's not able to apply that much pressure onto Jab to stop farming. It was DY stuck at the lane. Like, they were kind of shifted around in what they were trying to do, and that did give a little bit more room out to Jabs to soak up more than you'd expect in this lane. And you know, as you mentioned, hitting that level 3, pocketing that level 3 skill point just to keep it on hand, whether or not you'll need a vac to disengage. Just keep it open, and you get a pause now from our admin.
Who is Wishy?
Wishy's our admin. He's our admin.
Wishy, what's going on? What happened, Wishy? And SinQ of all people's asking what the problem is. I think maybe you just stay quiet, sir. Come on, Wishy, don't do this to us, sir. We're 3.5 minutes into the game, Wishy. Come on now.
This is great.
Current issues before. Thank you, Wishy. We appreciate the update. I wonder what the issue is. I don't think Wishy can tell us what the issue is.
I think the issue is us.
Well, we can be dealt with very quickly, John.
What's the common factor in all of these disconnect games that we cast, Mike? You and Mike.
I mean,
we're the common
that's
factor.
true.
It's not a lie.
Why is it always us? I bet the mainstream and the Ember stream are having a great old time. By the way, you can check out those streams. Ember stream, mainstream, whatever they call them. They're over there as well. Wouldn't recommend. Obviously, this is the best stream.
Yep. Just chilling here. Got the air horns going. Having a lovely time. Mike, you mentioned coming in from flight. Yes?
Yeah. I was going to say.
Where would you fly from?
I think the people in charge of Dreamleague Season 23 have realized that we're going to get the stupidly long games every time. So they've got the sounds ready to go. Because at some point we have to stop being... Like, we can't just talk forever. So they're prepared, just in case.
They are. This is some lovely wake music. You know, I've talked to you about this. We've been in elevators together where I'm like, that's a really good elevator song. And I think you just look at me, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And like nodding my head along. And it's a banger of a relaxing little tune, a little melody in the background. This is one of those tunes.
I've never heard anyone walk into an elevator and say, I like this elevator music. This is nice elevator
I say that all the time.
You do, I know.
If you get it. It's very rare now you get some elevator music, you know? It makes me sad. Yeah, I don't notice. Like, when we were together, I didn't hear that much elevator music.
I did. I
hear lobby
hotels, like, clearly. In my 5-star hotels that I booked, Jonathan, I heard the elevator music, I'll tell you. It's good elevator music, I must add.
Yeah, I didn't get myself 5-star hotels, Mikey. I didn't get the elevator music.
How embarrassing.
I missed out. Missed out on the elevator music.
You did.
This is worth the money. This is worth that 5-star fee.
Thank you for showing us the items for everybody. A lot of iron branches right now. We are still 3.5 minutes into the game. Lotus is also available here, John. Turns out both were found by Xtreme Gaming. Arme and XXS currently holding Lotus. Healing Lotuses.
Outstanding.
I
have done a
pointed
great
this out
job
because
of-
last time we had a long game, people got very upset that we missed the block of cheese. So I'm very, very pertinent now in making sure everyone knows what items are available.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point. Again, there was a weird thing in that game as well where the shield bar wasn't showing. So it was hard to track that. That's a very funny one.
Thank you for saying it wasn't actually our fault, but nobody thought that way, Jonathan, at the time. Everyone was very upset, I must say. I did look back at Twitch chat.
Oh, the block of cheese. Well, we might get there. We're already 40 minutes into this one.
I think if a game gets paused, the timer should keep going. Straight up. Just keep it going. Screw it.
Yeah, then you unpause. It's 40 minutes in. Tier 4s are up. 20 minutes till Tier 5s. Could you imagine that? The creeps get leveled up as well according to the time that it's been paused. So suddenly your level 3 heroes can't last hit and they die to a creep. That'd be great.
I think 23 just voice lined exactly how I'm feeling right now. He said it. That is exactly how I feel every time this happens. Wishy! Hello, Wishy! What's happening, Wishy? This reminds me of the times we had Ninor as admin. I mean, my goodness, that was a rough time, wasn't it? Thank goodness we got rid of him.
Don't even mention that. Number 2? We don't talk about number 2.
Hey. Calm down, 23. Calm down, sir.
Mind your manners, Savage. Naughty boy. I'm going to tell my pro. We're going to tell my pro Dota. All right? You're not going to be happy when he rolls up into your home. When you're back.
Synq drops the Y. Can Wishy hear us? Like, as in us as the casters? Can he hear us talking crap about it?
I don't know. I know our former number one admin, Dougie, used to be watching stream, but he was also doing other stuff other than adminning. So
God, I love Dougie.
Potentially, our man Wishy could be hearing us.
We love you, Wishy.
You're doing a great
Pressure's
job.
on, sir. The pressure's on.
No,
Wishy.
no pressure. No pressure, Wishy.
Don't screw this up, Wishy. Don't mess this up.
Okay, Wishy.
It's the biggest game of the year.
And it is. Already setting records in terms of game time. We're getting there.
Yeah, we sure are. We sure are.
Can you imagine if what you said was true, right? It's paused, but the map still keeps going like it's unpaused. So the creeps level up, the bounty runes spawn, wisdom runes spawn.
That should happen.
The lotus pools get filled up.
That should happen.
Roshan keeps leveling up.
I like it.
I think that should happen. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Like after say a 3-minute pause. Surely.
Yeah.
That happens.
Be great.
Then you implement that system we were talking about with Dota 2 staking and economy, with the graphs investments. Your payouts come in for 40 minutes.
But wouldn't that be great? Think about it though. Wouldn't it be great? Like if 23 Savage just farms like 5k, right? And instead of buying that divine rapier that he really wants, what if he invested it for the next, say, 5 minutes at compounding interest per minute? How great would that be?
It would be
we
amazing.
force them to be educated as Dota 2 players, which is borderline impossible, Jonathan.
I find it fascinating you're the one suggesting turning Dota 2 into a management game when you've literally not played anything. I'm pretty sure. Did you ever play something like Zoo Tycoon, Mike? Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Never heard.
Team Park? Team Hospital?
No.
I rest my case. How about Lemonade Tycoon? Surely you played Lemonade Tycoon. Yeah, it was a real banger of a game. I still have it in my PC. I legitimately have it installed in my PC. Not lying. Lemonade Tycoon is so good.
You don't have to convince me, Jonathan. I believe you. I believed you the first time. Trust me.
It's a good game.
No, I haven't played Lemonade Tycoon, John. How's the game go? You sell lemonade, I'm guessing?
Yes. You start from your house, a front yard stand, and then you grow big time into a lemonade cart in the city. It's character progression. Wow. It's fulfilling when you get those profit margins in, which is unrealistic for lemonade, let me tell you. That was some power fantasy for kids back then. I can grow rich for selling lemonade in this video game. Sure you can, buddy.
Yeah. Can't do that in Australia, Jonathan. You probably need like a business permit to be on county property. And here we go. This is great. Well, wish you, what have you done?
Let's go. That's the Southeast Asian way, Savage. Good on you.
This is amazing, dude. This is game. You know, my wife asked me how long I was going to be tonight for work, and I said, maybe, we start at 8 p.m., maybe midnight. It's 2 best of 2s. How long could it go for? And here we are.
Mike.
She's made me food, Jonathan.
Two game series. Two game series. Okay.
Yes.
Them's the rules, Sam.
Oh, right.
What did they cook up for you? No. I don't know what you're saying. Best of whatever. No. What is that? It's 2 game series.
She's made potatoes.
What
Jonathan.
dinner do you have? Potatoes.
How
surprising.
I've got to fry them myself. Sadly.
Beautiful.
But she's made potato. Well, I mean, she's not going to be up that late at night now, John. I mean, it's been like an hour since we started this game. 3.5 minutes in at the moment. Everyone's reconnected, but Wishy has not said go. Oh.
Yeah, we're not
there
ready.
Goes XXX.
We're not ready. We're not ready. No. Stop getting your hopes up, Mike. Potatoes. Why am I not surprised?
I mean, look, I've got some hummus as well. I know you probably don't have that very often, Jonathan, but it's delicious.
I like hummus when I can get it.
Don't say it like that, Jonathan. I just said it correctly. You could surely imitate what I said.
Could you repeat it for my uneducated self?
Hummus.
It
was better. I'll give you that. You tried. I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I try. Every now and again, Mike. Occasionally. I'm wondering, for this content patch next week, what if we got... Oh, now I'm getting excited. What if it was Dota 2 Hades?
What?
Oh!
I haven't played the game, John.
I'm getting
I don't
so
know
excited.
What you're saying.
You already have, like, Mars in, you have Zeus in. You get blessings from... I don't know where you get your blessings.
Wish we had some players in.
Who cares about that, Mike? We've spent majority of this game without the players. All right?
Yeah,
Let's get some facts straight. We've had 3.5 minutes of gameplay. This isn't Dota 2 anymore. It's a podcast.
New EPT rule, Jonathan. If a player is disconnected for more than 5 minutes, one of the casters has to step in. The player can now has to disconnect. John X Fire steps in, which is a huge handicap, I might add. For anyone wondering, that is not a good thing.
Oh, that'd be a very sad thing. A very, very, very sad thing.
In fact, 10 minutes.
That would scare...
If we go 10 minutes, Wishy has to step in. God knows what Wishy's rank is, but Wishy's stepping in.
Can you imagine if there's a Nina lobby? And Nina
don't say that. Don't say that. My goodness.
That'd be
I've
amazing.
played with Nino before, John. It's an experience, I'll tell you.
I've had a great time. I've had great times when I've dragged Nina and Dougie into Southeast Asia. It's always an adventure. And I dragged him in with good old Lane as well.
Oh, great.
It just ends up being probably one of the worst things I've ever experienced, and it's so fun. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's just chaos. Lane's all chatting. Dougie's he doesn't know what's going on. Nina doesn't know what's going on. You've got 1 million languages in all chat. It's cool. It's great. It's how Dota's meant to be played. I didn't realize, Mike, that the only thing I needed to do to have you on for a podcast was go into a pro game and have them all disconnect for about 2 hours.
Oh, don't say 2 hours, because we're already halfway through the 2 hour mark. I mean, we have 1 hour in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the John X Mike podcast. It's been a while, Mike. You've been pretty busy. We've only gotten to cast Dota 2 games for a while. But we've got some time in the middle of this great opening match for Dreamleague 23. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Jonathan. I've just come off a plane from the Philippines. It was an experience. Can I complain about my plane, my flight, Jonathan? It was horrible.
Sure.
It was absolutely horrible. Hold on a minute. Oh, Wishy's here. Thank you, Wishy. Let's go, Wishy. You the MVP.
Let's go. The question is, are the teams ready?
I don't care. Start the game. Wishy, don't. There you go. Start the game. Who cares?
Oh, but Xtreme hasn't said. Xtreme hasn't said it yet.
Who cares, Jonathan? Right?
Give us the voice line. Use your voice line, like. You got a voice line, right?
Shut up, John. If you didn't pay for it, you don't get to hear it again. Simple as that. I read on Reddit, by the way, someone said they regretted not buying my voice line. They regretted it, Jonathan. And so you should.
It's a good one. You should regret not getting mine too. It's pretty alright. It was supposed to be Filipino. Maybe we'll get in there someday. Someday.
Specifically says in the rules you can't use a different language, and you keep giving him Filipino voice. I keep telling you.
I'm Filipino. What are you talking about?
Nobody can tell, John. Literally nobody can tell. Any citizen.
I'm worth the pin. I have no idea. Does he mean a city building game? Is that a fan club for music? What is that?
Oh, I think you know. John, you can't just... You're on the broadcast, John.
Manchester City.
Oh, Savage, who cares? Who cares? Dude, this Manchester... what is it? A Manchester City? Like, who cares about soccer?
Yeah.
Who cares? It's soccer. Who cares?
Excuse me. I'm glad you used the American pronunciation, the American term, because I was going to say
literally anyone but the EU.
Is it really? I mean, we call it soccer in the Philippines, but I always find it funny. I was always confused as a kid why football was played with your hands. American football, not the band, which is amazing. American football is the best band. There are 3 albums of American football, and American football. That is legitimately all of their album names. American football, American football, American football by American football.
I'm going to go ahead and say it, John. I don't think the NFL is truly football. In fact, I think it's one of the most boring sports in the world. And that's saying something because we were just talking about soccer. But the NFL is so boring. I don't understand how people can literally sit there watching ads for 30 minutes straight. I mean, that's what's happened. Right?
I don't know.
Am I wrong? I mean, the crowd...
No.
Thank you, crowd.
I mean, so as a counterpoint, you would say then that golf is more entertaining.
It really is. Well, is it not? Is it not the same thing that we're watching?
I love golf.
It's.
I mean, to be fair, I actually don't watch golf. I just like it as a video game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that says about me. I really love golf video games. What if we had a Dota 2 golf video game?
Savage. Johnny, you've got a question. Be careful, Johnny. Something might happen, John. These players these days, they've been practicing some boxing or something. No, answer the question, John.
Smart and...
Savage was probably one of the only pro players that was really happy about that quote-unquote incident.
Is true.
It's true? Well, I don't know, CQ, is it? Oh.
PSG LGD, maybe.
What is it? Can you stop typing in the chat, John? You don't deserve to just be on broad. You've talked more than the admin has. Oh my goodness, John. Can you not shut your mouth a little bit?
I can't help it. Savage wants a conversation. It is what it is. He's the talkie boy. That's good. And now he's singing lyrics in all chat. I'm assuming.
Lyrics to what song, John?
Or he's just he's just having some fun with what could be true.
Right.
I don't know. What were you talking about before all of this? Dota 2 golf.
I never talked about Dota 2 golf, John, but you know
No, you were complaining about something, but I was like, what if we had... we were crafting like Dota 2 Stardew Valley? We were talking about Dota 2
I was
management
complaining about soccer and NFL. That's what
and then we got into like, I was saying, did you find golf more entertaining? We were like, yeah. And it's like, what if we had Dota 2 golf? Because I love golf video games, right?
Don't say that too loud, John. We've already got fishing in the game. Golf might be next.
Oh, a Dota 2 golf mini game set like a golf story on Switch.
That'd
be amazing.
Not just a mini game. What if it was mini golf in the mini game?
Oh, that'd be even more amazing. I'd play the hell out of that. Give me like 4 courses. 4 courses of 18 holes, or 9 holes. 9. So let's not overload the depths there. As we do get an unpause.
Oh my
We are
God.
actually ready.
Oh
See if
my
this holds
God.
up. What happened in this game? 3 minutes 40 in. How far in the action? 0-0. Yeah, we're good.
Oh, mid lane. Oh, they're gone,
Oh.
John. XM's in trouble. XM is in trouble, but so is Laurenov. Who's going down
Oh,
first?
the save.
The answer is nobody. SyncQ saves everything and denies us everything at the same time. Thank you, SyncQ.
That. I mean, he's been denying us these unpauses and pauses. You know, he's denying these kills. These might still fall. Ollie.
Yeah, Ollie's in. SyncQ's gone. First blood will be drawn and Laurenov will quote-unquote secure the kill.
That's what Q gets for saying go and not go and go and not go. Aurora gets sweet revenge. 4 minutes in. It doesn't feel like it, but we are first blooded up. A good start already for Aurora. Mind you, the mid lane for XM, again, hasn't gone too badly considering the Zeus matchup. Even though they did lose first blood, he is still holding his own, and it is forcing this focus out from Aurora. Q is just camping into this lane. There is a lot of control if you can get that rebound off, but he will be dissuaded away. Still have that forward vision standing here for both sides as well. Side lanes have opened up a little bit more. The solo lane for Savage has been going pretty well. Again, it's been a little bit slower for XXS. It's been really rough for Ame in comparison on Razor, who again, like because of that movement in the first minute of the game, like 40 minutes ago, he hasn't been able to really stop Jabs from hitting that big spike. Jabs still pocketing these 2 levels as well. Still ready to go for the surge if the opportunity presents itself. Ollie
Taking a
has
fair
the
bit of
Firefly
damage.
out.
He's got the Firefly, so they never bother just using the spear. Push him up high ground anyway. Jab's actually overtaking everyone in CS, by the way, here, John. Looking back down to that bottom lane. In fact, mid lane is where all the action's breaking out. XM once again in trouble thanks to Q rotating, but now DY is going to rotate to ensure nothing does occur. But Q has been very active here in the mid lane, and rightfully so. We are 20 seconds away from those power runes spawning, so I imagine he'll probably stick around this area.
Yeah, I like the little synergy you do have with Marcy Zeus. Just heavily jump to slow down the target, into the rebound, into the dispose. There's a lot you can do with that combination on hand. Even though it's not the most natural combination for Marcy, it does pan out quite nicely. Get some stacks going as well from Q. They are lining up for some good farm. Maybe hand off to Ollie. They do want to go that way. For some reason, Ollie has queued up a Dagon as well, probably losing his mind in that 40-minute pause. That does make sense.
Yeah, it happens. Aurora going to find himself a nice little juicy stack to abuse here with the regen rune. Happy days for old Laurenov. XM just already again having a pretty. I don't want to say too rough of a start here. Johnny's 40 in CS, so he's having a pretty good time, but he is certainly behind Laurenov, and it does feel like Laurenov is also overtaking in the XP department. So seems like the Zeus has one out this mid lane.
Certainly has. And there's a lot of laning pressure there. You can't leverage your level 3 as the Storm all too well. Your laning spike, chasing down XXS again.
Well, they certainly are. XXS dropping very, very low now. We'll go for a bit of a spear onto the Zeus. Trying to run away, but it's not going to matter. 23 Savage, he'll take the kill. Homing Missile was able to get the job done. As meanwhile, top lane, Jabs did manage to pick up the Wisdom Rune and ensure DY did not. DY going to try and go for a run, but was slowed up by the wall, but is still able to get away as mid lane, XM is gone. He does at least take Q before he does go down, but in the end, it's a pretty good damn trade here for Aurora.
Yeah, exactly what you'd want to see coming out of these lanes for Aurora. A very slow start for Xtreme, and it's going to stay slow for quite some time. Your big spike will probably be lining up with XXS and blink timing at this point. You're not going to hit some of these early spikes you tend to see on the Razor and especially on the Storm. Not even the Null done just yet on XM. And Aurora, again, just having a great time. It's all off the back of being able to leave Jabs alone in that solo lane. The fact that he managed to get his first few levels online with no contestation coming out from that positioning early on from Xtreme, hitting that level 2 spike, level 2 Iron Shell spike quite nicely. He can just camp lane. He clears out these stacks, no problem. He's got a lot of gold, almost into the mech at this point. And then he's going to have a lot of sustain to play with. It's going to be hard to jump that Darkseer if you do want to make that play off the back of Ame in that lane.
I feel like Jab's got away with a hell of a lot. And speaking of getting away with a hell of a lot, Laurenov got another power rune for himself, this time getting a haste rune on the Zeus, so XM just not getting lucky whatsoever with the power runes here on the Storm. Still able to farm some creeps here in the jungle though, so still will be pretty happy, but you might be a little bit concerned at how fast Lorinov will be farming up to that phylactery, which is a huge power spike when it comes to the Zeus. In fact, he's almost level 9 as well on that Zeus, which doesn't feel very good if you are Xtreme game.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for Xtreme. Again, like we were talking about all this potential for team fight. You're level 6 on your supports, you're still a ways off. Your cores are just not ready to kind of play yet. You're having a massive level disadvantage. Like taking a look at top, you've got 2 levels ahead on Savage right now. You've got Jabs at level 7 already. Again, pretty much a solo lane, clearing out those stacks. Ame's keeping up in the EXP department at the very least, but man, with no items back to the Razor, still not something you can really connect to. He is going for the Maelstrom for a little bit of quicker farm, a little bit more threat as well in the chase down. Will need some stats to back that up. But Aurora has that foundation set. Again, they're very secure on their side of the map. They have really good wards just watching the river line, which has helped them secure these runes as well, and just prevents Xtreme to even consider making a move across. Not that they can anyway, but they're just solidifying these foundations for them to get farm and get farm safely.
Yeah, not going to be the easiest of matchups here as well for Ame, who, you know, going up against the Gyrocopter was probably relying on his team to have a pretty good start, but now we'll have to play the farm game himself here on the Razor. Meanwhile, mid lane, Q looking to set up, does find himself DY. DY actually just going to go for a bit of a fight, securing the Arcane Rune for XM, and XM happily going to reward Q, or rather DY, for his patience as Q does go down. XM, in the meantime, does manage to get away. The Thunder God's Wrath will not be enough damage, so he is perfectly fine. And everyone from Xtreme does get out of there scot-free, so happy days.
That 1 kill does equalize quite a fair bit for Xtreme. And XM finally having room to play with. Big one for the Storm as well, the Arcane. So important for him to kind of get going off the back of this. They are lining up a little bit on bot. Jabs did just use Surge, but he has that full mech up.
He does. Also, 1 charge is available here for Jabs if he does want to use them, and eventually he does commit them, but it won't matter. Still too much damage being dealt here from XM and Ame. Lorinov here, you try to rotate over, but can't really finish DY either. In fact, now Q's showing up. But Q, I mean, he can't do it by himself. He's still just level 5, so he'll make his way out as well.
You are giving a lot. Again, considering how slow XM's start was, he has managed to catch up a fair bit. That start for Jabs falling a little bit behind now as well. Ame starting to equalize with 23 and Lorinov's farm. And XM, it's all off the back of that Arcane Rune, right? It's the 1 rune you didn't want to give away to the Storm. Xtreme managed to snag it in the nick of time. And that rune is the difference maker. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any play with the lack of items. Still, Aurora going for a smoke out. They've got level 6 up on Ollie here. No blink yet, but just need to gap close to find this one.
They'll give it a crack. Ame has no idea they're coming, and now he does. DY already gone, and Ame, he will closely follow. A very nice rotation up from Aurora. Lorinov now on a killing spree here on the mid Zeus, and well, that's a very important kill. I mean, you are heavily relying on that safe lane Razor having a good game, and that's a nice way of shutting him down for a little bit.
Yeah, again, it's already been a little bit slower for Ame. He's still, again, managing to recover nicely enough. I do believe he's got his Maelstrom up. He's going to need so much more if he wants to sustain in these kinds of clashes, going for the Manta next for some protection. Xtreme now going for their own smoke with a bottle TP top up for XM. Are lining up top, but Savage already getting a good read. Does back off to push in bot instead. So not going to work this smoke out for anything from Xtreme. The tower take is going to be nice and quick. You already have the full Chrysalis up on 23 as well. So he's got a lot of output early on to tie into that Ags. And again, nothing has stopped this Gyrocopter. There's just been no laning pressure coming out there from XXS, who is still 500 gold away from Zone Blink on top of it. Once you have at least one of these core blinks up on Xtreme, you could tie in with your supports. Level 6s are up on DY and on Sin Q. So there is some play potential here. And they will have to try to work for it. They do have at least 1 forward ward dropped off the back of that. They know Savage is farming in that top area. But it's a little bit too far forward for them to try to contest. Again, the game state for Aurora is looking really clean. They managed to clear out their stacks. They still have control on their triangle. There's still a massive ancient stack to play with as well. You're eventually going to hit this blink timing on Ollie. You're going to get a lot more sustain on Jabs. And Savage is just free farming. Like, this is the big concern. The fact that the gyro is just not under any pressure. And even with XM around, I know he's enough at this point by himself.
And you're going to have that night spike very soon as well for 23 Savage. Like, he's only a point booster away from, I think only a point booster away from having the Axe. And with that, I mean, once the Axe is up, it's going to be a little bit problematic. In fact, he is a Staff of Wizardry as away as well. So we do have a blink coming out here on XXS now, so the Mars can get active rather soon. Meanwhile, Xtreme Gaming rotating into the mid lane here with XM and Arme. And the rest of the crew, in fact, as Lorinov is currently being watched on the Zeus. Zip forward, they want the double damage, and they will be able to secure that pretty easily here for XM. Not going to really amount to too much. Just back to the farm game here for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, that's exactly what Xtreme does want. Again, they need a few more items to be up to really connect. Even XXS isn't quite connecting with his team yet. Does show the blink in the lane while just farming up, so anyone checking should be able to spot that timing. They are starting to give some of these stacks, or trying to give some of these stacks to Ollie at the very least to accelerate that blink. We'll end up giving most of it to Jabs and Lorinov, but some important soak there for Aurora. Again, smoke out once more from SinQ, XM, and XXS. This is the blink reveal we're looking for. See if they catch something big here.
Give it a crack. They'll move into that dire triangle, but nobody's around the area. They could look for Savage's courier at the secret shop, but that's about it. They'll head down bottom where they do see Q, so Q does get caught out. Nice easy pick off here for Xtreme Gaming, and it seems as though XM, he'll take some time to push in that bottom tier 1 tower with the amp damage room.
Just a little bit of a nice shove in. Tower already down to 400 HP. Could still fully commit. Inside of Aurora, they're not going to be keen on jumping in without the Marcy. And being so close to Ollie's blink, they're going to have to wait out for a little bit before forcing that jump. But this blink timing, again, on Ollie is the big key. All right, we were talking about how hard it's going to be to catch the Storm. It's a lot on the Bat Rider. And a surprise blink with a smoke can make that really easy for Aurora for a couple of fights. Xtreme, for their part, again, considering that slower laning start, considering some of the back and forths, losing Ame in the lane, it is still shaping up well. Ame is almost equal to 23's net worth, considering that the differences in how these lanes went out, which is still really good for the side of Xtreme. The lead for Aurora still hovers around 2k. And again, it's still a sizable enough lead considering, again, this blink timing for Ollie, which is flying out now. Just need to make use of it somehow. They've got the smoke ready as well. They should be able to try with that lasso. We'll see if they'll force something out here.
I mean, it's not like you lack the damage, that's for sure. Aurora, they do group up around Ollie, but no smoke to be popped. Looks like they may think about waiting for Lorinov, but Lorinov doesn't want to bar of it either, so Ollie just kind of gets left to just stick around the mid lane for now, I suppose, as Xtreme Gaming will just continue their farm game themselves. Savage still at the top of the net worth, but not by too much. Arme is very close behind. I'll tell you, I did expect a bit more of a net worth lead here for Savage, considering he is playing the Gyrocopter. Not really happening so much, just about a 600 gold lead here for the Gyro.
Should go a little bit faster with that full Ags flying out at the very least. I think Ame's just been really efficient on map. He's been, again, he got caught out one time down bot, but beyond that, he's had a pretty free lane. He's had his own stacks in the triangle, which is also very well protected with her wards. They will smoke out on Aurora now. Ollie and Jabs along with Lorinov caught in smoke. Just need to find that jump angle in. XXS is presenting himself down bot.
He is, but he's not quite on division yet. In fact, he actually breaks the smoke of Q, I believe, although XM... Never mind. XM does get caught out here on the Storm. That's a pretty nice pickoff. Even better than just finding the Mars.
Yeah. And that's also off the back of Jabs having his full Orchid up. So they get that nice instant control onto the Storm before Ollie has to pull out the lasso. And it's just an easy burst play from there. 4 to 6, Aurora working the map really well. Again, hitting some big timings with that full Orchid up on Jabs, with that blink on Ollie, with a full Ags up on 23, going for his BKB. Q also going onto the fast BKB for Marcy, which, you know, it's not going to be as fast as when SinQ had it in the games we've casted, but it's still going to be really decent. Uncontested so far, and just trying to farm up is getting the room necessary to get that farm now as well. And once you have Marcy BKB along with all of this utility, it does feel threatening for the side of Xtreme. At the same time, it's not the most threatening. You've got Winter's Curse, you've got Overgrowth. Just need to be able to utilize these spells in the team fight rather than pick off for the side of Xtreme.
Yeah, I just kind of question how threatening it's going to be here, because when we watch Q play Marcy, John, he's usually threatening before the BKB comes out. But Q is currently 0-3-1. So he just doesn't seem very menacing to me right now. Even with the BKB, I'm not sure how confident he will be just jumping in blindly, but we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. So Aurora are playing quite a slow game here. Just 4-6 right now between these two teams. Nobody really trying to get too active across the map. Both teams just more than happy to hit creeps. Maybe now, as Q is hanging around 23 Savage, they could think about it, but even then, why would Savage want to get involved? He's just farming a BKB right now.
Yeah. No real reason to force it too hard on the side of Aurora. Already taking that bot tier 1 as well, just trying to get that ramp up. Side of Xtreme, their map has shrunk a little bit. They've got good forward vision in top jungle to try to farm forward if they wanted to, but there is counter vision as well from Aurora. So it's not the safest thing in the world. Xtreme is still going on to the Kaya Sanj into BKB. So there's still a lot of windows where this storm is going to be vulnerable, and Aurora are going to try to capitalize.
They certainly are. Top lane, they'll have a crack. Probably is the Thunder God's Wrath does kind of give everything away as DY will go down. Xtreme Gaming, they'll just lose out on a Train Protector, not too big of a deal. Aurora, they'll still be pretty happy with that, I think, as they do just return back to the farm game. Net worth lead is basically still roughly the same at 3k here for Aurora. Nothing to write home about. But I suppose with the draft of Aurora, you are feeling somewhat confident going into the later stages of the game with equivalent farm to Xtreme Gaming, but I wouldn't be so confident. You are still up against the Winter Wyvern. You know, things can turn very, very quick.
Yeah, I'd say scaling-wise, I would actually give a little bit more to Xtreme, purely off the support differences. Like, again, Marcy's great with farm, but with the Curse and with Overgrowth, with Blink potential for both of these supports, it gets a little bit dicey to kind of try to eke out that edge with Marcy. And again, your control on Aurora is basically down to like the lasso and the orchid of all the end jabs, which has proven effective for now. Once you have some solutions to some of these single target control pieces, it's not going to be as easy when these 5v5s start to break out. We're just not going to see any of these 5v5s anytime soon. Xtreme's not ready for it. Aurora wants pick-offs rather than wider team fights. They will get the free shard for Q, which is pretty nice shard and rebound. Yeah, a little bit easier to find some angles in, a little bit more speed as well. Get the smoke out from Xtreme this time around. A success for Q.
Kind of already reveals himself here in the mid lane as well, maybe just trying to bait Aurora forward, but nothing does really come of it. Q's going to find a nice observer ward on the high ground here of the Dire jungle, so it does get rid of that. But the smoke is relatively obvious. Jabs is going to reveal himself up at the top lane by placing an Iron Shell on a creep and will immediately just run away. So Xtreme Gaming not really getting too much out of this, but you do get a decent D ward here for Q and some wards down.
Yeah, they get their own smoke out in Aurora off the back of that smoke reveal here as well.
XM could get caught. Asmo's there, they'll hold him down, but can they silence in time? Yes, they can. Very easy kill here for Lorenov once again, sitting at 5-0-2 on the Zeus. And Aurora, if they can keep just picking off like this, they are sitting very pretty.
That's exactly where their lineup shines. It's all about the pick-off game. Again, these wards that they've had, this really good ward on the tree line, watching around the rune, giving them access to that kill. It's kind of down to Xtreme not using that smoke, right? They use it to break a ward and then just shove in top and not much of it. So they know there's an opening to play off their own vision, get the flank, and get that punishment. Aurora, 4-8, 3k lead up. BKB already done on 23. They are looking at straight up Roshan. There's nothing to stop. Scan does spot. They need to get this team. This is actually a really good spot for Xtreme to take a team fight if they get there in time. Again, Curse, Overgrowth, Arena. It just falls pretty damn fast on that Roshan.
I mean, they're trying to get there now. They are pretty close by the Twin Gate, but it might be too late. Roshan is getting very, very low, and they have no time to think about this. Roshan, it is basically gone. Aurora, they will take it. Question is, do they start the fight anyway? And they do. Jabs does get caught out, but he gets the mech off in time and gets the wall down in time. Arme will still secure the kill. Pops so BKB and tries to retreat, but now Savage does move in onto the Razor. Problem is, Savage, you're fighting against the Razor.
What?
He will die the first time. Q in the meantime, he'll pop the ulti. He'll try to fight. But I'm not really sure about this, as they'll make the jump in now onto SyncQ, who does Cold Embrace. They'll move on to DY instead, and DY does go down, and so will SyncQ. In comes Arme again, and Arme this time has gone too far. He will drop as Aurora will clean up completely. The only survivor being XM. And they got the first life quite easily, as Savage maybe baiting them into a bad team fight, and it does pay off for Aurora.
That was an awkward position for Xtreme. They took the long flank around trying to dodge out any obvious scans, and they did. But they take that fight off Roshan. They have the high ground position, but it's broken up. This Lotus Pool cuts you off in the middle. They had the flanking maneuver into the south from XM. They dive pretty far into the south area. So this fight split into two areas, which leaves Ami pretty isolated for the second fight. They couldn't get Overgrowth off in a great manner as well because of that threat from Q onto the supports. Like, they basically just ignore Ami. Like that's the big thing. They ignored Ame on that secondary life. They end up going for the two supports that would make the big difference in the follow-up and just take care of them first. And with that BKB on Q, he was free to do what he wants. He pops it after the control comes in from Xtreme. You have to be very careful with how you stack these spells on Xtreme for the teamfight control with the spell immunity as a factor now.
Well, not going to be feeling too good now. Xtreme Gaming, they do retreat after a pretty bad team fight, and it's back to the farm game for themselves, but the net worth lead does extend to about 4k now for Aurora. Satanic being built up on the gyro as well, and that's the point where you start to get very, very scared when you're going up against the gyrocopter, because it just feels like you can never kill this hero once the Satanic is up. And he will have it rather soon. As for Aurora, I mean, you're probably going to be feeling pretty bad after that last team fight, so maybe a bit of a while till they smoke up and try again. Aurora, however, they are grouped up in the mid lane. So they could think about going for another team fight early on because they do have quite low cooldowns on their side of things. We shall see, as for now, 23 Savage, he'll show in the mid wave. He'll try to go after that tier 1 tower just a little bit. Xtreme Gaming, they'll be around to defend. They're not going to let this go for free. In fact, they're all going to group up in mid, maybe looking for another smoke.
And they've got Overgrowth, they've got Curse, they've got the Arena. They could try to make their own play now as well. They need to catch out a lot of heroes. And again, they need to layer these spells very precisely after some BKB usage, ideally, for the side of Xtreme. Not going to force it out too far.
Ollie will have a bit of a gander, but won't find anything worth lassoing, and obviously his team wasn't really around him anyway. And yeah, Xtreme, they are certainly just back to the farm game for themselves, so not really feeling that confident.
Just sit back, farm up. You want some blinks up in these supports. SyncQ is very close to the zone, just about 400 gold away from the Winter Wyvern blink. I'm not sure if DY is going to be prioritizing that. Now that he has the mech, I feel like he should. Just basically try to pile onto Arena initiation here. Aurora going out with their own big smoke play with Savage taking point onto the tier 1 first. And Xtreme did back off. Not going to be here in time. Full Satanic now up for Savage as well. Could be risky for Ami to show up for the defense, but they might find XXS instead.
They may. XXS may have to find out the hard way. They are hunting him down and does get the BKB in time. Might be able to buy himself some time to allow his team to get to him, as he will try for the TP out, but it's not enough. It is not quite enough. They do have the damage. Of course, Aurora, after taking that kill, will go ahead and secure the top tier 1 tower. Maybe even thinking about the bottom, or rather the top tier 2.
I mean, they've got the damage. They don't need to back off. They've got the cooldowns. And Lasso is down, sure, but you still have the Orchid that can come out here for jabs. Try to force out BKB usage on any defense. Instead of Xtreme, for their part, trying to trade for a tier 2 down bot. It's going to try to go. It is a slower process for Xtreme. It is just XM trying to push SyncQ. Hanging the tree line was pinged out.
Does get the curse off, but it is only onto Savage, so they will try to get the static link off and try to get some damage off the Savage right after. The Savage still being pulled back, does try to go for the Satanic, but has no damage to speak of. He will basically not even heal up. Xtreme Gaming, they'll get away with a big one.
And that's the counterplay we're looking for. Just hold on to one side of Aurora, backed off very early. Like, use Savage's bait, realized the follow-up fight would be really awkward without that wall vac and without the lasso. The Orchid alone just a little bit unreliable considering some BKB's already up on Xtreme. They do manage to get that going. They get the blink off the back of that for Sin Q. So easier angles for the Winter Wyvern to find at this point. You're getting the blink for DY next, queuing that up now. Still maintain that 4K lead on Aurora. Again, for Xtreme, they don't really drop off in scaling. I mean, theoretically, sure, you could say Gyrocopter is a stronger scaler than Carry Razor. To a certain extent, sure. But once you get, like, refresh up on Ame down the line, I don't think that holds the same weight as it would with double static link, double Eye of the Storm, double BKB. And again, you have all of this debuff immunity piercing spells and the Curse and the Overgrowth. You've got a Storm that once he has Linken's up, which XM is going for next, your plays in Lasso and Orchid, it's not going to cut it anymore. And it does feel like Aurora, while they had that lead, needed to push for a little bit more. The lead's tapered off. Still 2K, but it dropped from 4. Ollie.
You're kind of getting caught alone here down in this bottom lane. And Ollie, he's still just trying to run, but there's just no chance. Sin Q will go ahead and take the kill for himself on this Winter Wyvern. I mean, not the biggest kill in the world, but it is certainly something here for the supports of Xtreme Gaming. Is now mid lane, Q having a look here with Laurenov against XXS. They'll get this process started here, but the BKBs have been popped. XXS still standing his ground as Ame is going to show up now, trying to find the back lines. He'll go for the link onto Q. Q, meanwhile, just jumping away. Is XXS now in trouble? He'll drop the arena, but it's no good. Allowing Ame to get out for now, but Jabs is on the chase and does have the surge available in just 1 second. There's a homing missile out, the Cold Embrace. It'll lock Ame down a little bit longer. Do they commit for the fight? The Curse is out, but the Lotus Orb. Oh boy, it just gets worse for Xtreme. They will lose Sin Q and Ame. Well, he's still trying to run as XM now going to jump in, does take down Ollie, but XM might be in trouble himself as they will lose Ame anyway. XM able to zip out with the BKB, but still a very rough scenario here for the side of Xtreme Game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They tried to salvage that situation with XXS getting jumped, with Ame committing to get that deep chase with a link, but it's just too far forward. BKB was fading on XXS, very susceptible to the follow-through damage even with the arena, and the spells weren't there in time. I mean, it took a while for the rest of the supports to come in. You didn't have Overgrowth on DY as he popped out for that kill down bot. And Aurora just plays it like a pickoff game. Hero streaming in 1 by 1. Nice, easy pickoffs, hero by hero. They do manage to drag that lead up to 4K. Xtreme has to play it to their teamfight strength. Like, that's really where they shine. They've got to be able to layer those spells together. Whereas for Aurora, if you see these guys 1 by 1, I mean, you've got so much damage, so much control, 4 single targets, and that's where you really shine. And again, because of how early these BKBs were picked up on Xtreme as well, they're down to fairly low duration. 6 seconds for Ame, 6 seconds for XXS. It's only XM who still has a relatively long duration at 8. So it doesn't give you enough time to really drag out to get your teammates in here.
So Aurora, they'll take their time now to just find a Tormentor for themselves, and Shard will go Ollie's way. Still just a 5k advantage after all these team fights. Just as much as Aurora has been winning practically every fight, it just hasn't amounted to the biggest net worth leads. Here's the smoke once again from Aurora. Roshan is officially available. I think Q going to go for a run. Looks like Aurora will have a pretty free walk into the Roshan pit. I wonder if Xtreme allow this to happen for free.
They've got the blinks up in their sports. DY has his own blink for blink overgrowth. So they can try. It's just falling too fast again. They need to work this team fight a lot better than last time.
Well, that they do. They'll make the rotation Xtreme, and they are looking around that same area. XXS looking for the initiation on the Mars, is going to once again go through the Lotus pool. Does have vision around that area here on the side of Xtreme. Savage going to hide in the tree line by the twin gates. Will eventually show himself as XM's going to have his smoke broken. They'll make the jump in onto Laurenov, but Laurenov, he got his BKB in time. Arme still chasing down the Zeus, but it's not going to be quite enough yet as Savage is going to show up. He'll go right after Arme. Arme being left alone right now, needs a little bit of help. Pops his own Satanic, trying to survive through it. Who's going to win this man fight? It's looked like Arme should not be able to make it as he does go down. And XXS also caught out, eventually should just die. And he will. I mean, the Satanic's being popped. The problem is this time Savage, he had plenty of damage.
Yeah, he couldn't get the static link off in the way they'd want to. That fight didn't initiate the way they'd want to in Xtreme. The jump out from XXS, the instant blink away from Q is what kind of ruined that.
Again.
So now you've got the Marcy out, you can't burst him down. Oh?
XM, he's going to try here onto Q. Q does have, yeah, it is certainly crazy. 23 Savage is still around. They'll jump again. XM still trying. Q still surviving. And XM, hold on a goddamn minute. Hold on. The F9 is not a hotkey on Storm, sir. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I doesn't have that much mana. Oh, XM. Oh, this is they should still find Q at the least.
Yeah, I mean,
perhaps.
The Witch's Blade is still ticking him down right now, so he should eventually just die. Here we go. Here's the previous team fight. This is I think the problem started when Arme went for the static link onto Laurenov, trying to just burst him down. And as soon as Savage saw the static link committed, he jumped in. There was no hesitation after that.
And that, again, the arena was just a whiff. BKB was instantly popped by Laurenov. That's why the static blink went onto him, because he was the only one stuck. Q managed to blink out. Like, the instant that the blink came out there from XXS, our Marcy blinked away. And then who are you going to pick off? You know, it just became a very hard decision to make for the side of Xtreme. And there was a lot of pressure for them to work that out. The angle was just way too wide. Once again, very forced into Roshan. Not quick enough to take the fight before Roche falls. They had vision set up on the Lotus pool instead of into the pit, like not on the ramp area to the pit, which would have been secure in that position with the sentry placement of Aurora here. Do you get the unpause going?
Q trying to survive. DY's going to hunt him down, goes for a bit of a smack and does secure the kill here along, or really by himself as Sing Q now. Try not to trade a kill away, does pop the curse. Here comes Jabster with a vacuum back onto the Winter Wyvern, but do they have the damage? Oh, they are trying to find him. Sing Q. He's just dodging everything here, Sing Q. He'll get away. He's all right for now, but the chase continues. Sing Q. Still juking him out. Twinkle Toes here. Now the TP's coming in. XM, he's back to full mana. Back on a 23 Savage they go, but Savage is a bit too big as Sing Q. Taunting them now. My goodness.
Sin Q just styling away there. Would have been tough to take a follow-through fight, of course, with the Aegis still ready on Savage, but would have been nice to find an angle to try to pick off. Just no one's ready on side of Xtreme for another wide fight just yet. Overgrowth is back up for DY at the least, so you do have that tool to play with. Still 5k lead for Aurora off the back of that. It's so strange to say. It feels like they should be a little bit more ahead. And despite the losses, Xtreme are still managing to equalize and hold this map quite nicely. The only hero that's really pulling ahead is Savage, and the only hero behind is XXS. That kind of balances out a little bit more here. The support difference is the bigger concern, and the fact that Jabs has been kind of shafted, it's kind of fine on the Darks here. He does have everything he needs at this point with the Lotus Orb up. And just working into that Guardian Greaves next is pretty much set. Net worth doesn't matter for him as much. The side of Xtreme really need these team fights to shape up. Like, these long angles, the vision setup they have for Roshan in that area, it's not clean enough. It's not enough info for them to play on, like, an arena over what, and the overgrowth into the curse. It's just not layering the way they'd want it to. It's just forced. It all feels somewhat forced from the side of Xtreme when they make these plays out.
It does. We'll see how the next one pans out. I mean, once again, they are back to the farm game, so it's like there's a Heaven's Halberd being built up here on XXS to try and deal with that Gyrocopter. You've now got an Aghanim Scepter coming out here for XM. In fact, he does have it available in the backpack. So more team fight available now from Xtreme as they do go for that initial Vortex, showing off the Ags. In fact, Savage does get caught out. Savage is gone.
Oh,
that is the first life for Savage. That's one way to do it. They'll try and jump in again, but Ollie is here. Still the curse is out. Onto the Batrider, bursting it down, but no, the arena still makes it harder, but the Batrider is gone. Zame, he's right onto the gyrocopter with the static link, ensuring 23 Savage, he has no damage. And this time, the fight will work out for the side of Xtreme, as they will go for a third. XM trying to find Q. Won't quite have the mana. Actually missed the Vortex as well. But it won't matter though. Still a great team fight here for the side of Xtreme.
And all of a sudden, again, the lead for Aurora just disappears off the back of that team fight. 1k lead maintains, 2.5k swing coming out from Xtreme. And really, that's where Xtreme shines, right? It's this time around, the team fight works out well. They managed to take care of the first life. Savage dragged a little bit too far away from the rest of his team. The arena, again, blocking off some of that damage with no BKB available. Even with a BKB, you have to step outside. So on his secondary life, couldn't really use the flak, just isolated away. The Ags from XM just doing so much work in finding these openings. It just makes it so much easier to land at arena, to land the arena spear, to land the curse, to land the overgrowth in a much more timely manner. And Q, for all that he can do in the Marcy, doesn't really have that much damage yet. He has a nice Crystallis on hand. He's going for a Satanic. Definitely going for a secondary core, but not really that damage or control that you're looking for yet. Like, no Basher or full Daedalus up, and that's lowering the totem pool for him right now as a secondary core. We're hitting that big spike for Ame. Refresh up on the Razor. And this is when it gets scary. Double static link, double BKB, double Satanic, double Eye of the Storm. This is how Razor scales. It's just double of all of that. It's just too much to handle for a lot. And it makes it so much harder for Aurora. Again, when it comes down to 5v5s, Xtreme Gaming's lineup is a lot cleaner for that kind of engagement.
Aurora. Sneak around through the bottom lane here. Smoked up completely as 4. Rather just 3 as Lorenov does reveal himself. They're looking for someone around that bottom lane to find that high ground. Go through that Radiant jungle as well, but nobody hanging around that area from Xtreme. As you saw from that last team fight, obviously the approach from Aurora has to be a little bit more cautious than last time. So there's going to be a counter smoke now. Xtreme Gaming moving as 3 themselves. Everyone from Aurora pretty safe for now. Xtreme, they do have a pretty far way to go if they wish to find anybody. They'll run through the bottom lane. They actually draw a line directly to where Savage is around. Savage is heading up north further, so looks like he should be okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You might be able to pick off one of the supports. I mean, Q and Ollie are still hanging around this area. So DY will have his smoke broken. Does place the ward quickly. Q's going to show himself now, looking to bounce out, and does. He'll just blink out of there as he sees the plasma field coming in. In Xtreme Gaming, they will get nothing for their trouble, but they do reposition around the Roshan pit. And if they get an early respawn in 30 seconds, that would be fantastic.
Could line up perfectly for the side of Xtreme. They've got the vision to finally back this position up as well. Nice ward right outside the ramp area. So they can just take control here. And again, the lead for Aurora has all but dissipated to 2k now. Not that it was sizable anyway. It's down to what, maximum 5-6k lead for Aurora for most of this game. Dota Plus actually giving Xtreme Gaming a bigger chance to win at 65%. And again, it hasn't really swung fully for Aurora for most of this game, considering all those conditions. And as the game scales on, there's a lot of pressure on 23, a lot of pressure on Jabs to actually land some big vac walls as counter control, as their own initiations start off and try to burst down with flak and rebound into just the unleashed Marcy. Which is all easier said than done. Now you've got superior information, all the information in the world for DY with the full Ags up. To hit that point where Eyes in the Forest is just going to be there. Information on Roche, information on Smokes, information on Farm. DY is going to be able to spot everything out. And you do at least have some tree cutting with Ollie. You can Firefly through and break a lot of it down, but this is going to give a bit of an edge now to Xtreme as time goes on.
Roshan was a long timer, by the way, still 2 minutes away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Ollie has scattered out XXS. Thundergod's Wrath is going to be there, and Ollie will drag back the Mars, forcing the BKB up, but Ollie does now get caught in an arena. And that's going to be enough for Aurora to back up. So they'll kind of donate the Batrider away. They know now the arena and BKB of XXS is down, but are they going to be able to capitalize before they come back up?
They're just going to hug Roche. No arena, but everything else is up. They need to find an angle in. This time around, it would have helped to have a Lotus Pool ward. Quite have that info there.
They are still hanging around. Obviously, they do not allow Roshan to go their way for free. Again, Roshan is a long timer. Not that they know that. It seems like they will now realize Roshan is probably a long time away. Still about a minute, 10 seconds. So Xtreme Gaming, they will hang around the bot lane, but Aurora, they have kind of given up for now. They'll just retreat and get that farm going once again.
I mean, even if this just allows Xtreme to really solidify their position here. Again, you've got a tree with Ags. He's set up the Lotus Pool vision with a tree. He's got the forward vision with a ward and a little bit more with a tree as well. They've covered pretty much the main entry points into the Roshan, main approach angles for Roche. So they can kind of rest easy on the side of Xtreme. No worries. You do at least have the gem on jabs, so they can spot out quite nicely onto the trees. Just need to cut them. And again, with Ollie, cutting down trees shouldn't be an issue overall. 16 to 19, 43 minutes in. We finally managed to get game time longer than our pause time, Mike. So that's some good news, I guess.
Is it though, John? Is it?
It's an 18-minute game, if you consider that.
Yeah. Daedalus now completed on Q. So Q's got a hell of a lot of damage now on the Mastery available. Right in time for the Roshan fight, which is spawning in about 7 seconds. Aurora have made their way back around the area. Though, like you said, you have got a lot of eyes in the forest. XM gonna jump in. We'll see Laurenov. They want the Zeus straight away. Savage is fine for now. XM, however, still moving forward. Ollie does go down. Laurenov making his way out as now Savage getting caught out. Pops Satanic will try to go for the man fight, and the back wall is out. Ame still going for the fight against Savage. They will find the kill. They'll get the gyrocopter. Aurora, it does not look good for them in this team fight, as they are going to lose Q to boot. Jabs will go for a run. Jabs might just make it out, but XXS still chasing him down. Will have the blink in one. Looks like he will miss out on the darks here. But they have now officially got Roshan on their hands.
Yeah, they do a little bit more of a back and forth. You do lose 2 supports for that on the side of Xtreme. But you do manage to kill off Savage. And that's the big kill that makes the difference there. Again, the team fight's just a hell of a lot easier for Xtreme to kind of pull off in comparison to what Aurora can do. Unfortunately, without the supports, it doesn't feel like Xtreme is feeling too confident to force out the Roshan. No refresh, no double link for Ame available either. Can pull back and try to get that done now. Let's see. They are just taking control of the map while they can. Take a tier 2, maybe pressure into mid as well. Full butterfly up for Ame on top. No MKV coming out for Savage anytime soon just yet. So a little bit more of an edge in surviving against this high physical output of the Marcy and the Gyro. That's going to be a big boon for Ame. And that fight could have gone a lot worse for Aurora. Like, the reason XM jumped in was because he spotted Savage. It was not Laurenov. Laurenov was still under smoke. He moved in for Savage. He saw him at the edge of vision. Broke the smoke on Laurenov after and got him, but he was gunning for Savage.
Right. Well, there you go. I mean, Savage is still, you see in this team fight, tries his absolute best, but Static Link makes it so hard for him to survive and get any damage off. And well, speaking of damage, Jonathan, big news, Divine Rapier now available on 23 Savage.
It helps a lot. I don't know if that will help against the butterfly though. That's the concern. Ame has a butterfly. Even dodging a couple of those hits and still getting full use of Static Link, double Static Link, can still kind of remove that advantage.
Here we go again.
Kind of all in for
fight. XXS. Ollie does jump out, but a big arena. XXS! He's caught 3. Ollie and Jabs are gone. They'll buy back now. Savage, in the meantime, he cannot afford to die right now. This will be a huge disaster.
Oh, no.
And he is gone. Oh, there goes your Divine. How anticlimactic from Savage. Just dying straight off the bat with a Divine Rapier.
It feels so on brand for Southeast Asia, doesn't it, Mike?
Yeah, it does, John.
You get the 40-minute pause, the 46-minute game, the Divine trying to make the comeback in, and then you bought the Divine into a butterfly. I can't fault them. That was such a great angle for them to find on XXS and XM, that combination Arena into AoE Vortex. I mean, it's just perfection. Again, these team fights are just so much easier for Xtreme. With the coverage on your support, with the off-lane difference you have in terms of Arena team fight versus a back wall team fight, just ease of executions on Xtreme Gaming's end. They know there's no buyback in Savage, so there's no reason to pull back. You just take the high ground, take some racks. No worries, they still have the refresh ready on Ame as well. Get a secondary BKB used if need be, and they'll go for the end game. They are done with this 18-minute game.
But you got a Divine Rapier, John, why the hell not? Like, Savage doesn't have buyback, he's still down for 30 seconds. With the Divine up, they've definitely got the damage output here for the tier 4 towers at the very least, and I'm pretty sure Ame does not intend on giving this Divine Rapier back anytime soon. So onto the Ancient they go. XM going to make it hard for Laurent to survive. Will eventually go down, though you are lacking a creep wave. Ame? Oh, he's still going to try. I respect it, Ame. No, he won't.
No.
That's enough.
Yeah, Ame knows. We've seen this happen before in another long game. In a main stage TI game where they rush the Ancient through backdoor. Does not end well.
Shout out to
Xtreme Gaming will not want to repeat that. Yes. Will not want to try to replicate that. So play it safe. It's fine. They have the 31k lead. They know Savage is down one major item. He's going to need... He's down to brown boots as well, good old Savage.
Oh, good.
Not the best feeling in the world. Again, he's going to need an MKB on top of the Swift Blink. Doesn't really have the item slots left. I mean, he could eat the Ags, but that 1,400 gold he doesn't quite have. Roshan going the way of Xtreme. Free Ags upgrade as well. Nice Ags to give onto Ame to end this game. See if he'll be the one to pick it up. Should be. He will take it. So you do have the Eye of the Storm hitting the objectives. Double of Eye of the Storm now just so much more painful. Savage.
Bit of danger.
Savage.
I mean, he gets jumped. Spear is actually going to land on Savage. He won't pop the BKB quite yet. Does eventually get it off, but XM's just going to wait that one out casually as they do break the Lincolns with the Winter's Curse. Savage still trying to run, but now without a BKB up, he's looking pretty darn vulnerable as XXS will hold him down. Savage trying to get out, but here comes Big Bad Ame. And there you go. There goes your Gyrocopter. There goes your Darkseer. There goes your hopes for this game number 1 if you're an Aurora fan, because I think Xtreme Gaming have got this one, John. On to the Ancient they go again. They're not even going for the tier 2 tower.
No, who needs them? Who needs them? They know it's over. They've had enough. They've had half the
Ame's
time.
popping BKB. Look at the confidence here, John. Xtreme Gaming. They're just... They're sending a message to you, Jonathan Xtreme. Backdoor protection. Q gonna try and punish them. They will be unable to do so.
Come on. There you go. Backdoor. Doesn't matter when you've got double Eye of the Storm with Ags up. And Xtreme take a tasty game 1, managing to give us the game that was about as long as their pause time. And in great fashion. They must be feeling great to start off their Dreamleague 23 adventure that way, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic victory here for Xtreme Gaming here for game number 1. Geez, you're going to be feeling kind of bad if you're an Aurora player here, John. I mean, you pretty much led the whole game, and then you buy a Divine Rapier, and everything just kind of goes downhill.
Yeah, it's just a really rough time. And again, the lane set was actually really awkward from Aurora in the sense that, like, you were running like Marcy Darkseer instead of Batrider Darkseer, right? You weren't able to leverage that lane as much. At the same time, because of that early movement from Ame chasing Q instead of DY chasing Q, you were getting a little bit more from jabs in that lane initially as well, and he was managing to get that initial farm. It's just, as that game dragged on, you know, Aurora were trying to get the pickoffs, and they were trying to get aggressive there, but Xtreme were doing a great job in just playing it slow, farming up, trying to hit those points where they get double blinks in their supports. The fights were still a little bit awkward, but they knew as this game scaled on, you've got superior team fights, you've got a Razor into a physical core, you know, with a refresh build potentially coming out, you'll just outscale, and you have a lot of utility on Xtreme in comparison to Aurora. Aurora needed to win a lot faster. you didn't get that runaway start for Q as you'd see on SinQ, and the Marcy off to a slower start doesn't feel as threatening as say if it gets like a 12-minute BKB.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's a very interesting game here from Aurora for game 1, Jonathan. I'm sure they're going to have a lot to talk to each other about and see if we can reset for game number 2. But before all that, of course, we do have a break ready to go. So we're going to head over to that break and we'll be back with game 2 between Xtreme Gaming and Aurora. We'll see you soon.
Look closely. Something special is about to happen.
Prepare for battle.
That was unpleasant. Wait there. Yes, yes. The danger is this way. A pleasant sound. A worthy goal. But of course. Oh. I cannot refuse. Wait. Is there any doubt? Points away. Let's get to the point. Moving. At your disposal. Hold my wine skin. Like so. To the task at hand. Where does this lead? You know I... You have trouble now. An excellent choice. Something good this time. Fear not. An honorable path. Thank you. Come on, then. Yes. Rest assured. Is this wise for you?
Your top tower is under attack.
Is that a challenge? That's a head.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for game number 2 between Xtreme Gaming and Aurora. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell do you feel?
Feeling great. That was quite the slugfest there to watch. Of course, it doesn't help when you have a 14-minute pause into a 14-minute game, but Xtreme Gaming did have the patience to sit that one out and eventually get their timings up, find some team fights where they'd win out with a superior team fight lineup in comparison to Aurora. And Aurora took a major gambit. I think it kind of came down to Ame getting that last second butterfly into that next fight. The butterfly came in, Savage immediately bought a divine, but he couldn't even really get damage off. Like, he did get jumped first. He was chain controlled very early on in that fight with the Arena and the AoE Vortex in the last fight, but still, even if he did survive through, it feels like the divine might not have really helped with the Ame issue when he had a butterfly. Like 30% evasion is no joke. It would have cut off the damage coming in from Q as well. With double static link, there was a lot to play for Ame with that Razor. And again, the team fight ease of execution was on Xtreme Gaming. Aurora, it was much more into pickoffs. They were trying to gun for that early on, especially with Jabs going for this early Orchid, catching XM off by a couple of times, but it just doesn't scale into that late game position. Not up against the Razor, not up against the Winter Wyvern, the Mars, and the Train Protector that they had in Xtreme.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough affair for Aurora for game number 1. I mean, I just felt like they were leading the whole game, but just couldn't quite close it out. And yeah, I mean, the Divine Rapier, rather anticlimactic. You pick it up and you feed it away about 30 seconds later. Not exactly what you want to see. Makes me wonder if we should have Divine just allowing you to avoid evasion again. Just pierce evasion. I thought it was a nice change to Divine Rapier, Jonathan. I didn't like when they removed it.
I feel like it was too strong, but it feels like that should be the point of Divine anyway. So yeah. I don't know. It's very weird when you think about it. Maybe Divine should just cost more and just give it all of that stuff, make it the ultimate endgame. Who knows? But yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there for Aurora. Xtreme, though, played very well. There were a couple of fights that were shaky, but again, once they found their footing, they did manage to get hold. We aren't too far off from that game, too. Our draft should be ready in a moment, so we should be able to see how both teams adjust into that second game. Hopefully this time, no more pauses. I mean, we did sort those issues from game 1, so we shouldn't have those issues come into game 2 here.
I mean, we never know, John. Nobody ever said it was sorted. It just we just accepted it and moved on. Who knows? I mean, game 2 could be a whole new set of issues for us. Stay tuned.
5 seconds.
Could be. I mean, I don't want to set any records for a 2-game series, Mike. So
yeah.
We've already done that with best of 5. I think that's enough. We've done it on a main stage game. I think that's enough, Mikey. That's enough.
Is it though,
no
John?
More.
5 seconds.
Is it?
Yes. Yes, it is. Definitely is. Whoa, that's a lovely... Is that... Ooh.
That's a waffle,
a nice
Jonathan.
waffle. Oh, it's a lovely waffle. It looked nice.
Nothing on it, though.
I know.
Nothing was on it.
Maybe it's already a good waffle, I was going to say well seasoned, but I realized that sounded pretty wrong.
How do you season your waffle, John?
It's not raw. It's sugar. You season it with sugar. Maybe it's sweet enough. No, thank you. Let's see. He needs that energy after that long pause. We'll see. Nothing changing so far in the bans. Disruptor Bane being taken out by Aurora. Xtreme taking care of the Chen Shadow Demon. Take care of the Slaughter as well. Legitimately nothing changing in this first phase. So it looks like the adjustments will be in the picks. Aurora take care of last. I wonder if they're going to keep it 100% like last game. Maybe. I mean, stuff like first phase Timbersaw to be annoying. Maybe you want to take care of, say... I don't know if you're really concerned about use. Oh. That's fair, right?
Yeah, because it felt like last game they were forced to take it against Xtreme Gaming. This time around, they just don't want to have to deal with SynQ. And well, there you go. SynQ doesn't even give a crap. SynQ's just enjoying it all right now, apparently.
Yeah, I thought it was a bag of chips, a can of chips, but
I know exactly where that's from, chips. Jonathan.
Was that a drink? It looked like a chip. I have no clue.
I think it was a drink, Jonathan, but it doesn't matter now. SynQ's put it down. We're not sponsored by that company, John, right?
Yeah. I don't even know. I just thought it was a can of chips. There's something I do know. It's the Doom being picked up by Xtreme first. It's a very stable off lane for them to have here on Xtreme Gaming. Scale's nice. Lane's nice. You have a lot of ways to build it. Aurora will go into the Centaur very early as well, so picking a nice off lane here for Jabs. Lots of good combinations still left for Q. Something like Mirana could be something to consider. Rubik is the straightforward one. Bat Rider kind of works out as well if it is allowed to again from Xtreme's end. So I like the opening so far. Lots of ways to kind of just bring this around for Aurora and Xtreme. Good foundations for the draft on this first pick. Xtreme do take care of the Medusa. I'm wondering if they're just going to target out Savage at this point. See, stuff like Faceless Void is still there. Naga, the cheeky Terrorblade or Morphling as well, though maybe Morphling's less of a concern when you have a Doom. Could just leave that in and see.
One more ban for Xtreme Gaming, one more ban for Aurora. They'll get rid of the Hoodwink, which has, of course, been very, very popular thanks to Falcons.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of Hoodwink anyway, even before Wallachia, and something even in the qualifiers we're seeing it a lot. Pretty much throughout this, it feels like the year. This year it's just been a lot of Hoodwink. It's not been prioritized as much in, like, say, Wallachia, but it's still there. And I like that from Xtreme, taking care of like a Centaur Hoodwink lane, which is super annoying. Just easy stun setups. Q Hoodwink is also a really strong hero for him. But that does leave in stuff like the Rubik, stuff like the Bat Rider that we were talking about. So those options are still there for Aurora as well. See what they'll take care of now in their bans. I'm wondering if they really care about that teamfight control from the supports, like the Tree and the Winter Wyvern. I don't think they're top tier bans, but it still kind of fits into Xtreme's draft if they want to play around with the support duos.
We shall see. Aurora, they're still having a pretty deep think about this one. Conversations being had once again. They'll get rid of the Lifestealer this time around, just not wanting that LS against the Centaur lane, I'm sure. As you see, Sunby and Jabs are constantly kind of going back and forth here about this drafting. Shout out to Sunby, by the way. Jonathan couldn't help but notice he did grow out his hair a little bit in his kawaii stage at the moment. Very, very nice.
So wide.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think it's kawaii. I think it's just cool. It's a cool look. It's not a kawaii look. Do you not have a sense of style? No, it's like, like anime guys when they grow their hair out, you don't call them cute. You call them cool. Right? Like
I don't call anime guys cute
vicious.
regardless of what their hair looks like, John.
Then why do you call him kawaii?
Well, he's not an anime guy, is he, Jonathan? Right?
Yeah, but it's the hairstyle.
And pronounce it correct. It's kawaii, Jonathan, not kawaii. Aurora, a second pick to be made. You sound very offended. That was a very, very long silence from John Xfire. Aurora, they'll go for the Enchantress. You don't like when I correct you about Japanese culture, huh?
No, because kawaii is also like, I mean, it's the essence is there. It's like, I don't know. None of us is pronouncing. No, none of us are pronouncing it right, but it is what it is.
I'm pretty shy.
You're free to say what you want. You did not do it. You tried. Planks does come out for Xtreme, which can make short work of the Inch with the army, and just, I guess your Shard can kind of come in handy here as well. I mean, for Aurora, when they pick the Inch, I always just think of Q on Inch. Inch Centaur lane's pretty alright for chasing down. Pretty decent in early trading as well. You could go double Centaur if you get a good creep camp. Xtreme will go into the Clockwork very early on, which does lead into a really nice lane. Like this Clockwork Clinks lane can be really devastating. They want to run it this way on Xtreme, just early isolation onto the Inch. Lots of damage to play with, even at level 1. Level 2 is going to be a big spike for them on Xtreme. And Nature's Attendance 1 is not going to save you here on Q. So you can kind of try to run down here quite nicely in the laning phase for Xtreme. For Aurora, I mean, they do know their off-lane matchup now at the very least. They can start to plan for their core face-off in terms of scaling or trying to deal with his Clinks if they are concerned. Mind you, there is still flex for the Clinks on Xtreme. I'm assuming it's pause 1, but you could always run it pause 4. Clink's Doom lane might not be the most synergistic, but you can just pull waves and kind of farm, I suppose, if need be.
Oh. Dark Willow will make its appearance. Aurora, they had a very long think about that one. In fact, they've only got 7 seconds of reserve time left to make the rest of this draft work. 2 more cores to be picked up here by Aurora. Savage and Lorinov, neither one really showing their hand quite yet.
5 seconds remaining.
It's interesting with Aurora's picks because these are what I think of when I think of old Talon and 60-minute games into 80-minute games and Q carrying the game. Dark Willow and Enchantress are kind of those tools. Heck, didn't we see a 23 Savage Dark Willow game sometime in the past? I do recall that, and I do recall way too many defensive items. We're not going to get a core Dark Willow this time around. I think pros have gotten over that. At the very least, they go with a Viper, which should be our Lorinov hero on mid, and there's the easy answer. There it is.
Yeah.
This is peak gameplay right here.
Ame literally smiled as soon as they chose Viper. Like, they knew what they were going to do. It was like, look at these guys chose Viper like it matters. Amazing.
They get sniped. Now, mind you, it's not the easiest sniper game to be protected. You've got Stampede. Literally everyone can just run at you here on Xtreme side. So Aurora does have some decent answers to try to get that jump into the back line. But at the very least, you have a Clockwork that can try to cut off. You've got pretty beefy heroes in Clockwork Doom. So you can kind of just keep stalling out there. Interesting that Aurora banning out the Morphling now up against Xtreme as well. It does lane kind of nice into the Centaur. I'm wondering what Xtreme will go for. Like, Luna into Centaur can be a little bit more awkward. Gyrocopter is certainly a choice here for Xtreme if they want to take that away from Aurora and pick it up themselves. Could be the way to go, as Centaur generally doesn't like getting retaliate, but when you're up against Gyrocopter, you have to. So it stalls out your huge magical nuking potential with more typical in a free lane, like a 2-3-0 build or 1-3-1. Gyrocopter kind of forces you to go 1-2-2 at the least, sometimes 1-1-3 if the harassment's that high. Again, assuming some flex here for Xtreme on the Clinks, or covering all their bases, taking care of the Grimstroke as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, final ban out. Xtreme Gaming. Still looking for a Savage ban. Now, even I'm sitting here wondering what Savage could pick up to kind of answer what his draft requires now. They'll get rid of the Void as well. Another good kind of jump for the back line. And Xtreme could also just... I know you kind of already pointed out that Luna isn't amazing again. In fact, never mind. Luna, we've got Bristleback, John. How could we forget?
That's an interesting one to make. You pick the Bristle into Viper. Mind you, you're not laning into Viper at the very least. Unless Lorinov plays mid Centaur, which you really don't want to. You don't even want to consider that up against a sniper. It's just not something you should do. You really don't. You really don't.
Do it.
I mean, it never feels good when you max retaliate in Centaur. That's the problem. It sucks. You can't push. You can't do as much. The Monkey King does give you some good vision here on Aurora. You have some tie into your team fight with Hoof Stomp and the Brambles coming out from Q. You have decent laning presence into a Doom as well. So that can kind of line up quite nicely here for Aurora. For Xtreme, it's hard to not like this draft on Xtreme. You've got minus armor synergy with Sinkyu and Ame. You've got really big front line to hold out for the Sniper and the Bristle, Doom, even the Clockwork. They can easily create a nice barrier to just keep XM protected from the Stampede. And this can snowball fast in Xtreme, especially if Ame has a good time. Like, Bristleback into a Centaur lane is just really good for Bristle. It's a melee matchup. You're just going to squill away. Jabs can go for the magical build overall. You know, like that 1-3-1 build. He doesn't need to go retaliate. At the same time, the Bristle shouldn't be too threatened. It all comes down to how well Q and Jabs can kind of try to get their double stuns on. But I don't expect Ame to be under too much pressure. DY should be trying to cut off Q every single time anyway, with Battery Assault and the Cogs to just create some zoning to create a 1v1 lane for Xtreme to play off of. I think for Aurora, my big question mark coming into this one is really the Sniper and Viper lane for Lorinov. Like, how much can you really do up against XM? Again, first 2 levels into Sniper should be kind of fine. But once Take Aim is picked up, you can kind of create that spacing for XM, get some free harass. You don't necessarily want to go into your corrosive skin too deeply for Lorinov to dissuade XM, but you might have to invest a little bit more to just prevent the Sniper from trying to run you down. The rotations as well from Xtreme are a little bit stronger. Like you've got Clockwork and the Flinks. There is a lot of early damage that can come in. Sure, Aurora isn't too shabby with like an Ench rotation with creeps, and even a Dark Willow can kind of help set up, but I feel like the threat from Xtreme is pretty damn high. Again, so much protection in front for the Sniper. Aurora have to make these lanes work. Like they have to get this Enchantress Monkey King lane off to a really good start, and you have to ensure Jabs is not just going to allow Ame to reach critical mass very early on that bristle. Like an early Ags into just a Voodoo Mask is going to be devastating for the side of Aurora.
It absolutely is. We do have game number 2 now officially underway between Xtreme and Aurora. See how this one works out. I mean, these drafts are very different. I still feel like I like what Xtreme's got here with their own drafters. They're going to run right into DY, but everyone backs their way out. Everyone's fine.
Just going for it.
Pretty good
early
stuff.
It really is. It really is. I'll just kind of find it somewhat funny that it's just into warding, but it is very epic. Yeah. It is very. Oh, they got the ward. There you go.
That was pretty epic.
The air horns get me every time. Just if I had a soundboard control, I would blast those air horns so often, like you would kill me. You would kill me. If we were next to each other, you would murder me. Live on air.
Yeah, I probably. Alas, we don't have that, thankfully. Well, you kind of do. I did buy you one of those things, didn't I?
Yeah, but I can't play it on stream. I mean, I could, but...
All right, it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Well, what do you mean you can? Can you actually play it on the stream, John?
I theoretically could connect my microphone into a program that can play soundboards onto my output, and I could theoretically program my Stream Deck to do that, but I feel like that is, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I'd never, I guess. In some parallel universe, I have, and I'm not casting. So there you go.
Okay. Mid lane. XM against Lauren. The Viper versus Sniper matchup. The matchup we've been waiting for, John. This is the big one. It seems like nothing's going to happen. XM probably is going to be okay.
Yeah. You go level 1 Nether Toxin, clear out the wave. XM does go for the headshot instead of shrapnel. Just wanted to farm. It does have Take Aim. And there's the high-end gameplay with the quacks coming out from XM. But yeah, this is probably the more passive lane unless someone really missteps. Double range, should just be farming. Rotations are the big one there. Seeing a little bit of a chase on the bot lane. XXS looking for the pullback. Just wants some free EXP. While SinQ is the one battling away. Not much that Ollie can really do with the level 1 Nature's Attendants to stop that. At the very least, it will force a lot of regen out onto XXS. But the waves will still meet, and they are going to be able to get their EXP as they'd wanted to. You'll have to respect SinQ's harassment though. Like Savage is already around half HP, just from a couple of tar bombs coming out. Is fairly annoying to deal with, but they are giving each other space to soak up how they'd want to here down bot.
Well, they certainly are, at least for now. What about that top lane? I mean, you've got Ame on the Bristleback with DY, on the Clockwork against Jabs and Q on the Dark Willow and the Centaur respectively. It seems like it's probably going to be a pretty decent kind of farming lane here for Ame as well. Obviously, as the levels do go up, you can start to think about getting aggressive, but for now, it seems like they're more than happy just farming. And well, for Aurora, they're actually just pulling waves away once again. So not really looking to... Not really sure what Q was doing there, because now he's got the range creep stuck to the large cap.
Has been killed.
Not the greatest situation here for Jabs, I don't think.
Not ideal, but you are still going to get some EXP going here for Jabs. You are giving a fairly free lane out to Ame. They're not even contesting that Bristle. They know it can get overwhelming if they start to get cut off with DY. Now that he has level 2 with a Cogs and a Battery Assault, they can play Isolation. Level 2 Quilts are up now as well for Ame. He has a lot more damage playing in. And again, just steady lanes. The only tough lane right now for Xtreme is that bot lane, which is slower going for XXS. But beyond that, you're having a fantastic time right now for XM and Ame that you don't really care. It's the Doom lane anyway for XXS. Like, he can just end up playing Devour, even going back with Midas on Q anyway. So he knows he's going to be the one recovering in this game.
Meanwhile, back to that mid lane, XM still having a great old time here. Of course, Lorinov can't really press the advantage on the Viper. And it's kind of one of the things I didn't really like about the draft of Aurora this game around, right? Like, Lorinov was doing pretty damn good on that mid Zeus. A bit more of an active hero per se. But now on the Viper, it does almost feel a little bit more passive, doesn't it?
That does. Like, there's not much you can really do. You're just going to be camping here, farming, and that's exactly what the sniper wants anyway. He's allowed to go for the headshot take aim build without the shrapnel. So full on focus on farm down bot, XXS.
Yeah, XXS, he might just be dead, and he will be. 23 Savage, able to secure the kill with that level 2 Jingu Mastery. Zioli with the enchant making it quite hard for the Doom to run away, and well, Xingqiu, he can't really do much if they do make that jump. Top lane in the meantime, looks like there's going to be some more action now as they do jump DY. But with Ame's presence around the area, I don't think you can really commit.
No. It's a little bit too much. Like, Bullstar is still there. You have a healthy amount of mana on Ame. He's got the ring up, along with a Lotus on hand for some pocket mana. They are still applying some decent pressure, but not enough to really shove Ame away.
Ame just kind of showing how confident he is with the Healing Lotus and the one charges available on the Bristle. On the bright side for Aurora, I mean, both safe laners are farming extremely efficiently right now, so neither safe lane really struggling whatsoever. The thing is, though, as a Bristleback, you tend to come online a lot faster, and I dare say the Bristleback's a bit scarier than the Monkey.
I'd agree. You do have a natural source of a break, at the very least, on the Viper, so you do have that to kind of deal with the Bristleback. But at the same time, I don't think Ame cares too much about the Viper anyway. It's really, maybe just the job of XXS or XM to make his game a little bit more awkward on Lorinov. And it already is. He's trying to jungle. XXS is actually trying to scout it out, which is fascinating. He's leaving that bot lane entirely. He's taking some nice EXP away. Might be able to steal a couple of creeps, actually, if you wanted to. Cheeky.
Very cheeky indeed. Yeah, XXS being very annoying here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, top lane, jump is there. Ame dropping very, very low. Still able to walk away, though, as now the turnaround is here. Savage is caught in a very awkward position, and he is gone. Ooh. That's another big kill to go the way of Xtreme.
Yeah, just great reads out from Xtreme. Savage with the early rotation doesn't really pan out. Ame is low, but he does get a tango with the tree plant as well. He's going to be able to regen back quite nicely. Still has full mana, has full arcanes. Very close to picking up his Ogre Axe, and is lined up for that 6-minute Lotus as well. No problems here.
Ame, they're going to try again. They've already got him quite low. Ame going to try and survive through it. Actually gets a lot of quills off here. Still running towards the tree line. Actually makes it in the fork, but does go down. Jab's about to drop with him, but does barely is able to walk out of there just fine. And Q,
XM
just trying to protect his DY, getting rather aggressive, but XM has shown up, and that'll be a double. XM, very nice rotation on the sniper, and not something you quite expect to see from a mid sniper, but he did find a haste rune for himself.
That's the one rune you really want for a sniper to start moving across the map. Does work out. I love XM's build as well. He goes 2-2-2. Has the shrapnel points as well to clear out waves, to apply some soft pressure onto Lorinov in lane. Doesn't have the assassinate, but has the skill point saved up in case he sees an opportunity. Sniper is starting to be a little bit of an issue. Down bot are trying to be aggressive onto XXS.
Oh, they want Savage
kind of have to be concerned about.
Savage will get away. Ollie's the one to get punished instead, so I suppose you're quite thankful that Savage does not get caught a second time. But man, the sniper rotations, they're really just panning out very nicely here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. And even now a bottom tier 1 tower under siege here with XM.
Yeah, just a quick shove. They managed to snipe away Savage's courier as well, so they know he's still hanging in the area. Can they cut the right tree? Oh, they do!
Oh, they do! Savage. Oh, no! Savage gets taken down another time. Still level 5 here on the MK. compared to the level 6.5 of Arme, this is not a good start. This is not a good start for Aurora.
No, absolutely not what you're looking for here.
Arme? Maybe they can find Arme. That's a good trade here for Aurora. They kind of make it work.
Yeah, and they get the punishment they want in the Bristol. He already has the 1 Ogre Axe up, so it's like 3 parts away. 2,200 gold away, 2,300 really. And should be able to start to shove in top. This is what you need to get done. You need to open up the map a little bit more. They've got forward vision onto that top jungle as well to keep that punishment. And they should be able to find us with no contest. Xtreme pretty slow on the rotation in, although SinQ is making his way down there. At this point, it feels like SinQ is the core with the levels he's got. See if they've managed to find the angle in.
He's looking around.
Oh,
Gonna place the sentry though. They'll find him out. The Clink's now being caught with his pants down, and SinQ, no choice but to fight, but will go down. Very nice sentry placement, just realizing SinQ was probably hanging around this area.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's the snipe they need, and that should fully open up the siege on the tier 1. No defense to come out here for Xtreme. But again, you're allowing Ame to just take that jungle just for a little bit longer. Has a couple of stacks. You haven't contested XM. Has his Dragon Lance up. But they are starting to play as a group here on Aurora. Just again, playing where they have vision. Trying to prevent that mass buildup on Xtreme. Xtreme's still slowly moving forward though, but we'll at least take care of the ward. This is a lot of space, more so for XXS. Again, he had a slower lane on that Doom. Poke shot forward.
Yeah, they got jabs. Stampede will be popped. Jabs will just run his way out as now Q will move in onto SinQ, but they're going to realize the sniper is around. They don't really want the fight while XM is just standing there in the back, just hitting everybody. And I suppose you're just more than happy that everyone gets out of there scot-free. Just costs you a little bit of a stampede. And I don't think Xtreme really mind too much either, quite frankly, John. I mean, like you said, XXS is still farming freely here down to the bottom lane, and of course everyone else is farming pretty freely as well on the side of Xtreme.
Yeah, you've got space for Ami to hit that Ags timing. The Midas for XXS isn't too far off, so you can start to recover even faster. Again, even SinQ is basically a 4, with how much he farmed the lane and how much XXS was the one rotating. So the early levels, early Orchid timing for SinQ is going to be massive in terms of opening up some of these fights for the side of Xtreme. Aurora, for their part, they still need so much more farm, right? Like, you're looking at Blade Mail, Blink for jabs. You're going to look at 23 going for the full Gleipnir. Florinoff, they do manage to get the good dust onto SinQ.
They do. SinQ, he did run right into the sentry wards earlier, so they knew exactly where he was and used the dust flow to really be able to catch up to it.
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, a nice pick off here for the side of Aurora, but they are giving away the mid-tier 1 tower for this. Like, XM's literally just standing there while his siege creep is still hitting the other siege creep. And that tier 1 tower, it's basically just as good as gone. Like, that siege creep should have its way with it.
Yeah. Not really going to be held off. They'll deny it at the very least. They will find that. But the map space opening up for Xtreme is the big takeaway here. You should be able to maybe start to invest a little bit more on the triangle. Try to take that away from the side for a couple of stacks being built up there on the Ancients. But doesn't feel like the highest priority. What they really just want is Ami to free farm. And he is. Again, 1 part away from full Ags. You get a Voodoo Mask on top. You're pretty happy there. On the Bristol, you might need 1 defensive item. Ideally, something to just stop the break from the Viper. But once you have that up, you're, again, in pretty much set to just start to run down, along with that Orchid timing for SinQ, which has stalled from his death. He's trying on jabs, but this is the tankiest target here.
It does have the Stampede available if he needs to pop it anyway. Still hanging around that top lane. Like, they've brought DY here now as well. Still looking for that Centaur, but Jabs is certainly just completely fine. I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned if you're Aurora. The speed at which Arme and XM have farmed is quite concerning. Again, I think the power spike at the Bristol is going to be a huge problem. As much as 23 is trying to farm the best he possibly can on the Monkey King, I just feel like the power spikes from Xtreme Gaming do come a lot faster. And well, Arme now does officially have enough gold for that Aghanim Scepter. So now things get a little bit scary if you are Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, that timing's just devastating. That Bristol back active is just way too much burst damage. You've got full Mask of Madness lining up as well on XM with a Dragon Lance. So you can just blast away. Level 3 headshot on top of that. Like, it's not going to be easy. They'll try, but they miss out on XXS.
Yeah, they certainly do. XXS just casually walks out of there. No problems here for the Doom. And I mean, that's theoretically the easy core kill right now in Xtreme game. He is still struggling when it comes to the net worth, but well, I say he's struggling, Jong, and he's only 200 gold behind Savage.
Yeah. I mean, it's the power of Devourer and Midas. You know, XXS, he was given a lot of space down bot. They were focusing up top, trying to pressure Ame, trying to get that tier 1. It's a good minute or two for XXS. Just really farm up, working onto a very fast BKB timing now on this Doomed front line. Again, you're happy with a moderate pace here from Xtreme. For the side of Aurora, it's still about recovery, still about that build-up. You've got Lorinov trying to go into a Hurricane Fire just to reposition, maybe get a chase down going for himself. That Gleipnir for Savage, we don't even have the Mjolnir fully done, although it is at least fairly close to speed up that farm speed. But it just doesn't feel like anyone can connect to these supports, right? No one can really play it on Aurora. Whereas for Xtreme, and they're going out with a smoke on XM and on DY. Just one hook shot into just shrapnel, take aim. It's going to be pretty easy to find a few targets if they do manage to line them up here.
They're looking. Oh, and Savage is the closest target they have to them. Savage is in the tree line right now. They'll head towards Q instead. Q hiding behind a tree, seemingly realizing they are on the way. And it seems as though nothing's really going to come out of this. They'll get an Arcane Rune for XM, but that's going to be really just about it for Xtreme. They'll get a few deeper wards around the mid lane, but no kills to come out of it. I mean, you are still having XM and Ame just free farming the whole time anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Ame's going to go for the shards up next to have that the hairball available, and that's going to be very annoying to play against.
Again, a little bit more damage, a little bit more chase potential, blink disabling as well for these chases. For Aurora,
top tower is under attack.
it's so hard to say what timing they're looking for. It feels like the Gleipnir for Savage has to be it, along with a blink of jabs. Like, these two things have to line up into control. Down bot, they're still lining up here though.
What?
How did that?
It was off the mark, Jonathan. DY did kind of mess that one up, I think. Maybe expecting a bit of a jump out from the Monkey King, but it is, you know, it's fine. Sometimes you get a little bit mixed up with this MK in the tree line.
It happens. He did turn into a tree on the tree line. He did dodge that assassin quite nicely. So, managed to stall for time. Again, Aurora just needs some recovery here. It's the side of Xtreme that wants to play fast pace with that Ags up on Ame. All the items they have up on XM. Do have that blink up on Jabs with a blade mail, so smoke out now for Jabs and Ollie. See if they find a flank here. Does feel like they'll need a +1, but level 3 double edge is a ton of damage here. Oh, XM's pretty far out by himself.
He is. They are wrapping around, but XM, he kind of seems to realize they are coming, so he's out of there again. Very, very nice. And Aurora, I mean, this smoke just really amounts to nothing. They'll head back into the mid lane. They'll find an invis rune for themselves, so I suppose they could keep trying for a kill. Obviously, a kill would probably lead into that mid-tier 1 tower, so they'd be very happy with one, but nothing's really going to come. They'll get a scan off eventually onto the clockwork, but it's already too late.
Yeah. Not the ideal target to jump anyhow. I feel like you still can defend on the side of Xtreme with a clockwork down. Just throw the Doom forward with the Bristol back. You've already got the Voodoo Mask up on Ame, so some lifesteal already on hand for the Quill spam. BKB for XXS, not too far off. Going into the blink next. I don't know if this stall game really does you any favors on Aurora. Like, you don't have any choice but to stall, but it doesn't feel comfy. Full Orchid spin up on Sin Q. He can look for the pickoffs now as well. Basically a secondary core. Jabs.
You're going to go for the silence out onto him. Doom out as well. Jab's going to get forced after away by Q, but the hook shot is out from DY. Still blocked by Q, though. Jabs, however, still just stuck in the tree line, is going to go down. So they might find DY, and they will eventually, but now the problem is how you get away from Ame. As Ollie will drop. Q looking pretty down dead himself, and... well, at the very least, Lorinov does not get caught. He just pops the invis and just looks at them and does not dare try to hit anyone.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Savage just gets his Gleipnir out now. Was up a little bit earlier. They could have taken a more aggressive position to try to contest. Roshan now being taken by Xtreme with a bristleback early on. Doesn't take too long for this to just get melted away with the damage they have. And Aurora, they can play. They've got Stampede ready. They've got Wukong to try the follow-up fight. They know Doom's down. It just falls a little bit too quick. Xtreme all of a sudden find themselves 7k up. All the core is having a fantastic time. XXS, after a pretty atrocious time, is now in the top 3 as well, joining his teammates in terms of net worth, managing to maximize Devour and Midas. Just leave the Doom AFK farming. This is what happens.
I mean, why not? The Xtreme Gaming just making it work. Here we go. Ollie going to get caught out here, and Ollie just getting completely blown up by Arme, though the Centaur does actually stun Arme up for a moment, so Arme now going to find himself in danger. They will find Xingqiu already, and they do get the Aegis of the Bristleback. Here come the Wukong's command. XM gonna stand back on the low ground. Meanwhile, XXS taking down Jabs. Here comes Arme. Onto Lorinov they go. The Hook holding down Lorinov for a moment, but he will just TP out, and he will be just fine. Savage will walk his way out as a bounty rune, and he's going to be just fine to boot. So not the worst team fight. You do get the Aegis and a Clinks for your trouble, but it does cost you quite a bit in Jabs.
Yeah, losing Jabs is pretty big. At the same time, the Centaur, he's already got Blink Blade Mail. That's enough to play with for now. You would want more armor, but you're happy and just trying to take these tools away from Xtreme. Xtreme hasn't hit critical mass yet, though. Again, there's like the Bloodstone for Ame. There's maybe a Linken's that he's going to need just to stop that break from coming out from Lorinov. So probably wants that Linken's as well. But again, you've got XM going for full damage, going into the Chrysalis, into his own Linken Sphere up. You've got the Blink finally up in XXS now as well. So Blink Initiation to follow through from the Clockwork, relieving some pressure in DY on top of that. They are still hanging around this top area. I mean, this is where they've got vision on Aurora. He will back off rather early, leaving Savage by himself. Not that he's under a major threat anyhow. Again, like as this game drags on, I don't really consider this that much better for Aurora in a late game sense. I still feel like even at the late game, Bristleback is still going to be pretty annoying here, especially if multiple Linkens start coming in and they just slowly stack them up on Ame after every pop. Like he will just be well protected if they have at least 2 Linkens up. You've got the sniper in the back line, who again, you could try to rush in with Stampede, but XM has been positioning himself very conservatively in a lot of these fights, and he has been joining in a little bit later in comparison. And I'm just not sure what you really expect from Lorinov here. Like, he could try to consider the level 25 timing of Viper, but that feels way too far out. Full Bloodstone that we've been talking about for Ame is up. One more tool to just play up front like a maniac. No, like Aurora can't force anything, but stalling out also just does not feel great.
It certainly does not. Xtreme, they're just building up more and more. I mean, they could not give a crap at all about us playing a slow game. 7-10, 11k advantage Xtreme's way. No stress in the world here to try and do anything on their end of things. Now there's a full Bloodthorn available on Xingqiu. So matters are only getting worse and worse here for Aurora. And Savage desperately just trying to get towards his own BKB on the Monkey King, but there's going to be a smoke now from Xtreme. They'll play off the Bloodthorn. Heading down towards the bottom lane. There is, of course, a T2 tower standing, so they can head straight towards that if they don't find any heroes. I don't think they're really too concerned about losing a fight here, but there is going to be a counter smoke from Aurora. They do actually wrap around XXS for now. Savage going to find him out. XXS has not seen them yet, so Jab's going to jump in. The Doom, though, gets his BKB off in time. Hookshot in the meantime does actually end up missing as the Doom has been committed onto Lorinov. Meanwhile, Jabs is already gone on the Centaur. Lorinov, he's looking pretty down as well. Lorinov is down to boot. Savage has been caught out by Arme, and he's got nowhere to go. Arme just turns his back and takes him down. Full team wipe for Xtreme Gaming. And it really just wasn't even close.
No. I mean, the Doom is not the target you want to get jumped by first. Jabs gets good stun. The follow through is just a little bit too slow with that Terrorize coming out. And he had enough time for the BKB, which means he had enough time to pop Doom. And again, you're in a good position for Xtreme to just stand outside of Wukong's with all of your ranged heroes. And you really don't care on Ame. If you don't manage to get the Viper Strike off with that Doom, then Ame is just free to play his game. Like that's just how Bristleback is. You need that break. Without that break, you don't find it. Again, that quick BKB from XXS really enabled that fight.
Certainly did a pretty hard fight here to take for the side of Aurora if you can't just blow up that Doom immediately. And you're kind of seeing Savage against Ame, and I mean, Ame just stood there. He just literally did not care. Just turns his back, says, hit me as much as you want. And you're looking at the face of a man who just maybe has lost all hope, John, in this game too.
No, that's the face of a man who has to play against Bristleback. And Q will be punished at the least.
Yeah. Well, that's nice.
That feels like the only kill they've been finding every single time. It's been Sin-Q overextending on this support, quote-unquote, support Clinks that has eclipsed jabs and farm, by the way. Not too far off from Savage, only 1k behind, which is concerning, to say the least, here for the side of Aurora. But this is the reality of their game. They went with Viper as the counteraction to the Bristle, and well, they didn't even go for the Viper as the counter answer. They picked the Viper first, and then Xtreme last pick a Bristleback. So yeah, it's a rough go. Sanja off on Ame, into the Kaya, into a Yule, just dance around him. XM going for, again, that Lincoln into the full Daedalus. He's going to have a fun time in the back. No Conda shenanigans. They do want to win on Xtreme's end.
It's fair.
Unfortunately.
No, they are just playing very, very clean here, Xtreme Gaming. Nothing of concern for their end of things. It just feels like the game's getting worse and worse for Aurora. It's back to the farm game here for Savage. What is it, John?
I think the theoretical ultra late game scenario for Aurora can be better, but it's on the support scaling. Like if Q gets one of those games again where he gets Ags, Parasma, Moonshard, and then you have Ollie with at least the Hurricane Pike, and maybe a little bit more attack speed plus Dragonlance. Theoretically, your late game scaling is there on top of like a Universal Viper and a Monkey King with more items. It can get there, but when you're looking at 16k deficit, it's very hard to kind of see that happening. But it is there.
I like your optimism, John. That's why we pay you the...
Oh, it's not optimism, it's copium. It's cope. It's cope analysis. That's what I go into, and it's like this. You're like, all right, in a very ideal scenario where they team wipe 2 times in a row, what are you looking at here for Aurora? And you're like, yeah, this, and this.
There might be a team wipe coming right now, John, but I'm not sure if it's for Aurora. It's in Q. Gonna fight 23
no,
Savage is getting deleted right now. Does manage to get away with the Stampede, but Jabs is gonna give his own life away, and Savage is still not out of the woods yet either. Still burning down to XXS. He will continue to just jump and actually makes it out. Meanwhile, they do find DY. DY trying for a rocket flare from the grave. Ame, in the meantime, will go on to Ollie. And Q does get caught. Ollie, he's also down. Ame with the ult, just making sure.
You gotta love how many blasts it was from XM to just delete Q. That was classic sniper gameplay. Like, what, 4 hits? With the take aim active, I believe. It felt like, maybe even without the take aim, it didn't feel like it was that slow. It looked decent to start for Aurora. A little bit scattered out from Xtreme. The support's going a little bit ham, but they managed to isolate again. Lorinoff, again, not able to get the Viper Strike off onto Ame. And it just goes southbound. You can't break Bristol. You can't take that fight. You can't take that fight, and you really can't do anything here.
I mean, the least Lotus does save from Jabs. You saw 23 Savage barely able to get out thanks to the Lotus Orb usage of the Centaur, but again, I mean, you kind of just lost everyone else anyway. It just didn't really seem to matter too much as Aurora actually grouping up once again. Roshan has begun here for Xtreme. They are going to run into DY. DY actually is going to break the smoke here on the Clockwork. They do get the Clockwork. In fact, they might even find Sin-Q now. Sin-Q being caught out, Sin-Q's gone. So Roshan walk... XM TP's in, and so does XXS. They will just run right at the side of Aurora as 2 heroes against 5. Meanwhile, Ame trying to cut off anyone else from the Roshan pit. Savage is still dying, hoping for tonight. Does manage to get one off. Very, very nice. XXS will hand the tip over. And everyone else does make it out. For now.
Yeah, they get away with the objective they want. You are starting to reel a little bit of that network back for the side of Aurora. Again, SinQ is basically equivalent to a core kill at this point. So every single kill SinQ gives out is pretty massive swing. That is very worthwhile for Aurora to find. They do actually manage to bail out Q as well. So we're minimizing losses. They kind of need to play this way on Aurora. Keep punishing this Clinks who keeps overextending with the clockwork. You constantly pin him down, and that's how you feed your gold back in. They've managed to make it so that SinQ is now behind Jabs at the least, so it's not as bad, but they are still ready to hunt here on the side of Xtreme.
The jump is there. They're going to find SinQ once again. XM is around to help this time, and he'll go right after Ollie. Poor old Ollie just dying from a mile away. Now Jabs needs to run. XM still a scary, scary sniper. 4-star forward, the hook shot from DY. Going to catch another straggler. Q is gone. XM is now godlike on the sniper. In fact, Savage is still trying to run away from XXS. And does make it out for now. But XXS is still looking for the chase down. Looks like he'll give up.
Yeah, it does provide that opportunity to start sieging here. Onto that tier 2. Ame, no contestation here to stop him. They've got the Ags up now as well on DY, so the rocket flare spam is up. Just a lot more utility coming in from the clockwork this time around. 14 to 20k lead. And we talked about this theoreticals on the sniper. It doesn't feel like they're able to use Stampede aggressively at all in Aurora. They're not able to jump XM. You know, they take these scattered fights, they want to kill off the Clinks like we've been talking about, and they do find them. They find some pressure, but XM's around, he's got the Daedalus, he's got the output. He's going for Butterfly next. He's an absolute machine gun of a sniper right now. It's an issue, having all of this backline on Xtreme, and having all of the front line to cover it. Again, like, you try to reach the sniper, you've got to go through a Doom and Bristle, which is not particularly pleasant time to try to run through that in the first place. It's just Savage. A series of challenges.
Oh, Savage. Oh, they can't reach.
Oh,
they could not reach. It is a level 2 hookshot from DY. Just can't quite get in range for it. Unfortunate. But very fortunate for Aurora, because they would hate to lose Savage again. Speaking of the Devil, Savage now creeping up with his team, looking for a fight as XXS already takes down Oli. On the other side of the map, mind you. Ame's actually just in the, was in the Radiant base, now queuing up back towards his team. His Jab's gonna pop the Stampede, trying to run away, but losing all his HP to XM. Jab's barely able to walk out, but here come the cavalry. He'll still be able to blink away just in the nick of time. It's Xtreme Gaming. They'll get away with the Oli kill. Nobody else from Aurora will stick around long enough. In fact, hold that thought, because the hook shot is going to be out and does land onto Q. The rocket flare barely giving vision onto the Dark Willow. And now Ame, he can move on to that tier 3 bottom town.
Yeah, he has no concerns at all. Creep waves coming up. XM's in the area to help with his push. Aurora, they don't have many options. They will find SinQ again, at the very least. That's a BKB from 23, though. He's not able to fully commit for that tower. XXS. Savage? Yeah.
It wasn't worth talking about, John. Bottom lane.
Nah.
Oh, mate. Oh,
Heat gameplay.
Yeah, this is great. Mate, he's just going to fountain dive him. I mean, why the hell not? This game's over. The game is looking... Oh, Ame? Oh, hold on a minute. Ame, you may be looking to prove me wrong straight off the bat here, John. Gets cursed up, gets held down, but still finds a kill. May just find another. In fact, here comes 23 Savage trying to take him down. Savage! GG. They've had enough. I think the message has been sent.
That it has. Xtreme with a crisp game number 2 here in our 2-game series. You managed to clean up quite nicely with his bristleback last pick, along with a sniper pickup as well. And everything in their draft just connecting together. This Doom opener providing a lot of space for you to play around in the draft. Aurora, where it went wrong, really, it feels like it was that Viper pickup for Lornock. They picked the Viper really early. It did not work.
Okay, well, look, John, we do need to throw a break, so we'll head to break and we'll be right back with our next series.
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the start.
Dreamleague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for our second series of the night. Of course, it is MLP Dota on John X5. Jonathan, before you do go on, of course, there was a slight emergency happening earlier, which is why we had to throw to a break quickly, but we are back now. And, I don't even want to get into it. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal, Someone burnt some toast. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's the alarms going off. What should be setting the alarms going off is this matchup that we have coming up here. Bet Boom up against Na'Vi. Going to be a really exciting match to watch. Of course, Na'Vi is a really interesting team to look at. This is a very different Na'Vi from what you and I last casted them, whenever that was. It feels like it's been forever. We've seen Na'Vi on like a LAN setting ourselves in terms of we've casted. It's an interesting lineup. They've got Sanctity in from IHC Lilgun. They've got Uragi in as well. They have Zayats in. This is a promising looking lineup, and they did go through a very brutal qualifier in Eastern Europe. They beat teams like Team Spirit. They beat out VP. BetBoom, of course, are in here by direct invite from their points in EPT. So they didn't play against BetBoom. They haven't played against BetBoom with this new lineup yet. It's going to be very interesting to see how they hold up. But yeah, this Na'Vi lineup, I'm just happy to see Sanctity, from IHC, from Lilgun, from all the way back. It makes me excited to see him on an Eastern European team.
It does make me excited as well, Jonathan. I can't wait to see how this new Na'Vi does perform. Of course, it feels like we've got a new roster of Na'Vi every single time we cast them. I'll be frank with you, John. So, just another day for us. Of course, BetBoom, a team everyone knows right now. They talk a lot, these boys, Jonathan, but they also back up the talk that they do. Also, they can kind of laugh at themselves, as we've seen with their memes.
Yeah, the printouts for the strats that we were seeing there in Wallachia were something else. they were just showing them on cam. All of those sticks they're shoving in their bikes, but these guys know how to take it and they know how to give it. And of course, last time around in the EPT circuit, at the very least, they did fairly well in Birmingham. Second place, not too bad. Of course, wanting first place is definitely the story there, but just falls flat again in the grand finals. But this team has looked very steady. Well, he didn't serve them all too well, unfortunately. In the latest tournament, they did bomb out from the Swiss stage, but they did play out at least all 5 games. They did go 2-3 and didn't make it to the next phase. But still a lot of promise out for BetBoom. Keen to see how they do. Again, this is going to be an interesting one against Na'Vi for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very, very interesting game for sure. We do have a bit of a video, I believe, with BetBoom, so let's throw over that, see exactly what they had to say.
BetBoom is undoubtedly the strongest Eastern European team in Dota right now, but settling for that isn't enough. With a roster that remains unchanged, Nightfall, GBK, Miro, Save, and Toronto Tokyo are starving for a first place, not another second place. They need a win. A roster this strong should be able to beat any team in the whole world, but they still struggle immensely when it comes to clutching out the big games, and especially taking home the grand finals. Since formation, they haven't won a single big event, and while they have gotten a lot better, going from not even scratching the top 10 to regularly making top 3, they are still not there. Their biggest rival and roadblock are Team Falcons, who eliminated them in the grand finals in both ESL 1 Birmingham and the last season of Dreamleague. Before Falcons, it was Team Liquid, who eliminated them in their own tournament, BetBoom Dacha, at 3rd place, ouch, as well as at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur in 4th place. Is it nerves? Are they not experienced enough? I don't know what needs to change for this team to finally take home a big W, but hopefully they do. And Dreamleague Season 23 will be their chance to finally reach first place.
Well, thank you very much, BSJ. I think that was BSJ, Jonathan, talking there. Didn't have any kind words to say about BetBoom, which was I thought it was a bit rude from BSJ considering his own pro career. I mean, come on now. Let's be a bit humble, BSJ. What are you doing?
Hey, what are you talking about? You don't diss my Arkosh voice like that. How dare you? We rose up with them, Mikey. How dare you? They made it to Div 1, okay? And then they drop down, but they make it back up into Div 1. And then they drop down again, but they make it back up.
And then it didn't matter anyway. DPC didn't matter anyway, Jonathan. It was all an illusion to us. It was nothing. It never happened. Literally never happened.
Never did. But what did happen was that those set of events for BetBoom their past year has been it's hard because it's not a bad year when you're constantly top 3, you've got 2 second places back to back. That's not a bad year, but it's not good. It's not what you want in a team, and it's really unfortunate for BetBoom. And hopefully we'll see if this is the tournament for them to start.
I think it's relatable, Jonathan, for you and I. Like, you could be that close to being the star, right? But you're not there yet. You're not there yet, Joe. You're close, but you're not really good enough, are you, Jonathan? Jeez, I'm getting a bit personal, aren't I, Joe? My good, I was sorry about that, John. I'm not trying to be insulting by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying. I can understand. I mean, we're not as good as BetBoom, I might add, by the way. We're more like a I don't know. I'm not even going to pick a name. You get what I'm saying.
You're going to say some Southeast Asian team, aren't you? Aren't you? Well, what C team, huh? Well, what team did you want to throw under the bus, huh?
Oh, it doesn't matter. The draft's begun. The draft, it's over. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Do you see, again, not too many shifts in the bans. Na'Vi will take care of the Chen Disruptor once more. This time with the Kotl and the Kunkka being prioritized for them. BetBoom taking care of the Bristle and the Slardar. Taking care of the big stuff. Yeah, let's see if what else does Flytree. They'll take care of the Doom and they'll take the IO priority here on BetBoom. So already with some save, already with a lot to buff up their carry. Stuff like Gyrocopter kind of pops out here with the IO pickup. Again, no slaughter option for the quick run around, but Gyrocopter, maybe a cheeky Razor if you wanted that. We've seen that a couple times as well. Let's see what the build up here for BBT is. For Na'Vi, I mean, they did ban out the Kunkka themselves, so they don't have the X mark for the relocate saves on hand, but they do know it's going to revolve around the IO. Some quick burst is what you tend to want to see. Just something to rip up that IO in the back line, take away the sustain, take away the saves, see what options Na'Vi will want to lean into here.
We shall. It's hard to know as well, because we haven't seen this team in quite a while. Hard to know exactly what style of draft they do like to go for, as we do see the Razor pick. A Razor has been relatively popular as of late, so it's not too surprising to see them just go for the easy Razor pick. Question is, what position do you expect it in? I kind of just guess it's an off lane here, but I suppose you never know.
Yeah, it's open enough. I believe I've seen...
that is a nice haircut. That is... This man knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, John.
Is it a cut or just style?
It's a style, John.
I don't think he cut his hair.
You gotta have the cut to style it.
I don't think he's been cutting his hair. I think it's just long and he tied it up. It's a good hairstyle.
Jonathan, that's a good hairstyle, John. Look, he dyed it white and everything. He looks like a samurai.
Yeah, he really does, with a little bun. Next thing you know, he's running around playing, I don't know, Ghost of Tsushima or something.
Yeah.
It's a good game. If you're not PSN blocked, unfortunately. I don't know why they keep doing that.
You didn't need to do that, John. Right, take it easy.
Hey, look, none of us in the Philippines can technically play the online portion, all right? It is what it is. They won't let us, and it's like, all right, we just can't. Fine.
Well, that's what you could look like, John. You could look like Toronto Tokyo in the game, but you don't. Because you can't play it.
Yeah. Don't make me any sadder, Mike. They do ban out the Marcy on top now for Bet Boom. So no shenanigans with a Marcy coming out here. Marcy Razor is fairly decent. Good physical output, good chase down potential there. So I like that they do just remove it. What else will Bet Boom want to take care of on hand? I'm wondering if Na'Vi will lean into Razor mid this early. Like, it is flexible enough. That's the one position I've seen them kind of run it. Sanctity, playing it on the mid lane. I mean, it's fine. It's open enough that you could maybe bait Bet Boom to pick a mid matchup that's not as amazing up against the Razor, I suppose.
It's one of those heroes, right? Like, not that hard to lane against if you have the right pick. I see Sniper hasn't been banned out at the moment. I imagine we might see a Sniper coming very soon. There's your Weaver banner, which I suppose would have been a pretty good position one to have against said Razor. You also have options, and I hate to say this, but you have options like the AM as well, which has not been banned as of yet.
That is fair. Looking at Bet Boom at Wallahia, they didn't really pick an AM. I don't think you want to pick AM IO. I mean, you could, but doesn't. I mean, it does work if you're really just concerned about Razor Link, but I don't know if you should be overall. Go to Clockwork, pick up a Na'Vi. So if they are setting up for something like the Uragi Razor instead, it has a lot of aggression there. Really easy time to just run down that lane. Good punishment coming out from Na'Vi and setting up an aggressive lane for the Razor, either in safe or off. Vision game that Clockwork provides is huge as well. Just this way of reaching into the back line, of trying to scout out where the IO is, taking care of him before the wider fight, is going to be really pivotal here for Na'Vi. So I like that the Clockwork is their solution to this IO from Bet Boom. Bet Boom, for their part, into the Hoodwink. So looking for just strong laning combinations to come out. Stuff like Centaur has been left in the pool here. So that is something that Miero could go into if he wants. He's got his Brewmaster on hand as well. Maybe even stuff like, say, a Core Batrider that we've seen him occasionally pull out. Can slide out. Like, it's a steady foundation with a Hoodwink. It gives you some much needed control, which you lack when you have the IO. So the Hoodwink can kind of pick up the slack. We'll go to Magnus pickup here instead. Again, that should be our Miero offlane Magnus Hoodwink. Pretty nice and aggressive. If you're expecting a safe lane Razor, you can skewer away from a static Link. Quite fine. You can just play with Shockwave as well if you're concerned about going too close in the lane. It's a nice way to balance it out here for BetBoom. Hedge your bets.
I think I do like it. How do you feel about this whole like Hoodwink, being able to rush something like Maelstrom? Do you like that as a support player, Jonathan? I mean, I personally love it, but do you like these supports being able to pick up these core farming items and just doing 1 billion damage?
I think it's just the nature of the hero, to do that. I think it just it can, and that's why it does, and it should, because it does so much damage. It's so annoying. I do hate playing against Hoodwink. I have to say, it's probably one of the biggest heroes I hate playing. So yeah, I'm like, it works. You should be doing. I hate the fact that it does, but I mean, we've had stuff like Enchantress into like Hurricane Pike and some attack speed. We've had like Dark Willow, like an Ags build up anyway. So yeah, like I don't know. It happens.
I like it. 45 seconds.
I mean, it's good. I don't know. It feels too much. Like I don't know. Hoodwink just triggers me, man. Like that Acorn does way too much. I absolutely hate it.
Sven will be picked up here by an RV. So there you go, John. It is indeed looking like a position 3 Razor. I mean, I suppose you could still flex to position 2 as well if you need to. But the Sven pickup is here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I like that. It's much greater scaling. It's less of a threat onto the Magnus overall, but at the same time, the Razor doesn't feel great not having Statical to play with in that lane, considering again, Miero offlane mag. So Sven can kind of take care of that. Laning into a Hoodwink as well, it's pretty fine for Sven. You tend to have a Quelling Blade, you can cut the trees, you can get an early point in Warcry to mitigate some of that damage that the Hoodwink will want to apply in the lane. We'll go with the nice CM as well, so a CM Sven lane on hand. Easy chase down, good damage coming out, good control. Got chain stuns level 1 for Na'Vi. In these rune fights, looks pretty damn scary up against BetBoom. So expect Na'Vi perhaps to play with an early smoke and take a more aggressive stance, trying to leverage all of these level 1s that they do have on hand. For BetBoom, still need to see a steady connection onto the IO. Like, I don't know, what cores do you have? You've got Gyrocopter, which can feel kind of awkward into Sven. Like, high armor heroes just don't feel great for the Gyro. In terms of scaling damage, at least. Early on, of course, you don't care with Rocket Barrage. Your homing missile is short, if you manage to get that. Even the call down can be pretty nice, nuking damage tied in. But a Magnus, you might look to maximize in power. Maybe a Face's Void could be picked up early from BetBoom. Not many counters to it at all from Na'Vi. And again, Face's Void up against an offlane Razor. You always have Time Walk to kind of dance around with there. So it shouldn't be too big of a threat for BetBoom.
I mean, they have anything about this 4th pickup? Laughs happening here as well from BetBoom. This team should be feeling quite confident here up against Na'Vi, I'd argue. I mean, it should be the heavy favorites going into this matchup. Not to be anticlimactic, John. A lot of laughs happening here from BetBoom's end of things. 15 seconds reserve time left. They'll go for the Morphling picker, which I suppose is another good kind of carry to have against the Razor. You don't really care so much about the Razor offlane.
Yeah, you don't. It's a really great lane with the IO, considering the sustain you can have as well. So it's going to be really hard to shove this Morphling away by level 2, level 3. Should just be firmly planted in. You need to kind of try to capitalize on the first 2 levels here for Na'Vi to slow down that lane just a little bit for Nightfall, if at all possible. BetBoom getting some coverage on the mid lane now, taking care of the Zeus. Again, Na'Vi still has that Flex Razor mid, which they did do last time with a Sven in one of their early games in the qualifiers. That is something they've run for Sanctity and for Yuragi. So they can try to keep this open, but the Razor mid has to be against, feels like very specific matchups. Ban out the Pango as well.
Yeah, that's my fear, right? Like, if you go Razor mid and you don't ban Sniper, you just take Snipe, and then your Razor just does nothing.
At the least, Na'Vi has last pick overall, so BetBoom can't just, just pick a random sniper. To be fair, though, it doesn't feel like the sniper is going to have that many issues anyhow. I guess the Clockwork can be annoying, and Sven with Ags could be mildly annoying, but even like just mid lane matchups overall at this point. I mean, you can ban to protect a sniper pick anyway. They banned Leshrac on Na'Vi, so that sniper you mentioned still open. BetBoom could opt to ban out the sniper themselves and just go with a different mid. I don't feel the need for BetBoom to go sniper necessarily, outside of expecting a Razor mid. And they'll ban the Earth Spirit to protect, and it is a Storm instead.
Okay. Interesting. Don't know if I'm more surprised by the Storm pick or the Earth Spirit ban, John. I'll be honest with you. Not as sincere.
10 seconds.
You think they'll buff Earth Spirit in the next patch, John, whenever that is?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, Mike. I don't know what I even expect from a new patch.
You know they won't.
I legitimately don't know what to expect in the new patch anymore. Because I expected it way earlier, so I'm like, I know what's going to change. Might be another massive one, considering what happened the last time we had a stalled out time. We got the map expanded by 40%. I don't think they'll expand the map again by 40%. That sounds really crazy. We'll go to Queen of Pain on Na'Vi. So that should be our Sanctity Hero mid for the Storm matchup. You will get Nephrit on that Razor, Zayats on that Clockwork, which is a treat to watch, of course, and Yuragi and Malady on that Sven CM. I mean, for BetBoom, it's pretty straightforward. You don't have the best lockdown for the Storm. You've got, what? Your best lockdown from Fog is like Frostbite from Malady, and you're going to need something like an Orchid up in Sanctity. GPK could preempt and just build a Yules to counteract all of that. We'll see if that's something the Storm will want to consider here for BetBoom. Overall, in terms of the draft, though, it's rather even. I think you have ways to play it on Na'Vi. You're not completely done in by the draft. I would say BetBoom's is a little bit more comfy and like a slower, longer game. You've got really good scaling with Morphling. You can scale up with Niero. You've got this BKB piercing threat in RP. And again, the lockdown for Storm is difficult once even just a Yules comes out. Then you can expect like build up into Lincoln's BKB, a couple of defensive items, and GPK's kind of free to run around this game. That is the main concern. And you could argue the same thing goes here for Sanctity, but at least you have RP. You've got Bushwhack from a longer range, granted a little bit more telegraphed as well, but it can still kind of catch Sanctity off guard if Save places angles right. We'll see. Again, Na'Vi, not to be underestimated, they beat a lot of strong teams to get here into Dreamleague, so they've got something to prove with this fresher roster.
I'm sure they do, Jonathan, and game number 1 is now officially underway between these two teams, so we can probably head over to that and see exactly what will pan out here in this game 1.
Prepare for battle.
My goodness. I can't wait to see if Na'Vi can put up a good fight up against a team like BetBoom. You know, BetBoom, probably still the very heavy favorites in this matchup, but I'd love to see a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it would be nice. Would set a good tone to start off this 2-game series here for Na'Vi. Their debut in Dreamleague 23, of course. Again, fighting hard through the qualifiers, looking really damn strong, making their way through that as well. And it's just fun to see. You know, I'm curious to see how Sanctity does this time. It's been a while since we've watched an IHC game when the last team was on. Sanctity has always been a little bit more flashy. Not flashy, I want to say crazy, but that was really just how Lilligan was. All of them were just mildly unhinged in how they play.
30 seconds.
I want to see if Na'Vi is kind of riding that vibe.
We'll see. I just remembered as well, like Malady. I remember the first time you and I casted him, I kept saying Malady instead of Malady, and I think you let me go for quite a while. Yeah, Malady. People really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I remember now. That's some time back. Jesus, it's been so long.
And I don't think you corrected me you didn't correct me for a very long time throughout that game.
Yeah, I think it was like, oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not Malady. You know? I don't know English, Mike. Englando, no first language. Okay.
Bit late. We do have Sanctity here on the Queen of Pain against GPK on his signature Storm. Theoretically, Sanctity should have a hero advantage in this mid lane, but it is GPK on Storm. So it could still be a very challenging lane for him.
I feel like we've seen this matchup go okay for Storm from a couple times. We've seen it certainly a little bit better for the Quap for sure. But Static Remnant should still allow some decent farm for GPK. And he can still get in a couple of overload pot shots. Probably not going to be going for the 1-1-1 build at 3. So no threat of double overload, but still just static remnant shove away. Some decent damage with the overload. And should be able to hold that lane relatively fine. Sanctity really has to work that early right-click advantage he does have in terms of range. But again, like the Storm shouldn't be completely cut out in the 70 range difference. Rune Control's the big one, kind of enables this, and denies are such a big part. If GPK is allowed to hit 6 at a decent timing, you just lose any hope in trying to bully out the Storm with support rotation.
And speaking of bullying, Melody was taking quite a bit of damage here from Save. Gonna try and give it back now, though. Frostbite will land as well as the stun, but they don't chain them. A little bit unfortunate. You probably would have actually had a kill attempt there had you landed the stun perfectly with the Frostbite, but not quite.
Not quite. And you do have a lot of tangos here for Save. To stay in the lane, still has the 3 tangos on hand. Should be able to just stick and soak. Does look like we are getting some freeze issues.
Because of the webcam.
Back to the pause.
Webcam's going to stay on. Can't have any,
yes.
Can't have anything happen.
No. And hopefully. Oh.
Looking good.
We have some live questions.
Where's Wishy?
That we cannot answer.
Is Wishy?
I don't know if Wishy can answer that. I'm sure he is. He's there. He's reading. He knows. He's active. He's not asleep in the wheel.
Well, Nightfall's going to disconnect. He hasn't gone to answer his question, but he's out of here. See if he sorts out the problem. I mean, speaking of Nightfall, he's up at top lane with Toronto Tokyo, and of course, they'll be up against Nefrit and Zayat. Seems like it could be a little bit of an annoying lane here for Nightfall. I mean, you are still up against the Razor of all things. I mean, obviously, you do have the waveform away at level 2, but could still prove to be a little bit problematic of a lane. Thing is, though, chances are he's probably not going to die.
No. And you've got an IO to protect. You've got Toronto Tokyo ready with a regen. Not that much regen, mind you, but he is looking to ferry out a little bit more. You have the Goen ready up, so we will be back into this game. I'm wondering if Nefrit will actually prioritize Plasma Field, as we've seen a couple of times. Like, if you know you can't land a static link for that long of time, there's a lot of value in just trying to Plasma Field, get that chip damage on Toronto, cut off with Zayat, look for a snipe on the IO instead. Makes it a little bit simpler to play that lane as well. Let's see what Nefrit's idea is for now. So far, lanes are going pretty fine. Betboom edging out a lot more on mid for GPK once more, which is, again, what we've seen in the past in these QoP matchups against Storm. Storm's not really losing out on too much. Shadow Strike is annoying, but as long as you have decent rune control, you still manage to grab your water and you keep shoving out. You don't cop harassment on the Scream of Pain, then you're pretty happy here for GPK.
Absolutely. Now, bottom line, you're still having a very good time for Yuragi on this Fen. Of course, no real pressure being applied to this Fen because you can't really do too much about him. Just a high armor hero. Doesn't take too much damage here from Save, and I suppose Mira is quite happy anyway, as long as he's able to get his own farm going on the mag. Doesn't really care too much about the Sven's own farm. Mid lane, Sanctity getting a lot of harassment dealt back his way once again by GPK. I mean, it is still a rather even matchup when it comes to harass, but when it comes to CS, GPK is well and truly ahead.
And he is managing to work that lane again very nicely. And just the fact that he's soaking up so much is going to be a little bit concerning. Did see a little bit of a chase up top with the static link, but not much follow through onto Nightfall. And Zayat just can't find an easy angle to chase up and try to go for the Cogs battery assault. And you did see Nightfall go for the adaptive strike as well over waveform here.
It doesn't really feel like he even needs the waveform at the moment, right? Like, the static link plus the Cogs and battery assault, it just does nothing when you just start strength morphing. And well, Toronto Tokyo is right behind you with the overcharge and tether. Very hard to see Nightfall dying even without the waveform. And yeah, but boom, they're going to just continue getting away with a pretty easy safe lane. Same can be said for Yuragi though. Bottom lane has not been much of a contest for him. He is well and truly ahead in CS and is currently top of the CS board. Again, I don't think there's really much of a chance this Sven is going to be in trouble unless you get him past that tier 1 tower. Maybe a rotation from GPK could make it a little bit troublesome for him, but that's still a while away. You're looking at least the 6-minute mark. Speaking of GPK, back on a Sanctity. Sanctity will have a water rune to go back to. And it's actually started to overtake the Storm now. So the CS has been caught up here by Sanctity.
And the big part is really the denies for Sanctity. Just again, having that little level 6 advantage is going to be big. They'll have an opening where you have Sonic Wave and there's no dodge mechanic on the Storm just yet. So you could try to make a play if that 6 does present itself for Sanctity. GPK not getting any relief at the moment. Perhaps by that 6-minute power rune, you can expect maybe a movement out from stage.
GPK.
He is...
No, he might just be gone. Sanctity does not want to dive in, doesn't have the mana for the Sonic Wave, or rather the Scream of Pain and the Blink. We'll just leave GPK to be very low on HP. And GPK still has a bounty rune to go back to, so he will be just fine.
Stupendous.
It does manage to get one bottle used as well in between the damage ticks. So it does manage to eke away a little bit more. But again, you're going to get that level 6 advantage lining up here for Sanctity off the back of these waves that you're not soaking up on GPK. Still going to be stuck at 5.
Miero's in a bit of danger. Tried to go for a skewer back, but obviously wasn't quite in range for the tier 1 tower. The save's going to show up again, though. He'll get frostbitten now, and Yuragi's just going to rush forward, looking for the easy kill. Does have the stun up in 1. Save cannot escape. Yuragi able to secure first blood as now Malady going for another frostbite onto Miero. But Miero will be fine as you don't have the Stormhammer now available on Yuragi.
It's a pretty sick save for Malady, though. Miero was lining up for his skewer back. His root in place couldn't try to get the CM out, so... Heads up plays so far from Na'Vi. Again, very smooth starts in their lanes so far. You've got that 6 up for Sanctity, but GPK just gets the reset, comes back in. Still no backup for Sanctity as well on that mid lane. No rotations coming out yet for the Na'Vi supports. In fact, the side of Bet Boom that has Toronto Tokyo camping, they're set up. Although, Zayat does show himself.
It's a regen rune as well. You would have loved that if you were the Storm, but... Sanctity will be able to pick it up for himself now, and obviously he's looking to try and make some form of a play. A lot of heroes around from Bet Boom, though. The save was even there on the Hoodwink, just in case they required the assistance. Looks like Sanctity will just take the time to keep the farm game coming. He doesn't really care so much now that he's won out the lane. Doesn't really need to hunt for kills that quickly. Can just continue the farm game. The GPK, he will go into the jungle instead, but again, does have the IO, so it is going to be a bit of a faster process than it normally would be.
Yep. Should just be able to sustain true for the mana cost and clearing out these camps, and just avoids this level disparity by playing it safe. That does leave the free mid for Sanctity to feed off of, but that's still working towards his power treads anyhow. It's a little bit early for a rotation onto the sides. So the game holds fairly static here for both ends. Wisdom runes as well. No big contest from either side. 1 for 1. Big timing we're looking for has got to be on when these mids are ready to play. Right? And when Sanctity probably has his power treads, that's when he should start to feel a little bit more open. Maybe he wants to wait fully for something like the Kaya to really get going, or Witchblade if he wants to go for that kind of build in Quap. I love what Zayat is doing, just looking to scout. There's no mana left on GPK. It does have the stick at the least, but it's just making it a little bit more painful for that Storm to soak up safely at the least.
Absolutely. You just make it as hard as humanly possible here for GPK. Sanctity now going to run right into Toronto Tokyo, looking for the easy pickoff. They're still going to be safe around with the Bushwhack to ensure that Toronto will be okay, and Sanctity never really bothers popping the Sonic Wave. Just lets Toronto walk out of there. Not going to mess around with the IO. Seems more than happy once again to just keep the farm game going for himself, and GPK is literally just standing there watching him instead of being able to hit creeps. And of course, Sanctity does have full control over both power runes. They are just literally making sure GPK does not have a game.
Yeah, they're really keeping the Storm in check. It has nowhere else to go, really. And they've already committed the IO to just camp this mid lane. And you're not going to die, but you're also not going to be able to play aggressive. It gives a little bit more room out up top for Nefrit to also just play the farm game. And granted, you're just farming safely on Nightfall in exchange, but the Razor's not going to be pressured out. Zayat is still running up like a madman, no care.
Oh, well, I'm not sure about this one. Zayat does have the help coming in here from Malady. Zayat almost goes down, but will be able to salve up and runs away. So, just trusting his teammates will be able to back him up. And indeed, GPK is forced to just run all the way back to the fountain. I mean, this is very depressing for GPK. He's stuck at 2.5k net worth.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling for GPK.
Dire's middle
And
tower
he's going to get a lot. He needs a lot of space to really recover. We'll see if he does get that. Again, all the pressure is just applied onto that mid. The sidelines have been left wide open. And that does lead to Na'Vi looking for that move top with Sanctity here.
They'd love Nightfall. Question is, can you actually lock him down long enough to take him out? As Zayats does see him, Nightfall just hanging by the medium camp by the tier 1 tower. Here comes Sanctity with an Invis Room, but again, Nightfall is just going to strength morph. Can they actually lock him down long enough? For now, they will. Nightfall going to go back the other way, does waveform. Sanctity jumping right back in, and Nightfall eventually will die.
is under attack.
Of course, strength in numbers here for Na'Vi as they do find the position 1 of Bet Boom, and now they can look towards that tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, should be able to find that, no problem. Do lose a pretty big courier of Yuragi with the Ogre Axe. And they will lose Malady on mid, but it's a fair exchange after what you find up top. Still trying to get rune control. They will find the Arcane Rune this time for GPK, and that makes all the difference. We've seen this rune do tons for Storm in the early game. See if they'll try to make something, or just accelerate farm off the back. It's still a good map state for the side of Na'Vi. 2-1, 2k lead coming off, just playing the lanes. A lot of farm already for Yuragi with a Massive Madness up. Can just easily play in the jungle if there's any threat. Some big stacks being made in the large medium camp there, at the least as well. You have some flash farm lined up for yourself here. Whereas for Bet Boom, it is more passive. Your Storm's not quite ready. Miero is trying to rush into the Blink. Try to launch yourself off of that, but it's still about 500 gold away, which, considering lane, is still a pretty good timing for Miero. It does just mean you are waiting for that Blink. There's not much else you can really do here in Bet Boom, unless you can find like an opportunistic pick-off for GPK on something like Malady over and over again.
I mean, so far, pretty good start for Na'Vi. 2k advantage. Sitting back, allowing Yuragi to get that farm up. They're going to find Nightfall again here in that dire jungle. Or at least Zayats will. Zayat's been very, very good at just continuously finding this Morphling and just being as annoying as possible. They'll give all the stacks over to Miero, so Miero's just going to rush straight for the Blink Dagger, and we'll have it up rather soon. In fact, should have it up after this Ancient stack. Meanwhile, a smoke from GPK in Toronto. They'll head towards the top lane.
I've been wanting this.
You do have Nefrit around the area just farming by himself, so this could be a nice easy pick-off for Bet Boom if they do run into that Razor, but they are lacking vision. Nefrit, he seems to have read the movement too. He'll TP right out of there, and this smoke will sadly amount to nothing.
Yep. Smoke on the pop of the Arcane. We're trying to get something out from that timing out. Still grouped around mid, but more for a response from the shove in. Not going to be able to fully commit now, and just kind of hang around, try to keep playing that farm game. Again, for Na'Vi, this is everything you could ask for. It's the freest game that Yuragi's probably ever seen. Has the Echo Saber into the disassembly BKB with a Blink, and that is not going to take too long considering how much space this Sven has. Nefrit, after a little bit of slower lane, already has the Yasha up, going for the Sanj. They'll find Malady, but they don't find Malady.
Oh, they missed the skewer. A little bit unfortunate. Now, I think you just kind of appreciate the time to sit back and farm right now if you are Bet Boom, but you do have to be pretty concerned about how fast the Sven is farming to boot. Like, Yuragi's got the Echo Saber up, looking towards the Blink Dagger now on the Sven. Certainly going to be able to be quite active once that Blink is available. They'll look towards Yuragi, though. You do have GPK rotating around as they got the Sharpshooter channeling up onto the Sven. RP committed as well, but he got the God Strength off. Still looking for the fight. There's your RP finally committed, and Miero does at least find Malady, but now Zayats and Sanctity rotating around. Looking to trade, cannot find Toronto. Might lose Zayats to boot to GPK, and they will. So 2 supports going down. You do get Yuragi away, and it seems as though you're going to be able to also get Sanctity away. Though I say that, Yuragi was still farming by the looks of it. And will get punished for it. Nefrit? Oh, I don't know about this. One by one, they're coming. They're going to try again. Sanctity will move forward, but he's very low on mana. They'll find Toronto. They'll also find themselves a Squirrel on the tree line, so save will go down. The rotation this time does pay off. The Sanctity's able to find a double.
Yeah, They find the kills they want. It is costly though, and you already lost Uragi, playing a little bit greedier, hanging back. And again, the big issue right now for Na'Vi is catch on that Storm, catching GPK. You only really have Frostbite to kind of deal with him. And Malady is a very easy target to pin down once he's caught up, clumped with his team. Nero, really great target prioritization. GPK on it again.
Oh, Zayat! That's a nice hook. He will barely get away with his life intact, and GPK will naturally hand the tip over. As he should.
Yeah, that's quite the weaving of the needle through the thread there. Or, I don't know what the saying is. Something about needles and threads. He weaves it through the line, Mike. He does manage to get it going really nicely. And evening out the game still, not dropping any losses. 4-4. Lead of Na'Vi is not that noticeable. Again, most of that is on the Sven. GPK sneaking around to find some stacks as well. He's managed to take out the large camp at least. Again, your big issue is trying to pin down GPK. You don't have that fast control. Like, Sanctity going for the Kai Assange, missing something like an Orchid does mean GPK can just do what he wants. It's not like you're always initiating with Malady with a Frostbite. It's just way too short range, very telegraphed to catch a Storm outside of like a smoke. We'll see what the solutions are for Na'Vi down the line. It does feel like maybe Uragi and a Blink for the BKB is what it'll take next. And until that point, BetBoom are going to be very happy to just play off the back of GPK and to an extent Nero. Like, he is set to go. Still on the hunt, rushing the Ags now as well on that Magnus. They are eyeing top. Uragi. Whoops.
Uragi a bit out of position here, looks like. He is going to get caught, and here he does go for the top creep wave thinking it was safe, but BetBoom were just casually waiting in the wake, and well, naturally they will punish. That's your highest net worth hero on the map going down. That's a very big pick here for BetBoom.
And it is. They managed to relocate back for the Haste Rune as well, right on the mark there for GPK. Already bouncing back again after a pretty slow lane for the Storm, all things considered. Considering all that pressure onto mid is starting to really build up. And he never died. They were just applying so many resources to slow that tempo. But with an IO, you don't need much on the Storm. You just have all of that regen on hand. They do use that space to shove in bot with Nefrit. They will find a tier 1 in exchange. But again, you're in a happy position for BetBoom. Smoke out though from Zayat and Nefrit. They've got that hook ready again.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Dire are scanning.
Mid lane, they're just waiting for somebody to show up and defend that tier 1 mid tower.
Radiant's top tower.
Nobody will be around the area, so Zayat's just going to kind of scout out with the rocket flare, but finds nothing. You can still just commit for the tier 1 mid tower though, and it seems as though that's exactly what they'll do.
Dire's middle tower has
We'll get away with it pretty much scot-free, as BetBoom not interested whatsoever in trying to defend. So lines were being drawn towards Save on the Hoodwink, but Save's going to be just fine for now. No real vision over the Hoodwink either, so it shouldn't be the freest kill of their lives, and it looks like they're just protecting Uragi. Zayat and Malady just literally bodyguards here for Uragi, just standing by the Sven, not allowing that kind of death to happen again.
Yeah, just they can't afford to have that Sven fall flat once more. And, you know, he's still number 1 net worth, but his bigger margin's just gone. Needs that recovery into the BKB down bot.
I'm going to give something a crack here. Looks like they will try to jump Toronto-Tokyo as Nefrit does survive the initial onslaught, and Toronto tethers away. Hookshot off the mark from Zayat. The chase does continue for at least the IO, and Toronto should really have no way out. Nice little pick up there for Nefrit, because they could not really hold down GPK though, so GPK able to just zip away freely. But you do get yourself an IO for your drum.
That is a pretty deep commitment to try to get Nefrit as well. They were trying to jump the Razor. That was BetBoom getting aggressive and just not able to clean up, not respecting the Sanj and Yasha timing there for our offlane Razor. That was just buying enough time, although maybe not now.
Yeah, a little bit problematic. Nefrit going down here to Nightfall, and that's not a great feel. You know, it looked good for a moment, but now Nefrit gone, going to make it pretty awkward as Nightfall does manage to pick up the bottom tier 1 tower. Getting closer and closer to building up that phylactery into the Kanda now and the Morphling, which is when things get very, very scary. So mid lane, It's like Zayats was looking for an angle here onto GPK or Toronto, but again, you jump the Storm, you probably won't have enough lockdown. You just don't have, apart from the hookshot and the Frostbite, that's pretty much it. I doubt that'd be enough.
No, you need follow through from Uragi to try to burst down, but again, this Sven isn't quite ready. Is fairly close to the BKB with the disassembly, just about 700 gold away. You're gonna be able to find that in a nice point. Still, let them have some openings. They've got RP ready. They've still got the smoke running for a little bit longer on Miero, but not gonna cross the river to really get anything done. Not gonna force the issue too hard. Na'Vi, for their part, smoking up with Sanctity and Malady now. It feels like they should just kind of wait out this BKB for Uragi. At that point, they should be ready. Just need to be a little bit more patient. They are making connections bot. They are hanging around as a unit overall. They don't want to give those openings, but it's also not achieving that much, although...
No, they'll see Toronto Tokyo. They'll also see GPK, but again, they can't really hope to kill the Storm, so GPK able to just get out and pick up the shield rune for himself now, and yeah, just the rotation's panning out to nothing again. You've now got Nightfall, who's overtaken a net worth. Flackery on the way. Looking at Nefrit down at bottom lane as well, so they might have themselves a Razor on their hands if they're lucky. It does seem like they'll just kind of leave Nefrit be and instead go back to the farm game. You start to wonder if Na'Vi are running out of a game plan.
I don't think they're quite out of a game plan. They've got this BKB already lined up. So Uragi, again, should be set to go. Feels like this is their big spike to connect as a team. Maybe wait out Nefrit's BKB, which is 300 gold off. It's just so close. Once you've got those initial BKBs up, should be set. GPK is not going to be as big of a threat, although... Ooh.
Jump is there out to GPK. Hookshot will connect from Zayats, but GPK again is able to waveform out, and Toronto, he'll just tether away. His Malady will die to Nightfall. They might still have Toronto that they can kill off as he does relocate away GPK. But it's still just an IO. This is Toronto's job, just dying for the team.
Pretty much. Doesn't care. Does manage to bail out. They already got the trade on Malady a while ago as well. Nice kill for Nightfall to pick up. So you basically just trade the supports. Nightfall gets the better end of it, considering this rush into the Conda, considering that major power spike that does provide you here is going to make it a little bit tough for Na'Vi to try to sustain through that burst. And again, while that happens, you've already got the full Ags up for Miero. He's got the Horn Toss ready to go. You do have that double BKB timing we're looking at, so they will try to make a play now.
Jump is down to Nefrit down at bottom lane. He will get the BKB off, and now Uragi! He'll take down save, and they may have just found Nightfall. That's a beautiful stun out from Uragi. And what a turn from the Sven. My goodness.
That's the timing they were looking for. Double BKBs, and they play confidently on Na'Vi's end into Roshan while they've got a little bit more time on that God's Strength as well. Not the most time in the world. They should have enough damage to clear this out. Bet Boom, for their part, I mean, they lose their Morphling, sure, but they hold on to the RP. They don't lose the GPK. They just kind of need to sit back. And they know about the BKBs now. They can try to play around them. They've got the full Kaya and Sanj up now as well on GPK. They've got a little bit more frontlining on the Storm when he does fully commit, and they'll steal away some stacks while Roche is being taken. So they'll get some trades, something to compensate for the secondary life. But Na'Vi getting a little bit more out for themselves now. Do give the Aegis out to Nefrit, curiously enough, onto the Razor. But Nefrit is, again, having a pretty great time, although...
Yeah, he might need that Aegis here, Nefrit. Zayat, nice hook. That's done too. Cogs to lock down Toronto, so Toronto, Tokyo probably set to fall, but they do get the Aegis. In fact, never mind. Toronto survives. Zayats will fall. And Nefrit will immediately lose that Aegis they worked so hard for.
I guess, you know, giving Nefrit the Aegis does pan out. Would have been a free kill otherwise, I suppose. And I guess considering a Sven with Aegis dying, with God's Strength used up, it's not the best feeling anyway. So I can kind of see the logic there. Still Bet Boom, again, hanging into this game, 8-8, 2k up. Still have that threat of RP. They've got the Conda all done on Nightfall. They don't even need him to join in. They just need a good angle and good setup for GPK. And still find some of these pickoffs. Maybe not onto our Sven of Yuragi. Just a bit too tanky. And we'll hold back. But as this game scales on, Na'Vi still has play. You know, it's the same timing with a Razor, with something like the refresh down the line. Still a massive pain. You've got a lot of physical burst on Yuragi. You just need hold for GPK. You just need something to hold him down. An Orchid, which is what Sanctity is building up for now, will help the cause. Issue is you're also working on to GPK's BKB right around that timing, so he will have protection for that lockdown, and it's really the question in this draft when we were talking about that draft. It's like, all right, how do you deal with Storm? And right now, there's still no solution.
Yeah, I mean, and this is GPK having a really, really tough lane. Like, they basically tri-laned against him at some point just to ensure he would not be able to get to this stage, but he certainly has recovered very nicely. So we will see a 4-man smoke now from Na'Vi heading towards the eastern side of the map. Problem is Nightfall has already left the area. They'll try to search through that dire triangle, but nobody around here from BetBoom. Though Nightfall is kind of close by if you do cross the mid lane. But it doesn't seem like they're really going to search that area by the T2 tower. Na'Vi's still patiently waiting to see if he does show himself in this mid creep wave, but he does not. He'll let the Manta Illusions do the job. And the rest of BetBoom, they just hide by the twin gates. They're just casually waiting to find out exactly where the side of Na'Vi are hanging about. And it seems like they're ready for a fight. TP's into the Tier 2 tower. Miro, having a look around, does find the Horn Toss onto Yuragi, and the Skewer back into the Tier 2 tower as well. Yuragi gone. Zayat's tried to save him with the hook shot. Could not connect though, as Malady will also get caught out. And everyone else from Na'Vi just needs to leave. The GPK right behind Sanctity, gonna find Zayat instead. He is out of mana though, to be fair. Won't really matter too much though. You do find some great kills here, and Yuragi going down to more than enough.
Yeah, that's the big kill they want. It does force the RP out for Miero. The Horn Toss looked pretty awkward. Tossed him into a spot where you couldn't get the Skewer back. Still forced the BKB out as well from Nefrit.
Oh,
they found everything they could ask for.
A quick pause here from Malady.
That's down to 7 seconds down to BKB. In that last fight as well, we saw Sanctity instantly pop his Orchid onto the Magnus on that re-engage, so it left a lot of room there for GPK to run around, which again is your big concern here. Just this Storm and keeping him down. Like, this is your opening when you have Orchid without the BKB on GPK. And they're not able to really find that angle in. And BetBoom just getting away with everything they could possibly ask for here. And again, as this game goes on, it's the scaling of BetBoom is so strong. You've got RP, you've got eventually the Storm can consider something like the Axe to relieve some of that pressure on Miero. You've got the follow through with like an Acorn Shot Bushwhack that can come out as well. Just follow through control if they're all clumped up already from the Vortex. There's so much to be concerned about. For Na'Vi, it feels like the ideal is use this high movement you have with your Clockwork and Quap to hunt down the backline. Hunt these softer supports, take care of the Hoodwink, take care of the IO in particular if you can, before going for these core kills. And that's your ticket to success. It's just the side of BetBoom aren't presenting these supports at all. They're hanging so far back. And they're just so well protected. There's no openings for Na'Vi.
No, there certainly doesn't feel like it right now. And I mean, for Sanctity, I think the problem is as well, like to jump the back, he doesn't have a BKB available, so it just feels like he'll be the one to get blown up. It's problematic to say the least here for Na'Vi, as they are still lacking those BKBs on those, well, at least on the Queen of Pain, which I think is the one hero you do need to find those supports. It's BetBoom now. I mean, 4K ahead. You're still having Nightfall overtaken net worth, and now he's at the top of the net worth graph. And of course, there is no real Roshan to play for, so they'll just get back to the farm game. It is a morph thing after all. I'm sure BetBoom are more than happy to just give Nightfall time to get even bigger. He'll have his BKB in just a moment, just about 700 gold away. And I think you are starting to look like you're getting into deep water here as Na'Vi.
And it does. I mean, again, you have great damage that can come out here from Yuragi, and You have this decent build-up for Nefrit. I'm a little bit surprised he's prioritizing something like the Satanic over maybe more utility. Maybe a little bit more self... I guess the Satanic can be your self-dispel, but it'll stall out something like a later refresh on top, which is really when the Razor gets scary. Still has that timing that can come out, though, so... There's some scaling. It's just a lot easier for BetBoom when you've got like AoE Vortex to consider, when you've got that RP, even the Hoodwink. All of the scaling damage in the Morphling with that BKB you mentioned, which is up now. Not going to be able to pin down any of these big cores too long. Even the BKB of GPK is also done now, basically. So that Orchid Sanctity had, that little bit of control, not going to be enough.
Well, we'll see what they intend to do now as Na'Vi. It seems like there is a bit of a storm coming here from BetBoom. They'll just sit back by the Radiant Triangle for now, just not give themselves away. As Zayat's may get caught by Save. Save will see him walk past. Does get the Glacier off. Miro is available with the Skewer if necessary. Actually does make it. So he'll miss the Sharpshooter. But does donate the kill to Nightfall, so Miero says no.
Yeah, Miero's like, this goes to the carry. Never.
These core plays, man, they make me sick. You could just give the kill to Save. He deserved it. He set it up. But no, Nightfall needs a kill.
that sounded personal to you, Mike.
I just don't. Oh, here we go. What happened that time, Miero? You couldn't hear without the bushwhack. It's unbelievable, you know. Why couldn't Save take that kill, John?
He's farmed enough. He's got his Gleipnir. He's happy, right?
No.
What do you want? You want him to farm into the Daedalus, huh?
I just fine. Maybe he cares about his KDA, John. Right? Maybe he was a COD player once upon a time. You never know.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, doesn't need it, Mike. Still, what they do need is the tier 2 free siege up top for Nightfall. Fortify Forest out just to stall it. We'll buy some time. Na'Vi still on the hunt, and they smoke out again. They do know where the side of BetBoom are playing, so they can find an angle. They have to be smart with how they initiate here.
It'd be massive if you could pick up GPK to start. They will avoid that. Uragi's trying to sneak up from the back. GPK still kind of baiting them forward, it looks like, but he's quite low on mana himself now on the storm. Problem is the smoke has just completely worn off now, and Na'Vi just need to run. They'll at least get a haste rune for Sanctity for their trouble, but that's going to be about it. It just amounts to nothing. Meanwhile, Nightfall just takes the top tier 2 tower. Freed.
Yep. Yeah, and they've held that position. They've been shoving in. The Fortify was forced way earlier on from the side of Na'Vi. BetBoom just finding free objectives. They've got some decent forward wards here at Na'Vi, but BetBoom aren't playing across this river at all. They're playing on the opposite side. Oh.
For a jump, Uragi trying to find somebody. GPK is going to jump in first though. Meanwhile, Zayats could be in a spot of danger, but does get away from Miro. As Sanctity now going to show up on the Quap, taking the Magnus very low on HP. Orchid will be out. Sanctity, he'll pop the Sonic Wave, but he is still healed up on the Mag. They are still trying, but GPK just jumps in. Uragi, he'll cop the RP before he gets the kill on the Mag, but it looks like a decent team fight so far for the side of Na'Vi, but no! Nightfall just takes Uragi out so easily. Zayat, he is also gone. And this is really just starting to fall apart for the side of Na'Vi. As Nefrit trying to fight, Malady will get blown up by Nightfall. And Nefrit surely is set to fall and does go down as an ultra kill for Nightfall. The only survivor will be Sanctity on the Quap. And he is alone.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. It's one of those things. You're playing Razor into Morphling. You try to static link Morph, fine. Sure, he can waveform away. What Morphling can do is turn into the Razor and static link your Sven. So suddenly Uragi just literally can't do anything. Even with a BKB, he's just standing there, getting his damage sapped away. And sure, you commit so much to try to kill off Nero, and he still gets off that key RP onto 1 to provide that opening for Nightfall to get that static link. And it just falls flat. It's like, there it is. What are you gonna do? You end up with a Razor versus Sven scenario, and you have no answers.
Very, very tough situation. Not much to be done. You can kind of see the replay here is just a tough affair. I mean, you try your best as Yuragi, but it just seems like you just had so much control here by the Morphling in that Razor form. And
Radiant are scattered.
well, now in Bet Boom, they can look towards Roshan in 20 seconds. Na'Vi are going to have all their heroes back up, but I mean, that team fight, it didn't look that hard for them, quite frankly, John. So, and Miero was basically down as soon as the fight started. So now, I mean, with Miero back up, the whole squad back up, I think Bet Boom are pretty confident to just try and move into that Roshan pit.
Yeah. Spawns right up. They do have the flares to at least keep watch here from the side of Na'Vi. And mind you, that's Miero without BKB. He's only about 253 gold away from it. Once that BKB's up, you're not going to be able to get that same chase going on this Magnus. You might not even find that kill at all. Bet Boom. Just so many questions that Na'Vi has to answer from Bet Boom. How do you deal with it? With the Storm? How do you deal with this Morphling who can just turn into Razor? There's really no answer for that. Do get a little bit of a pause, and Nefrit will get a reconnect going. I'm trying to think of items that can come in, like a refresh on Nefrit. Daedalus for Yuragi is nice, but I honestly feels like they need at least one Linken's on hand here from the side of Na'Vi. Even then, they've got enough to kind of just pop it. That and GPK is rushing the Ags anyhow. So Linken's won't save you from that instantaneous control, follow through to start, and then have the follow through from RP or RP first into Vortex, whatever order they want here in Bet Boom. It's that scaling now for Bet Boom. It's all of that control, which you lack that scaling control in Na'Vi outside of like Clockwork Hookshot. That's your biggest scaling control. That goes through spell immunity at this point. And Zayats is a long way from hoping for an Ags.
Oh, here we go again. Unpause is there. Roshan's still available for either side. Zayats has scattered at Roshan with the Rocket Flare, so they are very well aware on Na'Vi's end of things that Roshan is available. Bet Boom should be pretty well aware themselves that Roshan is there. They'll know Zayats has taken the Watcher as well, so they will start to head down towards the Roshan pit. The scan will be committed as well. Bet Boom will reveal that they are not there in the pit, that is. 5-man smoke is up. Bet Boom running south right towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi just currently holding the high ground. Yuragi's moved down to the low ground. He will break the smoke of Nightfall and will blink away. In fact, he'll jump in. Toronto will get caught first, but he has the Ghost Scepter to survive it. They'll keep chasing Toronto down through the silence. He's still alive, though. Toronto surely going down, and Yuragi does finally die. As the chase is on for Nefrit. Nefrit will die here to the Morphling. Meanwhile, Sanctity completely whiffing the Sonic Wave. Yuragi, he'll jump save now, but Nightfall's the big problem. Can he really man-fight the Morphling? I think the answer just might be no. Yuragi is gone. So is Zayat, and well, I think so is Roshan, as Sanctity getting caught in the tree line. He's also down. A full team wipe here for Bet Boom, and nice attempt from Na'Vi, but it just seems like every time the Sven tries to jump Nightfall, it never pans out.
No. It just can't. Yeah, the angle was a little bit better for Na'Vi. That decision from Yuragi to break the smoke actually paid off. Isolating the IO, removing one big tool from Bet Boom, still not enough. Again, with the BKB from Miero, there's not much to threaten this Magnus any longer. And the side of Na'Vi, it's just, what do you do once these BKBs pop out? What do you do about this Morphling and Storm that can just rip into your lines? Doesn't care about the BKBs, especially Nightfall. Like, he can just turn into Razor, sap his own damage away, doesn't care for Nefrit at all. Na'Vi, there's a clear lack of answers here. Nefrit's trying to go for the refresh. Yuragi, he's got the Daedalus pretty much ready to go once his courier is set to kind of give it to him. So they've got some tools on hand, but I don't know how you take these fights. Find a nice Tormentor, get this free shard for Sanctity on that blink. The Sonic Booms are up. So a little bit of easier initiation for Na'Vi, but not by much. We've got the full Ags for GPK, and that AoE Vortex is just going to ruin you on Na'Vi. I don't know. It feels like it's down to probably just Zayats. Isolate somehow in the backline, get the follow through from Sanctity and Yuragi. and go from there. But that's all easier said than done. It just feels near impossible.
We got 3-man smoke from Betbu.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looking at T3 mid tower. The Manta illusions from the Morphling already doing quite a lot of work onto that tier 3.
Radiant's middle
Double
tower
siege
is
creep
under
as well.
attack.
So at least one of them does die.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A pretty rough defense for Na'Vi to try for, considering nobody else but Nightfall is showing right now. And Nightfall, of course, does have that secondary life in the Aegis available.
Tower has fallen.
Jesus Christ.
Rain-Drax
Nightfall.
taken.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
500
bait them
damage
with-
per right click.
He's trying to bait them back with the Manta illusion as well to jump the wrong target. They will not, as now Mira. He does get a Haunt Toss with the skewer back. RP committed. Sanctity Blink right into it. Oh boy.
Oh,
Malady to drop as well. I mean, it might just be over. GG.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Can't really fault Na'Vi for calling that one. Betboom, Coolcon collected that last pick Storm for GPK working wonders. The matchup again against Quap is not that bad for Storm. It is still playable. They had to commit a lot of resources out from the side lanes of Na'Vi into the mid to try to counteract and slow GPK down. And even then, it didn't really do so. With the IO to just keep topping up, you had a lot of room there to just keep farming on GPK, get that recovery. You had really good side lanes going for yourselves that could have been left alone as well. Particularly, I think, was the big one was Nightfall. The fact that he was left alone in a 1v1 lane against a Razor, there's no kill threat 1v1 there for Netflix. He needed someone to tie in with him to try to kill off Nightfall. And this build up as well for Sanctity, going Kaya Sanj first over a quicker Orchid, kind of turned him off. That took away all the tools that you would have hoped for Na'Vi to get that jump onto Betboom, to try to get themselves some of these kills that they needed to get this lineup rolling.
Yeah, I must admit, it felt like the Quap impact just wasn't there. I mean, considering how much they tried to make sure that GPK didn't have a lane, when you compare him to, say, the Queen of Pain impact, it just... I'm just not sure what the idea was. It just never really took off. We are going to head off to a short break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between the sides of Na'Vi and Betboom. We'll see.
battle. I'm not ready. Illuminating. The night sees all. Absolutely not yet. 30 seconds to battle. It's not time yet. What do you see? For night silver. Yeah! On the hunt.
The battle begins.
The dark moon comes. Yes. Quickly now. Let's go. The hunt. Unworthy. Crescent steel. We ride. Let's go. Stalking. Let's go. Let's go. Fear the moon. What do you see? On the frown. Attack!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pia! Another death. Run them down! Quickly now. By starlight. Yes. Catch. Good plan. Absolutely.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. The night sees all. Not yet. On the hunt. Unworthy. Slice. You won't escape. Who dares? This will hurt. Ha! All the night. Heads up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We ride. Stalking. With pleasure. Yeah. Heads up. Is that it? On the hunt. What do you see?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower
By
has fallen.
starlight. Death approaches.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for Dreamleague Season 23, and of course, our second game between Na'Vi and BetBoom. Jonathan, game one was a pretty rough affair. I mean, Na'Vi, it was a pretty damn good start. They had the right idea. They shut down GPK. They got plenty of farm on Uragi, but it just didn't transition to a strong mid game into a late game, and eventually BetBoom just completely took over. What do you think needs to change up here for game number 2?
It feels like maybe that mid pick really didn't work out because it took so many resources, and like Sanctity alone couldn't like completely shut down that mid matchup, which felt like he should have been able to do a little bit more right. Like he got that earlier level 6. It felt like they could have played off of that Sonic Wave before the Storm was really ready to dodge. And it felt like that collapse onto mid was a little bit late, and then it took so long. They just kept camping that lane, which sapped resources away from the side lanes. Uragi was still farming well, but they left Nightfall alone for so long that the Morphling just became this massive issue. Itemization as well for Sanctity felt off. Kaya and Sanj over an Orchid Rush up against a Storm meant they had no hold. And I think it was a lot in the draft that really didn't help the cause for Na'Vi there.
Yeah, I mean, we did say multiple times it was a free Storm game, and they did try their absolute best to ensure that GPK did not have a free game, at least during the laning stage, but it just didn't really matter. You know, just Toronto Tokyo connecting with his Storm, allowing him to jungle early on, and it just made all the difference here for the side of BetBoom. Of course, game number 2's draft appears to have started as well, so we should be able to head over and see exactly what they're planning on drafting this time around. But certainly, hopefully not intending on allowing a free Storm game here for GPK once again. Still BetBoom, I mean, even without the Storm, they just looked fantastic. You know, Nightfall just completely uncontested on the Morphling. Not much you could have done about them.
Yeah, it's a really great game for Nightfall overall. Like, I think it was a couple of things, right? Like we were talking a lot about Sanctity's pick, but the Nefrit Razor as well didn't feel that impactful. It just gave a free target for Nightfall to morph into, get a static link onto Uragi. It just ended up hurting them on the side of Na'Vi to have that Razor. So we'll see how they adjust in draft. Bans have shifted a little bit for Na'Vi. BetBoom taking care of the Chen Disruptor as always, and showing and banning out the IO themselves, as they do not have first pick overall. Taking care of the Doom on top. Na'Vi for their part, Kunkka, Enigma being taken care of. Wonder what else they'd want to remove from the equation. Take care of the Shadow Demon. They will get the Coddle out here. So that does slide true from last time, and they will be able to pick up that specialty for themselves here. Should be the early mid perhaps for Sanctity, but again, there's still potential to try to flex that as support. You just never see support Coddle nowadays, so expecting that on mid for Na'Vi. Mind you, it is dire side mid Coddle, so the access point into the jungle, it's not as smooth, and BetBoom will just go straight into the Pangolier to counteract it on the mid.
Absolutely. It is one of those things that the Pangolier makes its appearance once again. Mid Keeper of the Light, it has its place. Of course, you and I, we talk about it all the time. The Urn Rush into the Spirit Vessel Rush can be very, very potent to try and play against, but if the stars don't align for the mid Coddle, it does completely fall apart, and it generally just makes your whole draft fall apart if you don't get that good start you're looking for. See what Na'Vi do intend on kind of surrounding it with. I mean, like you said, it could still be a flex pick to the Support Keeper, but in fairness, I mean, Support Keeper of the Light just feels kind of useless right now. You don't really do too much as a support con.
No, that certainly doesn't feel great. So I'm just leaning on that now for an early Sanctity pick on the mid. It doesn't feel like you can really try that as an offlaner, just trying to stretch it out, but probably just our mid. And again, you've already got to deal with a Pango matchup, which Coddle can kind of manage. We've seen this multiple times. It's the lane that's still pretty all right for the Coddle to stand back and blast away, but it's certainly not the worst in the world for the Pango to just shield crash, try to be aggressive, and has a dodge mechanic to an extent to that Illuminate. So there's a lot of back and forth here for GPK. Do like that Na'Vi instantly ban out the Faceless Void and TA, so taking care of some big win conditions that BetBoom can kind of bring out. BetBoom, for their part, digging in a little bit more, do take care of the Bristleback in the end, and we'll pick up the Bane. So they'll get the coverage for their own Pango. They've got their own way of just kind of saving, preventing that from being picked up by Na'Vi. A little bit of a block pickup. And the Bane is still pretty damn strong. Like, this can tie into maybe something cheeky like a Mirana pick if you really wanted that. We have seen a few teams in Wallachia kind of go back to that one. Doesn't feel necessary just yet for BetBoom. And you can kind of tie that into like a nice aggressive safe lane that would want to try to play chase down a little bit. Got a lot of aggression that can come out from Bane in lane, even though it's not as aggressive as it once was, as you would know, Mike.
Yeah, I certainly do, Jonathan. I mean, it's a nice deny pick as well, though, right? Against the Pangolier. Just don't allow the Bane to be picked up here by Natus Vinceras. They do go for the Clockwork once again, but this time around they'll also pick themselves up a Techies. So already a highly aggressive style of draft here from Na'Vi to get things started for this game number 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Not too much to say about it, right? I mean, Clockwork Techies pretty standard, I want to say. I mean, Techies has still been making a lot of appearances even in this current meta, so it's not too shocking to see these picks.
No, certainly not. Do like the Oracle coming out for BetBoom, so a good save on hand. You got Luna as well, so pretty well stitched together to kind of just save from what Na'Vi might want to do. Nightmare dodge on, say, some instant burst can buy you a little bit of time. The Oracle just ruins what the Kotl would want to do now with Fate's Edict, so you can just block off a lot of magical damage early on, and just allows you to really play far forward with Luna. Like, a Luna wins some lifesteals up there with her W, like a W, her Shard W plus Satanic. It's not going to die when False Promise is on for the most part, as long as it can keep that attacking up. So that is the one thing that can really mess up Na'Vi now. Even as Vessel timing doesn't feel great with the Dispels that BetBoom has access to. They will go into the Beastmaster now for Na'Vi. So have our Nefrit off lane lined up. A Beastmaster Techies lane does sound very nice and aggressive. There is some good damage to be done there. And you can play board build here up against Luna. You don't mind that too much as long as you micro them around. You should still be able to hold your own and apply pressure on that lane for Na'Vi. Ties in nicely with a push that you have with a Kotl as well, and shoving out creep waves. You have some early tempo to build your foundations on here for Na'Vi.
It's already looking, I don't know, quite tough for Na'Vi if you ask me. I mean, it's an aggressive draft. I mean, you can certainly move fast with this style of draft, but I do have my doubts. This Beastmaster is not a hero we've been seeing very often for good reason, I'd say. The Oracle pickup, I mean, you already went over it, but it is a fantastic pick against the Keeper of the Light. So much utility here against the magic damage output of the Kotl. It already feels like BetBoom have the answers for this game too. I can only wonder what you give Uragi now in that position 1 role to try and give himself a decent shot here up against this Lunar of Nightfall.
You have that Lifestealer is still left in the pool if you really want that. I don't know if you want... I don't know if you can fit something like a Terrorblade in your lineup for Na'Vi up against Luna. Could be one way. Maybe even Illusions can be a little bit awkward with a Pango. You have some clear, plus a Luna. I'm not sure. It doesn't feel like they're great answers. The Lifestealer does pop out. You've got the Vehicle and Clockwork, and Techies to an extent with Blast Off. You can kind of play with that if BetBoom don't ban it out, but feels like it's pretty straightforward to ban that. Or yeah, I'd say the Lifestealer is probably the easiest thing to ban, if not something like a Morphling. Uragi would want to pick that up. Could still fit in for Na'Vi. You don't have the sustain this time, but you've got a nice Luna to turn into. Even a Pango can be nice. Got some good forms, really good burst damage. Luna versus Morph is also mildly awkward for Luna, as Morphling is a better Conda user. They do leave it in. They'll take care of the Gyrocopter, leave the Morph. So Na'Vi does have that. They want that big win condition.
Let's see if they want to go for it. I mean, it is a Uragi classic, the Morphling. One more ban for Na'Vi. Still looking for the offlane banouts here against Miero.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, if Miero really wanted to, he still has the mag he can always go back to unless it does get banned, but if it does not, they'll ban the Centaur instead. Na'Vi, here's your pick up for the position 1. And they go the Razor route.
The Court Core does make sense against Luna. She does not tend to enjoy going to a Hurricane Pike. So, and her range is fairly short. So you do have someone that you can easily chase down. Does make it awkward to pick something like Brewmaster. I mean, any of the popular offlaners, Razor can just kind of eat them up in a melee matchup. It's a Razor Techies lane or a Razor Clockwork lane. Both of them can just play that rundown style quite nicely here. So I like it in terms of just tying into what you have on Navi's end. It leads into that laning aggression that they've been looking for, and it's a smoother ramp up on the pause 1. I don't mind it on the position 1 as much. We've seen it scale, especially if you reach that refresh timing. I'm wondering what the solution is from Betboom from Yarrow off. That's a real question. And you're laning into a Razor. You have to accept it's a slower lane overall. You could opt for maybe something like a Doom if you want to just sit back, farm, surrender the lane basically, and just go for a Midas as we've seen before. I don't think that's too unfamiliar to Yarrow. He's ended up in those circumstances with his Doom before.
I mean, I think that might just be the idea. Betboom. I'll go back for the mag. Okay, I mean, you still have the skewer away against the Rays, and so yeah, just maybe some comfort from Yarrow here. Just give me the mag again. I'll be right.
Yeah, you've got some high damage cores that can really benefit off that Empower anyway. Like Luna builds a lot of stats, so the Empower still can buffer up quite a fair bit. GPK with Empower wouldn't be too bad either. I like Betboom's draft a little bit more. I think Na'Vi has a really nice idea of high tempo gameplay though. Right, like you can kind of connect with Nephrit, with Sanctity, play Chakra Axe spam, although it's not particularly amazing anymore, but you do have that to at least line up. You've got this launching point for aggression from the Kotl if he gets that good earn timing. I think the key thing for Betboom is going to be that mid matchup. Your side lanes are fairly fine, if not mildly defensive, right? Like it's an Oracle Luna lane, it's a Bane Magnus lane. The main Magnus may be aggressive if you Nightmare Skewer back, but I don't see you gap closing that smoothly into a Razor plus a Clock. So there is a lot of play there for Na'Vi still. The real thing that is important for Na'Vi is that mid, right? Like Sanctity has to hit that Earn Spirit Vessel timing. Betboom, I think, has to work hard to prevent that. So stuff like blocking that medium camp by the tier 1 that we've seen multiple times up against Kotl Dire side. I think that's going to be really important for Betboom to stop Sanctity from scaling up too quickly. And then just kind of holding their own in the side lanes, because Na'Vi's aggression is quite big. They're going to have to play their saves right here in Betboom with that Oracle and Bane.
Well, we do have game number 2 now officially underway, so we can head over and we'll see exactly how this one pans out. I mean, obviously, if you're Na'Vi, you're just hoping to tie this one up 1-1 if you can. And well, Betboom looking confident to take a second game, I'd say. I do like the draft they've come up with here as well. And Na'Vi, of course, they have one of those drafts where if you fall flat, you fall really flat. There's no two ways about it. You've got to dominate this early game and move into the mid game very strong. What's with the music? What's happening?
It's a Kotl.
I understand it. Well, go on, John.
It's lovely. And for some reason, it makes me think of a carousel. You know?
Yes.
The little Oracle, the little Kotl time. Love
I
it.
imagine that's why
Great
they're playing the song, John.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well done, John.
Where's the talk, Sanctity? There you go. He does it when the camera's away. Good on you, son.
Well, Toronto just finds himself a boar, I believe. Very, very nice. I doubt Na'Vi will really want to go for a level 1 team fight, but I guess you never really know. Seems like Betboom would be a little bit better off going for that level 1 team fight if they so wish. It really is going to be unbelievably important to win out these lanes quite strongly here for Na'Vi, I'd say, John. I mean, their mid game needs to really dominate for this draft to work, I'd argue. It is going to be, I believe, a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. What do you think? I mean, do you feel like they've got what it takes here with this draft to win out the lanes that well?
I think they do. Like, again, you've got a Razor plus a Clockwork lane, so there's easy rundown potential. You can kind of go 2-3-0 this time instead of 3-2 that we saw from Nephrit, so you can try to apply that pressure early on. I do like that Maldi knows what's up. He knows that blockage is coming for the camp. He just cuts off that movement here from Save. Save's still going to make his way down. Save still has that sentry. Save will still block it off. So camp access is not going to be there. And that is the important thing, right? We're looking at the mid lane. You've got the Kotal versus Pango lane, which is still much better for Kotal, but not completely unplayable for the Pango. And it is important, again, for Sanctity to hit that timing with the Earned Vessel. Just getting your camp cut off, even for one spawn, and you miss a stack, it's not going to be great for the Kotal. I've seen that throw off that tempo by quite a fair bit before.
Absolutely. I mean, Sanctity can make this this kind of start that he likes. Of course, you do have those side lanes as well. Top lane, Melody's been taking a fair bit of damage out from Save. Meanwhile, Skewer back play onto Yuragi. Yuragi's actually going to take a bit of damage on his way out from Miero. Does not have the static link up, so Miero's going to keep chasing him down. Blood Grenade will actually land, and Shockwave is now available once again, so Yuragi is still not out of danger. Save will be able to secure first blood here, and that is really not something you expect to see.
No. That's them left one-on-one as well. Like, Miero was basically alone as Save and Malady were the ones trading blows, as we saw earlier on. And props to Miero for finding that opportunity to skewer back, not letting the static link really be maximized in the first usage, getting the isolation onto Yuragi, getting that cleanup. That's a good tone for Betboom already. And it's like you talked about as we were going into this game, like, Na'Vi needs to stomp these lanes. Like, you've got Clockwork Razor. You need to be the ones playing off of that aggression with a level 2 spike and Malady. But he's just cut off. Save's just doing a great job of ensuring the Clockwork is just not able to soak.
Tough positions here already for Na'Vi. I mean, just looking back at that mid lane, GPK is really starting to get aggressive already on that Pangolier. Sanctity's still not having the worst time, but generally you see Coddles really dominate the mid lane, and that is just not happening quite yet. The top lane Malady is going to try and get aggressive here on the clock. Save does have the Nightmare available, but can't quite get it off. Does eventually get one onto the Razor, but eventually will still be taken off here by the clock, as now Malady dragged underneath the tier 2, or rather tier 1 tower. Oh, the uphill miss at the tier 1. It's a little bit unfortunate. Miero sees the uphill miss and he just says, screw that, I'm out of here.
Good understanding. Knows there's a creep wave nearby that's higher valued than this potential kill. So we'll just take it. Nice little pickup there for Na'Vi to even out, but that does cost him resources. Yuragi's out of mana, does have 8 charges on the stick. And that'll give him enough for at least one more cast on the plasma field if he so wishes. But you are still better off there on the side of Betboom again. GPK is still getting aggressive onto Sanctity. Sanctity still hasn't spotted the blockage. In fact, they did mention D-Ward at the very least, so no blockage any longer. There is recovery for Sanctity in the camps, but again, even the mid lane, this timing that you're expecting, it's not going to be that sharp for Sanctity overall.
Save may have gone a bit too far again top lane. He tried to get aggressive onto Yuragi. A nice skew away from Miero, but Miero could be in a bit of danger now himself, as he would actually chase down Malady. In the meantime, Nightfall does die down a bottom lane, and now Yuragi's in trouble. Yuragi apparently goes too far. Malady not out of danger yet either. He'll cop the Nightmare from Miero. Skewer is back up in 1. Malady trying to get away. Skewer is there, but the Cogs pushback is out. It won't matter though. They've still got the mana for the Shockwave. Miero just looking for the deny on himself. Does get it as well. Nothing being handed back the way of Yuragi. How did Nightfall die down to that bottom lane while all that was happening?
I think he just got a little bit isolated out. Maybe they were going back for a pull with Toronto. I didn't quite watch that because of that top. It went on for so long. That is a little bit of a boon for Na'Vi overall, though. Again, these lanes needed to get a little bit more aggressive. They're putting a little bit of a stoppage onto Nightfall. Not enough to really make it feel too uncomfy, though. Like, this is still a Luna. There's still a lot of recovery for him that Nightfall can find for himself anyway. And as long as his levels are flowing, he gets those points in the glaives, starts to get into the power treads, Massive Madness, he's still set for a good time. However, that push threat from Nefrit can line up. Again, it's just this damage output. If you start to get the Axis on with a Blast Off and Sticky Bomb from Zayat, there is enough to clear out any of these heroes here.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, bit of aggression going on to Toronto. Malady has rotated to boot. They'll try onto Nightfall. Nightfall, though, being healed up by Toronto Tokyo, is still fine for now. Problem is the chase is on now. Zayat, he'll land the sticky bomb onto the Luna. They do eventually get Toronto Tokyo. Zayat's having to run, and Nightfall trying for the TP play out, but the cogs push back. Malady waiting for the last second, and Nefrit will pick up a double kill on the Beastmaster.
That's such a big win. Still, they're taking this chance down mid to pressure out Sanctity. Not quite enough to get the kill, but enough to shove him away from the lane. You are feeding quite nicely onto Nefrit. This timing into the Dominator is going to be quite nice to, again, help that siege, help to open up the map, to get some more space going. But my concern is still mid. Like, yes, you make a lot of things happen, but you're shafting your Kotal to get that done. He does have the urn up. You need some charges to really get effective, though. GPK, he's got the first power rune, has himself a haste, has the Rolling Thunder ready to go already. Is perfectly fine there. Just need to kind of sack bot at this point with how aggressive Na'Vi are.
Oh, top lane, a bit of a group up once again. This time GPK has rotated on the Pangolier. They're looking towards Yuragi. Save's trying to get within range for a Nightmare. Can't quite get there yet. Trying to cut him off through the tree line. Might find him, but Yuragi running towards the Roshan pit. Will go for a TP play out. Does he make it? No. GPK will hand the vision over. The Nightmare there in time. And Yuragi, I mean, he tried his absolute best to avoid that situation, but GPK being in the area made it very, very challenging.
That he did. One big boon for Na'Vi, at least, is that they find double wisdom runes. So the pivotal level 6 for the supports isn't going to be too far off. At a release for Zayat, he's going to have the threat of the mines with a blast off soon. That should lead to some more kill opportunities as long as Toronto Tokyo isn't around to save. So you have that lining up for you here. Na'Vi, again, rallying quite nicely despite these losses up top. They've applied a lot of pressure bot. You're already forced to jungle up early here for Nightfall to just be protected. They're still keeping that pace down bot too.
They'll try again onto the Oracle. Toronto, unable to protect himself, will go down once again. And Nefrit, he's been doing a pretty damn good job here on the Beastmaster. You know, I had my doubts during the drafting stage, Sean, but he's currently 3-0-1. Just feels like every time Raw's off cooldown, he's able to secure a kill.
He's identifying his targets really damn well. Again, he's able to just get the siege going. Doesn't have any points in the inner beast, so it's a little bit slower going than you'd want it to be, but is still lining up for just a free siege. Dominator going to be flying out soon now as well. Are looking to maybe try to make something happen up top with Toronto Tokyo shifting gears now in his lane. We have the triple clump up with GPK still set to go. He could die for this with a shield rune if he wanted to.
Hold out for now. GPK looks like he'll return back into the mid lane. You are looking to make a lot of space now for Nightfall, who has fallen quite far behind in the net worth department. Nefrit, he'll pick up that bottom tier 1 tower. This Beastmaster certainly making it possible for this Na'Vi draft to hit that mid-game timing that they're looking for by the looks of it. The Sanctity almost has the 4 BOTs up now as well. Does have the Spirit Vessel completed, just needs some earn charges for himself. And well, this is kind of one of the things about the mid-con. The Sanctity has not moved, right? So he's got no charges. So you're kind of expecting to see some rotations very soon from the Keeper.
He should. I mean, he did try down bot. It's just that they found kills a little bit too fast for him on the TP. It's Betboom to go out with a smoke here, but instantly broken.
A save. Nice Nightmare dodge on the blast off. Will avoid all the damage from Zayat. With the control out from GPK. Zayat still actually alive. Toronto kind of healing him up a little bit there, and Toronto's gonna die. Once again, Nefrit with the rotations, able to secure a kill. It's now Sanctity. He's got the Spirit Wrestle charges. He'll see GPK. The hook shot off the mark. A very nice shield crash, but the roar is down. Nightmare will make it a little bit harder to take down GPK, but he is gone. They will eventually get the Pangolier kill. And now Na'Vi, they are well and truly online.
That they are. Grouping up for that mid-siege onto tier 1, opening up the map even further. For Betboom, a little bit unfortunate, just not enough damage to run down Zayat. Once they saw that rotation out from Sanctity, GPK just turned his heel and ran. didn't want to fully commit on that remaining time in the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't quite have the full Diffusal Blade either, still 500 gold away. Doesn't really have that great burst damage to really take care of these softer targets just yet. Only benefit right now for BetBoom is you are getting free space for Nightfall to farm, but it's still a sad state for that Luna right now. They've got some good wards to watch forward. Really good forward ward here from Zayat to watch in front of that tier 2 in case anyone pops out. And you are giving space as well for Miero to find that blink. It feels like it's hinging on this blink timing now on the mag to start to make some plays, along with the Pango timing on that Diffusal. It all kind of ties into those two cores connecting. And the side of Na'Vi, if they keep shrinking that map down, I mean, that connection will still happen, but you'll have yourself a nice, healthy advantage to kind of play around with on Na'Vi's end. And one thing that happens with a snowball as well here, Mike, is that you're up against techies. Zayats can start planting some aggressive mine spots, start to spot out these rotations, make it hard for you to try to bounce back in. For the side of BetBoom, and that's all off the back of this early map control that Nefrit has built up.
Radiant are scanning.
Bottom lane, Sanctity's looking to rotate and kind of meet up with Nefrit here. They might even be thinking about that tier 2 tower this early on. It certainly feels like you can apply the pressure thanks to that Helm of the Dom. And Na'Vi not finding a target they'd really like to commit on. They'll just get back to that tier 2 tower, slowly chipping away, as it seems like Toronto Tokyo is going to be in charge of trying to creep skip here on the Oracle. Does kind of miss out on the creep wave though, sadly, so won't be able to hold the next creep wave back. It's still a tier 2 tower at 12 minutes though, so it's still quite a slow process, to be absolutely fair. But the Helm of the Overlord will be coming rather soon for Nefrit, so things should escalate quite a bit very, very soon.
And it should have maybe enough if they want to really commit onto that early objective. There are some big timings up. Blink has flown out for Miero, so he does have some initiation angles to take now for the team. Just need to find that opportunity now. I mean, you've got that Diffusal up for GPK. He is working towards a fast Ags as well for even more damage in the middle of that Rolling Thunder. It's just a little bit tough to find a way out. Again, you've got these very nice mines set up by Zayat, already blocking off like a smoke angle down bot. So they'll have to kind of try on top, but the top tier 1 still stands. Save.
The jump is there. They're going to find themselves a Bane. This really isn't the biggest kill in the world. I feel like Save almost doesn't mind dying like that to understand exactly where everyone's been positioned here on Na'Vi. But they'll take the Bane kill, happily, of course. And Na'Vi, I mean, for now, more than happy to sit back and relax. But it does feel like with this kind of position that they're in, you want to see them maybe a little bit more aggressive. Nefrit's once again going through the bottom wave. In fairness, BetBoom are not really giving them many openings right now. Obviously, you'd love to pick off a core, but all the cores have been missing on the map.
That they have. I played it safe. They're just farming up in the very limited areas of control they do have on hand. They've been doing a good job of just not going to the hot zones where Zayat has been camping. They know this bot jungle is extremely hot. They will try with a smoke out, but the mines might be able to spot that.
Sanctity is going to be around the area. BetBoom prepping for a team fight. They've got the blink up on Miero. If they lose this fight, it's basically a tier 2 tower gone, perhaps. BetBoom slowly moving up, trying to find an angle. They will not have that angle, though. Na'Vi do retreat successfully. Oh, save. His position was revealed. Hook shot from Malady, a little bit off the mark, looking for GPK. Save still in danger, however, as Sanctity has caught him with the solar bind, and well, Save is gone. Another nice pickup here for Sanctity. It's like Nefrit now looking to go on towards that bottom tier 2 tower, and in fact, Uragi's going to join as well. They're not holding back. Sanctity forcing GPK and Toronto Tokyo back towards their base, and that bottom tier 2 tower is looking as good as dead.
And it is instant TPs up top as well, trying to find Nightfall here.
Well, Sanctity, he'll have the solar bind, but does he have a TP cancel? The answer is no. Pretty much needed Malady there, and he didn't have hook shot anymore. In fact, Malady Fortuneton will lock him down. This should be a bit of a freebie for Betboom. Melody trying to make it as hard as possible with the cogs, but it just won't matter.
No. They got the objective they were looking for. That entire sequence of events just comes off of Miero running right into the mines. I mean, his smoke did pop on the ramp, but again, it's this information Zayat is providing, cutting off Betboom from finding bigger targets. It's making it a little bit rough to try to play off of this item spike that they have built for themselves on Betboom. Are forced to just hug tier 2 mid. Top tier 1 should fall after a little bit of a shove from Na'Vi. You are still recovering on Nightfall quite nicely. He does have Yasha. He's going into the Manta, of course, as you'd expect. And GPK, all things considered, is still eclipsing Sanctity and Farm. Only behind Nefrit. It's only Nefrit, really, that's running away with this game right now. He's working towards the Blink next. Doing a great job with the Underhide creep to just keep that aggression going. And as long as if they can find the next tier 2s, it gets really awkward for Betboom. But they can't let off the gas to Na'Vi. They have to keep going.
Shot at the mark. Miero narrowly able to get away. Does blink away after trying to go after the full creep wave. Sanctity still having a bit of a gander, but can't find too much. It's Na'Vi. I mean, they could look towards that mid tier 2 if they really want. Not going to be the quickest process, but they can certainly do it if they so wish. Instead, still hunting down Nightfall. Without the hook shot, though, it's going to be pretty hard to lock the Luna down. Though I say that, with Aurora out, Nightfall is basically as good as dead. And Nightfall, they're running right into your cert. Problem is, you don't have the initial lockdown. Meanwhile, Zayat's actually going to die to Miero as Nightfall. He gets slowed up by the creep. The slam. Still, they will save him with the false promise and he'll pop the Eclipse, but it shouldn't matter. He's taking way too much damage. Toronto's still trying to help him out, but he's gone. The Luna is down. The slam from the Thunderhide is what sets up for the kill. And that is actually a huge movement slow. 60%.
It is. It is. You were laughing at me when I used to talk about this, please.
Oh, stop it, John. Miero gets a skewer away. Save. Probably set to fall. In fact, never mind that, because GPK now being chased down by Nefrit. Zayat will land the blast off. Save still surviving a little bit longer, but eventually they should have their way, and they do. Melody able to secure, but now, Miero goes for an RP, goes for a skewer back. Nefrit's a big target. He will go down, but Miero may have to pay with his life, and he does. Though I dare say Miero finds that very worth it.
Certainly is. That actually switches the lead down by a pretty big amount. It was peaking at 5k, went down to 3, back at 4, but it's a massive streak that was on Nefrit. That does stall out on the push at very least. Like, all of these deaths are pretty substantial for Betboom, but their towers still stand. At this point, you have to kind of throw bodies to stall out in the push and hope that you get enough downtime in between fights to get some farm going for yourself here. Manta for Nightfall is going to be a big boon in terms of some escape plans here for the Luna. And they have managed to take over the triangle control on Na'Vi's end. And they've got their own Manta up on Yuragi, going for the Satanic once more. Just have to, again, cut losses on the side of Betboom, stall out. Try to prevent these tier 2s from coming under too much threat. You're going to hit the Ags timing for Miero relatively soon. You've already got the Ags timing for GPK as well, so team fights are starting to get a little bit more scary from the side of Betboom. And for Na'Vi, they've got some tools on hand. They've got the Orchid up in Sanctity, no defensive items for Betboom. So they still have an ace up your sleeve here for Na'Vi's end. I think my big concern for Betboom is that it doesn't feel like the supports are able to really do much in terms of starting some fights or helping to find some isolations. It's all been sacrificial from Save and Toronto, which is fair. Like, and there's no real connections to make, but you need to start seeing stuff in maybe about 5 minutes. Around the 25-minute mark should be the point where you're ready. Free Roshan coming out for Na'Vi. Secondary life ready for Yuragi. And that should lead into that additional pressure onto the tier 2s. Again, Na'Vi, they can't afford to let off the gas here.
Absolutely not. You do not want to give Betboom that time to catch up and give them that opportunity to get a team fight, win their way. That is all it takes, right? With this style of drafts, like one bad team fight, and your whole game can fall apart that quick. They'll try to pressure again. Mind you, this meta is infamous for how hard it is to push high ground. So it'll be interesting to see how exactly Na'Vi do want to approach that. Even with this style of draft, it just feels like you can't look for a fight into their high ground whatsoever. It needs to be on your own terms. There's Bet Boom now, speaking of your own terms, have smoked up as 4. Oh, they might run into Uragi, who's trying for a Tormentor. This could be a very awkward timing from Na'Vi. They're all going to be quite low by the time the jump comes. Rocket Flare's going to see nothing because they're still smoked up. The Tormentor is now officially taken. Miero, are you going to jump? No. No jump.
GPK revealed early. Like, his smoke popped when he walked near its Tormentor. So the Flare did spot GPK, and they know there's no way it's just a Pango hiding in the back. So you have to play it safe. And just trying to cut off that opportunity for Bet Boom. Lose a tier 2. 1 outer tower left for Bet Boom at 21 minutes in. 5k lead for Na'Vi, which, again, isn't that substantial, to be fair. Bet Boom are still managing to work the map well enough. It's Miero that's kind of taking the back seat. But you have some parity here for Nightfall and Uragi. You've got some parity with GPK and Nefrit. So, again, the tools to play are still being formed up. They just need to cut losses. Na'Vi smoking out on the hunt. They would want to, again, find something to lead into the last tier 2 into high ground. It's just Bet Boom don't give any opportunities out.
Well, the tier 2 mid tower now going down. And Na'Vi still just kind of sticking by their ancient granite golem. Just keeping it protected. GPK trying his absolute best to snipe the golem, but can't quite get there. They'll venture out into their Radiant Triangle once again. They're actually going to find Uragi. They saw him underneath that ward for a moment, but Uragi has backed his way out now. Instead, into the mid lane they go. They'll find a Clockworks, and Malady still actually able to survive thanks to a 4-staff away, though the stuns are out with the Rolling Thunder, but now the heal's coming in from Sanctity. Malady will make it out, and Na'Vi are now rushing for the fight, but they will not have any form of lockdown to actually find themselves a target. But they still get the tier 2 mid tower. So objectives are still successfully being taken here by Na'Vi. Thing is, that was your final outer tower, so it's all about high ground and Roshan now.
Yeah, I mean, at the least they can apply map control with the mines. Again, break off any smoke movement that Bet Boom will want to do to try to catch up. And there's really not many places they can kind of try to sneak around here on the side of Bet Boom. So it's a slow choke out now. Again, there is farm, there is threat, there's the RP that's always relevant from Miero with a horn toss as well. It's just a matter of how you try to play the end game on the side of Na'Vi for their part. How well do they choke out Bet Boom? And how well can Bet Boom do in trying to find some space for themselves? They're slowly retaking Triangle at the very least. I'm playing Minesweeper with Toronto, but Deep Army is there from Nefrit to dissuade them further.
Oh, jump in, Nefrit once again finding a nice target. You always find the Oracle every single time. If you can get the Oracle, you take the Oracle.
Yeah.
Jump in though, Miero. Skewer is there, hookshot could not stop him, and now the RP, he found a 2-for-1. Oh boy, Malady, he kind of got dragged along with it. And now, well, Na'Vi, they may not want this team fight. Bet Boom looking for it right away, going after Sanctity on the Keeper of the Light, though GPK forced to TP away. Will make it out. He is fine. So you get a little bit of a nice bonus there with Miero. Like, the hookshot trying to stop him from skewering actually helped out.
Yeah. And it does make it work. And that's the kind of thing that keeps you in the game here for Bet Boom. That's 1.5k gold off the back of 2 supports dying, considering how far behind you are. And again, it allows some retaking of control through that bot jungle to allow that build-up now for the side of Bet Boom. Going for the Hurricane Pike on Nightfall just to disengage from the Razor, of course. You've got the Lincolns for GPK coming out, a BKB for Miero. Once that BKB and the Magnus is up, it does feel like the confidence shoots up here for Bet Boom. Again, they scale fairly well on Bet Boom. They've got that RP that they play off the back of. They've got the grip as well that can kind of help. At the least, you have Roar from Nefrit as a solution for the Rolling Thunder from GPK. But again, Lincolns is going to be able to take care of that for GPK once that is up. See how much more the side of Betboom can take, and whether or not Na'Vi again can start to find some holes here. 2 minutes until Roshan, so best thing to do is just shove out.
Zayat trying to jump in, missed the blast off, and Miero's going to say thank you very much for that. They will still find Toronto though. Nefrit just being an absolute menace here on the Beastmaster, not allowing them to take a free kill. I think any kill right now is a good kill for Betboom.
That it is. Again, you're trading supports, but you're so much lower in net worth that gives you a 500 gold swing your way off the back of one kill. A massive amount being found here by save, going into the Aether Lens to help reach on that Bane. And it's all around the same area. It's all over contesting this triangle. Just, they know it's such an important part to cut off the side of Betboom, and Betboom still managed to brute force their way into having a little bit more reach outside of their high ground. Na'Vi, they're gonna need it feels like they want just a clean pickoff. They need their cores to kind of tie in. With this movement out from the supports, they need to connect with Zayat and Malady. Try to just punish this triangle control they keep reasserting on the side of Betboom.
They look at Zayat again. Zayat will run his way north. They have ventured out of the base at the very least here, Betboom. It is a tough time just being stuck on that high ground for quite a while, but they are finally out on the map looking to maybe look for a pick-off. Mid-T1 Tower looking quite tasty here for Betboom. Na'Vi, do they run at them if they see them is the question. For now, it seems as though Na'Vi is just trying to control the western side of the map. Set up some traps here for Nightfall, who does show his face on the Luna. If they can make the jump, and they will. Roar is out, but the false promise immediately from Toronto. A nice bit of wasted utility here for Na'Vi. Betboom, they'll get to the high ground, they'll buy themselves more time, and in fact, they'll smoke up immediately. It's a lot of spells down.
It's all down to Miero. She can get the pullback even onto one.
Sanctity's waiting on the high ground. GPK, he'll make the jump. He'll find the Keeper of the Light as well as the clock. Here comes Uragi trying to sap away the damage output from GPK. They'll take down Malady first. In goes the blast from Zayat, but the Magnus is still perfectly fine to just walk his way out of there. Nightfall, however, he does get slowed up. The Nightmare's not going to help either.
Oh.
Nightfall is down. Na'Vi on the chase. They'll find save. They'll take save out surely. Fiend's Grip was out for Nefrit, but it won't matter. Save will buy back once again as they do take down Sanctity at the very least. So the Keeper is gone. GPK able to find himself some pretty big kill. The rest of Betboom trying for a bit of a chase to find an extra target, but it seems as though Na'Vi is successfully going to be able to retreat, though I say that Nefrit, he's still around, still being chased down, but Uragi is around to help out.
Oh,
the Roar will be
Miero.
committed onto the Magnus. Miero maybe going a bit too far, is still saved here by Toronto as they do take down Zayat. They just didn't have the damage. Well, once he committed the Fate's Edict, they just didn't have the damage output.
No, it's not enough there from Na'Vi. Again, you're seeing why the high ground's just so tough. Betboom are starting to take fights outside high ground as well. That's not even remotely close to the tier 3s. Miero, that's him without a BKB. Once he has that BKB, he's going to be able to get that RP off. He's going to be able to not care too much about the control that the side of Na'Vi is leveraging here. Roshan, next objective for Na'Vi to take. Of course, they've got control in the area. Should be able to find this one nice and free with a cheese on top of the Aegis. Should start to provide some opportunities for the high ground. Betboom, though, you can't count them out, right? Even with the Aegis, it just doesn't feel like you can. And find Zayat.
They will. Zayat's going to go down, but they do get Roshan. So Zayat, he'll lose his life, but Roshan does go the way of Na'Vi. Thing is, though, Betboom, they are slowly starting to feel a lot more confident now on the map. Into the Dire Triangle now they go. Looking towards the bottom tier 1 tower where Uragi will TP. Uh-oh. Uragi. will show himself with the plasma field, and GPK immediately pops the Rolling Thunder. On the chase, Yuragi, how do you find your way out of this one? He'll hide in the corner for a moment, but eventually they do catch him. Can they take him down? Yuragi, still alive, has the Aegis up for another 4 minutes anyway, so we'll have a secondary life. Eats the cheese instead, though. He'll survive the first life anyway. Save and Miro are gone. Nightfall's gonna run. He's being cut off here by the clockwork, though, but do they have the TP cancel? They don't. They do not. He's able to get out on the Luna. Toronto will die. 3 down for the price of nothing. Yuragi won't even lose the Aegis.
No. They forced out the cheese usage, at the very least. That's one piece of utility away from Na'Vi, but not the big one you'd want to expend from the side of BetBoom. A very forced movement out. I get that they are under pressure here from BetBoom to take anything they can. That was very far forward on a tier 1, on a very protected area of the map of Na'Vi. Respawns are fairly short, so you at least have that going for yourself here. You will still have the high ground defense to play with on the side of BetBoom. RP still a minute away, so there's a window here for Na'Vi to not care, but the Horn Toss skewer back might be enough to make things complicated anyhow. We'll lose Toronto Tokyo to the Tormentor.
Oopsie daisies.
That Nightfall was trying to take. And it happens, I guess.
Bet he was trying to heal Nightfall as well. The Nightfall just not stop. I know how it is. No, you worry, John. I've had these situations happen to me. Miero. Oh, that's a nice pickup. Sanctity gets caught. Sanctity immediately Fiend's Gripped and he is gone. And you are still up against the Magnus. You really can't afford to be in that position.
No. And that's what we were talking about right there. Even without the RP, just Horn Toss skewer back and find yourself some play. It just makes it tough with Na'Vi. They still hang on to this Aegis for quite some time. Still 2.5 minutes left on that, but you'll have an RP use ready on Miero. He has his BKB up now. Should be able to actually use that RP in the way that he'd want to. Some tips coming out on the team. Clearing out these waves. Inside of Na'Vi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is mildly concerning. I mean, your 7k lead, again, isn't substantial. Nightfall is basically equalized on farm. It's Miero that's taking the short end of the stick, which, with his BKB, it's not that big of an issue. So you've got the damage ready on your Luna. She's got the Conda out. The Lucent Beam spam is going to be pretty damn painful now. See if Na'Vi can start to blow something up here. Smoke out.
Can't find too much with the Rocket Flare. Boom do successfully get their way out of there. No real victims being caught here by the side of Na'Vi. Toronto just buys a Blink Dagger on the Oracle, which you do love to see as well. Like in a game like this where he's just being targeted every single time, you really just need to sit back as far back as possible and just wait for that perfect moment to jump in for a false promise. It's just doing what he needs to do to get those spells off before he does die. Nothing worse than an Oracle that you can't kill.
That might be the difference maker as well with how these fights break out. Toronto can hang a screen away, has the Aether Lens and the Psychic Headband, so all the cast range you could ask for on top. Getting some good forward wards. Spotted immediately by the Sentry.
Oh, nice RP. They're going to find the Beastmaster, and once again, the Clockwork Hook is only adding to the damage. Zayat's also looking to get caught. We'll get the Yule Scepter off, but it will not matter.
Oh boy.
It's just, I mean, they're just kind of sticking around that bottom area as 3. BetBoom, as soon as they realize they're not fully there as a unit, they just jump in and find the easiest kills of their lives.
And that does not bode well for Na'Vi. That cuts off any chance for the high ground. And your scaling starts to drop down here on Na'Vi. And there's only so much your Kotal can keep doing as the game scales on into the 40-minute, 45, 50-minute mark. When we approach late game. Look at that graph, Mike. Look at how far that nosedive back to BetBoom. 53% chance to win now. 3.5k gold swinging on that fight. And it's just back to what we were saying. Na'Vi could not let go of the gas pedal. They had to keep stepping on it. But it's high ground. You can't fault Na'Vi as well. How do you approach high ground up against a Magnus that can just pull you back up against this follow-up from your Pangolier on Bet Boom's end. It's just way too much follow-through. With all the damage in the world from Nightfall, you still managed to farm up Storm number 1 in that worth now off the back of that fight after being stuck in the middle of the pack for a long time. Has a full BKB as well. I feel like Na'Vi should have went back for just a straight refresh in Uragi. Again, he's like into Satanic, which he has now, going back for the AC. Just like the easiest solution is like refresh Ags for Razor, double static link someone right in the middle, give no cares, and then just get the rundown. It's a bit late for that theoretical now. At the very least, the Satanic will allow a prolonged fight up against Nightfall quite easily if they can get that isolation. Bet Boom confident enough to start dipping away into the river. They can reapply control and just, again, scale back and farm, pull this lead away from Na'Vi.
I mean, it feels like they already have. Like, Nightfall's second in net worth, your Pango GPK, he's top net worth now. Like, you've gotten to a stage where I think you've kind of missed the train as Na'Vi, and it only gets harder and harder from here. If you are Na'Vi, as Bet Boom are looking to hunt down this dire end of things now. They initially wanted to go bottom, but they'll head up top instead, realizing that Na'Vi are probably around that area. Just clearing out the creep wave. They'll run straight through the mid-river. Into the dire jungle they'll go. Oh, on Sanctity, he'd be a great pick off the start. They'll see him as well. Miero, no, he doesn't get the horn toss, but he gets the RP. And Melody again. Melody just hooks right into it. Meanwhile, GPK, he'll get held on the spot for a moment, but gets the Fortune's End off here from Toronto, Tokyo, so he's going to be just fine. Uragi could not finish off the job. They're on to Nightfall instead, but Nightfall will just 4-staff away. Instead, Miero, he'll drag back Zayat, but it seems as though nobody wants to fight any longer. He'll even save TP's out. Everyone's just out of there freely from Bet Boom. The 2 buybacks committed mean nothing from Na'Vi.
That's a worrying sign for Na'Vi. Takes away pretty much the net worth lead all the way back to Bet Boom in terms of the numbers here. And it's just down to, again, you're playing into a Magnus. You're playing into this hard AoE control. Sure, you managed to get the roar off onto GPK, but the save is there from Toronto, and now that he has that link, he's just hanging all the way back. You can just get these saves on his cores as they need it to be. Roche is respawning shortly so they can maximize the buybacks on Na'Vi, trying to get control over that objective. I don't think Bet Boom will let that go for free any longer. Sure, RP's down for a little bit more, but they can sneak outside their base now. They can keep the shove out. These Luna illusions hit for a lot of damage. Gonna be able to take a free Tormentor for themselves. Nice little shard out for save. And they just take the bite away from Na'Vi. Now all the creep waves not shoving in as consistently as they once was. Roshan is up. It's going to have a little bit more time up top. The mind pops to tell them. Has the free Ag's Blessing as well. So that is a big boon for Na'Vi if they can just run into Roche right now, but they're not risking it.
Just a lot of patience here from both sides, but I think Na'Vi are the ones feeling a little bit more kind of trapped in this game too now. As they're certainly not out of it yet, but there's certainly dire straits at this point as the win probably has completely swung the other way. Smoke on smoke, but we are going to have a quick pause out. Uragi making the pause happen here. Very awkward position. I mean, they're right across from each other at this top lane. The go-ahead is out. Miero is not smoked up. Nightfall is, though, right next to him. They'll see the Magnus very soon. Nefrit, he'll make the jump in. The Sight Device was out, but that was pretty much it. They'll hex him up, but nothing comes out of it. Bet Boom looking to relocate. Malady getting caught there for a second. Meanwhile, GPK going to jump in with the Rolling Thunder, trying to find himself a straggler. Nobody really sticking around as now GPK needs his own way out, but here comes Miero with the RP. Not the hook again, Malady. The Fiend's Grip now holding down Nefrit. He needs some help. He cannot survive, though. Nightfall will take him out as they'll even find Zayat. He'll buy back. So will Nefrit, but where are they going? Who's left to fight? Sanctity's gone. So is Uragi by the looks of it. No chance of surviving on this Razor. He will die. An ultra kill out for the Luna. And these buybacks once again will mean nothing as Nightfall's looking for a rampage, and he might just have it. Zayat. Oh, they'll save it for... No, they won't. Toronto. Why Toronto? Why?
Is under attack.
Yeah, the support's revenge, Mike. What do you mean?
I like it. I mean, I'm
crying about
asking why.
not getting anything, right? There you go. You know why.
I secretly enjoyed it, John. I just dramatic effect, you know.
That's going to be a dramatic Roshan coming out now for BetBoom. 17k lead, 93% chance to win. And it's just messy. Na'Vi, it just feels a little bit disconnected in some of these calls, right? Like, they tried to isolate Nightfall. No one's there to follow through from that movement from Malady. So Nightfall gets to just get kicked out. They drop the Will-O-Wisp on top of that movement with no fall through. You have Yuragi forced to static link up the Pango in the middle of the roll without the roar. So GPK can just break the link. You don't have refresh, so there's no second link. And it's all just messy for Na'Vi. BetBoom looking a lot cleaner. They might be able to find a save at the least.
I mean, maybe save. Well, they will. They'll get themselves a Bane, but it probably is going to cost them Malady on the clock. Malady actually gets the jetpack away, but it won't matter. Nightfall with the Kanda Lucent Beam certainly has plenty of damage. Oh, now you've got the Axe Bane as well. This is where things get real fun as a Bane player, John. Now you just can do nothing against the Fiend script. It's amazing.
No, I mean, they could. Theoretically, the Clockwork's probably your best answer to that with Cogs pushback on 2 and the Battery Assault in the main. I feel like that's kind of the best angle you have now on Na'Vi, but as we've seen, Malady's been very keen to hookshot Miero.
Yeah.
And kind of chase him, which has caused some issues for Na'Vi. To be fair, I did find it entertaining the first 3 times. Like, all 3 were actually quite entertaining. At this point, it's just really hard now for Na'Vi. They cannot do that. Do not do that. No.
But it's you know, you see the idea. He's trying to stop the skill back plays, but it's just, you've got to pretty much be, like, immediate with the reaction. You don't have, like, half a second to waste.
No. It's a very tight window. Full Swift Blink now up for Nightfall. Hits like an absolute truck. Just get that siege onto the tier 2. And now they can actually threaten the high ground with these Luna Illusions here on the side of BetBoom. We'll have the Aegis for a good amount of time as well. No rush on the side of BetBoom. And oh, Na'Vi, after a very smooth game, again, their lead, it just never grew big enough. They didn't find that opening for the high ground, and this is what happens.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, found another one. That's Sanctity gone. Sanctity just in an awkward position by that tier 3 bottom tower, getting caught by Miero, who just hasn't been missing with these skewers. And suddenly BetBoom looking to find a 2-0 victory onto the tier 3 bottom tower. Na'Vi now 20k behind. Apparently a 5 or 4% chance of win probability here for Na'Vi. Not looking too good for them. As they'll find the bottom racks, no problems. And it seems though Na'Vi are just not even intending on coming back. Yuragi's just still farming, trying to work towards, I believe, a butterfly at the moment. Nightfall in the meantime, he'll just happily take the base. Miero, oh, he's found another.
More.
Well, this time Malady won't be hooking into it at least. So that's good news.
That saves him the effort. Fortunately, that will not save him the racks. We'll lose the mid. Full butterfly up for Malady, out for Yuragi, but I don't know if that's enough. Doesn't feel like it.
Miero looking for another. Oh, nice RP. He found the Beastmaster. GPK, he'll ruin the skewer, but it won't matter because he's got another RP. Into the Eclipse he goes. And with that, this could be the end as Nefrit will go down without buyback available. Yuragi trying to fight, but there's just no chance in hell. GG well played is called. And my goodness, I mean, BetBoom, it looked incredibly dire for this game number 2, but they just play patiently and they make it work.
That they do, and I think that's definitely the experience playing out here for BetBoom. We do get a nice scoreline at the end as well, 32 up against 22 from Na'Vi, but it's the experience, I feel like, that ties that difference here for BetBoom and Na'Vi. Because Na'Vi had this very stable lead, They didn't really completely shut down the map the way you want them to with that advantage. Unfortunately, there was a lot of room for the side of Betboom to still play farm and pull back. And again, it's some of those decisions being made in these pickoffs. These chases forward from Maldi did eclipse that net worth back. They didn't have a massive lead in the first place, but giving some kills away just allows this angle back in for Betboom.
Certainly, an impressive comeback. Yeah, I was honestly just sitting there thinking, there's no way they're going to make this all work, but they certainly did. Well, Betboom, we'll be talking with someone from Betboom very, very soon. We've got to head to a break first, though, John. And after that break, we'll be back with an interview with somebody from Betboom. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't catch that game number 2 here from Betboom, my goodness, it looked real bad for them, but they make the win happen as we get to see some of the highlights from that game too, John. And most of these highlights will probably be Na'Vi highlights because they were in the lead for a solid 30 minutes.
That they were, and this was the fight that broke off right after the Roche take from Na'Vi. They got a little bit excited and tried to chase down Uragi, presenting himself, just didn't manage to make the connections. However, the high ground hold was there. Really fantastic target spotting there from Miero with skewer backs. Does manage to find the openings, picking off Sanctity. and providing that time and space for them to scale back in here for the side of BetBoom. Remember, Navi's lineup, it was so focused on timing. They play that early game really well. They play to their advantage, despite, like, say, a slower start for Sanctity, not getting those charges up quite in time, but still managing to hit that critical mass when it was needed. It's just, it fell off the mark once the high ground was there. Like, you were posing that question, sure, they could take the tier 2s, but how hard high ground is, can you really do anything with like a 5-7k lead? They couldn't on Navi.
It was definitely an impressive victory here from BetBoom. And well, Navi, I mean, you got to give props to the boys from Navi anyway. I mean, they pull off a fantastic kind of performance here in this series against a team like BetBoom, but see BetBoom proving to be the better team here today, securing that first 2-0 victory for themselves here in the group stages of Dreamleague Season 23. And of course, you and I are the lucky people that get to talk to somebody from BetBoom and see exactly what the hell happened here in that game 2 at the very least. I really want to speak about how they kind of made that comeback happen, Jonathan, though I'm sure the answer will be high ground's busted and we just kind of waited, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, what the mindset's like when that happens as well, how the team comms are handled when you are just kind of waiting there. Do you have a ring, Mike?
Oh, hello. I believe we have Mr. Toronto Tokyo on the line. Toronto, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
I don't know. Like casual, nothing new. Just one more game today. Yeah, like my job, Dota 2.
Oh, Toronto, let me ask you about that game 2. I mean, game 1, you guys made it look easy. Game 2, it looked like a bit of a rougher affair. What were you guys talking about? How do you make that comeback happen in game 2?
To be honest, we have everything. Even without items, we were ready to fight at any point. So we just was talking how we're gonna fight. That's it. How we're gonna initiate fights and fight. So yeah, casual day of Dota 2 game.
Just another day. Go on, John.
All right, I'm curious, Toronto. We had a short video play before your match talking about, the struggles BetBoom has had, the highs and the lows. What do you think is different for you guys coming into this Dream League this time around?
It's like we didn't perform well last tournament. We got some motivation. Also, it's the last tournament before area, as I remember. So we really want to show our best and win this tournament already. Yeah, we've been in top every Dream League season. So right now it's the best time to win for us.
Right, and I'm curious, with the patch staying the same for so long, is there any difference for you, it feels like, playing these matches? Like, what changes for you tournament to tournament? What makes it different?
I'm just telling my team because there is many tournaments and same patch, so at least we can pick different heroes to have more fun. So we are trying to do this.
Now, one last thing. What fun hero would you want to pick if you were allowed to pick any hero? What would you want?
For post 5?
Yeah.
Magnus or Patch.
All right. You love to. Toronto, I got to tell you as well, before we do let you go, who the hell's styling your hair? Because you look fantastic. You might have the best hair in Dota.
Me, by myself, asking my master.
You're doing a damn good job.
Right now it's like mod when it's not super clean, so I just do this, and it saves me more days to not wash the head.
Oh, Toronto, I got to tell you, you look fantastic. So you've got the best hair in Dota 2 right now, and can't wait to see you again in your future games. So congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Toronto.
That
was a lovely Toronto Tokyo, Jonathan. He's trying to stay, calm. He couldn't help. Are you sorry, I'm blushing, Jonathan? He knows it too. He looks like anti-mage. How can I not tell him?
Yeah, you look sick. He looks like a killer. It's something that you'd want to ban in your pubs. And again, I love the outlook coming out from Toronto. It's such a positive attitude. Hopefully it lines up for BetBoom, but they've got a good start for them here today.
Absolutely. With that, Jonathan, we do have to head to a break. Of course, we've got more Dota 2 action coming right up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Dota 2. We'll see you soon.
It's faces need bashing. It's not time yet, mate. I'll sort this. I'm not ready. Not yet. I'll sort this out. It's not time yet. Blink, and they're dead.
Dreamleague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dreamleague Season 23. We got a ton of surprises here. First off, we've got a new analyst in the ring here, Stormer. How you doing? Are you excited to be here today?
Hi, yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to this. Should be fun.
Of course, it's going to be very fun. We've got a new matchup. We got Heroic versus PSG Quest, and I think we're going to get to see the rosters here first for Heroic. Stack team for sure. I've been seeing a lot of these guys in Heroic. It makes me feel like SA is back in full form.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not looking too shabby. I mean, the last tournament they dropped out, but it was a Swiss system, so it was kind of rough. But I think this team, like, it's showing up some strengths. Like, they showed that they can, like, get something on the table on the last tournament.
Absolutely. I think this is another team where a lot of the strong performers have had a very dominant offlaner that can pick their heroes up, usually in like the first phase or maybe early second phase. And Divine Llama definitely does that. He plays the meta heroes. He's got that Timbersaw Centaur in his back pocket. So I like what they have going for them, especially K1, historical SA carry running out this lineup. Very excited to see what they can do here.
Yeah, also to bring up the Dalai Lama, he's also like, he's got like these niche heroes as well. Like, he's kind of funny in that sense. Like, he's got like all the meta heroes you could say, but he's also got like these annoying, like, you know what it is, kind of vipers he throws out if he wants to.
Yeah, you know, he can pick you off if he wants to on like a, not as much as a team fight hero, something that's a little bit more dominant and lane annoyance. We always hate those sort of offlaners, stuff that you always look at it and you're like, I don't want to ban it because it's just annoying. It's not good. He just makes me feel bad whenever I play against him. That's got its worth.
It's the kind of offlaner you want to have.
Exactly. And of course, we have on the other side here, PSG Quest also coming out here. And again, very strong on the offlaner for sure. But I think in this one, TA2000 has kind of been what this team is centralized around to kind of win these games.
Yeah, so I think this team is honestly one of the like strong competitors still. Like, they didn't get to shine that much this year yet, but I think that's mainly because they're reaching their Steam Falcons, who are just dominating everything. So unlucky for you, Quest. But I think this stack is definitely like still quite strong. All the players are really high ranked players. Of course, they got Ducalis on the roster relatively like not that long ago. But I think this tournament once again is going to be a great chance for them to prove themselves.
Absolutely, because they haven't had a whole lot of chances as of late. The last tournament that they did play was Elite League, so they've had a little bit of a break. Do you think that that's better or worse for a team, that you're able to chill, you know, stay at home, get that rest, do the scrims, and then come into this tournament, or something like Heroic, where they've kind of been bouncing around a lot? They were at ESL, they were at PGL, so now they're coming back to Dreamleague after a long few months of Dota.
I think there's pros and cons to both. I mean, from my experience speaking, like, I think it depends on how burnt out you feel, if that makes sense. Like, if you feel like you have a lot of energy and like you're feeling like really strong right now, then I guess you would want to keep playing. But of course, we don't know what the insights are. We don't know if Quest would prefer to play more games and everything. So the break can come in handy or not so handy. But in any case, like, this tournament is going to take quite a while. So I think now they're going to have some fun playing some competitive Dota again.
Absolutely, we're all back at it. And unfortunately, both of these teams did lose their first matchups here, so gonna be a little bit different drafting thing for both of them, because they tried something different either game for both these teams. It looks like sometimes they would try to first pick their offlaners, sometimes they would try to first pick a carry. And I think this is gonna be the series where you kind of got to round it up and figure out what your team identity is. Do you think that can be hard for some teams coming into a brand new tournament against, like it is for PSG Quest, where they haven't played in a while? Or like, what on earth? Who are we going to try to focus around, or is it team by team?
I think honestly, it just depends how your scrims are going. If you have like some really good scrims, your strategies are flowing and everything, you just keep doing what you're doing there. Of course, one more thing that we don't have the background on, how like the scrims are going. Other than that, I think they'd of course do their research. They watched PGL Valachi now. They saw what game and Liquid and these teams that they played against picked. And I think that's like the combination they're doing. They try to implement their scrim strategies and also look at what the enemy is doing in their games.
Okay, well, we'll see if either of them catch on here. I believe we do have a video ready actually to prepare for PSG Quest.
The gatekeepers of good Dota. That's what this team has been called behind the scenes. And not just because they beat Enigma Galaxy to get here. Remember, I was talking about good Dota. No, PSG Quest Esports has some incredibly skillful players who can come in clutch at the right moment. They just lack a bit of the big picture thinking and consistency to really duke it out with the big boys. TA2000, Noob, Malik, Omar, and Ducalis. They have learned a thing or two about gatekeeping, because with every MENA qualifier, it's also exactly what Team Falcons does to them, taking down Quest in the finals time and time again. Now, as long as Quest doesn't have to face the Green Menace right away, they could actually end up cleaning house here at Dreamleague. At least against the weaker teams, of course, so they can stop them from reaching good placements. And all of this only for Quest to lose up against one of the tournament favorites, like perhaps Team Falcons?
And there we are. We got our draft up and ready to go. And they're off with a fiery start here. Already throwing the bans down on the board here. Of course, that Connell being banned out. That's my hero that I think is annoying. I don't know if it's always good, but I do not like playing against that. He always plays so far back, does a lot of that nuke damage. It even feels like once you get BKB, it's not enough. You have to have BKB blink and then maybe a Hurricane Pike just to get on top of him.
Yeah, it's definitely still one of the strong meta heroes. It's also just one of the most contested mid lane heroes, also the high skill pubs. It's just really, really strong right now, together with also, which you also see banned out Pangolier. So I think Quest is just trying to ban a lot of these ST heroes, even though Noob can play them. But yeah, they're maybe saying, hey, Heroic got first pick. They don't want to give Heroic a chance to get their hands on these heroes.
Absolutely. And both these teams in the last few months here have been playing a lot of the same stuff. Both of them have been prioritizing the Pangolier, but also a hero that I think is going to be on the docket for both is going to be the Gyrocopter. I know that Heroic, I think, does have some flex potential with it, but both these teams have tried to play it. I think the only difference is that PSG Quest typically will try to pair that up with the Crystal Maiden a lot more often, whereas Heroic will try to flex it around with any pause 5 that they have. And that is a hero I am astonished has made it the whole way through here, because plenty of people have not wanted to play against this.
Yeah, so Chen, like, this hero, since he got the changes to all his spells, like, is still, I think, probably the most contested 5 at the moment. Like, we saw, I think, a couple of days snaking, tweeting about this hero being, like, just, you know, stupidly strong. And he, of course, being the pause 5 of Falcons, which have been successful. So, yeah, definitely surprising, but Quest, of course, probably saw this coming.
I imagine so. I mean, whenever I was looking through for, I believe it was PGL's tournament, there were a lot of heroes that have been banned out with like a horrible win rate. Pango actually being one of them. Every time it got picked, it was like a 40% win rate. But not Chen. Chen was at 100% whenever I checked it over like 6 games. This hero definitely wins a lot, but PSG Quest, they're not foreign to the heal pause 5 strat. They've got it going with their IO and plenty of pairings still left here in the second phase. You can do Razor, Leshrac, Luna, Gyro, anything that you really want here. And well, if you're going versus a Chen, do you think there is a carry they should prioritize for it, just so you can clear out some of those creeps like the Gyro, or you just see where the rest of the draft takes you?
You can definitely look at it. I'm not sure if that's going to be the main concern for the beginning heading into this draft. I want to get back because you mentioned the Pangolier ban over the Chen ban. I think another factor that comes into this is that like Heroic also flexes it to both off and mid lane quite like super comfortably. So of course, with that in regard, and the Timber of course as well, right? Lava Timber is really known for this. They probably because of that decided to give the Chen over it. But yeah, I can see definitely that the Gyrocopter might be. It's definitely not going to be ignored by both teams. I think both teams are keeping it in mind right now.
Absolutely here. And yeah, no, I always forget about that like early flex potential. Sometimes a hero doesn't have to be like the top dog of the draft. As long as you can flex them out, teams will pick them up here. So definitely feel that with the Pangolier. Kind of felt that with the Gyrocopter. But the IO Bristleback, baby. Okay, we got to get ourselves some breaks in here because I've seen plenty of lineups make it through the second phase of the draft with no breaks versus a Bristle, and it is hard to play.
Yeah, I mean, this Bristleback hero seems to get more and more popular, honestly, over the course. Like, if you're playing on the same page, there's a lot of time right now, right? But for some reason, the last terms, it got slowly but slowly more popular, and now people are like starting to possibly even soon rate it as a first pick. That's like my prediction on this. But of course, a lot of what makes also sense with this is the Viper ban coming on top of this, because Viper, when he got his ulti change, now breaks, which is of course a hard counter to Bristleback. So this is some really smart drafting. I'm not too familiar if they flex this IO Bristle or if it's just gonna be on the safe lane. I know that Ducalis is a very comfortable IO player, and TA2000 probably can play the Bristle, but I guess it's still up to debate.
Of course. We'll see if it's maybe a reaction to what we see here with the next pick from Heroic. They do pick up the Hoodwink, which means we have a break. And the Acorn will always bounce around with that IO and whoever they're tethered to. So has a lot of synergy here. It's already been a strong pause forward no matter what. And do you want to see a Mage Slayer on this pause for Hoodwink? Because it would do well to quell some of that spell damage from the Bristleback.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an option. I think there's mainly two, if I'm not mistaken, two main builds. It's the Mage Slayer you mentioned, and then also the Gleipnir, because Gleipnir is still, I think, one of the most contested items right now. It got the recipe cost reduced by 200, and you see more and more heroes pick it up. So, and what you mentioned, the break, I think, is the key factor of this. You actually have kill potential on the Bristle if you ever manage to find them. So, and of course, in the end, it's just a really, really well-rounded hero. It can stick up with the mid laners and walk around, and they pair it up with the Slaughter. Physical
Speaking
damage
of flex, do you believe in the Slaughter carry?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a niche kind of thing. I think here there's going to be a bigger tendency because like the physical synergy between the Hoodwink and the Slaughter and lane just makes a lot of sense. You have the gap close. Like if you get hit a bushwhack, the Slaughter can get close enough to this Slitherine Crush. So I would assume this is just simply going to be their off lane. I'm also not sure if K1 really likes the Slaughter hero too much. I think he rather strives for these heroes which can flash farm, which are like excelling at late game. This is what he really loves to play. But
yeah, I don't want to put him into a box, but it's not a hero that really hits creeps a lot, you know? He does farm somewhat well, but Slaughter is a hero that kind of wants to get that like Orchid, I think, has been pretty popular now, and just run on the map.
Yeah, like this new build, like the kind of dagger, Orchid into Aghanim, what many people are doing, is kind of the build. So I think there's going to be an off-list starter, but we'll see. I mean, now Quest, of course, they have to reveal something themselves. If they want to keep the IO Bristle flexibility open now, this gets a bit complicated because, of course, now you have to make a decision. And you have to keep in mind that Heroic has the 18 pick as in like the finishing pick in this phase, which is usually really, really, really strong. So this double pick I'm really curious about.
Yeah, I know. You'd almost want to pick something that has some sort of like 4 or 5 flex, but instead they just go for the Dragon Knight. Could be a mid laner and could be off lane as well. We technically don't know. All I'm pretty sure about is that it's still going to be the IO Bristle pairing in this laning stage now, but I think they have kept it a little ambiguous with that last 2 picks.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess. Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it could just be Dragon Knight Bristle, Dragon Knight Willow off lane, IO Bristle safe lane. But in any case, not regarding the lane stage, I like this pick quite a lot because now they have the synergy with the IO. You can set up with the Dragon Knight on one side of the map and relocate in. Also, Dragon Knight Bedlam is super, super strong. Usually, Dragon Knight gets a blink but can't really kill off the heroes, and Willow does exactly like the pairing with that. You throw the Bedlam on DK and kill almost any hero. So I do like this a lot. And as you mentioned, the Dragon Knight is not even it's not even obvious where the Dragon Knight is going, right? Does Heroic now want to try to hard counter DK with something like a Razor maybe?
Yeah,
that could be cool because the Razor can also go above lanes.
Yeah, the Razor is something that people had focused on for a while, but also had a negative win rate here in the last tournament. They'll go in for the Leshrac. I do think that like this Bristle and Razor and Lifestealer interaction is something that's going to change the way we think about drafts for this Dreamleague. Because people had been picking up that Razor early because of how popular the Lifestealer was, but then it didn't start to do as well. People started to try to pick it really early and then it did not succeed. So I think the Bristleback is kind of the other option for it, because even though you do have Rage, you still take all the damage from those quills. And sometimes it's actually even harder to lifesteal through the Bristleback whenever he has that Bloodstone, especially if he's paired with an IO. So I kind of like these interactions. Heroic opt in for the Leshrac instead, which also will do a lot of that damage to the DK with your Diabolic Edict. I like the option here. They run down towers. They got a decent amount of fight. It looks like we are dismissing the carry pickup now for K1.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't mind the Leshrac pick at all. I think the Razor could have been maybe a pick, but as you mentioned, I think it's also one of those heroes that you really, like, it pays really off if you're an expert on the hero. Like, for example, Falcons, Malrine, they have a Grandmaster Razor and ATF. You know, these Razors, they know their limits, because I think sometimes you link a hero, you just have to know if it's enough or not. And Analog on Heroic, he's really a big fan of this Leshrac. Like, he loves it. And it's also a good pairing to Chen, because Lashrak in theory is the kind of hero that can deal infinite damage in fights. The only limit to that is one, the mana, which is these days not usually going to be enough. And second is HP that he can actually run in. And Shen gives him like this extra boost of armor and HP to like sit in the fight. It's a really common combo actually. Most Lashraks really feel super happy when they have a Shen in the team.
That makes sense. I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of Lashrak also linked up with some sort of tower pressure. Him by himself is cool, but having that one other person so they can't just target down your Lashrak, nuke you down has always been very nice. So Chen will obviously help with that. It does kind of seem though that Heroic, they're opting in for these kind of like longer drawn out engagements. Whereas that's what Quest kind of wants to do too, right? You want to build up all these quill stacks on your Bristleback. You have a very tanky DK, and your damage in burst is not very good at all, which is typically what Lashrak will struggle against. However, if you allow these fights to go long, I don't know if the Lashrak will be able to out damage the Bristle.
It's definitely one of those niche like it's tight, right? It's really tight. Like the Bristle has the Bloodstone, the Lashrak has the Bloodstone. There's gonna be some kiting in the fight, and then of course the other spells of the other 8 heroes. So it's relatively open. But so far, I do like the Lashrak pick. But of course, Quest. I think this last pick that Quest is gonna pick should somewhat address the Lashrak with some like long distance hero. Because what Lashrak is really strong against are just like these melee heroes, because you heal off with the Bloodstone. And so far the entire draft of Quest is really melee oriented, except the Willow, if you can argue so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think that the Willow will be able to do it all by herself. And I think Heroic also agree. They do ban out that sniper. Maybe we see a Zeus ban. Okay, there it is, Zeus. So we'll see what they want to pick up here for last. They have some jump. They do have, again, a semblance of team fight, but they could use a few more circles in their draft if they really do want to take down that Bristle. Unfortunately, I don't think they're getting that out of the carry role. I love the CK ban. I think the CK has actually been matching up decently into the Bristleback with all of his burst damage and also his Reality Rift to kind of catch you off guard and be able to hit him in front for a while.
Yeah, it's a really old school matchup. Oh, and we see the Razor. There you go. Okay. Now we're gonna get to see what the Razor's gonna feel like. It makes sense against the DK for sure, and I guess now this way, their idea is also to think like they got the Lesh mid against DK, which does fine, and they got the Razor on the safe lane against if DK would go there, which is fine. So they kind of want to ruin this DK's game a little bit. And Quest right now, they have to decide, does the DK go mid, or do they pick another mid? I can see something like a Lina still being in the pool, just because I like it addressing the Lesh, and it's a good matchup.
Yeah, I want some burst. You know, I think that could do well for us. Instead, they go for the Centaur. So they're just going to get you away from the Link. That's going to be the plan here for PSG Quest. Looks like they are going to be running that carry Bristleback then. That offlane actually, I think, will do well versus the Razor. I mean, the Brambles on the ground is going to make it harder for you to stick on that Link. And then once you eventually do run into the game, you can really kite out these timings from Heroic. So I like how they've rounded this one out.
I'm a little bit like two-sided in this one. Like I think I'm not sure what the lane honestly goes like, because what I liked that you mentioned was like the Stampede against the Link makes a lot of sense. They can now disengage really easily, so I think this is a really good part for this. But they picked one more melee hero into the Lashrak, and I'm not sure what the lane is going to look like for Centaur Willow against Razor Chen. I think a lot comes down to how the lane goes. I'm not too experienced myself, but I guess they have the last pick. They're feeling confident with this one. But out of mid laner's perspective, I think this is a really good Lashrak game.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Centaur doesn't necessarily answer the burst question still. If this Lashrak is able to get the items that he wants, specifically like the Bloodstone and maybe a Yule's, I think he does start to outlast a lot of these engagements. And as you said, with KJ behind him, giving him those extra auras, that extra heal, it's a relatively safe game to be playing a Lashrak.
Yeah. That's what I think as well. But still, really like fun drafts. I think I always love myself some IO drafts, but because I think it has some cool interactions with how you play the map. You know, like you have like this IO Bristle running around and farming, and the enemy team has to play a little bit more cautious because you cannot play like you usually play a game of Dota. If a Dragon Knight is missing, you have to always be careful about like the DK start to reload in. And I think IO games can really make a team shine. Both teams in that regard, like the team that plays against IO and with the IO. So looking forward to this.
It almost brings us back to the classic. I remember a while ago, Dota was always like a 4 protect 1, and having an IO lineup is about as close as we usually get to that now. Carries typically have to be a lot more engaged in this current meta, or else you end up losing just all of your map. So I do like the idea now that we can just like send Noob, Omar, Malik, they can go wherever they want. And as soon as they find something that you like, as he said, as soon as DK gets on top of you, you just reload in. you can have yourselves a wonderful time farming up that bristleback, getting some big creeps and, well, maybe a Chen or a Hoodwink, whoever they get on top of.
Yeah. You basically said that all I was thinking. Yeah.
We're on the same page. This is so good. Everybody remember, this is Dreamleague Season 23. We've got Glim observing for us. He's got the really cool portrait view. I love looking at Dota like this. It makes everything like a completely different perspective when you play top down. Like, look at how tall those trees are.
Playing World of Warcraft now. Dota this year.
I know, right? Brings us back to the good old days. Of course, it's me, Math Magician 10, and Stormer united for the first time on the casting stage here. It is going to be a wonderful cast for all of us. And Storm, I guess we didn't get. Who is your prediction to win this game number 1?
It's tight to me. I think that, like, I'm not sure. It really depends on Quest perform, because on paper I really rate the players of Quest really highly. I think they've always proved to me that they're really strong players, but also Heroic has been looking stronger than I expected. So honestly, I can't give you a really good answer to this. I would favor Quest a little bit just because of ease of execution. I think their draft is a little bit easier to execute. They have more blink stuns, they have relocate, and the Heroic match lineup, to me, if I now look at it, relies a lot on the Slaughter maybe because he's like their initiator, and without him they can't really go in.
Man, you really are a panelist, man. I don't know who's going to win. I just hope that both teams have fun. I want them to go out and play their best. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to stay neutral. Let me see first blood here already. Oh no.
Yeah, Divine Llama does end up going down here. Picked up from Noob. The mid laner is going to grab himself the first blood to roll into this lane. Does this change the last track DK matchup?
It helps. I mean, he's gonna get the first range creep here for free on Analog because DK was late to the lane. But yeah, for sure, it's a free bracer, I think, for Noob coming in. Or yeah, stick and a bracer even. So definitely some nice boost, and not so nice for Divine Llama to dive first there. But the level 1 action is always quite interesting these days. But I expect this mid matchup to go relatively even.
We'll see. And on this safe lane, of course, the IO Bristleback, always a very strong combo. It's about as strong as it gets since we've seen Coddle Bristle happening in the laning stage. And it is a lane that I don't think the Slaughter is going to have near as fun as a time versus most of the melee matchups he encounters, because K2000 will always have a way to deal damage to him. Even if you do try to all in with your bashes, it should be pretty hard for you taking up all this cool damage.
But then again, they saw the IO Bristle, I think, and they picked Slaughter Hoodwink into it, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true.
They chose this matchup, so it's maybe not easy to counter. But this one, honestly, to me, I think both sidelines are going to be quite volatile. I think, to me at least, but maybe because I'm also not a sideline player, I think it's not obvious who should win these matchups. And I think a lot of it comes down to skill.
Absolutely here. It's just a skill-based matchup all around. And so far, it looks like SDS is pretty even all over. I am very interested in this offlane and the top side because, again, we don't see K1 on the Razor all too much. It doesn't really meet the archetype that we expect out of him. And also, I mean, Centaur is a very strong offlaner. It's kind of been like the jack of all trades. If you didn't know what to play in the offlane, you just pick Centaur, right? You can stomp, you can double edge, it'll probably go fine.
That is so true. Yeah, Centaur is kind of the hero that every offlaner can play. No flame though, Malik.
No. Every one of them plays it very well and skillfully. I'm so proud of you for pressing W.
But yeah, what you mentioned, now I also noticed, I'm not sure if K1 has no Dota Plus, but he's also bronze pro near this hero, and he's almost dying here. But I think that happened because Chen was looking for a creep.
No, but he did get the ghost that he wants, and bot side, TA2000 gonna get bushwhacked up, and they'll actually grab the kill here. So it seems maybe this Hoodwink Slaughter is the counter to the IO Bristle.
Yep. No, that was quite on the limits, but Divine Llama knowing his limits really well right there. And now top lane also with this Banshee creep. I think this is one of the best creeps you can get as a Chen. Should go to favor of Heroic for at least a little while. We saw K1 going down before that bottom kill happened, but I think it was purely just because Chen left the lane for a little bit. But yeah, I'm also curious to see how K1 is going to perform on this Razor. As you mentioned, I just think it's not his 100% comfort maybe, but of course he might prove us wrong here. Mid lane meanwhile.
That's the thing with heroes. No, that's okay. That's the thing whenever you have heroes with a specific archetype, you know. If you play 10 pubs a day, I'm sure he has plenty of times to wrap in some Razor games in there too.
Yeah, that is fair. Mid lane, meanwhile, going quite even as expected. Dragon Knight got the first blood. Now that Lesher got no mana anymore, he might get ahead with something nice on Noob, which is what I would expect. Usually
the Bracer and Null Talisman to start up here. Now, the Null Talisman has been a lot more popular here in the last few weeks because people are kind of doing that for their big mana pool. But I don't know, man. It's weird. I feel like eventually topside, K1 doesn't have the link just yet. Trying to run away, but doesn't run near as fast. It's up to KJ now. Can he get the kill on Omar? Throws out the penitence, but the stun will land on him. He's sending the creep. It's not enough. It's a double kill on the top side. And PSG Quest, they're starting to grow the lead in kills here a bit.
Oh no, that did not look good. That did not look good. I think they were in full control of the lane, but then I think, if I saw correctly, Razor just went up too far, a little bit too much. We got too much poke from the Willow. And now they lost full control of that lane. I think this is... Yeah, this might be rough to recover from. You can already see Centaur going ahead with the CS and Razor only sitting at 32.
Oh no, yeah, and that's at least Hoodwink is starting to share some of the CS here, get some for Schofield himself. But what is the Razor build right now? Is he getting a few points in the link, or are we going to see... Maybe he starts to max out that Q and just starts hitting up some jungle?
I think you almost always max Q, just because it's like the one ability that you farm with, right? You can sometimes opt for a third point in W, even though most people, they tend to go like something like a 4-2-0 kind of build on Razor these days.
Yeah, right. It's so much easier with that second point of link to finally run people down in lane, but I'm a little bit worried if you haven't done it yet, it's not going to get easier for you with that Centaur. And now Schofield, I mean, he's taking some good damage, but he's fighting back. He will not go down without a fight. And Schofield, you know, he does have that Blightstone as well. Hoodwink, always allowed to do builds like this where you get that extra damage. And TA2000 once again getting ran out. Jakalis can't get too close. He's already low himself. Divine Llama will get one kill, doesn't opt in for the second one. And these side lanes are starting to maybe even out here if the off laners can both dominate.
And Divine Llama knowing his limits perfectly. Meanwhile, mid lane, casual connection from Willow. There's not even a rune yet, but I guess the top lane is looking that good for the Centaur. Actually, I mean, Razor caught up in CS because of this. But
okay.
Yeah, I guess
it's always a very fine balance, right? Like you want to leave Malik alone so he can get these extra levels, get as big as he can by himself, but also, yeah, is it really worth letting the Razor back in the game?
Yeah, it's always a balance, as you mentioned. Now also that the rune is gone, he's top again, so a little bit odd movement from Willow maybe, but it worked out. I mean, now actually that top can happen. Was that just the Willow? No? Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't think that the Willow was actually around for that one. So Centaur doing his best to get that kill by himself. Chen might be the one to just take over the lane at this point, which is hard. I feel like I haven't seen Chen creeps in any other lane either. Chen isn't just a great hero for winning your safe lane. He usually sends creeps all over to Callus. He'll finally pop the Schofield. But yeah, no, I'm surprised that I haven't seen Chen winning all the lanes. He's just trying to survive top.
Yeah, this top lane not looking too good. I'm not really sure if the Willow was like... We don't even know, like, right, if the Willow was needed in that kill, or if like Malik just did it all by himself. But yeah, the top lane not going as expected maybe. The net worth of Centaur and Razor is still relatively close. And Chen is actually, yeah, as you mentioned, like he's feeling quite happy with his net worth maybe.
Yeah, but right.
I think
both the supports for Heroic are actually like decently farmed for what we expect. And Razor is in line with the Bursel because Bursel has also been getting a little bullied down here. So maybe things aren't as bad as we thought.
Yeah, I think Divine Llama is playing this lane really, really well. Whenever I saw him go in, it seemed like he knew his limits, and bottom lane definitely going the way it should for Dire, I guess. And meanwhile, mid lane we can see now a small net worth difference between the two when the mana went low. But it's also because the Willow helped mid out a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Now with these Dragon Knight forms, I think the aggression is mainly going to be on the mid lane for both of these teams.
Agreed. I mean, both these heroes are ones that if you leave them a little too much space, they will just take your tower. So I don't think we're going to be seeing many rotations into the side lanes. It's going to be the supports rolling up with their heroes, seeing if they can take this mid tower early. And it looks like, as you said, while this is happening, Razor is getting back in the game here, almost matched up with the net worth of the Centaur, and using this level 2 in Link, he's actually able to run down Malik now. Somebody might have to come up here and help.
Probably after the 8-minute run. Let's see what happens here.
Yep, okay. They won that one pretty easily here. And Penitence thrown out, won't do much. KJ is just going to be an annoyance, I think, while they continue to bully up the Centaur up top. I mean, if they're able to create this amount of space early on, K1 is a hero that can definitely run the map if he gets the items he wants right away. I imagine it's just Manta, BKB, and then this Razor will be a force to reckon with.
Yeah, this is usually the kind of build that you go for. Maybe Yasha into BKB if you want an earlier BKB. And now the rotation comes in that you talked about.
This is the help, and they do get the stomp and stun layering in with the Willow as well. K1 will fall, and meanwhile in the mid lane, you're gonna have to trade away your DK for this one. They even bring in Divine Llama, so they'll lose the both of them. But I don't know if you're gonna get too much meaningful damage on the tower afterwards. So I think it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 hero trade.
Yep, definitely. Still nice Dota being played by both teams in my opinion. I think both Razor and the DK slightly moving up a little bit too much, instantly being punished, Stampede being used, Starter TP being used, and some good damage kicking in actually.
This is much more damage than I expected them to get here. I mean, they're borderline once in a lane.
Wow.
Did he? That was like 90% to 0.
Welcome to Leshrac right here.
Oh my god, that is insane. Yeah, and he just bumped his net worth. That is top dog on the map now here for Analog and Heroic. They're definitely settling into this game. I think now it's only one question. How can we keep this Razor safe? Get that Yasha BKB, because I'll admit, even though the Manta does feel kind of cool versus the Willow, I think we need to get that full BKB as soon as we can.
I would assume so. Usually I think you go for the Manta if you have a really good game, but meanwhile on mid lane, pressure coming in again, but yeah, should be solved. There's gonna be a clash on the 10-minute rune. But yeah, Analog, through that engagement, got so much net worth, you can see it's at the top now.
No, that's truly maximized. I mean, kills are great, but kills into objectives, that's the real Dota gold. So good job from Analog to really stick to his guns on that one. And as you said, rune's coming on up. It was top, which means it has to be bottom this time. That's not a fallacy, and looks like they will grab that one on Analog.
Yep. Haste rune for Leshrac, one of the best runes you could find. He almost got the 5k net worth at minute 10, which is usually like one of the really, really good marks when you know your game is going well. And now with the rune being spawned, it's going to be interesting what the team's going to opt for now. They could opt for the side lane towers, or they just keep farming. KJ definitely feeling good here.
Right? There's so much gold in this game. Like, everybody is at 4k net come 10 minutes, which is not great for the Bristleback, but still okay. My Hoodwink is at almost 3k net at 10 minutes. Like, we have a lot of farmed people in this game in Heroic. I'm sure they're happy to keep this status quo, because if they get, again, all the net worth that they want, they will have this burst damage. It'll be very hard for the Bristleback to play this game.
Definitely, definitely. And we also got the IO level 6 now, so we could see if there's going to be some relocate play coming in with his Stampede, maybe.
No, I love it. I mean, I'm not sure if there's any really important items coming up here for either team. What do we have on the Leshrac queue? Has he finished something important for us yet?
He just went for the Kaya. This is like the most greedy build you can go for, but the most efficient one as well, because Kaya got quite buffed quite a lot. You can go for basically 2 builds, either Yules or Kaya. The Yules being the more active item when you want to be involved the most, but the Kaya into Bloodstone is like the most common one. So in his ideal world, he's just gonna keep farming. The jungle camps where he stacks them from his team and get the Bloodstone ACP, because that's when he's really gonna be tanky and able to go in for his team.
Yeah, it feels like right now they're happy with the game state, so I imagine those farming items are going to come out for everybody. What about my Slardar then? Because I feel this could be an Orchid game. You certainly have the time to do it, but no, he's going to go for the Blink Ags. So what constitutes Blink Ags in this game versus that Orchid build?
I do think this Blink makes a lot of sense, because I think, as I mentioned at the beginning of the game, they don't really have any other initiator in the team except the Slardar. If he would go for the Orchid and not for the Blink, I think it would be really, really hard for Heroic to pull off any moves. But this way, like, he can Blink it for his Hoodwink, he can, like, the Hoodwink can follow up or the Lesh, and they actually can, like, put some threat on the map. So I do like this decision.
So if he had, like, a DK on his mid lane, then he'd be going for the Orchid, because there's another initiator. But because there's not, we're going to put our body on the line and see what we can get done on the map here. But they got tons of stacks. I mean, if we do get this Kaya completed, yeah, Analog, he's able to farm this down with the Llama as well. This could be the steroid they need to really get out on the map, make some moves, and get onto the enemy side, because this is going to be a large injection to the Team Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic is definitely feeling really happy about their economy. They're controlling every rune, as you can see there as well. Lesher got the Regen rune, which is really boosting up his farm even more. And I would assume that quests, I did not actually catch up on Noob's item build right there on the DK. They're gonna wait for either Dragon Knight's DK or the Centaur's DK to finally start doing some moves, because at least in my opinion, I think when you have to relocate, you want to try to make use of the advantage of bringing multiple numbers to the same place more easily than the enemy team. But quite game so far.
Yeah, I know. They really have just like laid off the farm. Quests surely are coping up on their own then, and then saying, look, we're getting all the farm that we need. It might not be as much as them, but it's the only ones that we need. And if you do have a Bristleback who needs this like Aghanim Scepter, and then ideally your Bloodstone. I can feel that because these Bloodstone timings on either side for these teams going to be very important in keeping them alive and actually winning these fights.
We now see also Noob, he got the blink, he showed it actually, and he instantly TP top. So this is going to be a big moment if the stun connects on Razor there.
Yeah, and they're jumping forward. Do get the stun. Immediately Bushwhack, though, trying to get K1 away, but it looks like the damage, and with the Centaur roll, no, they may actually get away from this one. Malik trying to get on top of him, finally stunned up and on top of the Razor. Can you save him here? Malik is still on the chase here. A double edge, but they get the extra heal. He's actually going to turn this one back around with his Chen in tow, but it's too much damage. They'll finally lose one, but they will still trade for 5 heroes on PSG Quest. It is a full team wipe, and you know, K1, I'm glad that you sacrificed for your team.
Wow. Okay, this actually did not go the way expected at all, to be honest. Like, I thought he got the perfect connection on the Razor, but if it's not correctly, I think the relocate was a little bit like off the mark maybe, because it was really far. You can see the replay here. It's gonna be at the top left. The stun already connected.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
Well, actually, no, they didn't relocate him. They gated. They both. That's why. That explains it. Yeah, this fight going absolutely amazing for Heroic. I think not a single member of Heroic is actually dying here. This is completely out of control now.
No, yeah, and the Acorn was actually slowing up the Bristol and the Centaur. They were both so close to taking him out. If they get that kill earlier, they're able to turn around as a team and take the fight that they want, but they got so split out of proportions that everybody on Heroic was able to just focus down each target that they wanted, one right after the other. It was a really easy fight for them, actually, once that turned out.
Yeah, I think what happened, there's like this awkwardness. Like, Io and Bristol, they were gating, and then also already DK jumped in, and now it's like, do you relocate, do you gate through, and then everything gets a little bit desynchronized, actually. Because I think if the relocate instantly happens when the DK blinks in, I think this Razor is just going to be dead instantly. But a little bit of, desynchronized movement here, and now the game is definitely in Heroic's control, if it wasn't before.
Are they going to fight again? It looks like they will here. They find just Willow. It looks like Omar will fall. I don't think he's going to drag anybody else away, but Malik is trying to get out of this one with his ult. He will. The Stampede is more than enough to save him, but that is your peel. So if they do try to run down any other towers on this top side, you may not have the ability to get away.
Yeah. And I think every kill that is going for Heroic, honestly, is really, really good. In my opinion, like, this is now Quest's time to shine. They got the Aghanims. They do have to relocate. This first move, like, it failed. But I think they should still have the advantage when it comes to fighting these pickoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, your lineup is so synergized for these early fights. You have the amp spell from the IL. You already have the Axe, plus some of the lifesteal. Not the Bloodstone. You still have a little bit of spell lifesteal here on the Bristle. In the perfect game, this is your timing to go out and run the map, but you're currently 7,000 down here on PSG Quest. Gotta find a way back into the game, because if you don't make some map movement soon, you'll just lose that first Roche without contest.
Yeah, Chen Starter is definitely forced to take down Roche quite instantly. We can also see on Razor's item build, by the way, he decided to go for the BKB first, but after winning that team fight, went back for the Manta.
Nice.
Quest top lane.
Okay, when we know, Penitence down, they could lock in on this DK. The Fear will try to keep him away for a second, but he's already broken, and Noob just falls. This big tanky DK, he didn't last much more than 5 seconds there. They are still on top of the Chen, but he's got his own beef to him. Mech, and there's the ulti. Try to damage through that heal. I don't think you can. They'll reload out on 2, rooted up in the midst of his runaway, and Malik, he'll fall as well for his team sins. The 2 tankiest hero maybe in this game, and they both die first in this next fight.
Yeah, once again, Heroic just being, I guess, one step ahead. Like, they actually tried to connect with the top side, but they somehow, I'm not sure if it was because of an Observer Ward, but yeah, I think this is one in the Dire jungle. They saw the DK and just caught him before this entire engagement top happened. So another really, really big key moment, because I think Quest almost brought 5 heroes up there, and once again did not manage to take down that tower.
Yeah, no, there's just so much damage right away. And look at this break as well. If you don't have that extra armor, you certainly don't have any magic resist. I mean, you just drop so quickly to this lineup.
Yep. Damage kicking in. And as you can see here, they can't even take on the Chen at this point.
I know, dude. This heal came out of nowhere, man. That mech almost felt like enough, but he popped the ulti just in case anyways.
Yeah, whoever put down that Observer Ward in the Dire jungle is the MVP of that move.
All right, let's see the ward. Who was it that put it down?
For the KJ?
It feels like a KJ ward. I'd believe it.
KJ
ward. All right, that's a KJ ward.
Yep, KJ got.
All right, MVP. We can give it now. Let's see. 9,000 net worth lead. That's it. If you don't make anything happen, you're going to be in danger. And this time, all right, just misses the bushwhack just to make him feel good. Noob, I promise you, though, you are still dead. Easy pick off here for Heroic.
Okay, so now we got a 10k net worth lead for Heroic at 18 minutes already. They're gonna head for the Dire Roche, which is gonna be, of course, really free. They still have the tier 1.
Oh, yeah.
So if you look at the game state right now, I think it's gonna be insanely hard for Quest to figure out the next timing. It's probably just gonna be the Bloodstone Bristle to then try to get something going again. Other than that, I guess they might just try to evade the engagements for a little bit and try to catch up in net worth.
I mean, you've got to start splitting the map, but it's actually really hard versus this lineup. I mean, you've got so many Chen creeps that can also help push. This Hoodwink is going to be just like hiding in trees, trying to find a bushwhack with Divine Llama to kill. So it's not really as easy as just like throwing a Bristleback or a Centaur in a lane. They should be thick enough, but there's a lot of damage on this Heroic lineup now.
Yeah, and actually one of the main aspects that comes into play in these scenarios is like the shadow push that you have, which means like the push that does not require one of the heroes to show in a lane. And Quest does not really have any of that. All of the heroes, they can only shove waves while being in the waves. And that's when usually the Heroic draft has like easy opportunities to go on these heroes. Once again, actually Quest grouping up on top side, they still want to look for this tower.
Ooh, that's a hard one. Now, this shouldn't be a fight for Heroic, but they might feel so strong that they'll come up and do it anyways. Typically, you see a tier 1 at 20 minutes with, what, 5% HP, you're just going to leave it go, but they know they don't have to give anything away for free to this PSG Quest lineup.
Yeah, I do love this decision. I think they're so strong, they should not give anything, as you mentioned, to Quest. They can just take any fight they want, and you see now they're smoking over. This is probably not going to connect it to anything, except if Noob is going to be showing on the lane really soon. But they're sweeping the entire map and feeling so dominant right now.
Even got a regen rune now for Analog, so it's going to be even better for them. I think you just run with this Aegis on the Leshrac and take all outer towers. I mean, this is free real estate for Heroic if they do choose. Looks like they'll start on bottom and just sweep all the way around. I don't think anybody's farming here, and they will continue to grow this lead with this next move.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get the wave, and as you mentioned, and probably gonna force at least a glyph. And this is always like quite a funny moment, or like not funny but interesting moment, where like meanwhile Noob. Okay, nothing happening. But now that you're ahead on Heroic, like, the game's not over yet. You have to try to convert your lead into something. And whenever you go for a tier 2 tower, of course, this gives space to the enemy team. But it's always a safe objective you can take, right? Like, you move to this tower, you take it, you might even force high ground after. And you're gonna force some sort of reaction here. And I would be surprised if Heroic, after this tier 2 tower, would not go for high ground. Well,
oh my goodness, there's only 2 heroes here, but they might have enough damage. They're gonna come in with Ducalis and the Bristleback, layering right on top of this slaughter. They actually could get the kill here, first one in a while, and they will take it. Now looking back at Schofield, he'll be able to run away. They almost had the kill squad for the Centaur, but that Stampede just barely got them away.
Yeah, Heroic's trying to be one step ahead actually. They took the tier 2 and meanwhile already went for the next move, but Quest, they took the fight. Definitely correct decision there because I think it was like a 5 versus 2 engagement. So
yeah, you had a lot of people showing on that tier 2. I think they were very close. It was only about 100 HP away, so I understand why they did it, but that's a hard fight to take with everybody else on your team showing on the map.
Yeah.
It looks like, oh, mid lane here could get the kill, but no, Noob does get away just in time.
So now, still want to press the advantage, of course. I think the Bristol has the Bloodstone almost finished. Maybe he got it already. Yeah, he got the Bloodstone finished. So now they gotta wait to fight back. But still, I think as long as Leshrac has the Aegis, they will probably try to dodge. And maybe when the Aegis is about to time out, we can see a move for Quest coming up.
Yeah, we'll see. Now we have the Bloodstone and the Eternal Shroud completed for the Leshrac. Going in for the Kaya Stange, it doesn't feel like he needs an extra Dispel right now with the heal from his team around. And look at that. What was the damage that we were at here? Oh my goodness.
50 HP. Oof. Definitely tight, but this is Dota sometimes. The Quest getting the return kill, of course. can see the focus, not even blinking.
Oh yeah.
In this
he really wanted that. He really wanted to get away there, but as we say, they need that sort of focus, all right? If everybody had that sort of focus, they wouldn't be down by 8,000 net worth, all right? Step it up. See if they can take another good fight here. I mean, they've almost kited out this Aegis here. Only about 50 seconds left. If they time this correctly, they could get one item and maybe take a good fight on their tier 2 tower.
Yeah, the net worth is actually like staying relatively the same on around 8k or 9k net worth. Of course, with that starter pickoff happening. And now it's going to be interesting how Heroic is going to try to hunt them down, because they are stronger, but it's not always easy on this big map now to like actually make that that lead come to play, because the enemy has so many ways to dodge on the side lanes. They have to relocate. You have to be worried about. On the direct 5-on-5, probably Heroic is like unbeatable right now. But in the end, what it comes down to is how you can play the map, how you can catch the opponent.
Now, let's see, they are going to go after this tower. This is the last tier 2 available for PSG Quest. They will be landlocked if they do not manage to take fight after this one, it feels. So for Heroic, though, they're quite happy with this one. You get one Aegis here at just before 20 minutes. All of a sudden, all the outer towers on the enemy team are gone. They're going to sweep the map as this Aegis is reclaimed. Could be a pivotal fight here for Quest if they manage to take something favorable for them, but I don't think the Heroic are going to give them that chance.
Yeah, it looks like Quest is just fully TPing out as well. The smoke body running into nothing. Good read by Quest right there. Now it's going to be interesting what their next decision is going to be. Maybe Quest themselves might smoke up if they feel comfortable enough to take a fight.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, you've got to start getting some of these waves pushed out if you can. We do have the full Bloodstone completed, but you have to start worrying about this overwhelming damage from both the Slaughter and the Leshrac if you do start to take these early engagements. And that's even without thinking of the Static Storm, or not the Static Storm, the Razor taking out all your armor with his ulti. So I'm not sure how you outlast this right now for Quest. Oh, we're going to find out, it seems. Looks like they're jumping into Violama, going to be the first one to start. Do have the Manta to get away for just a second. And now the Stampede. Can they drag Violama too far away? No. He'll go back to his team safely and secure for now. And TA2000 looks like he'll take down some of the 10 creeps, but not all of them.
Yeah, Heroic doing a good job here, not giving any inch of the map away to Quest. The net was staying the same. Yeah, this is quite an uncomfortable positioning for Quest, because they have to figure something out, right? They're just waiting for probably some sort of information on the map to press and smoke themselves and catch the enemies off guard. But so far, Heroic doing a good job containing Quest in base.
It's alright. I mean, I think a lot of other teams, whenever they see that fight start, you're on top of that Dragon Knight. A lot of other players might have tried to keep that kill going, but they've learned from their Centaur. Sometimes it's just not meant to be. They peel out right away. And now they're just closing out this entire map. I mean, you've got to smoke out here soon. I cannot imagine that TA2000 is happy with the amount of farm he's able to get on this map right now.
Definitely not. Malik.
No, they're going in. This is good. This is a fear to start as well. Not able to pop the BKB just yet. He is going to turn this one around, but a lot of the damage on the Blade Mill has to pop the BKB just so he doesn't kill himself on it. And now they'll run away. So you did get the smoke down. You did start well on the Razor, and you burned a BKB charge. They could regroup and try again.
Yeah, actually, Heroic was not ready for this engagement, but I guess they were still cautious. They did, of course, not see the Leshrac on the map. They don't have the same formation that we do. So they went at the Razor kind of half-hearted, or I think the Bristol was just quite not close there. K1 actually almost died, and that could have been an open map back.
Yeah, no, they almost had him. I mean, again, forcing out the BKB is definitely a victory, but they certainly could have gotten that kill had they had any other vision on the rest of the Heroic heroes. At least you have the hope, right, guys? We are able to kill someone on their team, all right? Next fight, we got this.
Yeah, the force really to be reckoned with, I think, is this Leshrac. Like, we can see in this net worth, he's just completely popping off in this game.
Oh, maybe they get also a Hoodwink here. Nice synergy there with that Dark Willow change, able to give the Bedlam to one of your teammates, so Centaur used that well. And yeah, it looks like that smoke break actually on the Dark, or on the Hoodwink, really enabled them to take this fight and get K1 away.
Yeah, also meanwhile Noob is still like pushing out the top wave, so he was trying to make sure that the move was not like, it makes sense as well because you don't want to make the move too obvious, so it's a tough decision. If you just smoke up 5 heroes there with the DK, then the move might become too obvious, so he on purpose shot on the top lane there, of course meaning that the Razor barely got out. But yeah, nice pickup on the Hoodwink, really. When you're like this behind, you don't have any map, you're really happy with any kill that you can get. You can already see like the waves are getting a little bit more pushed. They got some Wisdom Rune up there, and they could even possibly get a little bit more farm.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the time where any fight that isn't a 5-on-5 seems like really hard to take. So even though it is just a Hoodwink that you're missing, Heroic, they do not want to throw this game. You catch yourself on a 4-on-5 and all of a sudden you could give this entire lead back the way of PSG Quest. It looks like we're going to see another few moves. We don't have Roshan up for another minute 20. So both teams will smoke into each other. Oh boy. Can Quest win this?
This is probably going to be the biggest moment. Honestly, I mean, this fight is still going to be incredibly hard to take for Quest. I feel like they have to find a jump on one of the backline heroes, because I just do think they cannot really burst the Leshrac. And yeah, they definitely want to try to take this Roshan fight.
They have so much vision around here already. They're walking into it. This is going to be dangerous, I think. Heroic are going to smoke up first. T2000 is cutting the wave. If they do all in on the Bristleback, they might have enough, but they're going to wrap the full way around, see if they can catch some supports, and they'll find one. Io started on first. Maybe they have the damage. Zukal's trying to get away thanks to the Stampede, and now on top of Divine Llama, the heal from the Chen. It could be too much. T2000, though, he's staying on the Slardar. He'll get one kill. They'll trade offlaners away, and now, I don't know, Quest, this is a good start. Can you keep it going here? They'll find the Hoodwink. Schofield, the Acorns bouncing around, giving them all the vision they need. Same with the Dragon Knight to fall, and Heroic with the army of Chen creeps will keep running it down. They can take this right into the Roche pit here. It's going to be up in 10 seconds for Heroic.
Yeah, what a fight. Honestly, like, I thought when the IO got caught already, the fight was instantly going to be over, but I saw a glimmer of hope when Ducatus barely got out, and I thought, like, maybe this fight is actually going to be turnable. But in the end, I think the net worth lead is just a little bit too big. The Chen aura is still, I mean, simply look at the net worth of this Chen. He has 10k, like, he's a core himself. All these auras that his creeps are kicking in, all the healing. The heroes of Heroic are so tough to bring down, and I think, yeah, here, you can see, if IO dies here at the beginning of the fight, this fight is instantly going to be over.
Yeah.
But nice Stampede, of course. And in the end, I think the damage after Dava Lama dies is just not there anymore to kill any more heroes.
Yeah, no, I mean that.
Oh my god, this guy.
that guy's ready to fight. He did go down first, unfortunately, but the rest of his team did carry the rest of this one. They have the damage, and again, that overwhelming heal. It is so hard for Bristol to stay in these fights after he uses his Bloodstone timing.
So cold-blooded, Dava Lama. It's actually great. He's not even fighting for his team. He doesn't even care. He's like, good job, team. That shows that these guys are just really in the zone right now.
Oh yeah, no, they're feeling it. I mean, there's so much pressure on this one. You can see from the standings, both of these teams have lost their first series. So this one for the both of them feels like a must win, because if you drop 2 games early, it is going to be incredibly hard for you to make it out of this first group stage. So a lot of pressure here into just the second series of the day with Heroic and Quest, and with an Aegis claimed and Heroic with a 15,000 net worth lead. What is the formula for Quest? How are they going to take this high ground fight? Because I can't imagine that Heroic are going to stay on the map this time.
Yeah, it is tough. I still think they have to hope for some perfect pickoff. Of course, like, breaking the high ground, this, like, especially in this patch, has often been like the struggle for many of the top teams. You saw, I think, almost every single top team sometimes crumble at pushing the high ground. But this one game, I think, with the 50k net worth lead, they can definitely just go for it on Heroic. But it might just also be that Heroic, with this Aegis team, they will just keep containing the map, wait for Quest to do some mistakes, maybe get a pickoff or something, and then just go high ground. I think in any case, if there's a perfect world and Quest could just manage to keep scaling on the heroes, like Dragon Knight getting more items, getting, you know, like what it could be, the Octarine or something with this level 18 DK, there's maybe a world where they can come back and win some fights again. But the game is definitely in Heroic's hands. Like, I think that the probability should definitely show the same. Like, I think this definitely, it's not Quest's game to win, it's more like Heroic's game to lose, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. No, it does. And I mean, I think high ground is very mystical sometimes, but this one just isn't. There's not a whole lot of relocation spells from Quest. They're not going to RP and drag you back or lift or tiny toss, nothing like that. So it is pretty straightforward. Just, you know, tell your Leshrac to go up there and stand for a few seconds. Diabolic Edict will take that tower down in just enough time, and you should be able to take this high ground pretty easily for Heroic.
Yep, definitely. And K1's net worth also, he caught up so well. Even though the start of the lane maybe did not look as promising, he's now even like ahead of the Leshrac. So
his team did some really great moves to try to get him that extra net worth, kind of dragging the supports into the mid lane so they didn't lose their tower right away. I mean, a lot of really clean early moves for Heroic. Dragged that lane back 4K1, and he's definitely made the most of it here. Got it completed. Satanic now. This guy is super tanky. I don't know if you really have the burst potential. As we said, these fights need to go long for Quest to keep doing this damage with the Bristleback, but it just doesn't seem like they have that time versus the Chen and the Leshrac.
Also, look at him. He's a Giga Chad. He's not going for 1 refresher, but 2. Math.
Oh man! You can backpack one of them.
he's going for both of them. That would be a thing. Oh, smoke coming up.
Oh, okay. Who's the big fish here? PSG Quest. Who are they trying to find and catch in the open waters?
Honestly, anybody, I think. They just pray to find any pickoff here. I mean, it makes sense when you're stuck in your base, you just look for any opportunity you got. This might honestly be one of the last smokes they have, because they've been smoking quite a lot the last couple of minutes. But this is probably not gonna run into anything.
Yeah. All the fish are equal in size and are always great to catch. Participation trophies for everyone, I get it.
Sort of. But you think they came behind, definitely.
Yeah, right. At this stage of the game, probably. We got a mage player on Divine Llama here, so I did expect one to be picked up. I really didn't expect it to be the starter. It feels like there's some other selfish items that you can get, but as you said, Schofield did end up going for that Gleipnir build, so I guess somebody's got to get the mage slayer.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned in the draft that a mage slayer, of course, is super strong against Bristleback, and Davalama being an offlane player himself, he's probably like, if you don't buy this on Schofield, I'm gonna get it myself. And honestly speaking, the stats of this item are still really good, right? It gives you attacks on this wall, so you don't feel bad about buying this item on Slaughter even. And you're probably sitting on the Bristol anyway in the fight. So I actually like the decision quite a lot.
Yeah, is a Slardar as well. Slardar is a hero that has a lot of... looks like they at least see the Dragon Knight, but where team are you able to take this fight? Surely they won't reload in. This is just too scary to take with an Aegis still on that left track. So we'll see if Noob can get away from this one. Blink canceled again from Schofield, and with the Blink Crush from Divine Llama, they'll stay on top of the DK. He'll turn and fight in his last breath, and K1 will end up picking up that kill. This could open up the high ground for Heroic.
Yeah, this should be the chance they get. Also, this mid wave, we can see they're connecting. Radiant not able to push it out, so I can imagine... Actually, yeah, Analog is strafing towards there. I think the team is slowly connecting. Yeah, now Analog, you can see he's drawing the line on the map. He wants to go high ground. It's 50 seconds without a DK, and he has the Aegis, of course. I wouldn't be surprised if Heroic would not try to break high ground here.
Absolutely. You just want to get those both waves in. It's much easier to push 2 waves instead of 1. And already here on the high ground, fort available. I'm sure they'll be popping it soon here. But, rooted up. Okay, that's Link down. That's something.
Small opening.
Oh, yeah, no, we got a little bit. They do have the shard on the left track as well, so it's hard to take a fight into these. Malik will jump in just to poke around a little bit, and now Broken on the Bristleback. He's got to kite away as well.
Yeah, the left track shard being so annoying here, as you mentioned. The Edict has slowly, like, ticked on the Strax. Lift kicking in, but I think Analog can commit for this. I mean, he got all the healing still in his inventory. And of course, the Aegis. So, clean racks. The question is Quest gonna try to get something out of this? It is hard.
I don't know. Right, into the Aegis. You don't really want to commit, but you just watch your racks being taken in front of you. It doesn't feel like you really poked enough at all. They're still almost all at full HP. And now it looks like they'll do some soft committing onto the Lesh here. Still in the midst of all these stuns he's layered in your base. It's so hard for Quest, but they're even running out of DK timing.
Yeah, well, I saw Malik jump there on the Razor, I think. But yeah, as you, I like the term you use, soft committing. Yeah, basically not committing, but a little bit.
It's a little poke, you know? You've been on Facebook, do a little poking with people you went to high school, you do that. You don't actually send them a message, you don't actually want to see them. You just want to let them know that you're there, and you still don't want to talk to them.
Soft commit, that's what it was for you? I see.
Yes.
Self-committing. Yeah, I mean, it's this annoying Lashback position where you got the Aegis and you just basically cannot take him down. And actually, to get back to the point where the noob got even caught, I think I was quite lucky for David Lama, because there was 3 dragons flying out and he actually, I think by coincidence, got into the right one.
Oh, really?
And jumped on him.
Man.
So, really fortunate or unfortunate for noob there. That
Nothing
they got
going well for Quest then, man. You're already down so much as an Aegis on your left track, and they guessed the right DK, man. Nothing going well for you.
Nope. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, and there's still Aegis for... Oh, no, Aegis just got reclaimed. Okay. Opening number 2. You've just weathered the storm of the second Aegis here claimed by Heroic. You have another 3 to 6 minutes to hopefully get something back on the map here. Are they going to smoke right away, or maybe we're going to do some lane maintenance first?
I guess... Let's see. It might depend if they have like some timing coming up on any of the core heroes like the Bristol or DK. Maybe the Bristol is getting some armor item up, like some AC or something. That's what they could wait for. But honestly, at this point, I guess what is going to happen is they're going to wait until Roche might spawn on Quest Esports, or PSG Quest, my bad, and then they're gonna smoke to the top area and probably look for some miracle scenario. I think they have to wait for Heroic to just do some sort of mistake, show hero alone in the lane, and then just catch that one off guard.
It's hard because you can see they just don't seem to be making any mistakes right now from Heroic. You're just able to stand your Leshrac on a high ground with Aegis, and man, if it takes us waiting another 6 minutes to get that Aegis and run it back, that's exactly what they'll do. They don't want to throw this game away at all by making any hasty moves. So Quest, I think they're gonna have to get a little bit creative with this one in order to make something happen for their team.
No, absolutely. Playing disciplined Dota. Oh, here he got spotted. Double Llama TPing.
Okay. He's TPing away. Stun. Oh, it was onto an illusion, but I think he accidentally once again got a clip on the real noob. And while Stampede used, I don't think that's going to get him away in time. He's being linked up and dragged on back into the Razor. K1 with another kill. And once again here, this is a fantastic pickoff for Heroic, finding the DK in the jungle, getting the break with Schofield. And they might run back into the base here of PSG Quest.
Yeah, so I think what happened there is that Noob actually walked between the tier 2 and tier 3 on mid, and he actually got spotted by just simply the tower range. Like, he would have to blink across them.
It's not his fault. Dragon Knight is big boned. It's hard not to see him.
It's hard not to see him by a tower, yeah. Like, I mean, despair situations ask for, like, despair measures, and he's just trying to get any scrap of farm here. But now, of course, Heroic, they will just go for high ground again, probably. Actually, that went
whoa, found a bushwhack. Who's getting found here, though? Because he doesn't have many heroes around him. In fact, he was just the diversion. They're taking towers top side while Hoodwink is messing with two of your heroes. And, well, Heroic, they will break another set of racks here. Again, just trying to poke around on Malik. Is going to get hexed up. Now really has to run away from this one because even TA2000, he's used all of his quills, but he's the one walking away with less HP. Divine Llama will throw a puddle down so the rest of his team can fight in this one. And it seems they'll just try to get this racked and back. But now Analog taking a decent amount of damage. You do not have an Aegis on you right now. Have to be a little bit more careful with the fight that you take. But oh my goodness, they just go right on in. Immediately two buybacks coming around for Quest. They don't want to lose this fight on their high ground again. If you can take one, it's got to be the one without Aegis. Malik getting ran down though. K1 in the midst of all of them takes down Newell. Draft right on top of Malik as well. They'll break the bristle, but they don't need to commit to that one. They can just continue to shred the base of PSG Quest.
Well, yeah, I mean, Heroic is just simply too strong. Quest did not have the damage. They bought it back 3 heroes and didn't even manage to take anybody down from Heroic.
No,
and from
not
here,
at
just
all.
Easy, simple to go. Like, they can't do anything.
TA2000, once again, the volley of quills not really doing much damage for him. Being locked on in, now dragged through by K1. Able to maybe hop himself away, just barely getting out of this one. But remember, there's so many buybacks in this one. Any kill that you find could be another dieback in TA2000. Trying to roll through with the Bloodstone. Decalis in danger here. They've got enough damage, surely. But with the Ghost Scepter, it'll keep him alive for just a second. But the link from K1 is enough to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, this should basically see the deal. I think the throne is almost open. DK, of course, having no buyback. I think there's no reason for Heroic to even go back from this one.
They're giving him the extra fountain regen, so he'll at least heal through this one. But as you said, Mega's taken away. Malik trying to hold his ground. It's not enough. He'll fall and die back to the Centaur. TA2000 will rain down more quills. You gotta have some more in your back pocket here. It's unsure. I don't think you even have enough damage to take down Divine Llama with all those sacks you already have here. Gonna get stunned up thanks to the Dark Willow. But K1 will just continue to focus the base. The BKB is about to run out. Now he has his own BKB from K1 again. We've been here that long. And oh, poor Decalis. The IO will fall. GG is calm. Game number 1 going to Heroic. And that is a strong showing. As you said, very disciplined Dota from the Heroic side.
Definitely. I mean, I think they just really played excellent Dota there. They punished all the mistakes that Quest did, not to take anything away from them. I think especially Analog here on the screen. Like, I think his Lashback pick just really beautifully worked out. He told his captain, pick me this hero on 18. And you could see, I think he didn't have a single death. Yeah, 8-0 and 14, completely popping off. So Heroic just showing, at least in this game, just that they played the better Dota.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely had. I feel like everything went so well for them. Even though top lane wasn't really in their favor to start, they made the map moves they needed to get K1 a game, and he certainly performed. And this Leshrac pick, he was flawless, 8-0. I think largely in part to that Chen heal as well.
Yeah, honestly, what mainly happened there after the top engagement, if you remember, like I think they just really, like his net worth completely just skyrocketed. He was farming the stacks, he got all the stacks from the Chen. Meanwhile, also Chen was farming himself, and even though top lane did not really go that well, I think Leshrac just completely popped off there, and really Quest, they did not really get a foothold in the game anymore. All the moves kind of went into the dark. They got one slaughter pick off in between, but it felt like after that 1 tier 1 move that happened around like the 30-minute mark where DK got his Blink Dagger timing, they just really couldn't get back into the game.
That was a huge fight. It very much determined the rest of the game, it feels, because they just couldn't take the fight to take the tower. They were getting way too healed by the Chen. I think at that point, they had to felt a bit demoralized because they couldn't get even any kills except for K1, right? He was the only one that fell there.
Yeah, I think definitely Quest, like, after this one, you have to reset a little bit, you know, figure out what really went wrong. Because I think here and there, they had, like, some desynchronized moves, you know, they were not fully on the same page, maybe. Of course, they played an IO draft, maybe they experimented a little bit, or you never know what's going on in the back. But I'm sure, like, they're going to use these next couple minutes to figure out what happened.
Of course, yeah, they're going to go back to the drawing board here on Heroic, on VSC Quest. They do not want to get 2-0'd again for the second series. We're going to go to a quick break here, and then we'll be back with Game 2, so stick around. There's more Dota on the way.
Position of power.
Prepare for battle.
Let's make this a battle worthy of my name. I ordain it. To battle. Onward. Sound advice. By my wrist. Let me attribute. God giveth you freedom. Your prayer answered. Very good. Heaven help you. Beware. Attack! Yes. position of power. To battle. God help me. Reach for the sky. I ordain it. Yes. Very good. Sound advice.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To battle. Very good. Your prayer answered. Forward. I ordain it. You wish you were never spawned. Divine invasion. Sound advice. Beware. A position of power. Yes. Onward. It's not time yet. A position of power. Onward. Your prayer answered. The heavens seem closer now. To battle. I ordain it. God will lead after man. Forward. Yes. Reach for the sky. Very good. Sound advice. Yes. Very good. Your prayer answered. I ordain it. To battle. Not yet. A position of power. I'm not ready. God giveth you beatings. Sound advice. Onward. By all means. Oh, come shave your head. Not yet. There's faces need mashing. Daisy. Bit of work to do. Oi, one step at a time. Oh, so every time. I'll sort this. Here we go.
To Dreamleague Season 23, I'm Math Magician 10, and that's Stormstormer. We had a pretty dominant first game here from Heroic, and it's worth mentioning that so far in Dreamleague Season 23, there has been 2-0s all across the board. Storm, are they going to do it again? Are we going to have another 2-0 here?
I mean, I just saw that as well, yeah. It's actually kind of funny. I mean, first day is always going crazy. I think, I mean, after first game, definitely like the mental strength or the mental advantage is now definitely on the Heroic side, I would say. They just played the cleaner Dota, and I think definitely there were some disconnects in just movement and everything on the quest side. But then also, Dota right now is a game that snowballs really, really fast. I think the early game was looking pretty good for Questo, and then just really when the first couple of moves came in, if a little bit here and there could have gone differently, I think this game could have gone the other way as well. So they should just not sweat it, and they should just still believe in themselves and be like, okay, we know we did these mistakes here, and here. We just got to do better next game, maybe adjust the draft a bit, and then just go next.
I think there might need to be a little bit of adjustment. I'm not going to say that this is a full draft win. I agree with you. I think there are definitely some opportunities for them to win this game, maybe with some better early moves, but it looked really hard to do with that Chen in play. I don't know if I'm leaving that one in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Chen is still hell of a hero, definitely, especially with that Lashrak, and they picked one more melee hero in the end with the Centaur. So after the early game kicked in, they definitely just did not have the firepower anymore. The thing is, like, if this hero gets to farm, the Chen hero transitions into a core himself, and late game, like, he got all these auras, he got the healing, you just tend to become too strong, and also, of course, the laning stage, he just makes kind of static, like, or not static, sorry, he stabilizes it a lot. So there's a reason why this hero is always banned. But of course, maybe now the picking order is going to be different, and maybe even Quest are going to get their hands on the Chen.
Yeah, that's true. We do have a draft coming underway soon, and they do have first pick this time for PSG Quest. So I don't think that they're going to actually ban out the Chen themselves. I think they should probably be the ones trying to lock it up for their draft.
Definitely. I think there's no team out of first week that is going to ban Chen. I think if you get the chance to pick it, you're going to pick it up.
Yeah, and it's always going to be a good hero for you. I've seen some people pick up Enchantress and go for Little Friends eventually. That's always a fun one, but it's hard whenever you say, I'll pick one hero, and once he gets 4,000 gold, then we got him. He's in our pocket.
Yeah, right. And the Chen is banned. All right, there we go. It's out. Chen, Pangolier, Disruptor, all these bans are kind of similar to last game. Quests are still banning the Timber Zone, the Coddle, like the heroes they banned against Heroic last game as well. They don't want to give the Dama Lama the Timber, and they just seem to really highly rate this analog Coddle as well. It's really comfortable on it.
It's interesting. I mean, these bans, as you said, it was Timber and the Coddle that Quest banned last time, but this Pangolier and the Chen, I guess these are both going to be heroes that if we see these teams match up again, it's going to be highly prioritized between the two of them, because both times the second pick hero has banned out that Pangolier now, so they clearly respect each other on it, and they're going to go ahead and run it back on the IO here for PSG Quest. For Heroic, I mean, you don't have Chen this time to lock up. What's going to be your weapon of choice?
Yeah, and also before we get into the pick, I find the Morphling ban really interesting. I'm not sure where this one's coming from, what this was meant to be for. But maybe I'm missing out on something, Morphling as a counter to some hero, but Starter, there we go. They just roll it back.
No, they're gonna put him into the Slardar position again. Does very well versus a lot of these melee safe laners. I almost feel you've banned out this Morphling. Good. I almost want to see a Troll ban now, but maybe that doesn't do so well with the IO.
You mean Troll IO? Yeah, I'm not too sure. What else could there be? There's a Razor, actually. I think IO Razor is really, really strong against Slaughter, and I think TA2000 is really comfortable in it as well. And I think whenever I saw this match from history, the Slaughter was not able to lane. Might of course get banned by Heroic themselves. Other than that, yeah, to get back to the Slaughter pick, I guess, like, of course, Davalama, I think he played a really excellent game on it last game, especially in the laning stage. And it seems like to be his hero that, as you mentioned, is good against IO plus any melee pairing. So that's
plenty of control. There's flexibility in the build as well. If you get somebody else who's initiated on your team, you said maybe we could see an Orchid build out for this one. But we still have Hoodwink also in pool for Heroic. They of course played that very well. I wonder if we're going to see that lane do a Ren back.
Yeah, I was about to say also that the Hoodwink is still in the pool, and maybe Quest is also gonna just ban it now because they see, okay, what if you ban the #1 comfort you want on the Slaughter? What are you gonna pick up next? Of course, there's like some other replacements. There's like some techies and like all these other ranged. Basically, put any ranged damage dealer in there in that lane, it's gonna work out. Hoodwink being probably one of the most popular ones. But I wonder. I wonder if Heroic is not gonna ban this Razor if they're gonna pick it up on Quest. I really got my eyes on that one.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have many of the heroes left in the draft that they played last time, but Razor was one of them, same with the Lestrak. So Hoodwink will be literally the only one left if they do end up banning that Razor out. I kind of agree. It feels like that should be the case here. They ban out the Hoodwink themselves, which means maybe Heroic actually ban out the Razor, and that'll be all the other heroes from Heroic's draft are out of this pool, which means the PSG Crest, they're able to run back their same draft. It was just those 4 heroes that were the issue, okay? Without them, we can play the same thing.
Yeah, just go for Centaur, Dragon Knight, Bristleback, and what's the other one again? Willow. Just go for the same ones again.
Run it the whole way back. We'll win it this time.
Why not? Why not? So yeah, Heroic now. I mean, of course, I'm the guy here respecting the Razor a lot. I'm not sure if they do. If Davalama says Razor's going to be a problem. I think it is as a Slaughter. Like, I think you cannot play that lane. But Davalama right now eating his food. He's just enjoying. He's like, you don't need to ban anything. Just give them whatever they want. I'm just going to eat my whatever cosmic grapes. Just chill.
True. He's not locked in anymore. The death glare that we got in game 1, he's finally bounced out of it. Yeah, I do think there's some synergy if you do want to go for the Razor and the Slaughter. Again, there's a lot of minus armor there. It certainly worked for their team last time. I think you just have to worry about your sustain then, because Razor is still susceptible to that burst. And Slaughter as an initiator, if you do end up going for that blink, if you don't have the Aghanim Scepter just yet, you can blink and then just die. So you have to be a little careful there.
Yeah, I mean, Slaughter conceptually is not even that bad against Razor in the game because Razor, in order to work, he has to be able to run into the enemy heroes, and Slaughter with his ulti makes, of course, like the single target dot on him.
Right.
But I think the lane is just like what is really outstanding. But they keep it in. They're like, either they're not thinking about it, or they are saying, we're gonna deal with this fine, and ban the SD instead.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, it kind of opens themselves up for a Faceless Void if they do see the Razor. That's been a classic counter that we've seen. But the Bane picked up here, it's quite nice. It reduces the healing that the IO will provide. Also, as we said, provides that single target burst even more so now. You have the Slaughter, Corrosive Haze, then you can grip somebody. I mean, one hero on this lineup somewhere is going to die unless PSG Quest really lock in some saves here.
Yeah, I mean, I do love this pick. I think this hero is really, really strong right now. Like, it's really popping up and popping off, sorry. And I think now this actually blocks the Razor a little bit more as well, makes it less attractive because Razor, of course, you want to press BKB and run in, and you have the feed script to answer that now. So Quest, they have to decide if they would want to go for it. They pick up the Primal Beast. Casual hero. Actually, I don't know if is IO Primal Beast the lane they could play? Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, technically the extra move speed is cool, and the spell amp would also work in your favor, but I think at this point we'd want to lock that in as an offlane mid flex and then just pick up either a 4 or a carry that works well with the IO. I mean, I don't think they're going to walk into the Bristleback again this time. The heal factor of that Bane actually makes things really hard, so I think any core that pairs with the IO that truly does rely on that healing would be really hard for you. I'd kind of focus it more on the spell amp now that he's going to give you.
Yeah, I mean, I also think like they just played the Bristol. Of course, there's no reason to pick it again. And I think the only reason, so it's kind of interesting because they see the Slaughter and they don't instantly pick the carry. But what's also the case is that they have the 18 pick, the closing pick of this stage, and you many times want to give this pick to your carry player because you're going to be able to see 4 heroes and you're going to be like, okay, bro, what hero do you want to play to carry us with? So they decide to delay it a little bit, and of course, the Primal Beast being a flex between mid and off lane, they don't reveal too much just yet.
Yeah, I like this flex as well. I think that if you do end up laning this Primal Beast and the Bat Rider together, it's a very strong lane. You don't feel locked in by any means, but there it is, the Dark Willow and the Weaver. So I believe this is going to be a Bane Weaver lane now, which does help because if you do try to get ran down by the Primal Beast in that off lane, first off, Weaver should always be able to Sakuchi away, but if not, you also have the Bane to sleep him away from you. So I do like this counter here from Heroic. You're still layering in the minus armor as well. It'll be very hard for these heroes to play this fight.
Yeah, Weaver Slaughter definitely has some nice synergy, and I think the hard counter to Weaver usually is the Faceless Void, and I think this hero is not something that you want to pick into Slaughter, so it's feeling quite comfortable. And now Quest, they have to decide. There is still like this Razor hero that I mentioned. Interestingly enough,
play into the Weaver though, right?
I mean, actually, interestingly enough, now that you got the shard works against Rakuchi movement speed because you drag them. So you can actually like keep the distance to a Weaver, but they decided to go for Gyro.
Hey, there's my boy. Yeah, no, I mean, you got the extra eye. This is a hero that does somewhat rely on the extra heal, but it's more that raw damage output. You don't have to right click specifically on the person who's getting slept either. You also have the Rocket Barrage to wake them up. So I like a lot of how this works, but your team does have to be really careful. You truly have to enable the Gyrocopters game if you are Quest. You cannot let them fall behind.
Yeah, I mean, IO Gyro honestly is just a classic as well. Like, it's one of those heroes, right? What's the other one? The Bristback did not get attractive anymore. There's Luna as well, right? Which would have been really popular. And I think TA 2000 just thrives on all these ranged heroes. So, why did you pick Bristol last game? No, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, I think this Gyro is just a classic, and you talked about it first draft, right? That both teams really love this hero, so good to finally see it as well.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see what they do. I feel like with the IO, I've seen a lot of people go for the Falcon Blade on the Gyrocopter because it rounds out so much of what you want. You want that extra HP, you want that extra mana, you want the extra damage. I wonder if with the IO combo, he goes for a little different build, maybe something that's lighter on the gold to get you quicker to that Aghanim Scepter and the crit stick.
Yeah, I think many people just go for the Crystallis into Aghanim straight, maybe with Magic Wand and Wraith Fan for the laning stage.
Yeah, maybe just a Wraith Fan instead of the Falcon.
Yeah, that's what many people do, I think, especially against Slaughter and Weaver.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's wild. I feel like Slaughter, even now, is still somewhat dominant, but he used to be so much more dominant before that Armor Edition came into the Wraith Band. Now you can buy a Wraith Band, and a lot of these matchups that were like super Slaughter favor and just like unlaneable have become a little bit more mild. He still wins, but you're not sitting at like 2,000 gold whenever the laning stage ends. You still got a decent amount of lane creeps, and you're still able to hit the jungle relatively easy.
Yeah, definitely. So now the last pick, of course, kicking in. And Quest has decided, do they pick a mid or do they pick an offlaner? And Heroic thinks they're going to pick an offlaner with the Axe, maybe.
It makes sense. I mean, they have a nice initiation tool from the Primal Beast. They've got a decent amount of lockdown with it, but it's not necessarily the team fight that it feels like you will need. I need some circles, man. I need to lock in this Weaver. It almost feels like a Mars could do well to kind of lock in and help your Gyrocopter get the damage output that he needs, a little bit more lockdown, but we'll see what they want to do on Quest.
Give me circles.
Please, yeah. Play-by-play caster plays Enigma Mars, anything.
Yeah, possibly. Like, I'm curious to see what they're gonna pick, because they could just simply put the Primal on the offlane as well and pick a noob mid lane hero. Really, everything is kind of open here to pick. Let's see. Looking at noob face expressions, he's talking. He wants his hero.
Okay.
This noob.
Okay.
He's talking. So it's Primal offlane confirmed.
But what is he going to do here? Because I feel your team, maybe they could use some extra damage, but you don't know what mid laner you're going up against. What is that saved mid lane pick you can pick up for yourself?
I mean, the classics are out to the Pangolier. Oh, DK. Oh, he just goes for it again. And he's actually, he's putting his face in his hands. He's like not even happy with his own pick, maybe.
I didn't even want him to. I thought you'd say no.
I mean, they might just flex it. They might just flex it with the DK and Primal Beast. But yeah, the sniper ban makes a lot of sense for against Heroic. You know, it's just like this super strong mid laner still. And of course, we're gonna see an analog hero now. They still need a mid laner, and he knows he plays against either Dragon Knight or Primal Beast. There are some interesting picks. He could go for some cheesy, something like a Monkey King or something, just to counter the mid lane really, really hard, or some Viper if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like Viper would be slightly better because Monkey King into the Batrider can always be such a hard thing to do. And, wow. That's not what I expected at all. Pudge, what is the favorability with Pudge in this game?
I don't know. No, this is actually absolutely not what I expected from Analog. I think I've never seen Analog Pudge yet. I'm not sure if I've ever missed one. And he's gonna lane up against the Primal Beast mid. I wonder what that interaction is gonna be like if you flesh heap the trample. Maybe that's the idea, and you just tank it in the lane. I'm not sure. Yeah. But this is, I hope they're not getting ahead of themselves, because to me this pick is really crazy. Like I just hope they're not getting like a little bit too overconfident after last game. But honestly, like if this works out, it's like I'm in for a treat. This sounds fun.
I feel like I have a little bit, okay, my Bane sleeps somebody and I hook them. Okay, I got that part of it. But the laning stage always feels like you want to be against a hero that hates whenever the Pudge is on top of you. But Primal Beast kind of wants to be in with the Pudge. He wants to stomp you around. If you don't have those flesh heaps, you really don't have that extra tank ability early on. I don't think this is necessarily a Pudge favored lane.
We will see. I mean, you have higher base damage. You can always hook what you do is you like hook the big creep from your hard camp, and you get some extra gold through that. And in the lane, you usually have like 10 or 12 more damage than any other melee hero. So I think the laning stage might actually be what, like, maybe still turns out fine. But generally speaking, if Primal Beast gets a good laning stage, it's the kind of hero that just runs around the map and dominates the side lanes a lot. And that's where Pudge is like a little bit more special, right? Because you have the hook, you can TP and maybe land some crazy hooks, but it's not as obvious. It's a more niche kind of pick, more funny kind of pick. Whereas Primal Beast, we know what this hero does. So I think I'll definitely put my eyes on the early to mid game from the like 6 to 12 minute mark.
Which of these? Cute.
That is cute. That is not Pudge. That is adorable.
That is not Pudge. I want to watch that guy in the mid lane. Okay, give me that.
Kawaii Llama. Do you see that?
Oh.
The name of that llama. Oh my god. He's just a normal teammate.
Oh no.
I love the music, by the way.
That is good. No, it's a very nice touch. We've got ourselves an immediate smoke up from both sides here, trying to scout out where those wards are. We haven't really seen, I guess, a skirmish. We saw somebody getting picked off last time, but so far, still waited on that first big before rune fight. Now they're just scouting out wards.
The KJ looking for the Nightmare, though. It's not over yet. He's looking for the Nightmare to hook play on and you have the quest members, and I think they do not have an Observer ward there, so it could still happen. Oh, they actually have a ward on the left hand side.
Yeah, they see everything. And did they get it? They did.
Wow. that was quite a gamble, but it works out.
Yeah.
Small win for Heroic.
He's running so far deep. KJ has no fear. I mean, they have a ward. They saw him here. Brambles. Oh, the footwork. No, he does get caught on one, but that's okay. He'll still be able to walk back to lane.
All right. 3 runes, I think, for... No, it's actually 2 runes, I think. Or is it?
Is it 3?
Yeah.
I think quest might get 3.
It's even.
Oh, okay. Okay, they didn't end up getting it there. And looks like they are bouncing around. This is truly favored for the Weaver versus the Batrider. That is something that has typically been good, even though you do want to burn down that Weaver in the lane. He's always able to Sakuchi away from you. And versus the DK, I actually think this could be a huge off or safe lane win for Heroic with that extra minus armor, with all the harass against the DK. This is the lane that we're all interested in, though. Like, this is the good one.
This is what I'm watching. So I was curious how Analog is going to play this lane. He went for the instant hook on the range creep, which means that it's going to push into the enemy tower. Noob going for the more popular build right now, skilling Elo 1.
Ooh, Heroic. They could lose their +5, and it's Schofield going down for first blood. Omar's going to pick that up. As soon as I said it was a Batrider hard lane, well, they proved me wrong. Gets the instant kill, and then they pause on him. Get wrecked, Willow.
I think that was not supposed to be bad manner, but yeah, I'm not sure. I guess he slightly overstepped there. Flamebreak is still quite some spell.
Yeah, you usually don't see many kills for the Batrider until you hit the level 2, because then that perpetual burning always helps out. But yeah, dude, this mid lane matchup, man, he's got 3 denies on the Pudge and 3 denies on the Primal Beast. They're actually hitting each other's creeps more than their own.
And there you can see he hooked the big creep right there. So this is what you like gonna do consecutively to get like a little bit more net worth than your opponent. But I think Yeah, I mean, the way I'm reading this is that I think Noob is gonna have completed free from in this matchup as well. So, and that's what I meant, like, where I'm always scared, because these active mid laners, if they get did a nice kick in. If they get like their free last hits, like this Primal Beast is, I think, gonna pop off quite a lot in the early game. But let's see.
Oh, speaking about free, could be a free kill on the Dark Willow down here. Continually burned thanks to Omar. Turn around with the Shadow Realm shot, but not enough to take down Omar. They'll back out for a second. I believe there's a little bit more regen on Omar, yeah, with the stealth.
He does have the stealth. So yeah, this bottom match are gonna be, I guess there's gonna be a quite, some lag kicking it.
Oh, stunned up actually in the midst of the Sakuchi. Could they turn this one back around? Gotta dance through the brambles a bit here. K1 should be able to kite away just enough to get his next Sakuchi off, and looks like he will.
So far, so good.
That's dangerous. There's a lot more fighting in these lanes than last time. I think we're gonna see more than 4 kills in 10 minutes, maybe.
And meanwhile, mid lane. I'm gonna be curious to see this analog touch.
I know. I feel like so much of this is going to be determined on how his game goes. I don't think his lane is going to be that fantastic. So gonna have to build up some flesh heaps here, maybe at the 6 and 8 minute runes, which that'll be the time, right? Bring over a Bane, just sleep the mid laner, hook him on in, see what you can do.
Yeah, something like that. And top lane actually, Dalai Lama, putting up the same slaughter strength that last game, getting a little bit ahead here.
Yeah, doing very well versus the Gyrocopter. I mean, it's going to be a little bit hard, again, since you're not building these extra like Falcon Blade items on TA2000. It's going to be somewhat harder to CS, but still, your game is going to be much better on the Gyro. Oh no, he's still going for it. Oh wow, he does have the Falcon Blade. Oh.
He does want the extra stats.
Well then why doesn't he have more CS? I would have it personally.
You want to hop in? You want to stand in?
Yeah. Disconnect again. Look, give me the login. I can do it.
Yeah, now
2 points. I love 2 points in the Rocket Barrage. Look at how much damage he's doing to both of these. Plus the extra spam left from Ducalis. They have the damage for one. Do they have enough for the other as well? Under the tower is a little bit dangerous. Yeah, KJ, he can defend himself with those brain staffs, so they will only take the one. But I imagine he might actually max out that Rocket Barrage in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense against the starter, right? You can just run him down in the lane whenever he, like, walks up to you. And this is where the levels kick in. I think this match is going to get, like, just harder and harder for starter, because you want to try to bash the Gyrocopter and you just take so much damage in return.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and if they keep on with this assault, I mean, I want to see KJ play with the mid laner a bit, but he might not have a choice. He might have to stay here and help out Divine Llama the whole time. He doesn't have a ton of regen left either. This could turn around pretty heavy for PSG Quest in this top lane.
I suppose when Analog has like the timing he wants, maybe that is level 6 or face boots, he can always like just threaten to come to the top lane. Because if Bane gets a sleep on top lane, he TPs on punch, that might be the opening they need to like get this lane back into Radiant's favor.
Is Bane doing it? Is Bane taking the tower's way out? I think he is. Oh no, he's taking a courier.
Yeah, he's getting the courier.
The Falcon Blade, and then he's gonna deny to the tower. Okay. Well, good for KJ.
That's pretty good, because I assume he will just TP mid after, refill the bottle for punch, control the 6 minute rune. So some nice timings lining up there for him. But now that Lama, of course.
Though. Yeah, he's going to be very sad about this. His friend isn't going to be here to help out. And TA2000 is probably going to be 202 at this point. So a lot harder to survive this lane. I believe we're going to see the fall of the Slardar here. Oh no, they even got the rocket point. Oh goodness, he's pushed out so far.
Staying alive though, there's going to be a huge double wave or triple wave kicking in, coming into this tower in a couple of minutes. But so far so good. But we saw the Bane TP mid for the refill as expected, and now I think the 6 minute rune is going to be definitely one of the more interesting parts to watch, because this rune can definitely determine who of the mid laners is going to get the rotations going. We can see also, by the way, like a big XP lead for Analog just because he hooked all those like big hard camp creeps with the hook each.
And a few more denies, like 50% more, but yeah, no, definitely going to get his Dismember off here soon if they lock in. Io is not really going to be able to stop that for you, so one of these support rotations may be more potent than the other. And Ducalis is just walking around. KJ, buddy, that's not your tower. They're going to link up here. Omar is here as well. The hook it doesn't save KJ, but maybe they have enough. No, a good wake up here from the Io. KJ should be left on an island for himself. Doesn't have any other spells, but they don't want to go into the tower for it. And then they pause. Noob, what are you doing? Go under there.
Oh, yeah. So he has the sound prowess on Heroic. But yeah, that hook actually saved off the Bane right there. He had a stick and stick fairy and still a brain stab open to heal up again. And also a big thing here is that actually Primal Beast is not level 6 yet to kill KJ there.
Yeah, that's not. He would have had the pulverize. It definitely would have been a kill for them, but they just don't have the damage. And honestly, the brain stab was enough to keep him alive during the whole thing.
So yeah, definitely a good outcome for Heroic right there, because he got the reach rune on the Punch now. They moved 2 supports on the Dire side, while Radiant only moved 1. I guess Schofield was strafing towards mid lane, was just a little bit late.
Yeah.
And now we see Analog moving top Gyrocopter.
Goodness, this net worth. Poor Slaughter, man.
Yeah, but Analog is trying to fix it. He's going top.
Yep, I can fix him. And he'll come up here. They do need to kill. Yeah, he can't dismember just yet because, the rocket was going to pump on top of him. Instead, he has to watch as T2000 runs away. He actually burned himself pretty deep.
Noob is here.
Yeah, no. Coming back on up. Gonna charge. Nope. Stops the charge. All right, doesn't want to go the whole way in. They'll bramble a few, but this just looks like everybody's backing each other off. Nobody's actually going to commit to this fight. So, KJ, why are you back here? This is not your side of the base. This is the second time.
Wisdom Rune, it's always your side.
Oh, that's true. Unfortunately, he gets to sleep. Would have been cool. Voice lines because he thought he got the rune, and then he dies to the neutral creep. Oh my goodness.
Easy papa. Oh, that is unfortunate. Well, still nice has to play from Decardus there, though, TPing in just in time to get the Wisdom Rune. Otherwise, that would have been really good for KJ.
You cannot go down to an XP lead like this. It would really put this starter back in the game, but since your supports should have these levels soon, should allow you to play on the map with Noob here, because the Primal Beast is quite a strong hero. You don't want to let him just farm up for his next item. You want to hopefully fight on the map with him. And
might be the hook.
Line it up. Oh, he got it! A huge hook on this left target, and yeah, should have enough damage. Almost ran away, but KJ able to get that last brain staff, so they will take down Noob in the mid lane. Hopefully we'll open up some side lane action, but Malik not able to do enough damage.
That's a big one. Punch Bane kicking in. They also get the 8-minute rune now for the Punch again, so he's controlling all the runes so far.
Oh my goodness.
Early game looking a bit similar again.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a crazy hook here. Right on target.
Through the bramble as well.
There was a double blood grenade too. Maybe he actually would have gotten away there had they not used both blood grenades.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Malik poking the tower, but I guess Analog, he feels strong. He's gonna join every fight. KJ.
Trying to run down this Bane here. Just barely got to sleep. Omar. Yeah, all right. Almost got saved, honestly, by the hook, but yeah. Just barely getting the kill on the Batrider. Now they're running down K1, but he should be alive as well. They just have a decent lead because the DK is able to get involved so early. Sutter just doesn't have that opportunity. He's still trying to climb back in the top lane.
Yeah, you can also see quests. They simply just, like this time, they want to play it a little bit cleaner. They brought enough numbers, and this game, you can see they took down T1 tower significantly earlier than last game. So
yeah.
Leaving no room for error this time.
Not at all. And they'll bring back the Gyrocopter. He doesn't feel forced at all to leave this lane. Divine Llama, I mean, looks like he will be going for Blink Yules this time. So not necessarily the BKB that we typically see afterwards, but now just hoping that he can evade some of that damage after the Yule Scepter. Another hook onto the sleep target, plus getting the bugs involved. And KJ, once again, he sets that up. That means that's his kill 2 times in a row. He's picking up the last hit.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's so good. Punch Bane looking strong together.
Oh, Divine Llama. Looks like he will get under the safety of the tower.
Should be alright. Yeah, looking fine. So now again, 10 minutes coming up, mid-rune, let's see what happens. Main Punch looking around, but also Malik connecting this time with the Dragon Knight. They do have to relocate.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna have to start getting involved with the reloads. Whenever somebody gets hooked after that sleep, I don't know if you can keep leading the kills like this.
Yeah. They will probably have to wait for the Dragon Knight Blink to come in, so they can look for their own moves again. This time at least what's going well for them is that Noob got the rune actually. He got the DD this time, so it was not another rune for the Pudge. So this early game is going to look a little bit more even than the last one. It's not as explosive yet. But last game, the game started to go into actually Heroic's favor when the Dragon Knight on Quest got the Blink Dagger. So this time, this is going to look a little bit better.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, it was that one fight at a tier 1 tower. We'll see if anything explosive like that happens this time. We are grouping around a little bit bot side, but I think Noob should be able to just stun up one of these guys and nuke them down with his team. But instead, they have some stacks in there. What's going on? What's so important about the triangle?
Probably just doesn't have the information he wanted. He's got the DD as well. Yeah, he's going for the stacks, as you mentioned.
Big stacks, yeah.
I mean, taking stacks can definitely feel like an objective, basically. You want to clear them up before the enemy gets a chance to steal them. Pudge definitely with the Rot and Dismember can take it. So I do like this how you call it, him prioritizing the stack over the kill right there. I assume he's gonna go back after this to region up and fight for the 12-minute run.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's still low. You gotta get a little bit of regen on him, I think. Maybe it'll be enough. What's the Pudge build looking like? What's his item of choice? Is it just like a Shroud or Blade Mail, or what's my Pudge looking like?
Could be the Shroud, definitely. The other one might be the Aghanim as well, of course, because he is quite farmed. I think he's top net worth. So Aghanim is, of course, what you want to get at some point. Shroud makes sense against all the magic damage he got for sure. So
looks like it is the Shroud that he has. Yeah, he has his Shroud queued up right now. Only about 500 gold away, so not quite yet, but I think because of everything that the Gyrocopter does, it can actually really stunt your damage with these relocations in if you're not able to barrage the Pudge.
Yeah, definitely. And now the Blink kicking in, jumping mid lane.
Oh, they actually found Analog here. They don't bump him onto the high ground, but the 3-man fear! Schofield may have saved him. But again, the Gyro is in with his IO, but they don't really have the damage just yet. They'll try to last away Divine Llama, but they don't even have the damage for that. They'll have to take 2 heroes away, and now it is the grand escape. Can you get away on Malik and Noob? It looks like they will. They'll lose their Bat Rider. They do a lot of damage, but everybody just barely walks away with their lives on Heroic.
Wow, that Terrorize for Schofield was absolutely life-saving. What a great Terrorize right there. Not even letting Noob getting any spell off. Once again, I mean, Heroic is just really one step ahead. I guess they feel like when the Blink Dagger time is coming out, and they're just always bringing the numbers. Just really good Dota, honestly.
Yeah, it's not like they had to commit a crazy amount early on, right? It was just Schofield able to throw down that fear. And then, Weaver didn't feel pressured to show up. He was still able to farm all the way bot side. They were just kind of evacuating on everyone as they could. Even getting a Bat Rider kill as a bonus.
Definitely going well for Heroic. And now, next objective, always gotta be the Power Rune again on 14 minutes. Maybe even a Wisdom Rune, even though I think both teams gotta be a bit reserved on that one. Punch should have the Eternal Shards finished now, so that is gonna give him a huge boost for the upcoming fights.
Absolutely. And you can see the replay. This was such a lit fear. Oh.
Super strong play by Schofield.
Yeah, and I think Divine Llama honestly just came in to soak up some extra spells, and then they're like, ooh, kill.
I mean, super good answer. They didn't even have to use the grip. They almost had it there, and there Divine Llama giving the face again. He's full serious. He doesn't care. Guys, we don't give them anything. They got relocate. I'm here. I can relocate myself as well.
That guy's a warlord for sure. I mean, they're definitely played around him well this time. Even though he didn't have the best lane, they're allowing him the time to catch back up. And has he getting close to finishing that Yules yet on Slardar, or is he he's still waiting a while? Oh, we might not get to find out.
Might not get to find out, Noob.
Oh yeah, he's
just fine. If that Bramble connects, there might be a hook to follow up, but it was only 3 heroes anyway, and there's the relocate threat. I like the Dava Lama meanwhile. Apart from the Yules push, he was mid on the Rune and controlled it, so there's no way that the other team gets. And yeah, it looks like Windlace into Blink is what it's gonna be.
Hey, I like it. Slot efficiency here. I think, as you said, the Blink Dagger, you need somebody who's going to initiate on this one. He'll have the Pudge in the mix as well. I think at the end of the day, you just need to be able to snipe the backline. If you can manage to really separate this quest lineup, get yourself a sleep hook to drag someone away, and then let Divine Llama cause chaos on the backside, you might just end up losing everybody because you can't focus down the targets you want.
Yep. Definitely. I wonder if Analog is going to be able to hook onto the Slithering Crush duration, because I think that's the 1-second one. So that's quite a tough one. But let's see. That would be quite a play. You blink in, you crush, you instantly run behind him. You're like, hook him. That would be.
Yeah, you got it. If you get a blink on the Pudge, I think it's possible.
He would not even sweat it on Dava Lama. He would be as serious as always.
That's true.
And
he's got all the faith. And dude, they're going for this mid tower. They really want it. And Analog is showing here. First in with the lasso. They'll throw down the brambles. He's not able to run through it. And then the fear to send everybody else away. Malik will have a secondary engagement in with the blink, but Analog still alive for now here. Then the crush to stop the pulverize. You gave everything to try to kill the punch, and you came away with nothing. Now the grip into the hook. It's a little bit easier than last time, and they will continue to run down the rest of this quest lineup. They have the minus armor. And maybe the damage for Decalis? No, he's away for now. But the Dismember, we've saved it for just the right moment here. And Malik, I don't see him living through this one. He'll die for sure. And the rest of Quest, they've got to run away. But they may not let them actually on Heroic. In on the IO. He'll fall as well. 3 are gone. The Bat and the Gyro are the only ones to live through this.
These mid engagements, I mean, it's a risky move to go on the punch. He got the shroud. He had the, I think the E activated when they jumped him, and they tried to go for it. But I think what really caught him off guard there were the brambles from Schofield once again, because all the spells from Quest just got cancelled. Like Noob got not even connect on his Primal Beast because the brambles canceled the Unleash. So Schofield, my hero on these mid lane engagements so far. Like Schofield and Analog, I don't know if it's like a little bit of luck as well or just really good communication to be ready. Like they are really making these mid lane engagements work, and we will see here again. Look at the Primal Beast. His charge is going to be instantly disconnected there.
Yeah, no, it's so much, right? Like first we add those extra stuns to stop the first engagement, then there was a pulverize and Divine Llama stopped that. It's just there's an answer for every single thing that Quest is trying to do this game.
Heroic just playing the fight super well. I also love that K1 connected to this fight. He is like just here in time, getting like these additional kills, you know, bringing the numbers.
Oh yeah. They definitely can't chase without him. And well, Quest, they haven't had enough. They'll go for another one. Maybe this time actually taking down KJ. There is no Fiend's Grip, so this could be the time to go. They'll take him out here, try to focus a little bit more on the tower. The Weaver's actually in a bit of danger, trying to run away from this one, but on the other side of the fight here, it's Dismember onto Noob. He's gonna start maybe bouncing around now with the rest of his team, but Analog, he's so thick, they haven't done anything to him yet. And now K1, he forced out the BKB from TH2000. He's got a TP away, but he can't. Analog will drag him right back into the fight. They'll get another 2 kills, and Heroic, they may not stop just yet. They may have the Basher, they have another stun, no Noob away, but oh man, the last 2 hits! K1!
Oh my god. In the beginning, I think it even looked good. We didn't see it on the screen, but Schofield actually died at the beginning of that engagement, but they just couldn't take the punch down. He also had, I think this time also in addition, the Blade Mail even, so he was so tanky and like even reverse damage. Like, not gonna lie, but this Analog punch last week, it's working out. Like, brilliant. Like, look at this, he just doesn't take any damage.
No, not at all. That Eternal Shroud is really putting in the work too. Like so much magic damage coming out. Any call down, any stomps around from the Primal Beast, it's just not enough. You need that raw physical damage.
Then also the hook in the end, rounded up, getting the BKB kill. This was supposed to be Gyrocopter's timing. He went for the early BKB right there. This was the time to shine against the Quest. It seems like Heroic always is just one step ahead, or maybe not one step ahead, but also the punch just being like a little bit too tanky right there. Look at his face. He's so motivated. He's like, guys, what the fuck is he doing? I got a hook. Why does he TP out, you know? You don't know my hero I punch, you know? This is what he's feeling himself.
He doesn't know Pepe hands.
No, I think definitely.
I've very rarely seen a BKB first Gyrocopter. I mean, I've seen a BKB first after the Ags, but not BKB after Chrysalis. That is a very rare build, and K2000, he's got a little bit of catching up to do.
Does he only have Chrysalis BKB actually? I wasn't even sure about that one. I thought that.
No, it is literally just Chrysalis BKB.
Wow. Okay, then it's even more all in, right? Ideally, you want to go for the Chrysalis Agonist and then maybe Satanic or something, or BKB. Yeah. Like, it's looking rough again for Quest. Like, it just looks like Heroic is just once again getting a good lead here, and now with the Aegis as well, this game might look even a little bit more one-sided than the first one almost.
Yeah, another pre-20-minute Aegis here. We'll see how many towers they're able to walk it down, because their tower damage is a little bit lighter this time around, right?
Oh, I love this as well.
Oh,
look at this fast
2000. Oh my goodness, he's gonna get slapped up. They will chain the rest. Oh, the hook! Analog tried to stop the IO save coming in, but instead Decalis does get his Gyrocopter out of there in time. I doubt he's gonna bring the gyro back, so this will just be a dead IO, but incredibly well done from Decalis to save his gyro there.
Such a nice try though from Analog as well, right? He doesn't just hook the snap target, but he tries to anticipate where the IO is gonna tether him from, because he did not see the IO, of course. He only sees the relocate on the minimap. But such a nice try from Analog as well, just barely missing it. Otherwise, it would have been another successful kill on the gyrocopter there. Look how close that is.
Yeah, I feel maybe there was a world where you just hook out, but the creeps were blocking the hook. He couldn't relocate him away from the IO. He had to go for the IO hook. It was his only play.
The creeps playing for Dire there.
Oh my goodness, yeah, get down, Mr. President. Unfortunately, there were none around the Bat Rider. He's still out of here. But wow, what an incredible sequence of events here. Hopefully the gyrocopter is able to get some farm out of that one to get himself again back into this game, because boy, it is really up to his damage, I feel, to take down this Pudge.
KJ also got picked off screen, I think. I'm not sure if he was trying to go for the Wisdom Rune or if he caught that. But yeah, also gotta point out that quick move after the Roshan kill, just going for that kill instantly. Fast order being played by Heroic right there.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want. They want to push on the map. They do not want to give any breathing room over to Quest. That's kind of the difference, right, of philosophies. Do you want to just take away their towers and let them farm back up? Or do you want to get there now, make sure that they cannot play these fights and use that Aegis to your advantage? It seems right now they definitely want to make some big moves here. Again, can't dismember right away thanks to the rocket coming in from TA2000. Now trying to BKB away, but the dismember will go right on through it, and Analog picks himself up another kill. They slept up the IO, hook only onto a creep, but they have the Fiend's Grip. You're still not getting it away, Dakalis. Another kill, K1 absolutely running through these engagements with Analog.
Wow. I mean, just incredible plays, honestly. Just always there, just containing Quest, and they honestly have it seems like no counterplay. They missed their timing completely, and now it's just really, really hard for them to come back. Nice hook from Analog here. I mean, TA2000 making it a bit easier as well, standing on the mid wave like that. But then again, where else do you go? You're looking for the farm. You cannot really fight the enemy. It's a tough position to be in. And I think also look at the wards on the Radiant side. Look at the warding on the map. They see everything.
Oh my goodness.
It is so hard for Quest to even move out and get any inch of farm there.
I love those placements too. It's literally just like, it looks like they just either expired or got dewarded, but it was everything that was in between the tower paths, right? Anytime somebody would switch lanes to farm, you could see and maybe try to make a move on it, but instead it did get at least expired now, and TA2000 still working towards that Aghanim Scepter. We're still sitting at another, what, like 1,500 gold that we need for it. There's plenty of time to wait right now. Maybe they have another fight coming. Yeah, no, got the blade mail popped already. Another crush in. They taken one. Malik might want to turn this one around though with the stun onto KJ. He might burn down the sleep save. He could get away. No, he'll still fall. It's a hook away to drag Malik back into Analog and that Willow. I'm sure that he'll die now with the bug on him from K1. But how much more can they get done in this fight? They'll buy back on KJ. Actually, still wants to take this one. Ducala's not able to tether the full way to TA2000, so he will die on the IO, and Analog's not done yet. Brother, that is not your base, and he is still running through. They get the stun. TA2000 behind the tier 3s. He'll fall, and Heroic, they just aren't stopping. Everybody on the map is a kill they can get, and now poor old Primal Beast hooked up, slept around, and that'll be another one. Foregone on PSG Quest.
No mercy. Honestly, if he keeps going like this, I can see GG, like, Quest Esports tapping out soon. Like, they are not giving them anything there. Everything is on point. KJ dying here at least giving Quest some hope, but yeah, you can see they're just not giving any wiggle room to Quest here. Analog is just simply too strong as well. He almost got the Shiva completed now as well, and nice terrorize once again from Schofield, controlling the gyrocopter in the back. He has really been on point there as well, especially him and Analog.
Yeah, he's so good at cutting these engagements around. He's not staying right on top of the gyro and battling with that rocket barrage. He's literally just stuns and run away. See how long he can keep them locked up there and just save them from wherever Analog can get to them.
Yep. Just really good plays coming out there. And now, like, what is there for Quest to do, honestly? They're probably just gonna look for some smoke opportunities, hope for Heroic maybe to do a misstep or something. It is just hard. Like, the entire map is dark. K1, they're also cutting the waves between tier 2 and tier 3. I guess we're gonna try to finish at Aghanims on TA2000, then maybe look for an opportunity again.
You've got to have damage at this point. You can't skate through these fights letting Pudge just live forever and ever thanks to this Eternal Shroud. You have to have some way to all in on a hero on a side lane. And really, Analog is going to be the only one that can show, right? Look at this. Going right on in. Dismember first. And with the crush on the background, they even have the grip. It does get canceled out eventually. Maybe TA2000 is able to turn this one back around, but Ducala surely will fall thanks to this Weaver. They even lock in on Divine Llama. Finally, they're getting one for PSG Banshee quest, but can they really stay in this fight? K1 feeling pretty strong right now. They're gonna fear 2 and get back in on Analog. This poor Malik. I thought this was a Dragon Knight, but he is just getting shredded thanks to this Weaver. New will at least live for a second here, but he'll get used up for later, and when he falls, it's gonna be the rest of Heroic taking him down once again. This Pudge is not showing any signs of stopping. It is a monster kill streak for K1.
Schofield again, you saw it, terrorize. There you go. He's always there. Always there. He just, you know, you can count on him. Wow. I mean, that's not fight, honestly. I mean, Quest at least got something out of this just simply because like there were 5 numbers connected. The beginning looked really, really good for Heroic because Dalai Lama saw Io on a ward there and casted a relocate. But because it took a little bit for Heroic to connect all the heroes, they got some return kills. But still, we see K1 sieging, got the tier 3 tower, might get some racks here.
Definitely going to get at least one here. This was without the Aegis as well. They feel very comfortable pushing up there. It looks like as the Primal Beast and the DK are responding, they don't want to get locked into something they can't get out of. So, I mean, Weaver's got the Lincolns, the BKB, even Gleipnir for a little bit of health. He is not an easy target. It is not as simple as just stun him and kill.
No, good discipline once again. Coming out, not overstepping. They can just simply play their easy game. Roshan is going to spawn at 50 seconds. Of course, they don't know that, but they know Roshan might spawn soonish. And I think this final Roche fight is probably what the game is going to come down to if Quest can find some sort of miracle to win this fight. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's maybe you can get a Rapier in Gyro. I mean, I wish.
True. Gonna have to eventually. I don't know if they get out of this without a Rapier, but yeah, I mean, 2 times in a row we've been very disciplined on Heroic. They've definitely had the opportunity where like this high ground looked really enticing and they maybe could squeak it out. You know, it's not a for sure loss on the high ground, but they're doing the right thing. They're hitting these hour towers and they're going to wait another, 3 minutes maybe for the next rush to be out. They will not throw anything away for free. But KJ? They may throw away KJ for free. He's gonna fall first. They got everybody around for Quest. This could be the fight they want to take. But there's so much lockdown. They don't want to step in too far. And there is Analog on the side, just fishing for someone to come to his attention. And it looks like they will back out. Grab the kill on KJ. They're happy with that.
Yep. Once again, any kill right there is good. Giving some delay to the game, just dragging out the game, letting Gyrocop to get maybe the Daedalus or... Yeah, I think he's going for the Daedalus item.
Okay.
Definitely nice for Quest. They get a kill, they get out, so take anything at this point. But
it's a long Roshan spawn. So
it's a long Roshan spawn.
Yeah. It could favor Quest, honestly, if they are able to get these extra items. They just need the damage. They need that time. Sure, Heroic will also get a lot of items, but you just need to be able to kill someone. And this is a Shield Rune Punch. Good luck with that one. I don't think you can get away either. Dismember onto the Dragon Knight here, plus the minus armor. I don't think they're going to get anybody else, but they have locked up TA2000. He is going to pop the BKB to try to get away from this one. His IO will fall behind him, and the hook, it's coming, plus the grip. Oh no, TA2000. There is no escape. There is only Bane.
Better luck next time. Yeah, actually, it will not even go to a second rush. They get the opportunity. They see them moving out of the base. They're instantly there. Just Dalai Lama always leading the charges. You can see whenever an enemy moves out, he's calling his team, he's rallying them, he's telling them, guys, what are they doing? Why are they outside? And
he's providing so much vision too. I mean, he's just always on the backside. They know exactly where everybody on Quest is with this shard.
Yeah. This punch also with the shield rune jumping in 6-0-17.
Yeah,
Analog having just a second flawless game in a row here, possibly.
I mean, this Eternal Shroud really did so much for him, and then he doubled down on that resist. Now he's got the armor, so I don't know what kind of damage. You got some pure damage? We're gonna need a lot of that.
Yeah, maybe they can repick the Primal Beast into a Timbersaw. That would be good.
True. We just need to get that Revenant spruce up. I'm sure that'll come in the next few minutes. Looks like Noob is trying to turn around here. I think that was an ulti usage.
Yeah,
that got canceled.
I think he canceled his own ulti there as well. I'm not sure.
Well, he would have gotten the kill there if he didn't cancel it, but instead, unfortunately, he will die to Divine Llama. And then on the high ground, TA2000 got murdered by a Pudge in his own base, and they'll call GG. Game number 2. That is huge for Heroic. They get a thunderous 2-0 after dropping their first series to Liquid. So this is the exact comeback that they were hoping to get here. Strong showing, as you said, 2 times in a row. We had a flawless game from Analog.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you can see the smiles on their face, except him here. He's just exhausted. He's like, easy game. Like, Heroic popping off. Like, they, especially the second game, I think like this was even more one-sided than the last one. Like, after that mid-engagement, like, I'm just really impressed, honestly, like, how they were playing so well in the, like, reactive side of the game. Like, they play against this relocate, they know the move is coming, they read the DK blink, and they're just there, like, one step ahead. And you can see K1, 10, 0-12, Analog 8, 0-18, flawless games with the two of them. But for me, also the Heroes go feel that the terrorizes every single time. I think, honestly, everybody in this team just played so well.
I think it's gotta feel really good for them as well that they did it with the Pudge. This wasn't some random broken mid hero that comes in and wins the game again. This isn't your last track. No, this is the Pudge coming on in, dominating the game again, flawless. I mean, Analog, that's the mid laner you want in your corner. I hope to see more performances like that from Heroic. I know that first game is gonna feel bad, but this one, this is what Heroic are truly capable of.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it feels really, really good to get that niche pick out and win with it, even in this like good fashion. So Heroic getting out of the 2-0 again, we did it. More 2-0s coming today, and definitely good Dota showing off by SA right here.
Absolutely, we love the SA hero or team succeeding. They're my boys. I always like to see a good SA victory. So unbiased, of course. I want everybody to have a good time, everybody to show their best stuff, but we are going to go to a quick break for an interview though, so do not go away. We have more content for you just around the corner.
under attack.
I'll take that.
Look closely. Something special is about to happen.
Prepare for battle.
That was unpleasant. We're dead. Yes, yes. The danger is this way. A pleasant sound.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Instead of an interview, we have something even better. It's all the highlights that happened in the previous game. I'm Math, and that's Stormer. And again, this was a huge 2-0 victory from Heroic. This is exactly what we know that they're able to do. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it in their first series. So Storm, what are your highlights of this match as we watch over the kills?
I mean, once again, I think just Heroic plays an excellent game. Of course, first of all, I mean, this punch pick worked out brilliantly. Like, last big punch, you don't see it every day, but he was really confident and showed off like a super good performance. But I think the key to me why Heroic won both these games, honestly, was just like that they read perfectly when Quest was about to do move, and they were just there in time. They didn't necessarily even have to run at the enemies and like make a move themselves, but they were basically prepared and just always ready. And both games, they just showed off that they know what it takes to like be in position for a good fight. And Dota right now is in a state where like if you get ahead a little bit, you can just keep the snowball rolling all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that mid lane engagement was kind of like the penultimate, just this is what the series has been for us, where you have like 3 different tries to initiate on a pudge, and they just battle back every single one from Heroic. And as soon as all their spells had been expended, they just instantly go back in and get themselves some kills. And just run down like the entirety of the map, literally push them back into their base. I mean, if that doesn't describe the series, I don't know what else does.
Yeah, I mean, strong showing by Heroic, honestly. Like, I think Quest, like, I hope they don't feel too bad. I know they're 0-4 now, I think, for today. Yeah. So that's, of course, always a rough day to have, but Dreamleague is not over for them. But also on the other side, Heroic, for sure now, they're even now with the 2-2 score. So they got some confidence boost back again. And also their first opponent, I think it was Liquid today, right? Like, it was a really, really strong opponent. It's, I think, fine to have, like, a rougher showing in the beginning against that one.
I mean, both of these teams are able to go back to the drawing board. Once again, every single series has been a 2-0 so far. And, you know, for Quest, they have some time. They'll be playing, looks like Aurora and XG tomorrow. And then for Heroic, they're playing Gaiman and Aurora also. So both of them going to have to study up here, make sure that they show something a little bit better for tomorrow. But this does mean, yeah, Heroic, they're in the middle of the pack right now, as I said, with the 2-2. Gaiman are still up on top of the groups with a 4-0 so far in this tournament, so definitely strong for them. But PG Quest, they're not out of it yet. They have not hit elimination. They can still win out and get themselves into at least the top 4 here for this group.
Definitely. It's never over.
It's never over. There's always hope unless they lose their next series, in which case there's significantly less hope. I think you're looking for a tie at that point, but there's still hope now. And guys, we hope that you'll stay with us because we have a little bit of a break coming up. We got our next series on this channel to be, I believe that is Navi, right?
Yeah, Navi Shopify.
Navi Shopify. Oh my goodness, I might get my RTC interview. Oh, we'll see here, guys. We're gonna be back after a break, and then we'll have more Dota for you, so stick around. It's gonna be a good time.
Dreamleague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dreamleague Season 23. It is me, Matt Magician, again with Stormer, and we've got ourselves a pretty hype matchup here. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Team Shopify and Stormer. We're going to hope to not see another 2-0.
Maybe not. Maybe it's going to be the first 1-1 for today. Let's see. I mean, this matchup is definitely interesting because we have never seen these two teams match up against one another, and Na'Vi in general is going to be quite a new team to look at.
Absolutely, yeah. They did already, of course, have their first series today in which they did get 2-0 by Bet Boom Team, but they did have some signs of life. I do remember seeing that they had almost taken that second game. They unfortunately did just get kind of ran on down with Aegis, I believe, on a Razor. So they had a chance. They definitely can win these games. Of course, a strong enough lineup ahead of them.
Yeah, of course. And of course, they have some names that you know. I mean, there's Uragi on it. He played on OG this year. And all the other names like Melody also used to be a rank 1+5 for such a long time. So I think the stacks that we want to look at. And I mean, there's a reason why they're here. They beat VP in the Eastern European qualifiers for this one. It's just, we don't know what this team is all about. We don't know what they can show. But that's also an advantage. You're an underdog in a tournament. People don't know what you're going to play. They don't know anything about you, basically. And everybody knows Shopify. So it's going to be a fun series, I think.
Absolutely. Now, Shopify, the team that they're going up against here. I do agree, Na'Vi is a bit of a wild card, and well, Shopify, they're not exactly figured out just yet. Skem now added into this roster, so it brings a little bit of a different flavor to them. We'll see if this is the change-up that they need to finally get into the top 4 again for these events.
Yeah, they had one series today as well. They played against Tundra, and I think in that one they got 2-0'd. I'm not exactly sure how close that matchup was. I think the games were at least quite long duration. Yeah, the first one went 45 minutes. So, of course, let's see how Skem is going to fit into this team as well. Replacing one player can actually change a lot of the team's dynamic.
Oh yeah.
So it's also a way for them to show in this tournament how the new roster is going to feel and what it's going to look like.
Yeah, no, gonna see how they are going to play with each other now. A little bit of the honeymoon phase, maybe. And speaking of Shopify, the hope and the pride of NA, let's watch a video on their performances.
Shopify Rebellion, the pride of NA, which in Europe means a top 10 team on any good day. Consistently struggling since its inception early last year, Shopify has not managed to find their footing. While they've had moments of brilliance, they still struggle to make top 10 at any of the big events. And after another disappointing result at ESL 1 Birmingham, they had to swap out the Olakor for Skem. I guess Yopaj didn't want to be the only Pinoy on the team. Together with the rest of the boys, Arteezy, Saberlight, Kittrack, and of course Bulba, we have Shopify Rebellion. Why is it so hard for them to make it far in events and show what they have? Do they not pick enough Storm Spirit? Do they not have enough Americans? Maybe some more salt is exactly what they need to spice up their gameplay. It would be nice to see America flourish as a powerful region in Dota, and Shopify Rebellion is one of the last hopes remaining. Will Dreamleague 23 be the start of their long journey to become a real threat to the top teams? Maybe, just maybe there's a chance.
I'm coping, man. I'm on the cope train. Put me on it. As I feel like I gotta rep the North Americans a little bit here. Of course, I am very happy to see Shopify perform. Yeah, no, they haven't actually picked that much Storm Spirit. They're actually more prioritizing the Pangolier, much like the other teams here. So maybe they gotta get back to their roots. First pick Storm Spirit, and you're gonna like it.
I mean, because of my name? I mean, I'm not that big of a Stormspirit connoisseur myself, but yeah, sure. Pick Storm for Stormstormer, let's go. No, I mean, they also, of course, mainly picked Stormspirit when Ahmed was playing in that roster because he was like the most famous Stormspirit ever. Now they got Yoposh. It's a completely new roster, right? So I think these two teams, though, are gonna be more of the like underdog teams. I mean, honestly, Shopify is not an underdog team, right? But just people right now, they don't know where to put them. Like, they always had like decent results, but it's always like a little bit shaky. So this result, at least if they get like a clean 2-0 against Na'Vi, which you don't know anything about, it could show like, hey, we got this new roster going, we're ready to cook.
Yeah, both teams here a little bit of a wild card coming in because we don't know with this new Shopify roster what they're going to try to do here. We do have a draft ahead of us, and it looks like Na'Vi agree here. We do not want to let Shopify prioritize this Pangolier, and we'll see what they're going to cook on this one then. I'm excited to see this draft. Yep, definitely. Let's see. Uragi. Let's see if he also brings some experience to this OG roster, because honestly, all the other, I think there's Nefrit, Malady, Zayak, of course, actually, know what I'm talking about. Zayak got top 2 at TI in Singapore, so he can also bring some experience into this roster, but yeah, I'm curious. And we see a Razor first pick. Okay, I think you're watching Falcons. I mean, they played this Razor twice in their previous games, often paired up with a Clockwork. So this is the only two constants in that previous series. Now, Bet Boom Team, they also had played the Pangolier into it, and then it looks like a hodgepodge of heroes after that. But I wonder if Na'Vi are saying, look, we would have had him if there wasn't that damn Pangolier in the mix. So they're going to run it back here. Shopify, though, they pick up the Slaughter, which you kind of said is a favored lane matchup, but maybe the game isn't so good. Yeah, I mean, last time it was also IO Razor, so I really respect that matchup. I guess the Razor alone against Slaughter plus one like that can actually be a lane that's playable. But also it looks like just Slaughter might be rising up in the ranks of like being the strong offlaners when the other offlaners are out. Like, Arteezy is not going to play the Slaughter. I've never seen an Arteezy Slaughter in my life, I think. So this is for sure going to be a Saberlight Slaughter, I think, almost 99%. Don't quote me on that one, but I would be really surprised. But it seems like offlaners just really love this hero right now, even against Razor, it looks like. It feels in the way that Shopify typically want to draft their lineups. They want to put Saberlight on a hero that has a good game. And if the lane is bad, so be it. He's typically a very good player in that mid game, regardless of whatever items he's coming in with. His mechanics are super strong. I imagine that's just what they're doing here. I know that this hero will be able to game versus this Razor. We just have to survive the first 10 minutes. His mechanics are strong. His socials are strong. His calls are strong. His cloudiness, you know, he's the spirit. Amen. Amen. What was his voice line again? Socket. I forgot actually. Let's name that for you. We see Edge paired up with it. Yeah, no, I mean, which is going to be a pretty strong lane. Do you believe this is going to be the 4 Edge, or there's maybe some flex away from the Razor? I'm not too familiar with Scam's hero pool, to be completely honest. I mean, we know for sure that Kidrak plays the Enchantress, and I think it's more popular on the position 5, to be honest. So I think they're going to pick another 4 with it, especially now with Crystal Maiden. I think that's still an old school counter against Edge because he could freeze a creep. Crystal Maiden Tiny being picked up here, so Na'Vi keeping it not open, but simple. Position 5 Maiden, position 4 Tiny, and yeah, Grimstroke. This is guys, hold up. Okay. Fast drafting kicking in. Why? Okay, I mean, first off, as I look at this game, I'm still happy to be a Tiny. I feel like both of these heroes I like to jump on and maybe eliminate. We could see a world where this is maybe even a mid Tiny. You could potentially just pick up a for sure carry here if you wanted, or maybe they'll keep that flex open. But I think there's a world where you actually just want to set this Tiny into the mid lane and have a good time. So yeah, there's a lot of options, as you mentioned, for sure. If the Tiny were to go mid, I think you need one more support that deals damage, because you want to be able to kill people in the toss combo, Avalanche toss combo. So something like Willow, Hoodwink, Techies, these kind of heroes are usually what you want to pair the Tiny with if it were to go mid. Other than that, they could just pick a casual offlaner here that they like it to avoid. Maybe some, for example, Enigma, even though that is really bad against the Enchantress. Never mind, I take that one back because he could take over the Eidolon. But Enigma Tiny would have been a classic. True. I don't know. A little bit of extra damage on that 4-roll that we've been seeing. The Hoodwink is already banned out. We talked a little bit about the Techies already, but potentially they don't want to show that. It's weird. Would you rather hold on to a Razor flex to carry or a Tiny flex to mid? I'm not sure which one I'd prioritize.
That's a really good question. I mean, they see the Void. They could pick out any strong counter pick to this. They see the lane, right? They know it's going to be Void Ench, or I mean, most likely Void Ench, maybe Void Grimstroke. So they could just pick the offlane that they desire. Usually, you don't want to put the Razor into the Void because it's just countered by mechanics, right? You link the Void, he jumps out, you cannot link him. So I would assume they want a different offlaner here. And if they don't pick here, there's going to be 2 more bans coming in.
That's
so yeah,
true.
Lone Druid offlane.
All right. Interesting. I mean, I do like the idea of sticking the Razor against the Slardar instead. That's the whole reason that we even liked this, early game laning stage from Na'Vi to begin with. And this Lone Druid really locks it up. I mean, where's this guy going? Are we going to see this versus the Faceless Void, try to get a few of those roots, or is this a static mid laner?
I do think it's offlane. I know that Nefrit loves this hero, and Lone Druid also used to be just a hero that many offlaners love against the Void. Like Ace, also from J Gaming Gladiators, loves this matchup. So I think it's 90% going to be an offlane Lone Druid. What I still have open is they could also put the Razor on the mid lane and pick a different carry if they want.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I want to say that if you put the Razor in versus a Slardar, you open up so much more for your team, but maybe you just get that one Fabled mid matchup that you need, and you just run over the rest of this game. So far, though, the only thing I feel like I'm missing from Shopify Rebellion is a little bit of damage in the Chronosphere. We've seen a lot of Sniper Faceless Void as a common combo, and right now, with only a Tiny as you jump in this lineup, I like it, and I hope that you see that banned out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper's definitely still in the pool. They could, of course, snatch it themselves, even though Na'Vi will most likely not pick the Sniper. It is not so good against Void. Yeah. It's definitely a good call from you. I think Yopash could still play it. So I think Na'Vi will ban it out. Other than that, I mean, there's always some heroes that you could find to do some damage, especially out of the mid-roll. There's so many. There's Invoker, if Yopash likes playing Invoker. There's some sort of Queen of Pain, Lina maybe, all these heroes that usually every mid laner is able to play.
Right. I mean, I feel like the 2 biggest ones right now are the Sniper and the Zeus. And with this ban on the TA, one of them is going to make it through here. So we got a little bit of meta to deal with. It's possible that Na'Vi just leaves it in and goes for something, again, maybe in the mid lane that has a little bit more jump to it. So even if they do try to go for one of these backline damage dealers, maybe they're going to take a page out of the Shopify book, grab themselves a Storm Spear here and get some jump in this lineup with the Tiny.
Definitely possible. I mean, actually, the Zeus that you mentioned is really smart. I completely forgot about that one. I think Zeus and Sniper are what Shopify are looking at. I hear that Na'Vi might be looking at that is kind of stable. Blind pick is also the puck, because the lockdown on Shopify is okay should the starter and Void, but you also dance around the coil is a bit annoying, and you can toss out of the coil and all this stuff. So I think Puck might be the hero that she gets who's looking at if he does not play the Razor. Once again, they have all the options in the world.
It's got to be so hard to grab that guy with a Grim Silence. But if you do, it's over for the Puck. I just don't feel like that can happen.
That is true. But Shopify thinks it's going to be a mid-Razor because they ban out the Naga and the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. No, definitely a little bit more scared of whatever's coming out of the carry pool. I feel like the things that I need from this Na'Vi draft are not answerable from the carry pool. And there it is, the Zeus. They actually steal that away from Shopify, which is kind of the double, right? Not only is Zeus what they wanted to pick, but also it does very well versus a Sniper, which would have been their backfall for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, they just pick, honestly, the next strong hero tops and prove that this hero is completely bonkers right now. It is usually, like, kind of hard counted by the Faceless Void, but they're saying, hey, we still want to pick it anyway. It obviously, with the tiny position 4 now, they can burst almost every single hero. And honestly, the strike core of Na'Vi looks really well balanced. They got Lone Druid running in. They got this casual Razor hero and the Zeus just dishing out all the damage. Razor linking up the Slaughter can look good. So I do like this pick, except like it's countered by Void, but we also assume that the Void has a rough laning stage against the Lone Druid, so I think it can work.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I like what they got going for them right now. Zeus ult plus Avatos will go every one of these heroes, except for maybe the Slardar, so gotta be crazy careful. Anybody who's showing on a lane here past like 8 minutes, and they instead go in for the Coddle, so it's not that physical damage that we usually see paired up a little bit with the Faceless Void, but instead just gonna throw out those last blasts on the Coddle. Do you like this round out from Shopify?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I completely forgot this hero. It's one more. It's another ST hero that is still in the pool that was banned both games last time. I thought it was banned. It's super strong, of course. Like it's a tempo hero. It has a free laning stage against the Zeus mid, and once he gets level 6, he can actually maybe kill the Lone Druid once, who is supposed to win the lane against Faceless Void. So I do like this pick a lot as well. in general, I think this is quite, if the Void gets enabled to like the later stage of the game, I do think this is quite a good Faceless Void game. A lot comes down to me for the Lone Druid Void matchup. How much does that matchup actually go into Lone Druid's favor? Because I think the rest of the lanes should be kind of stable.
Yeah, it feels weird. It feels like we're operating on 2 different timings with Shopify, and that sometimes worries me because Yopaj wants to get this really crisp, like 15 to 18 minute timing where his hero is just unstoppable. You can't get on top of him. If he finds you with his Solar Bind and his Vessel, then you're just dead. I want to see that, but as you said, man, this Faceless Void needs a lot of time to get online in order to truly counter these heroes and especially not get bursted in any of these early fights. So in my head, Shopify had to play a really clean laning stage to give them that foundation to smoothly transition from mid game to late game with this Faceless Void.
Yeah, Coddle these days is actually also quite strong in the late game. I think you don't feel too bad if the late game goes wrong, but you do want to get some kills in your early games. You do want to get some successful rotations because that's where the hero strives off. Before the time he has his blink dagger and can catch you, you want to try to dictate where the game is going and where the fights are going to be.
And there it is. Is this what music is this? This is so serene.
It's beautiful. I don't want to cast anymore. I just want to listen to this.
This is going to be a very respectful game. They're both going to love each other in the mid lane. No clicking people, just CS.
Love. Let's not destroy the ancients. Let's defend both ancients.
It's defend of the ancients, not attack.
It's friendship of the ancients. It's Dota.
Dota 2.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It is. And now we get to the real music here. It's game number 1 here. Shopify and Rebellion versus Team Na'Vi. Both of these teams as well have dropped their first group stage series, so they're looking to come back strong and show that they do deserve to be at least in this middle of the pack here in Dreamleague Season 23.
Yeah, in this one we do not see any smokes from both teams, I think. If I didn't miss any. I think both teams playing it slower here. Might be a clash on the top rune. No, Zayak is being careful. Nice. Yeah, should just be a smooth start. No first bloods, no smokes. Actually a game of Fota.
Hey, literally Fota 2 here, man. What can you do? I hope that we do get into it now. Zayas, he did go for the tree first, so he's also not really going to be clicking people. He'll be trying to get those denies. I think in the mid lane we're going to be less respectful. I think there's going to be a lot of harass from both of these guys.
Yeah, like the game should still, in my opinion, the lane should still be quite even. Both people do not annoy each other too much. I mean, Yopaj, of course, is just going to blast away with the Illuminate. Sanctity should get free CS with his Arc Lightning, so both should be relatively happy with what they get. Might be some nicey nice because Zeus has a little bit more auto attack damage.
Did they end up blocking? Oh, they didn't actually sentry block any of the camps behind the Coddle here, so there will be a pretty strong start, I believe, especially as you said. They're not really going to pressure each other too much, so Coddle should get everything that he wants.
That's a good point. Actually, now that you say, that's maybe also why Dire put 5 heroes in the top jungle. That's why they defended those camps, and that's why, like, if there would have been a smoke, they were ready to fight.
Yeah. Well, looking a little bit hard for Arteezy so far up here. This lone Druid Bear, very annoying. And he's going to have a lot to come back from because it looks like it's just denies all over. Wait, what about this bot lane? We said that this should be favored for the Razor, at least in the laning stage. Does that change at all with this Grimstroke pairing up with the Slardar?
So the last time I knew, like, I think Grimstroke was still considered quite a weak laner because the spells are not, they don't offer you too much in the laning stage. You can secure range Qs with the Q ability. You can try to commit with the E when you're level 3, but before level 3, the hero is like not popping off too much. So I think from the starter standpoint, you just try to get to the level 3, and maybe with some boots, you can try to commit on the Razor once.
True. Ooh, even went for that point in the Stroke of Fate here, so just helping out with that DS secure.
Yep, I think there's not going to be too many opportunities where you can actually ink-squad the Slardar on level 1 already on the Razor, because he will stay on his distance.
Yeah. You have to play really defensive in this lane, honestly, because if there is a Frostbite that's used on the Slardar, you could just run him down with that link, especially a level 2 link, which I feel if this lane continues in this static form where Razor, again, gets all the XP he needs, yeah, they can just end up running you down at level 3. And Grim could go down here. He actually is getting ran out, and he instantly, nice dodge on the Grim stun. Yuragi getting first blood here on Kittrack.
Yeah, well played. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Usually level 3s where like both heroes pop off, the Razor and the Grimstroke. Here we see some action before already. And yeah, these lanes are looking good for Na'Vi on all 3 lanes, honestly. The Void is doing pretty fine so far against Lone Druid, but I think Lone Druid is the kind of hero also who starts popping off when there's like a little bit more levels and you got like some maybe claws of attack on the bear for the face boot.
Right, yeah, that one pops off pretty quickly and it'll get way out of hand. He's also a hero that can pressure that tower. So if you give him the start that he needs, you could just lose a lot of map on top of already losing your Faceless Void lane. And this is the exact opposite that I said that needed to happen for Shopify Rebellion to get into this mid game here. We'll see though, because the Coddle at least is getting all the farm that they want. Should be fine for him.
Actually, the Lone Druid Enchantress interaction is also quite interesting. I think usually Enchantress, when he gets a creep, is quite strong at like bullying anybody out. But of course you have the bear, which can just match the crease aggression. So
yeah.
In that regard, I guess the Lone Druid actually is really good. It counters both the Void and the Enchantress at the same time. Even though now the CS look relatively even, I think Nefrit on this lane might pop off in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this Lone Druid hero checks so many boxes, but it's sometimes hard to pick that in this current meta because, well, it's a thick bear, so Lifestealer does honestly pretty well versus him sometimes. You also have the Razor Link is very good versus, which is another popular hero. And Saberlight getting ran down by that Razor. That is so good. Another kill in this bot lane. Na'Vi take a very early laning stage lead.
Yeah, this bot lane is not working out so far. I just realized also Kitrak is playing the plus 4 in this game. They did not in general switch roles, right? Did they switch in general or just for this match? Did I miss something?
I thought that Scam was always going to be playing 5 for them and they were just going to switch out, but I'll have to check their previous series because this would have been the first time we've really seen them in the official capacity, right?
Yeah, unfortunately didn't get to catch the first series against Sandra, so that's what I'm curious about.
Well, I will look away for just a second. This is research. This is very important. And it looks like it is Gem who is playing Pause 5 with Arteezy. So they're gifting Kitrak with the gift of gold.
I see. I missed out on that one. So he also did a role switch. So a new player and a role switch. Interesting. Okay.
Which is technically like changing 2 players.
Sort of. I mean, of course, Kitrak and Saberlight, they know how to talk to each other. They said hello and bye and often enough, you know. But laning together is something new. But yeah, so far, it's not a Razor. Razor looking really hot at this one. Like, Uragi is a dream of a game. You can see you already got power treads at minute 5, plus a raid band.
Yeah, he is crushing the net worth.
He's popping off. Meanwhile, though, I think Arteezy got more CS than I expected, actually. 24 CS, he's kind of keeping up for the Lone Druid.
We're gonna have to see this pop up eventually. Once we do hit, like maybe it's level 5, so you get that 3rd point in the bear. Oh, Kitrak just gets nuked on down. All right, that's the fear, right? Anybody in a side lane, as soon as Zeus hits 6, I think that's exactly when he hits 6. That is peak efficiency there from Zeus.
Yeah, that's just a dream for Zeus right there, getting the extra gold, the extra XP just for free when you're level 6. And look at the net worth. Na'Vi is popping off completely. Yopaj.
Oh my goodness. Slardar is getting worked again. This is the 2nd game in a row, though, that we've seen a Slardar get dominated in the laning stage. And last time, that team won the game. So lock it in, everybody. There is a 100% chance of a Shopify victory today.
What was massive there as well was Yopaj used his first bird form and did not get a kill. That is massive. That is absolutely massive. That bird form, especially when the Nerfith is looking like this on the side lanes, you want to try to get that first kill with the first bird form. And
gets the kill again, dude. Uragi and Malady, they are owning this one. And yeah, on top of the spirit form, he also used his first earn charge, which he now has none of.
You can see Saberlight's reaction there as well to the cam down there. He took his hands in front of his face. He's not looking too happy this game.
This is the pinnacle of drafting for the game and not the lane. Somehow you have to weather that storm. I'm sure that the mentality is strong with Saberlight, but it can't feel good.
Not so far, no yet. All eyes on Yopaj. When you're in a position as this on Slaughter, you cannot do anything. You can only sit in your lane and try to get level 6 and someone try to come back. You're kind of stuck on this lane now on Slaughter, you don't do much. So yeah, Yopaj maybe together with Scam, he has to look for some opportunities. It's not easy, especially because the first build form got used. I guess also Arteezy is gonna have a Chronos soon to make use of it.
It's literally the Tale of Two Cities with their ultis, right? Zeus uses his ulti immediately and gets a kill. poor old Yopaj had to run to another lane, try to use his ult, try to use his Urn, and still can't get that kill after the TP out. So I legitimately just two completely different games for them. And now as the net worth lead continues to grow, Shopify, they've got to get the Chronosphere involved maybe once it's up, but his lane has already been pretty rough, and I don't think you have the subsequent damage for anybody else on this team right now, except for the Crystal Maiden maybe.
Yeah. It is looking rough. Well, the green light for me is that Ortiz' net worth is really higher than expected. I thought this lane was gonna go much better for low root druid, but Ortiz has been good at CSing. I mean, it's what he's known for. Good last hitter. Oh, Yopaj.
Oh, yeah, he is in danger for sure. Is able to run away from this one. Ulti out from the Zeus will take down Kitrak. They're still fighting in the mid lane. Scam, he may have the heal to bring himself back from this one. He's staying in the last blast. Malady almost goes down here. They need a little bit more. They'll still turn around on Scam. Yopaj doesn't get any extra Urn charge from this, and they walk away all alive on Navi. What a tragedy for Shopify.
Oh my god, I'm heartbroken. That Malady, he was on 10 HP. That feels so bad for Yopaj. He got 2 Spirits Pop used now, 2 times no kills. Oh, that made insane.
There's so many resources to use, and this would be the cherry on top if they get Arteezy as well.
He saw him.
He did?
He for sure did. Arteezy dodging it though. Yuragi coming to Void before Void comes to Yuragi there. I do like this rotation. Arteezy TP to tier 2.
Oh, he TP'd, huh, yeah. Interesting. Honestly, whenever I see a move like that, sometimes I'm scared to death. I just don't want to be anywhere near, but maybe he feels like this wave is going to push in and he'll maybe pick up some free lane CS, because as Faceless Void, that's pretty much the best that you can get. You do not farm jungle very well. You need those lane creeps.
Nope, you don't. These creeps up there, they are essential for Void right now. This triple wave that is coming in, and I think a champ will try to back him up, because I think Nefert used to be a carry player himself. He's not giving anything for free.
And this is Lone Druid is a hero that if you're not careful, tier 2 is absolutely on the menu.
But nice move from Yopaj, maybe.
Oh, they're gonna get Kitrak for sure, it seems. Trying to run as close as he can, at least try to pop that stun. They are going to get the Chronosphere plus the last blast. They will actually take down Zayas, but can they get anything else here? They have the Diffusal Blade. Coddle is locked in place. Arteezy trying to battle up, but because of the Diffusal, he can't jump away from this one. He goes down as well. Yuragi getting involved here. Scam desperately wants to kill a Nefert, but he can't get it. It's foregone. Na'Vi will trade away their tiny for damn near a team wipe against Shopify.
Well, that was so well played by Nefert, also living on the edge there, but he knew his limits and he also attacked Coddle with his main hero. And the hero has increased the tangle chance. So he perma-stunned for Coddle for such a long duration that he couldn't get out and Zeus could connect, and Yopaj just died. So usually you see most Lone Druid players, they run away with the main hero and just let the bear hit, but he knew, like, I'm gonna hit with both my creatures. Wow, that was everything used. That was Spirit Form used, that was Chrono used from Arteezy. I guess I didn't not use Lardor TP, but still, that move did not go the way they wanted it to.
No, and look at this. It was already a 4,000 net worth lead as they started this fight. They were definitely behind, and this Diffusal from the bear, this is kind of that timing we've been talking about. Like, now he's popping off. Now he feels unkillable, and not just that, he's gonna murder you.
Oh, and Yopaj actually walked into the Chrono. I didn't catch that one. Slight misstep, being costly. And he, of course, lives on the edge. Yeah, the Lone Druid pick working out beautifully right here. It's kind of a hero that is not too much in meta right now, but it always used to be, you know, quite an issue that he can sometimes pull off if you have a confident player on it, and so far it's looking really good.
Yeah, it actually got first banned a lot last TI. I mean, I think also partially because Vivo Keed had a lot of a very good Lone Druid player, but I've seen so many bans for it beforehand, it just kind of fell off towards the end here. And well, it's back in play here. Nefrit getting himself a kill on Scam once again. Doesn't have that ulti just yet, so that bear will hit as much as it needs to. And with those sort of kills, this bear can get absolutely out of control.
Yeah, this is the beauty of Lone Druid. Like, you take over the area of the enemy jungle, and basically any hero that tries to come in there and ward or something is just going to be attacked by the Diffusal hero. And another great thing the hero can do, he can tank towers. So this is, I think, the S-tier Lone Druid play that you can have. You have a good laning stage, you take the T1 tower, you take over the enemy jungle with your Diffusal plate, and then you take the mid T1 tower. This is like, this is what you want to do in a Lone Druid game.
This is just it. This is exactly the game you want to have here. Now, they could kill Sanctity. This is huge if they can get it. Kittrack, the one to pick up the kill. He's going to get counterlinked, though, on Saberlight. No more damage for him. Can he get away from this one? He stands in the heal, but he's slowed up and now stunned by Zayat. So they will trade 1 for 1, but damn, taking down that Zeus has got to feel good for Shopify.
Absolutely. Yopush finally getting the kill he wanted to. Sanctity getting a little bit caught off guard. I think there was no vision involved in that one. Just actually maybe a bit of lucky of Shopify to run into. Or they used the smoke. I didn't fully catch it. But yeah, definitely nice for Yopush showing signs of life, getting their second kill.
Absolutely. I mean, they need everything. Anything they can do to get back into this game. Yopush just hasn't had the dominant farm that we're typically seeing out of a Coddle because his map has got so closed in so quickly. His side lanes both didn't have the greatest of times, and unfortunately with Faceless Void, even though it was even for a second, this is a hero that takes a lot of farm to get online. As you said, like, we need to somehow get into this late game with the Faceless Void, and they just don't have the power right now on Shopify to stay on the map.
Nope, not just yet. And Zayak, looking for Scam. I don't think he quite oh, he actually crashes him. He has an Observer Ward up there. Being patient.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet, so he can't just make the move. He's waiting for the creeps to die. Wants to see his Scam is too greedy, but then actually Chrono on the other side. They find the Lone Druid. He dies before he's able to get the ulti off. They could maybe run for more on this one, but it seems like Na'Vi will evacuate. A costly move to lose their Lone Druid as soon as this fight starts. They don't get the Tiny, but that Lone Druid is everything for Arteezy's game.
Yep, it's very good for Arteezy. I mean, he actually showed on the wave on Lone Druid. Of course, they expected to have vision on the Enchantress, but Shopify, great move. They were somehow like reading what is coming to them.
No, and I mean, those sort of Chronospheres before you're able to get that true form off on the Lone Druid, that will win you a fight every single time, because so much of this game is allowing this bear to run forward and soak up a lot of the hits from Shopify.
Absolutely. Zayak getting his Blink Dagger now. I can imagine when he has the Blink Dagger finally, he's gonna try to call for a smoke, maybe with the Zeus and the Maiden. Yeah. But the big winner is still like, I think Na'Vi, of course, that engagement was a bit unfortunate for them, but they're still looking like pretty happy. Yuraki's having the game of his life, being top of the net worth, and now that the Chrono's down, there's also no threat on the map. I do not know if Saberlight has Blink Dagger yet, but I think in general, as soon as Chronosphere is being used, like Na'Vi got the full map control. It's like, I mean, not full map control, but they can farm fearlessly the next items and then go for their own move.
That sounds a whole lot like map control, I'll be honest. I think they definitely have it. And yeah, almost completing the Echo Saber here for the bear. He's gonna run right back in. Unfortunately, if you do get chronoed and last blast, you're gonna die if you're just the Lone Druid. So I'm sure they'll take the steps to make sure that doesn't happen this time. Of course, Chrono's still on CD for another minute. Yeah, they don't feel scared, but something, what are they doing bottom? Is there a little bit of a fight going on down there?
Looks like it's Yuragi.
I think there is. Now he's getting last blast. Yuragi goes down. Have we taken down all the big fish? We've got the Lone Druid, we've got the Zeus, and we got the Razor all within the last about minute or two. Shopify, they're coming back into this one.
Definitely, showing signs of life. I mean, these pickoffs are big. Every single core dying once, as you mentioned, and now even more. Zayak.
Oh, they could get another one here. This is just a tiny, of course, but hey, we'll take anything we can get. They are getting kills without Chronosphere, and that is exactly how you want to see a Faceless Void lineup get into this late game stage, being a threat outside of that 2 minutes.
Yeah, it feels like Navi's not really sure how to maneuver on the map just yet. I guess they're just really waiting for this tiny blink to do something on the map, because it looks a bit disconnected.
Yeah. Maybe and they're kind of just playing all apart from each other, right? Like, they're strong. You should at least have like supports following someone who's strong on the map.
Yeah, just slight overstep, slight overestimating. But now I think we saw Tiny. Yep, we saw Tiny TPing mid. They're smoking up. They got the Zeus ulti ready, so they got the beauty off. As soon as the smoke pops, Zeus can just press R, and they're gonna see a target to jump. Of course,
I like this. They're locking up, all right? They're getting the team together. Maybe they were just farming side lanes until they got this Blink Dagger on Zayach. And now, knowing they can make these really aggressive moves, they're ready to go. And honestly, Shopify are very deep on the enemy lines. This could be the team fight that Na'Vi needs to get themselves back on top and a firm hold on this game.
Arteezy, he's thinking about going for the wave. They are cautious. They do not know the move is coming.
Do not time walk into that lane.
Do not time walk. really patient gameplay from both teams here, but they just cannot find them. It's so tight.
He hasn't seen anybody on map for a while. He knows he has to get out of here.
Man, this big map of Dota, that patch, it's so hard to catch people with the smoke. There's just so many camps and farms, so many zones where the enemy could be in. Big moment.
It just never ends. And oh, they could find it.
Oh, it's so tight.
He farmed way in the camp. They weren't able to see him on that one. And so far, this has been a lot of time from Na'Vi that has been spent smoking around, where Saberlight and Arteezy have been able to farm exactly where they want to. And even Yopaj clearing this top wave. If they continue to maneuver the map like this, they may actually even out this net worth lead before the next fight.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the disadvantage of the Laundry tier at some point. He is static and he cannot really, like, he has like the strong early game I talked about, but at some point he's just like basically a tower walking around. He's really immobile and he cannot really make anything happen by himself. He needs enemies to run into him, or he needs like something to happen around him.
Unfortunately, they've really squandered this last time that they had on Na'Vi, because now, look, if you really want to fight the enemy team, you run at a tower, but it's not so easy now. There's a chrono on the board. This is a dangerous smoke. If you do not get the pick that you need, they could turn around on you, but Sanctity.
Oh, this is critical. They found
it's pretty good. They find him silence up, but the bear is here. They don't get the start that they need in this one, and now the last blast coming through. They may actually be able to turn this one back around. Uragi's going to show his face first on this one. The link is immediately broken, and they're going to run farther and farther into the Shopify base. But, I don't know. I don't think you want to go too far. You're still not as strong as you were a few minutes ago.
Holy, okay, I thought this was going to be perfect for Shopify. They found like the ideal target, and I think Sanctity was not ready for it, but there was an instant root from the Laundry pair, and I think no inks were used before the starter went in.
Okay.
That was pretty damn tight. Nothing happening in the end. But Arteezy, the big winner out of this, just farming creeps all the time.
Like, that was somehow like a zero-sum gain for both teams, but then Arteezy's just farming, so they're still cutting down this net worth lead. And they're gonna get the inks well over. Now getting on top of Uragi. They don't even need the Chronosphere. Where did he go?
He's gone. Despawned. 1k lead only now.
Oh my goodness. What was that last hit from Saberlight?
Oh,
it was just everybody all at once. And now Avatar Scam deep under the tier 1 tower. Gonna get forced out the way. And the nuke from Sanctity will help them take out that Enchantress. Maybe a bit deep there from our Enchantress.
But still, all in all, Shopify came back into the game. If you look at what the game looked like 9 minutes ago, it looked way, way rougher. All these pickoffs and more action coming on top lane.
Oh yeah, top side. Who is getting gone on? That is the real bear. Gone. That wasn't a Chronosphere. He was just locked up.
Nope. Beautiful TP. I think he glyphed for that on Yopaj, so he could join on Coddle.
Oh my goodness. It was literally just the Inkswell's crush. That was it. They had a last blast coming in from the top Coddle, but like that is all they needed to lock him in.
Not even needed. They just keep going. Might fight Uragi here.
You gotta be careful. You cannot keep bleeding these kills. Uragi, that is a dangerous place to show. And he ran forward, and he's under an obstent. It ain't looking so hot for you, buddy. He tries to manta off the guess on that stun, but the Inks will still connect. Arteezy will just chrono a Crystal Maid, and he's tired of being left out of these fights. And they'll grab themselves 3 heroes around the map. Arteezy and the crew, they could actually take Roshan after this, I think.
Honestly, just beautiful place for Shopify. Like, it's actually crazy how they came back into this game. They get this kill on top lane and instantly go for the next move. They do not slow down on the tempo. And also they managed to connect all the numbers on this move. The wave was pushing in, Void was already there, and they connect all the other 4 heroes. So even though Na'Vi, they won all 3 lanes, you could say, or had a gigantic lead, Shopify is just doing a little bit better at finding these moves, finding these pickoffs. And now I think
the draft, right? Like they drafted for the game. They weren't sitting here waiting for the laning stage to go well for them. They knew that as long as they waited enough time, their heroes would be well equipped to take on this Na'Vi lineup.
Yeah, now Shopify clearly in the lead of the game. Na'Vi desperately trying to get something going now. The Chronosphere down, but honestly, like if Shopify they're probably gonna take Tormentor now. If they wait Chronosphere, it's not easy. It's not obvious how Na'Vi's gonna take the fight.
No,
but
no,
then again, no. Like there hasn't really ever been a fight, right? It has only been a sequence of pickoffs over and over.
Right? Yeah, no, and they're gonna do it again here. This time for favor of Na'Vi, but Schem is healing up pretty hard. Do they have the damage? The little sprites, they're not enough. They'll finally get that kill on Schem. But yeah, no, I mean, Shopify, it feels like they've finally gotten control where they are the ones that can wait on that chrono timing. They don't feel pressured to make a move without it. So Na'Vi, they have to do something to turn the tides of this again, and at least that kill on the Enchantress maybe will lead into a tier 2 tower.
Yep. Something for Na'Vi. Getting some map back. But I imagine as soon as Shopify is gonna have the Chronosphere up again, they're gonna look for their own move. Potentially smoke to some of the Na'Vi heroes and try to find some fight. If there's an item coming up. We also saw, by the way, that Yuragi went for the Gleipnir build, which was very offensive. There's no BKB on him. So he has Manta Gleipnir, which means he's super susceptible to the spells of Caudal and Grimstroke.
Yeah, no, he is susceptible to the death for sure. I mean, at least he gets a little bit of HP from the Gleipnir, but that is certainly not the tank ability that we usually see. I think so much of this, though, is because he was planning to be running behind a bear that was just unkillable. But now that there's an Aegis, there's not an Aegis anymore.
Dire are scanning.
I think also that like he went for this Maelstrom and the game was looking really well for them. When he was highest on the net worth and there were not these pickoffs happening. And then all of a sudden he had the Manta Maelstrom and him, the Lone Druid and the Zuzka just like kind of got picked off. And the game went into Shopify's favor slowly but surely. And now I bet like instead of this Maelstrom, we'd rather have a BKB. But let's see. Maybe it's gonna pay off.
When did the Aegis get used?
I'm not sure.
I know. I'm sitting. I was like, they still have Aegis, and I looked over, and he doesn't have it. I genuinely have no idea when that was. I'm looking at the stream now to see where on earth did it go. You can't deny that one. I know he might be mad about these, but
we must have messed it up.
What happened? Okay, so whenever they tried to kill Skem, I wonder if he was low. I wonder.
Oh, this Zeus ulti? You think he just like to Zeus ulti and Tormentor or something like that?
Yeah, I think he might have, because that's the only thing that I can possibly think of.
Ooh. Maybe. Maybe he took Tormentor with his slaughter and then Zeus ulti happened.
Right? Like, that's gotta be it.
Yeah, I actually didn't cast it at all. Now that you say it.
Here. We're gonna get so flamed in chat for this one, man. I can't believe it. You didn't even notice that he died. It's gonna be rough out there, but it's okay. Maybe Na'Vi don't know. Maybe they're still thinking we gotta be careful from this Faceless Void. Maybe he's still got Aegis. They're gonna smoke break onto Yuragi again, jump on top of him, and with all this overwhelming damage, I think they should still get the kill, but Zion's on the back line. They will take down Kitrak in return. It's not a fair trade, but it's still a trade. Skem is still alive thanks to his sprites. They're gonna ulti on Malady just to hopefully get the kill on Saberlight. The heal, it's not enough. The bear is running right through this Shopify front line, and well, they gotta back out of this one because there is no second life here on the Faceless Void.
Value established for catching both the Void and the Star in that fight. Yeah, it started off well for the Razor, but the rest of the team was not even really able to connect, and I think also Grimstroke found himself out of place somehow. See now again, Yuragi instantly bursted.
Oof.
But Zayak actually the hero, finding the double toss avalanche.
That was a clutch play. I mean, they don't get that extra return kill, and plus Gem almost going down as well. He had to run out of this one, couldn't just stay in and offer those sprites up to Saberlight because of it.
So yeah, probably good outcome for Na'Vi. Quite happy with that one. Or hard to tell. I mean, you trade Yuragi, but you get the slaughter and the Grimstroke in return. Not too sure. It's just turning into a scary Faceless Void game, right?
Yeah, like you need to have more dominant fights, because if we get into like the 40-minute state of this game where Shopify can literally just like wait for Zayak.
What? Zayak.
I was like, oh, he really thinks he's gonna get the Avatos, huh? But no, he just literally like Avatos blinks away, and now oh no. Malady, gotta be careful here. They do have the Dispel. Now he's locked up though on the Faceless Void. Turning the BKB, doesn't get the chrono on Yuragi, and actually has to go away with the BKB TP. Arteezy. That is not where you parked your car.
What a sequence of events. So Void went for the Tiny. On the other side of the map, Starter got gone on the gate. And then Void tries to help on the top side, but instantly has to get forced back. What a sequence.
Arteezy was so rattled. He's like, this guy literally just Avatos me and blinked away. What's happening?
That was quite the gate team fight right there.
Oh.
Oh, it's like, oh, they can't do push.
Oh, BKB, but that Link does not care about your BKB. That's on top of him as well. They'll follow him all the way through. They're TPing in on Malady, but he doesn't need to be there. They'll get themselves the kill on Yopaj. And once again, these high value targets just keep dropping off the map, just all by themselves.
It's honestly, it's more a game of pickoffs than team fight.
Dude.
Just one core after another getting dropped off. That one was really close. Was 5. Oh, Arteezy.
Oh, yeah, jumps away here. Does have the Dispel available from Kittrack now. And this is the time that I do mention, I've watched the replay. It was from the ulti to kill Scam. They literally killed this Faceless Void there. And now they'll also kill Kittrack. Na'Vi are running it down here. They may even get themselves a tower out of this one.
Yeah, definitely nice sequence. I was supposed to say Yopaj almost got out there, but down there as well. He only had a 5-second TP, so all these moves are insanely clutch. There's like a couple of seconds more or less always. One or more here, like one or another hero might get out or not die. But quite an action-packed game.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't stop.
All back and forth. I really thought this game was in Shopify's hands, but now Nefrit the Bear is hitting on this tier 3 tower. And at least they have the Coddle to kind of blast things away. It looks like the fort or the backdoor protection might come out soon. Thankfully, Shopify, they don't have the worst high ground defense, so it's not really as easy as just walking up there and taking some towers.
Yep, Coddle's still a problem when you want to go high ground always. The blinds and the illuminates kicking in. That first voice though, Saberlight catching up a little bit, got the 12k himself now, getting to his Aghanim Scepter, which is of course the item you always want to get on Slaughter. Once you get that, he can maybe front dive first team a little bit more, give some vision for his Void and Coddle to get some good spells off. And now,
he's got a really great starter deck right now on Slaughter. He's got the Blink BKB. From the rest of this is going to be insane quality of life for Saberlight. As you said, that Aghanim Scepter allowing the pull going to be pretty good for him here. Once again, the early Manta in from the Razor. They have the Chrono, but he was locked in for just a second on Arteezy. Do they have the damage? They will. Kittrack the one to pick up the kill. And now Arteezy jumping right on into Malady. Hopefully able to run away, but it looks like with the Avatars in the background, they're creating chaos here for Na'Vi. They'll still lock in on that Crystal Maiden, but now Nefrit is in. The bashes, the roots, is it enough? No. The time walk away, Arteezy will be gone for now, but they're going to buy back on the Crystal Maiden. They're not done just yet, but with that last bounce away from Yopaj, I think it might be done. Saberlight keeps you in. He jumps onto the high ground. They're both still linked, but they'll still die. Saberlight is owning this fight for Shopify. They're on top of the bear. Nefrit will surely fall. It is our team wipe here after the buyback from Kittrack and even a dieback on the Crystal Maiden.
Wow. All of the starting off on Uragi. Uragi getting caught in the mid wave once again. They just keep finding the pickoffs when he tries to push on the wave, and then Saberlight crush. Honestly, this fight at the end was not looking obvious, but Saberlight coming with the clutch play. Holy! Now all the gates are open for Shopify.
The floodgates will open. He got rooted up for just a second to start that fight on Arteezy, but they still got the kill.
And here we see. I mean, the counter initiation from Tiny was super good. He got the Kittrack insta-kill, and now it looked like pretty decent for Na'Vi. They just barely don't get the kill on Scam. And when they return here, I think everything was still kind of open, but Saberlight getting the perfect initiation from, I think, 3 or 4 heroes there. Super strong job.
Yeah, this reinitiation, I'm a little baited by that Crystal Maiden buyback. I don't think they would have tried this without that, but instead they just lose an even worse fight after losing the initial battle, and things are going even worse now. They lose a Tiny. Uragi is in danger once again. At least he's not the first one to die this time. Unfortunately, he is the second. Void rooted up, palm to BKB, wants to get right on top of the real Nefrit. He's able to get into the true form here, but he's already lost so much HP. The physical damage, it's overwhelming from Shopify. Nefrit will fall. Crystal Maiden at least giving herself some armor, but it won't be enough. They once again lose 4 heroes, and poor Na'Vi, after holding on to the game for so long, they have tossed it right back for Shopify.
This is not good math. This is not good. The chrono was not even up, and they tried to look for the fight and just die right again. Now it's a 30k net worth lead. Chronosphere coming up again. Roshan also respawned. They probably just straight gonna run for it. I think Shopify, they secured themselves a super strong lead now. That is, I'm not sure if Na'Vi's gonna be able to recover from this. They got all the late game they need on Shopify. They got all the spells they need.
You're just not able to play around this bear anymore. He's not scary enough. It used to be that if this guy caught up to you, you were just dead, but now they have the escape items, they have the HP and stats. and you can see this. I don't know, man. It is a hard fight for you to take as soon as you lose your Tiny as well.
Maybe there's some sort of worlds where they can get like a good jump and try to burst the Caudal or something to take a new fight. But other than that, I think even if one of the cores of Shopify would die to a jump from Na'Vi, I think the other two cores and even the subs at this point would just be too strong and clean up the rest of them. It just feels like even though they had the insanely strong lead on Na'Vi, they were just not able to convert the lead into something that is going to give them the win. And yeah, now we have Aegis on Void. There's no Tormentor Thunder God's Wrath this time probably. He's going to have the A. He's going to keep it.
Yeah, no, not this time. I think he's going to be much more careful about it. And even like I'm trying to think of the way that they all in on one of these heroes and get a kill. And now with this Grimshard in play, it's still so hard for you to try to get these kills. Even if you do get these roots, it's one Inkswell and you're right back at square one. I don't know if you really have the toolkit right now. The full bash through a Slardar, a Faceless Void, maybe a Caudal, but you have to make the fight last so long.
It's hard. It's honestly hard.
As you said, they're playing around Chrono now, right? Like, Shopify are full control of this. As long as we have Chronosphere up, we don't feel fear.
Can we cliff our TZ somehow?
Well, not on Faceless Void.
No, not on Faceless Void.
This is a hard one, man.
That's why I picked Void.
Oh. True. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Do we have the Aghanim Scepter finished? Yeah, we do. Okay, so Saberlight is one strong boy. What's his next item of choice? I feel like it's been so long. He has to love having gold now.
Saberlight's next item? It could be anything at this point, honestly. Maybe an AC? Maybe...
Oh, good look. Yeah, it is going to be an AC coming up for him.
Oh, it's actually going to be an AC. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Doing the Tormentor, not dying to Zeus ulti. And now... Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that was kind of funny that it happened.
It was. It literally changed that fight, by the way. I mean, he wasn't able to go like put his body on the line. He didn't want to jump in for some like really weird chrono because he literally didn't have an extra life. At least now he doesn't feel such fear.
So yeah, Shopify also playing it disciplined. They're not going for any high ground push. It can still go wrong, right? You're playing against Toss, you're playing against Zeus. There's not really a reason to like chip on the tier 3s. Rather just control the enemies. Look at Saberlight. He's finding the kill on.
Oh boy.
Find the kill on Zayak right here. Doing it all by himself even.
That's actually a large point of your high ground defense too. Like this Ava toss, maybe into a drag back with the harpoon. Like you can relocate a hero and try to keep him there for a while. And of course Zeus, you have to find a way to get on top of him. So Arteezy is kind of the tower damage at the moment. And oh, Nefrit. He's the Faceless Void here. It doesn't seem like they have the Dispel on him just yet. Maybe they could all in for one kill, but they're going to use the Chronosphere first. Not a whole lot of damage to follow up just yet, though. He may be able to walk away from this one. The bashes, are they too much? Jump forward, the stun. It is enough to lock down Nefrit. There's no Baron. There's no buyback for him. Yuragi has to run away from this one. They did end up using the Link, sure, but I don't think that's going to hinder Shopify too much. They could still walk up and get this tier 2.
Good play. Arteezy reading that somebody's probably gonna farm this camp on the edge. It's always the one spot that you try to get when you're behind. You want to get some sort of farm when you're stuck in your base at least. And now, of course,
oh my goodness, the crush, the grim stun. It's too much. Yuragi trying to get the Link. It'll be an Avatos, but he still could go down. They don't even take the first life on Arteezy. He jumps right back into the fray. And without any one of your damage dealers alive right now, they'll run right back into the Zeus. Another core to fall. Only the Tiny is alive for this one, and Shopify will begin the onslaught on Navi's base.
Yeah, what to say? They're just doing it. They're just doing it fantastically. I mean, they know that they got the damage. They know they got all the tools they need. They go for the jump as soon as they got it. Saberlight right here, just popping up with his slaughter. Probably showing now why he loves first picking this hero, even though he had a tough start, but making it work nonetheless.
It doesn't get any worse than that for your lane start. I mean, they did everything they could to shut down Saberlight in that 10-minute stage. I mean, he didn't even show up to these early fights because he still needed to get this net worth. Oh, really, your laning stage against him is not the issue.
Navi had everything going their way they wanted to. But eventually the late game, couple of mistakes, and all of a sudden the stronger late game draft is just favored. And you also see Malady going down, and can imagine Navi is about to call GG in this one. Might look for another engagement, Zeus is up, but yeah, Arteezy chipping the tier 4s. even going for the megas, the discipline till the end.
Take no chances. Get those megas. And it looks like there will be one more GG smoke here from Na'Vi. You gotta somehow kill this Faceless Void. He's still got Aegis, except it does get reclaimed now. He jumps in for it. Saberlight is going pretty low, but he will be able to just kite himself away from the standing in the pools. Arteezy able to jump through, and they won't even try. They hadn't even lost a hero yet, and they knew they didn't have it in the tank. GG, game number 1 going to Shopify. As you said, a really rough lane start here from Saberlight, but they knew what his hero could do in this game. They had faith in him. You can see that. That is a man who has battled back through adversity.
Wow. Yeah, you can see there's Saberlight not too happy with the performance at the end, taking his head a little bit. But like you can see, like it was a rough one. They probably feel like they were maybe not supposed to win this one after that start, but still, credit to them. Na'Vi did mistakes and they punished it. They found the pickup on the Zeus, found a couple of pickups on the Lone Druid and also Uragi. Man, this game was looking really, really, really rough for Shopify after 12 minutes, but they found their way back with these pickups.
Yeah, no, they battled all the way through, and it's got to be hard because that beginning of the game, I actually thought it was over for them. I feel like we didn't see the Lone Druid really command the map after those first few kills, and also because of the Uragi build, they weren't able to really get into these fights and really combat the way that they usually should with Razor. He had to play a lot of the outskirts. He was scared of getting locked down, and Shopify really took advantage of that.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, they still got the kills with the spells they got. They used the Coddle really well. The first rotations went really, really rough for Yopaj. I think the first 2 Spurs form, he did not get a kill. We saw the Crystal Maiden run away on 100 HP. And oof, I felt bad for Yopaj there. But in the end, they found those crucial core pickoffs. And all of a sudden, in the end, Arteezy Void just too strong in this game, doing the job.
It was a Faceless Void game for sure towards the end there. They had the damage for it. And they outlasted it again. Horrendous beginning of the game that we had for Shopify here. A huge swing. I think that win probability was up at about 80% or more towards that, but then it all went back towards Shopify here. Again, I think we're going to continue saying there's been only 2-0s today. Will Na'Vi finally break the 2-0 curse, or will Shopify come back and just dominate game number 2? We'll find out here. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll have the second game very soon.
Go. It's not time yet. Leaves in my wake. Not yet. Here, take an arrow. You should have run. course. How about blindfolded? Not yet. As the arrow flies. Attack. My purpose set. You catch my points. I'm not ready. On my way. Not yet. Of course. Learn to share. My purpose set. It's not
Your middle tower is under attack.
on. Not yet. Never really understood my connection to this thing. Pretty sure it's this way. Nothing personal. Go for the kill shot.
Your top tower is under attack.
Come on.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's do this. Try this on for size. One for all of you. I gust onward. Taste my arrow. Want to see something? Oh, it's not time yet. As the arrow flies, make room. Have another? I'll give you a head start. Check this one. Already moving. Hey, guess what? As the wind blows. Better keep this elbow. I could do this all day. You get all in the bow. The arm and the super pointy arrow tip. I go. Here he goes. Go. Leaves in my wake. I'm way ahead. Oh.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Thanks to the gold. On it. Check this one. Come on. Reap the whirlwind. Enough playing. One for all of you. Those carefree days are over. I go.
Into battle. I'm not ready. Illuminating. The night sees all. 30 seconds to battle.
It's not time yet. What do you see? For Night Silver. Yeah! On the hunt.
The battle begins.
The dark moon comes. Yes. Quickly now. Let's go. The hunt. Unworthy. Crescent Steel. We ride. Let's go. Stalking. Let's go. Let's go. Fear them. What do you see? On the prowl. Attack!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah! Another death. Run them down. Quickly now. By starlight. Yes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dreamleague Season 23. We had ourselves a very dominant game eventually by Shopify towards the end there, and Navi, they gotta go back to the drawing board here because that was a really rough performance after a very good laning stage from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end, moments like these show like the teams that are like a little bit more, how to say, disciplined, that have been in the roughest situation more often, because it takes effort for both teams. I think so. Navi did not really have the discipline to like not get caught as often, and maybe play a little bit more cautious when they were split, because they were out farming Shopify massively, but some of the cautious went a little bit too YOLO and died in the end. But also on the other side, I think Shopify also knew what it takes to come back from a bad situation like this. They went for some smoke plays, they went for some good rotations. They did not like, they did not like let Navi just run them over and see what happens. They did their own moves, their own comeback plays, and that is just something that is really, really good.
Oh yeah, and dude, Saberlight has got to be a little terrifying to play against this series, knowing that you absolutely dogged him. He was at like 2k net worth or something, like very early in the game and the laning stage, and it takes forever to come back from that. And not only did he come back from that, he ended up dominating this game. Some blink crushes that just completely changed the stage of these fights, especially in the mid lane. It looked like they could turn around with the Crystal Maiden buyback, and all of a sudden you're just sitting in the Slardar puddle, and he really showed himself how he's able to play these games, even with no net worth from the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is why the hero is like looking good. That's why heroes start to prioritize in the first stage. Like, it just gives a lot to your team, and I mean, he did that much impact with having like probably one of the first laning stages ever. So I wonder how the drafts are gonna adapt. I also hope that Navi is gonna like, not fall into some mental hold or something, because now they're 0-3 and now they just had a gigantic lead and they threw it away or something. I hope they can get themselves up again to give up a fight, because they definitely prove, like they've proven so much how they could just own Shopify in the early stages of the game.
Absolutely, and yeah, I agree with you. And we saw it even in one of their last series. They had Aegis on a Razor, they were dominating the map, and once again, same as this one, they just kind of ended up throwing it away at the end. So I think they are going to have some questions of like, do our lineups go late enough? Do we play the map well enough? Like, what is the problem here? Because we've been in winning situations before, and something happens and they slip out of our hands. So we'll see if they change that for the draft, because it looks like we will have that underway very, very soon. And here it is, because yeah, certainly you have to do something maybe in the drafting stage that makes it easier for you to play these mid games. Is that just drafting more team fight?
I think in the end, like what always is more comfortable is if it's a bit of late game. You know, like Shopify, they knew at some point if they have to, with the Faces Void draft, they just know they're gonna have the better late game at some point. So that is always one of the nice things to have like some even sort of late game or strong team fight, as you mentioned. But other than that, I think you should not overthink the drafting too much. I think in the end, Na'Vi, like, of course, a little bit of drafting, but I think it's more on the execution side in that one, because they, as you said, they had 80% win probability at some point.
Oh yeah, it was very much in their favor. I guess that does make sense, right? At some point, you have to think about it like, look, we shouldn't put even more stress on us to try to refigure out our drafting. Our drafting's fine. Let's make sure that we focus on this mid game, make sure that we're playing the game that we know how to play, and the rest will come to us.
Yep, just play like one more of those pubs.
And they open up with the Slardar again. Do they go Razor?
Yeah, we will see, I guess. Was it last time Razor to Slaughter? Last time it was reverse, I think. Right? They picked Slaughter into the Razor, so now Shopify got the first pick, and they take Centaur instead. No Razor this time.
All right, Bubble didn't expect that one. Whoa. All right, we'll see what they end up banning out here then, because I know that the Razor is not a favored matchup for the Slardar. I also don't think that the Troll Warlord is a very favored matchup for the Slardar, but it depends. Those aren't heroes. I mean, maybe the Razor, but the Troll isn't a hero that I love picking up so early in the draft, because there are a lot of ways you can deal with him from the other positions.
Yeah, it's usually a bit too scary to pick that one early, and also you have to now think about maybe you ban this Void hero on Na'Vi, because Shopify has the 18 pick, they have the finished pick of this phase, and Void is just still hell of a hero. And I think I'm not sure about the Void Centaur matchup. It's a little bit better for the Centaur, of course, but still, do you want to risk like being on this timer once again?
Yeah. Gotta find a way.
And you don't want to pick the Void yourself against the Slaughter.
No. That would be way too hard for you. You gotta find a way to carry this one into the late game here. And Centaur at least is somebody that will help, because no matter what strong timing you see here, you should be able to run away from it at least as Na'Vi. So maybe Shopify wants to line themselves up for a puck maybe later on in this draft to keep people around. But otherwise, I mean, both teams pretty much started with the same hero, just like slightly different things. Both of them run away really fast. Centaur just takes his team with him, and Slardar provides a little bit more damage amp.
Especially if Centaur goes for the Aghanim, he takes his team with him. But yeah, I think also Nephra might have been like, I don't want to play this laundered here. I want to play something that goes in, that leads the team, that leads the charge a little bit, just because it feels easier to play Dota in the end if you have some way of initiation. And it is just what you need sometimes. To have a smoke, to have something that has blink, Q, you stun something, it makes the game much easier. So they want to keep it simple. And they just pair it with another classic hero we've seen today already as well. Hoodwink, just one of the most stable +4s. You know, you can't really go wrong with it. Gives good lockdown, gives good laning staging, gives good follow-up burst on the Centaur stuff.
Absolutely. It's just everything. A lot more damage. And that's something that I thought they had a little bit of an issue with last game. That was more so because of how far behind they had gotten. Anytime you can have a support that does damage like this and offers that control is going to be so nice for you, especially with the laning prowess of these two heroes. Stomp, Double Edge, Bushwhack into an Acorn. So much around here. And Shopify, they're actually going to go back to this Dark Willow. So maybe they feel like there's too much hard commit from Na'Vi. Give themselves a little peel away from these fights that they need.
Yep. Also, things are both the Slaughter. Once he does get the blink, they could also pick another mid that like goes in with the Willow, because Willow offers a crazy amount of burst damage to anybody that goes in with her. Also worth noting that they delay the Void pick. They could have already, or not the Void pick, but the carry pick, because they see the laning matchup, they see Centaur Hoodwink, but still Artesis says they give me this a little bit later pick, so I see 2 more heroes, so I can carry the game confidently.
Absolutely. It depends as well. I mean, certainly these supports give you a lot of room to grow wherever you want to. They do provide a lot of control, a lot of damage themselves, along with pairing with the Slardar. This is a huge kill trio once you get out of the laning stage.
Yep. Also, and the kind of support that you can pick anything with, like she's just such a strong laner. Meanwhile, Na'Vi going for the main T8.
Okay.
Quite interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, huh? Now there is a break, so obviously I don't think there should be a Slardar or a Huskar in the mix, but are we the kind of people that would pick Viper? Because it feels like a pretty good Viper game.
Well, the TA can still go carry, right, against the starter. So if you mean like the Viper against TA matchup, like it is a bit risky, and they pick the Bristol instead. Which also to me is interesting, because in my mind, TA is not too bad against Bristleback, especially if you get 2 melts in a row on Bristol. You're actually one of the heroes that can stand against the Quills and actually kill the Bristleback. So I'm a little bit surprised by this, but also I think Shopify, they are just picking super strong meta heroes. You know, Slaughter is up there, Bristleback is really high up there, and Chatos is up there. They're just like, hey, they give us this hero, I just go with it. So we gotta see the Bristol coming at us.
Yeah, I suppose so. Unless there's a world where this is somehow like a Slaughter mid, yeah, it does seem like it is going to be a Bristleback carry. I think it's hard because I feel with this new drafting setup, we've seen it for a while now. This 18 into 23 pick, one of these heroes cannot be like already answered, because you have this double pick going into 24. If Na'Vi are actually allowed to pick a 24 that just dumpsters whatever this last pick is for Shopify, you're actually in real danger, because this Bristleback is already dealt with. I'd even argue that the rest of the lineup in some way is already dealt with here for Na'Vi. So now this is going to be just a free counter pick for whatever Na'Vi needs to round out this lineup.
Yep. I mean, the Viper ban still makes sense. The break is just simply too strong. You get a 4-second directed break, so it makes sense. I think this ban we are always going to see when we see a Bristleback pick. Meanwhile, Na'Vi banning the DK. I imagine they ban one more melee stun, like maybe like a Tiny or Primal Beast, because they want to ban like the pairing with the Willow, I think. And also Shopify's drafts could use a little bit more lockdown.
This is so cool. So it looks like out of what we had ran last time for Na'Vi, I doubt that we're going to see the Lone Druid again. It doesn't feel near as good of a game for it. And for Shopify, I could see a world where we go for the Coddle, but it feels like you already have 2 heroes that are playing in the back line in this Ench and this Dark Willow. You might want to get something that's a little bit better with Sustain playing up there with your Bristle and your Coddle, or Bristle and your Slaughter.
Yeah, the Coddle also is definitely hard counter by the TA. I mean, TA is one of the best matches that's called. You can just end the blast, and you can even put the TA mid then, so I think they will deviate from that one. What else is there? I mean, Yopash. There's a casual Storm Spirit pick, but it's not like one of the best Storm games. The puck, you don't really want to pick it to the TA as well, even though it's the mid pool is getting a little bit smaller here.
There is
Fangolier, of
still
course not.
Leshrac, which
it is bad. It is pickable, but it is quite greedy. You have a Slaughter, you have a Bristle and a Leshrac then. Nobody really does go in for the team. And they already have like a pretty strong win condition on these two, or at least like 2 strong farmers. So going Lesh is like stable and cannot really get countered, but doesn't really fit their draft too much.
True.
They might just go for the Coddle, but it's honest. I would be really surprised. You play against the Pete and TA.
No, it's not a fun game to be a Coddle in this one for sure. Especially versus the Centaur. I mean, that's something that just gets the entire team on top of you. Very hard to make space with that in play. I was trying to think. It's a really hard pick for Shopify. I feel like you have to make this something that needs an answer from Na'Vi. Currently with the Bristleback, you have the break from the Hoodwink, and as you said, really easy to take up this full damage and reduce the armor here from the TA. It seems like they have the tower damage in the TA as well. They got some lockdown from their other 3 heroes, plus a little bit of extra damage. I'm not sure if there's really a box I need checked from Na'Vi, except for maybe a little bit of team fight.
Yeah, no, Navi's draft looks pretty well rounded. It's not an easy spot. You need to pick a mid that is kind of active, but also does not get counted too hard, as you mentioned. And the TA, honestly, like, it's so good against Puck, it's so good against Coddle. There is like this Tiny hero. I mean, DP maybe, but it doesn't really offer. You could go for some Atos kind of build, but I really would like Shopify to pick something with some more lockdown, or that like goes in for the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. Tiny Willow for sure is super strong, but Tiny is really a hero that is super out of meta right now. And they just go for the Sniper. Okay, they just stay to the meta. They literally pick Sniper, Slaughter, Bristleback. Just pick as much meta as you can.
That's true. It feels like completely different from last draft. Last draft was very much a little bit of comfort, I think, all around. Not totally out of the meta, but this one, they're sticking to it. There's not really a counterable factor versus Na'Vi, and maybe with the way that they played game number 1, they thought there isn't a need to really dig into our bag of tricks. We just pick stuff that everybody else is picking, those strong first pickable heroes, and we'll do fine.
Yep. So Na'Vi has the option to put the TA mid against Sniper. It's a playable matchup. You both just kind of farm. Sniper maybe wins it by 55, 45, something like that. So they have both the options. They could pick some sort of carry. They could go for... they definitely don't want to Razor, I think. Well, they might, but it's not that good against Sniper, but it's decent against Bristol and Slaughter. But they go for the Earthbird. Okay.
Whoa.
So I do like this pick, because so the laning stage, it can get quite rough for Sniper. For the Earthbird. But if he gets enabled, if he gets one kill or something that like gets the early game going, like he can dictate so much in this game. Because I think Shopify, they picked 3 greedy cores. They picked Sniper, Bristol, and Slaughter. They all just want to farm, especially Slaughter has a tougher laning stage, which I assume he will. I'm not 100% sure, but I think EA should do good. Slaughter was kind of wild today, but if this Earthbird pick gets enabled, I do love it. I think he can do a lot of action with both Syke and Malady together.
Didn't we see a Earth Spirit from 9, I believe, just dominate a Sniper in the last tournament? I feel like I remember seeing that. I mean, I know he dominated on it, but I think it was also versus a Sniper in that one. It does close the gap well. It provides a lot of damage for your team. It kind of is that well-rounded like team fight, damage, lockdown, just everything you can get from a mid laner. The only thing is you are a melee hero and Sniper is really going to hurt you early on.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper is being picked right now just because of the laning stage. The headshot and the activatable take aim are just super strong spells. But once again, if there's some sort of help, I think you will need one rotation from his subs or something to enable him a little bit. And I think this game, like enabling him is going to be the key. If his lane goes well without even any enablement, I think it's even easier. I think the supports can literally just come to Earthbird and collapse on the Sniper.
Absolutely, yeah. And the support rotations are definitely going to matter a lot on this one. If we do believe that these side lanes should go better for Na'Vi, they have the opportunity to make this collapse happen once again, where they win their side lanes, they go over and transfer that into the mid lane. And we saw just how poor the game started to turn out for the Coddle whenever everybody was in his lane because they didn't need to help out their side laners anymore. Once again, it's so serene.
It's serene and dead. Another game of Photo.
We love Photo, man. My favorite game. We need to have those packs even more so. Just both people all chat, look, I don't want to hurt you. Let's just kill the creeps. They don't matter. And we'll have a good time together.
Poor creeps, man.
Oh, it would truly be serene here, as if Shopify somehow dropped this game number 2 here. Na'Vi, they've had such a hard time. 3 losses so far in this group stage early on. They need this one win to stay alive. Even if they do,
also just do not give us another 2-0.
Hey man, we don't want to see another. Please give me something different to look at here. We'll see how this series changes up here. We got plenty of sticks loaded up. We do have a Bristleback and a Centaur in tow, so always going to be a value stick lane for these guys. And yeah, I guess looking at this lineup here, we did kind of talk about how the rotations would be good for Na'Vi if they're able to get it done. Do we see favorability for Na'Vi in this draft?
You mean in terms of rotations?
I think in general. Do you think that Na'Vi are going to win this game number 2?
I think the draft is definitely they got everything they need for it. I love the draft personally, but Shopify got the meta. So what is stronger? We will find out. Now we see already Scam being first, but that's a good start.
That's true. Very good start. I mean, they had some good damage done, but Arteezy honestly used a lot of resources for that. And everybody else is kind of just walking out of his lane. So going to be a bit harder for him to lane with that one with 50% mana. Although at least bottom lane have a little bit more damage done to those Na'Vi supports.
Yeah. Ooh, Yuragi with the melt from the side. Interesting start. You don't see that too often. Wow.
He just kind of walked away after it. I assumed that he was going to try to get that favorable trade since there is the minus armor, but didn't want to walk too close. Oh my goodness.
Getting the second melt right there. That's a cool play. I don't think many TAs stand behind that one tree and hope the +4 walks up to it. That's quite some heads up playing. He got the second mouse, but now the third one. That's some good trading.
Ooh, just running them down here, and then top side, even more trading going on here. You know, Zyach is a hero that you can trade from far away, so if Skem isn't able to stick on top of this hoodwink, could actually see Arteezy falling early.
Yep, I mean, Bristol's not that strong in the early levels, so definitely some kill potential. I'm mainly keeping out my eye on mid lane, of course, because I do think, well, apart from me being a mid laner, I do think that this Earthbird Sniper matchup does matter quite a lot.
Oh yeah, I mean, if this Earth Spirit isn't able to get going, it'll be a rough time for him. Thankfully, there is an armor component in that urn that he's going to go, so eventually he'll be a little bit more protected. Yopaj, are we going to see just the double Wraithband? Oh my goodness, stop denying the creeps in front of him.
Oh, they'll see nice.
It's rough. It keeps on going. What? And he's just trading under the tower. Dude, Yopaj is crazy. He does get kicked back under the tower. And that's pretty good for Sanctity here, but he could just get turned around and bopped again by the sniper.
That was a good kick though. Now Yopaj is going to be a bit low, and of course he's not going for a bottle. So when Earthsphere has his bottle, he might have to be a bit careful with Sniper. But yeah, this take aim on purpose headshot is just so strong because you can just reliably get those denies whenever you want to. So might deny that water rune as well.
Oh, unless JK, unless Yopaj, are you dead here, buddy? He is Sanctity. That has got to feel so good after so much clicking. He actually gets the kill, and now does our TZ go down up top? Okay, yeah, they have the heal.
Everybody's sitting on 10 HP. Yeah, what a heads up play. No. That roll, like, Yopaj did not expect him to roll on Sniper. If anything, you would have expected him to roll on the water rune. But he went for the heads up play, and if that roll, of course, does not connect, then everything looks a bit different. But he got that bottle, he healed up. The Sniper got low because of that kick. It mattered into the tower, remember? Like, he lost so much HP there. And yeah, Earthsphere getting a kill on Sniper, that feels good. That's not supposed to happen.
Absolutely not. And yeah, this lane is definitely a game of inches. Any chip damage you can get on the Earth Spirit, as you said, there's no bottle on Sniper. You lane because you assume you're just going to outrange these guys and they're not going to do damage to you. So very well played there from the Earth Spirit. And now, I mean, bots, tops over here, we're getting ran down. Arteezy, is he going to finally collect some kills up with his bristleback? I know it's up at the tier 2, but they just don't have the resources. They don't have the items to run under the tier 2 to finish off these kills.
So much pressure, but they're not able to tank the wave. It would have been crazy if they could have like tanked all the wave and they would not let Netfrit connect to the tier 1 tower. But yeah, Netfrit should be happy now, getting all the CS for free. Arteezy spending all his mana also on those quill sprays there.
Oh yeah. Man, the Sanctity, he is feeling it. He wants to stay in for this rune. Now he did use the roll, which means he cannot roll on top of the rune anymore, and Yopaj is just gonna kind of shadow him across.
We also see both supports moving. They really want to shut down the Earth Spirit.
Oh my goodness, I thought this would be the opposite way around. I assumed that Na'Vi would be the one that's able to make that sort of rotation, but instead, Yopaj is just clicking down that Earth Spirit. He's got 10 denies, almost up to the CS of the Earth Spirit, and denies for himself. And well, even the Slardar is getting kind of bullied down the bot side with these meld strikes.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Earth Spirit got like the first blood, of course he still falls bad at last hits, but basically what Earth Spirit is playing for is he's trying to get the level 6 ASAP, trying to get like the kill threat of the Magnetize. So he will go back mid, try to get that level 6, and then I imagine that the supports from Na'Vi are gonna try to come mid to his lane and try to help him out a little bit.
Yeah, we gotta get something, man. Gotta get something. This Earth Spirit can definitely have a fantastic game up on top of the Sniper, as long as he has the items rolling out of it.
Meanwhile, pre-CSing happening. Never having a good time top.
Oh yeah.
Roggy.
Oh man, this bot side, another meld strike. It feels like these side lanes are definitely like just these micro timings from both teams. Okay, you used your damage spells. Okay, I'll use my stun, so you can't kill us. And then back, forth, back, forth. This one though, it might actually be a kill here. Ziant in a bit of danger here. The Wild Wing Ripper trying to take him down. Will get into the trees, and looks like that big pink bird won't be able to finish off the kill.
Nice try there. Scam went for a sidestep there to not get caught by the bushwhack, but was just barely not able to get into attack range. One more auto attack would have done it. But yeah, Saberlight now, of course, off to a much better start. Not hard as the last game. Last game was like the worst possible start you could find. Kidrak finding a nice courier pickoff.
It doesn't get much worse than that. And unfortunately here, the big one is this mid lane. Thankfully, the net worth disadvantage isn't too crazy thanks to the kill that Sanctity got. But now 6-minute runes rolling on through. Looks like they do use the Magnetize, connecting onto 2. But do they actually have the damage? Looks like they will finish off Kidrak. And will they try for the sniper afterwards? No, Sanctity, in fact, still getting clicked on down. Oh, do they have the damage? It looks like they will from Malady. They won't get the kill on the Earth Spirit, though. He'll walk away free. But that shrapnel giving them all the vision that they needed to follow up on that Willow.
Oh, he actually left the rune also on Scam. I think he assumed that Sniper would pick it up, but now, of course, Sanctity happily picking that one up, assuming quite a gamble, assuming that actually Scam just left it there. But yeah, it's only an Invest rune, not the most useful rune at this early game stage. But yeah, fine. I think fine turn for both. Sanctity got a kill with his Magnetize. Also, Yopash got a kill. But I think all in all, pretty even.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't notice that Bushwick actually locked in so far away to keep him in. I mean, Na'Vi need these sort of kills here. Unfortunately, didn't have the urn completed for that one, so Sanctity's still waiting on his first urn charges. You can see that is Despair. That is a Dark Willow who died in the river.
Yeah, Whisper Rune's going evenly. Now, Sanctity, are we looking for the next kill on Scam?
Oh, get another one. Just one isn't enough. They will try to get after Scam here, but actually it feels like they're forced to back out, and now Yuragi in a bit of danger here. Saberlight will lock into Sanctity first. They will use the Centaur Art to run away. Malady, though, may not be so lucky here. Trying to run on forward. The Shrapnel will slow them down. A huge bash from Saberlight, and they'll grab themselves a kill on that Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to make use of the Stampede on Centaur, but unluckily, even though they had the Stampede, they just did not have the damage to finish it off. So the Magnetize was still on cooldown for a little bit. And even though it was just an Enchantress with the heal, it was just too strong. But now, with the rune coming up, let's see how a Na'Vi gonna deal with this, or Shopify.
Looks like they might just be playing entirely for the rune. Sniper not able to walk up too close to start off here. Rune is bottom for a DD. It looks like that might actually get picked up by the Sniper here. Oh.
Sanctity drawing the line, wants to go top to those Bristleback. Bristleback almost dying alone, actually, to the TA rotation.
Goodness, he is dying alone. What? I'm surprised that the TA did that much, but you kind of said it in the beginning of the game. This TA hero is definitely an option versus the Bristleback. You don't take much cold damage, and you definitely reduce the armor, even with a little bit of a Blightstone on top.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful rotation. You do love to see if your carry, like, when your carry gates to the enemy carry, it's for sure the best feeling ever as a mid laner. You feel like you don't have to do anything, your carry does all the job already.
Oh, roll in here, trying to find Saberlight. It looks like they have the damage, but can they keep him locked in? It looks like no. Sanctity actually has to back out of this one, once again using the Stampede to get away from this one, but a bit late to get their Earth Spirit out as well.
Yuragi, smart. Corrosive Haze on him.
Oh.
Rambles aren't good on though. Yeah, he's getting out.
There you go. Nice TP out of that one. A bit disastrous, honestly. Again, thought that they had a kill in their hands. Instead, they once again lose their mid laner, and his net worth is feeling pretty rough right now on the Spirit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they tried to go for the kill, but Yopash, good read there. He already went bottom before that all happened, ready with the shrapnels and his heroes. So, Scam meanwhile.
Ooh. Looks like they are trying to take down Scam here. Again, the heal. 2 games in a row. This Enchantress feels like it can heal through anything, except for that. Will fall down, but I don't think they're getting anything else here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, nice movement. Definitely Yuragi being involved in a lot of kills there. But yeah, now as we can see again, going for the kill, but Yopash already ready in position before it even happened with the DD. Ready to turn it, and Saberlight just a little bit too tanky. That's why he tells me, guys, just first pick me Slaughter, I don't care. I'm gonna tank it all.
Yeah, and this time he actually has net worth. I mean, he's still not top net, but he's above the enemy mid laner, which is much more than we can say for last time. And it's still a pretty good Slaughter game, right? Even though you don't burst through those refraction charges right away, you at least have that amped physical damage for anybody who's getting hit by quills.
Definitely. Sniper and Bristol are also super happy about Corrosive Haze. There's a lot of synergy in that. And now we see Centaur being smoked up. They're trying to do the move on mid lane. Trying to use the Blink Dagger timing. Let's see if they find the proper jump.
We'll see. Like a nice D-word as well. Rolling all the way through here. They'll murder Kitrak in the middle of the wave. And it looks like Sniper forced to run away from this one. Now, Shopify feels like they're not too weak. Certainly they could defend this if they wanted to, but do they want to?
It's pretty hard. They got the siege running in and also still region first with to tank the tower if he wanted to. And this is actually like perfect what Nefert was hoping for. You got the Blink Dagger, getting the entry kill. Probably gonna get this tower, I assume. Yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, Shopify will TP and try to defend. But let's see. Still has that region rune.
Scam is stepping up pretty far for there being an Earth Spirit on that team. Doesn't get relocated at all, though. He's fine for now. And wow, one Enchantress walks up and defends that mid lane. And then Sniper takes his waves. Very unfortunate. Cruel.
But Nefert keeps going.
Oh yeah, found somebody else down here. Is using the Stampede to get a little bit more damage and maybe actually get himself away. Will roll through some of the brambles here on Sanctity, but still ends up getting that kill. on Kid Track. Now, they could set up for a few more fights. They see that there's some stacks in here, and it looks like with the jump forward from Nefrit, can they chain stun this Enchantress? They will. Now they see Yopaj. They even have the ward on him, but that's a bit deep for a sniper.
Nice place for Nefrit coming through. The kick almost connected on the sniper. I think then actually that Yopaj could have been in trouble as well. But definitely nice syncing up for the Centaur, the Earthsplit coming up. You can feel how Nefrit is like... That's why he said, like, don't pick me this launcher here, pick me something that goes in between those stuns, because this activity definitely working out well. It's only support's dying, but they are definitely controlling the map right now. Before the Bristol has his items, or like the Stardust from item, they are not really gonna fight back. And this is where they are definitely in the tempo control right now. There's nobody on Shopify really that is gonna do the same that Nefrit does, right? There's nobody with a blink that is gonna go in.
Yeah.
So
no, it's hard. I thought that the kill squad of this Slardar and Enchantress and Willow, like that would be enough for Shopify to actually want to make their own moves on the map. But I guess as long as Arteezy is farming up, they're happy getting all the map that they are right now. Plus with the sniper, he's a bit fragile, you know? You want him to get his escape items before you really bring him out into the fray. But, oh my goodness.
Arteezy breaking ankles right here, holy.
The fancy footwork, however, he doesn't have a stun. He'll try to throw out the quills, but the break is more than enough. Malady's actually the one to pick up that kill. The Arteezy farm has been stopped for now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Good moves. Good moves, keeping the tempo up. Nefrit just going for the right one, instant TP to bottom lane.
Yeah, no, and Saberlight trying to TP away from this one. Do they have the damage? Almost did, but Saberlight will TP out. That is the power of a bracer, a wand, and some phase boots.
Yep, phase boots kicking in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So yeah, I mean, this is basically what's supposed to happen. I mean, Shopify can't really do much but just split up in front of their key items. There's probably going to be a couple of more pickups happening before Arteezy has his Aghanim set to finish. And then I can imagine they're going to fight back.
I mean, they're staring at these stacks. They're actually going under the tier 2. They saw that the Bristol Black had TP'd into the triangle, so he's not here for now. But still, this is a tier 2. Are you sure you can do this, Navi? The roll is blocked. The Magnetize is in. The Sanctity. They are way too deep for this one. He'll still get the kill on Sniper, and that's fair for you. But the Bushwhack. Oh, does it get any more kills? No. The Seeds of Serenity. I think they actually saved Kid Track.
Did his Psychic actually just barely connect that Sharpshooter from the back through 2 or 3 heroes? If that didn't happen, the Sniper would not even have died. Yeah, that was definitely a little bit too much. Always standing in a tier 2, Glyph being ready. They still get 1 kill at least, but a little bit too deep. Nice contesting of the stacks here though, not giving Arteezy the free stacks. Uragi really happy about this one. Yeah, every minute that they delay that Aghanim and Bristleback is really worth it.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see even in a fight like this, you wish that you could get everybody involved right away, but it didn't take many people just to defend this. So Arteezy is mostly allowed to farm for this one still. Thankfully, he still gets in, helps them get the kill on Sanctity, and Navi, gotta be careful with dives like those. A few more of that, and you could find yourself behind a net worth again.
Yep. Absolutely. But Nefrit keeps looking. Jumping in again.
This is a fine one. We're not at the tier 2 yet. We're really close though, and they'll get the kill just outside of the tier 2 tower, an acceptable range, and they even get themselves a tier 1 for Uragi.
Ooh, Shadow Realm was on cooldown. Did he? I think Ketchup got greedy and tried to deny the tower or something. Because otherwise, I think he actually could have lived. Like there was nothing to break the Shadow Realm. He could have just Shadow Realm and maybe TP out. But yeah, was a cooldown. Nefrit once again being in the proper spot. Like he did overextend on mid lane, but still he's enabling all these kills, doing a good job.
It's a much different playstyle from what he was supposed to do last time, right? Last time, as you said, he was more like a tower. You play around him, you hope that he's strong enough. But this time, he is the one that's commanding the map and making these moves. And you can feel it, like with him and the Earth Spirit, when they get on top of someone, there's just so much overwhelming magic damage. It's very hard to live through it without these BKBs online yet.
Yep, and now they're smoked and there's a ward. Dire has a ward here. This is really favor for the Dire position.
Oh, they're breaking. They don't see him. Everybody's breaking. They see the Crystal Maiden roll on first. She got a little bit of the ulti off, but now Arteezy is in with that Aghanim Scepter. So many quills have already been thrown on down, and Na'Vi, they have to evacuate this fight. They've already lost their pause 5, and if they're not careful, they may lose Uragi too.
This is all so tight. Oh my god, Yopaj almost got stung by the ward. Oh, Nefrit jumping in.
This is a rough reinitiation here, but they do have a lockdown on Saberlight. He'll fall first. They don't have the damage to take down the Air Spirit in tandem, so it looks like RTZ broken. This is your chance. If you can kill him anytime, it is now, and the Meld Strike is more than enough to take him out. Now they're rolling on top of Kid Track. Another Bushwhack connects. They bought back on Malady, and this time it works out for Na'Vi. They're trying to find one more. The kick will maybe slow up Yopaj. It is disastrous if they can get this kill. It's a blink onto the high ground. They have 2 buybacks. They may be forced to extend it, but no, they may just sit and watch as Yopaj dies in the midst of their tier 3 tower.
Wow, beautiful. Beautiful turnaround. They did the same light from last game. Like, actually, the way they fight started was absolutely crazy. Both teams paused, but Dire had a small advantage because they have an Nefrit.
Oh my.
Hold that thought. It just doesn't stop.
No, the action-packed game number 2. This is what I wanted to see. And so far, it is still in favor of Na'Vi. However, they might lose Zayats here. A little bit more damage. The Bedlam definitely enough to help get that kill. And yeah, no, this is just all over.
That Observer Ward, just the king for Dire right there. But yeah, all in all, of course, super great fight for Na'Vi still. You can see it, and Uragi's net worth rocking up to 10k almost. He's gonna look at that Roshan pit really soon. But holy.
That is one excited gamer right there. He is so happy to be here.
It starts with a beautiful terrorize from Kitrak and everything, but Sanctity barely gets out. Also Uragi playing on his limits, but then at the end they get the better counter initiation. I think also that's Saberlight walked on the Radiant board there in the end, and that's how it then all turned around. Or maybe it was just a trap. Yeah, that's actually an observer board in the middle there, as you can see upstairs.
It finally pays off.
Yeah, it was actually the last couple of seconds where it would almost run out.
This is so sad. I mean, to watch your sniper under the tier 3s at only like 16 minutes in. No, wait.
You called it.
That can't be true. I just saw that happen.
You called for it. It actually just happened. Oh my god.
It's even more sad the second time. Now Nefrit gets a kill on the Enchantress. They'll root up Artesia and run away. I tell you, I thought the last game was hard, but Shopify really pulled a rabbit out of the hat. How are they going to do that this time?
Wow. I mean, the tempo is incredible. They get the sniper kill on top. They get already the kill on bottom with the Centaur and the Hoodwink. They're playing really fast Dota here. I love it. Like, Nefrit is really showing off here. And Uragi calling for the Roche pit right now. Centaur joining to tank the Roche. Yeah, they're gonna transition this into some nice Aegis and then possibly some tier 2 towers. Uragi didn't have to get the shard yet, but got the Blink Death Dragon Lance. Very well equipped for the next fight. As a boss.
He's ready to go, and the really great part about a TA with Deso, you don't really need anybody else to help you take this. You just need a body to get hit by Roshan while you beat him down. They'll double meld him, and this Roshan won't take much time at all. And poor Shopify, they will not be able to contest this one, I don't think. They're trying to draw some lines around. Yep, we can kill them here.
Yeah, a lot of Shopify's fighting condition depends on the vision. As if Sniper gets spotted by either Centaur or Earth Spirit, he will get controlled and just kicked in, and then the fight is basically over for him. So I think the way they have to fight is to try to bait the enemies into their vision, or maybe get some outnumbered scenario, and then so the Sniper can actually auto attack. If that doesn't happen, I think they will just keep trying to farm items, maybe the Bloodstone on the Bristleback, even though that's still a while, and try to go from there.
It's weird. Most Bristleback games that we see, you don't necessarily need that BKB right away, but in this game, because of the Hoodwink, the Earth Spirit, like so much of this lineup is actually very magical damage oriented. Really, this TA is the only physical damage you're playing against. So for Bristleback, you need this Axe, you need this Bloodstone, now you need a BKB. And by the time that you get all those items, there's probably going to be something else on your wish list that you don't have yet.
Yeah, and this game also, like, Na'Vi was already this ahead last game, right? But I think now the big difference is the draft as well. They have 2 heroes to easily engage on the enemies. They got the trap vision. I think now they have an easier time to contain the map and keep going. But still cannot count Shopify out. Their last game already proves that they can play from behind.
It's the mobility, right? Like, that's the difference, is now you can effectively shove Shopify away from these and do it quickly. Last time they were really able to anchor on these other sides of the map and just play away from Na'Vi, but instead now they're finding Schem under the tier 2 tower, a nice bushwhack in tow. Certainly, it'll take a while, honestly. This hero is, you know, deceptively tanky. I think they'll kill him, though. Oh my god. Yep, no, that'll do it.
Yep, I'm going down right here. Hiragi getting the wave in.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack. Radiant's
Trust the process, all right? We just need a little bit more gold, and then we can really start farming.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It used to be a lot easier to sweep the map, right? Because now whenever they take this tier 2 tower, they can sweep maybe to the next tier 2, but there's still an entire half of the map bot side they haven't yet gone to, and now the magnetize onto this will put a damper on the Shopify plans. If they end up losing Saberlight here plus the Willow, the magnetize still rolling through, dodges the sharp shot, but that magnetize from Sanctity still more than enough, and Yopaj may be forced to TP away from this one. Oh, he's on. No, the roll, no. Okay, well, that's another one. And Sanctity with the double kill here, locking in the full map for Na'Vi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep. He is an, oh, there it is. The meld strike, the extra damage. Sanctity even popping a blade mail to return those quills right back to Arteezy. And those feel a lot worse coming back on in. Another kill for Na'Vi. Okay. The body blocks, no! They're not dodging very well. They are not dip, dodge, diving, weave. I forget what they all are, but Saberlight didn't really do any of them. Kitrak likely to fall as well. Magnetized up, and Sanctity with another double kill with the Magnetize. It's just every 80 seconds he goes out and picks 2 heroes that are gonna die.
It's under attack. Dire's middle tower. Attack.
Looks like they will get themselves away from this one. We haven't really seen a good fight that has the structure that we expect from the Shopify lineup. I expect to see a Bristleback and a Slardar, and then maybe we have some supports in there, and then a sniper all the way in the back. I feel like I haven't even seen any of these guys group up to take a fight together in a long, long time, especially not where Sniper is actually protected by the rest of the team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
No.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, come on. They wouldn't get another kill. Okay, well. They got it. That's good. How close is he to Bloodstone here? I mean, how much does that change this fight? Because it feels like we have been lacking a significant amount of sustain from the Bristleback. Yeah, just 200 gold away from it. Maybe that is enough to, you know, heal through the blade mail, keep himself alive while his sniper dishes out this damage, because certainly they need a way to enable the damage of the sniper.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Gotta happen.
This'll come in. Radiant's top tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
You gotta, it's not necessarily to the point where you're throwing your body at waves, but any cute play you can make, whether it's just throwing one of your enchanted creeps out, whatever it may be, you gotta stop them from encroaching 3 lanes at your base.
Swiftly to the temple's defense. Dire are scanning.
No, they had a ward here too, so I don't think they really saw anyone here. They just wanted to go to where it was safe. If they did magically find a fight, it would have been favored for them, but instead they're just smoking out of the map. They can try to walk around, but Scam isn't with them. I don't think they're all wanting to make this move. Oh my goodness. Well. Yeah. Oh, that was a dangerous show. Looks like they will still clear the waves and actually going high ground now. Navi, if you want to fight, I'll give you a fight. They're walking right up the high ground. No Aegis. They're just allowing Yuragi to siege by himself on the low ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looks like they will get themselves a free tier 1 tower. Skim actually managed to get that with his creep. Okay, that's kind of impressive actually, but looks like they'll find themselves an ancient stack. Oh, that's so nice. Maybe getting themselves a little bit of farm. Are they actually able to take this? I guess with the heal they are. That's some big space, honestly. They get themselves a shard for Arteezy. Sanctity rolling on in. They weren't able to finish the ancient camp, but they still get some gold and, of course, the shard for Aurora. That's actually pretty good for just running around the map trying to stall out this game. Yeah, right? He had it queued up. They're running back on in here, trying to catch up to the Centaur, but he's just going to run himself away. They did capture this outpost, so the rest of the team is in tow. Going to get a little bit of minus armor on Arteezy. He's still healing up, but look at this. They're all on in. You can't heal up through that one. They'll lose the bristle back here, and the rest of Shopify, they've got to back up into their base. They cannot take this fight without the bristle in front. It's so nice to be able to take like what, 6 quills without feeling any damage whatsoever. They're smoking without him. That's dangerous, but maybe it'll work, catching them off guard. They may not be as fine because they know it would be crazy for them to make a smoke. They wouldn't smoke without the bristle back, but it works out, getting a 3 kill spree going away at Kit Track. Oh, maybe they get to that. Sparta, he's out of here. Yuragi finds him, and oh, that's a nice kill just before Roshan respawns, but thankfully for Shopify, he will be up in 40 seconds, so if they want to get themselves a forced Roshan fight, they technically could do it. So it looks like go in here. They found the bristle back. Oh boy, he's popping the bloodstone, trying to heal through this, but the damage is just overwhelming. Arteezy can't last through any of this. And now, well, let's see if they can find anybody else here from the Shopify side. Looks like no. And they'll just keep on controlling the map around. It looks like we unfortunately did lose my friend Stormer. He didn't rage quit, I swear. We'll get him back for you in just a moment. What? Allegedly, I was told that we lost you. Oh, he's still gone, huh? All right. I hear him. I can translate for you. He said he misses you all very much, and he would love to be here right now. So, looks like they are just going to keep splitting out the map here from Shopify. Trying to get... Oh, a Wisdom Rune? Yo, that's got to feel good. Saberblade will continue to maybe make some good creep cuts on the map. They're actually chasing him. He's creating space, man. What's my sniper look like? It's you and I right now. Yeah, buddy. That's not a Mjolnir. I really hoped he had it by now. That's unfortunate. I'm sure that he's going to get it soon, though. He's been farming at least 2 small camps per minute. That's a lot of gold. Well, they get the other Tormentor on the map. Honestly, unheard of that the team that is down 13,000 net worth managed to take both Tormentors on the map. But they heard the roar of Roshan, which means Na'Vi, they are in it. So while Shopify was getting themselves 1,400 gold, Yuragi is getting himself an Aegis and a little flag there if he wants to put that down, help out his creeps on the top side.
Am I alive again?
Oh, he's back. Oh, you're back.
I'm back? Am I back? Okay.
It was as if I could hear you the whole time.
Well, you could actually hear me. Okay, there was some issues, I guess. Oh my god, I guess you could hear me, but not the stream. Okay. Hello, stream, I'm back. Commenting on the things. Okay, that was a crazy action. How long? I'm not sure how long I was not being heard, but you must have sounded like some crazy monologue. But never going in again.
Yeah, and after they're welcoming you back with the one sacrifice of an enchantress.
Yeah, a lot of action going on. I'm sorry for the for whatever happened, but Na'Vi, yeah, super dominant right now. Gonna be able to go high ground with the Aegis, of course. 15 net with lead has been built up in Nephrit.
They've been able to go on RTZ so much this game. I'm astonished that they're able to just burst down a Bristleback. They do manage to kick away. He's safe for now, and in fact, Saberlight started a decent fight for his team, but now with the extra armor, Malady actually surviving, and RTZ gotta be careful here. Pops and goes up, but it's not enough. State to D will still work him down with the Magnetize, and now there's only a few targets left on the map. Sniper falls, a triple kill for the Earth Spirit. That Blade Mail put in some mad work for him, and it's a team wipe going the way of Na'Vi.
Beautiful play by Saxty, rolling and even getting the kill with the grip. You don't see that too often. And yeah, the entire Shopify roster being dead, 20k ahead. This is surely gonna be probably irrecoverable. I don't see a world where it could be. This time Na'Vi not dropping the lead.
I feel like we had talked about how we wanted so many different heroes to round out this draft, and the one thing that was perpetually mentioned was that this Bristleback already had answers. And if this last pick wasn't an astonishing find to the Shopify lineup, it's going to be very hard for them to play this game. And it certainly turned out that way. It feels like a good sniper pick, but if you're able to run right through the front line of the Shopify team, then it's really hard to be a sniper in this one. You can even see Skem going down as well, trying to hold on to this tower, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, just
is there an agent in the trees? I think there is.
You mean because Syke is looking at it?
And then look, oh no! The Bushwhack! He's doing it all by himself! Zayach! Oh my lord. Poor support falls. Sniper has to run away. He can't even get that far. Arteezy will try to heal through the pain, but there's not enough heal in the world to keep him alive through that. It's GG. Game number 2, our first series split that we've seen, and it's going to Na'Vi. A huge job to recover from this series. A really rough game number 1 for them, but they figured it out. And Na'Vi, we're back, baby.
Jesus, Yuragi. Yeah, absolutely amazing game from them. I think all the players played really well, but I need to highlight actually 2 players. I think both Yuragi and Nephrit played such incredible Dota. You can feel how Nephrit was dictating the pace so much on the Centaur, keeping, he just kept going for one move after another, after another, after another. He had one bad jump, I think, on the mid tier 2 where they overdove a little bit, but you can see he was involved in 30 kills on that Centaur. As soon as he got that big dagger, he just didn't stop anymore. And also Yuragi actually doing the move through the gate, I think ganking Arteezy at minute 8 or something. Super handsome play from them. They were not broken at all after the first game, as I hoped. Showing off that they can pull off the save again, but also finish it off is a great game.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they just continued to beat down this Shopify lineup. They had the map control that they needed, and this time they held on to it. They made a lot of stuff happen, as I said. It was a lot of the mobility. We wanted an offlaner that maybe could dictate the map a little bit more with that lead, and Na'Vi certainly are showing that their laning stage is strong. They definitely have the toolkit to win more of these games, and hopefully they're able to keep this pressure on like they did in this one, because they've already lost 2 games when they had this huge laning lead, but now we figured it out. Now we know how to win these games.
Definitely. It's always fun, I feel like, to see a new stack also grow. I mean, not many people know this new Na'Vi stack is completely new. We have not seen this org at all, even at any Team 1 tournaments in a long time. So it is nice. You have some old names on there that you know. You have Yuragi, of course, who played in OG for such a long time. So watching these matches is always super, super fun, and definitely great to see that they, this time, kept the W in and not ending on a 0-4 score today.
Absolutely. Yeah, gotta have that sort of hope in. And we're gonna hope that we get someone cool to talk to. We're gonna be back after a short break with an interview, so stick around, guys. There's more content on the way. Everybody, and welcome back. We just saw our first split of the day. It is Na'Vi taking this game 2 to win versus Shopify, and honestly, it completely changes our outlook on this series because we kind of thought that Shopify would have had this one in the bag given how they played game number 1, but now it's Na'Vi looking back and saying, man, we just dominated this game number 2, and we had the win in game number 1. I mean, you can cope this up. This was basically a 2-0 if game 1 ended in 15 minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, Na'Vi, a completely fresh new stack. They found their way here through qualifying to the Eastern European qualifiers, beating VP on the way on it. And they showed here they got the right to do, to be here. Playing super good Dota, in my opinion, in both games. Just first game, honestly, they had super strong start, but then just made some minor mistakes, and then the stronger late game draft just won. But I do love the aggression that this team brings to the table. They play clean. They played fast Dota, especially. They were not afraid. They played like the old school CIS Dota, you can call it. To go in Davai, let's go. And yeah, was definitely a treat to watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, it feels like there were definitely two different factions to play for this game number 2. I mean, first off, as you said, they played the Dota they need to play. They were on the map, they were aggressive. And second off, I think that the drafts were a little bit more in their favor this time. So I think with that combination, it definitely looked like a big stomp for Na'Vi. And I'm sure they're going to pick this one apart to figure out how they can do this for the rest of this group stage.
I think so too. Like, they got a pretty good strong foot here now. Oh, I hear something.
Oh my goodness, is that our call? We haven't had one yet today.
First
hey, Yuragi, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Nice to finish.
Oh my goodness, it's like Stormstormer. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can also not hear him yet. But I can see
thank
him.
God, it's not just me.
Now we can hear you.
There you are. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
is it just
Okay.
voices this time, or is he actually here with us? I actually never know.
Yeah, I'm good. Nothing to
Nice.
Hello. How are you doing?
We're doing good, man. I was excited to watch you guys in this series. You came back from a rough game number 1. Let me know, what is the difference you think between game 1 and game 2 that allowed you to come out with a victory?
Game 1, I think at some point we had a disagreement on how to play the map, how to approach the game, and it just got us off guard and we got distracted for a moment and just lost focus. And second game didn't happen. We just had a straight path and we followed it, so it was easy.
There we go. Easy game.
So yeah, Yuragi, hey, buddy. I got my one main question to you basically, because you've been playing in OG for a long time now, right? You've been playing in it for 2.5 years and stuff. You're not crazy. And now you got into new stack on this Navi roster. And I want to ask you personally, how does it feel to you to have some new fresh wins? Because I know as a player, it can be nice to have like a new group of people around you, maybe, and also maybe get you all experiences in there. Just walk me through it. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it felt really nice just joining a new group, and that period where we are pouring all our knowledge together and exchanging thoughts and ideas. It's really nice and fresh for me. And yeah.
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, it's just a really nice feeling.
Yeah, perfect. Like, what is like the dynamic? Walk me through it, because you have been on TI, of course, and like, are you sort of a captain? Are you like the veteran, you could already say, or is it more evenly spread and you just, it's kind of even? Everybody got like the 20% input.
Yeah, I'd say we exchange ideas very often with each other. Like Zaya is doing a big job, and others too. Yeah, this team is very open-minded, so it's really easy. And
so you get to play whatever heroes that you want, since everybody is open-minded about it, right?
Yeah, of course. We try a lot of different stuff.
Nice. And now, actually, last question now that I get to it, because you speak in Russian now as well on this team as well, right? And English when you played in OG. Now that I realize, does it make any difference to you? Is there no difference in it at all? Like, or is it all the same?
But we're actually multi-language. We speak English and Russian in game, so it's tricky at times, but we're trying to manage, yeah.
So you speak both, so is it whenever it's a calm laning stage, you're speaking in English, and then whenever it gets really tense and angry, you speak in Russian? Is that how it works?
Oh, sorry, you cut off on me.
Oh goodness. When do you switch? Do you speak in English like most of the time, and then whenever things get like really like heat of the moment, you start switching to Russian, or how does that work?
Mid game, we try to speak in English because of our mid laner. He doesn't speak Russian, so just communicate in English most of the time after the laning stage and mid game, late game.
After the mid game, it's just a bunch of pains, and we hope that he follows along.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, thank you, of course, for your answers. Really nice insights as well, also as a player, to see what the new team feels like. And of course, now you got your first chance to like really show off in this tournament, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much for joining us, Yuragi. I hope you guys have a great rest of the tournament. Get some rest. This is a great win today.
Thank you.
All right. What a great interviewer. He gives me everything that we want. He even played along with my game, so that's nice. We'll see if we get to talk to him any more this week. Now, this time, we get to talk about the EPT points and see where everybody stands after today. Oof. My goodness. We got some big boys sitting up there. 12,000 points on our top two. There is certainly a spread between those top few gamers. And after that, we got a tight spread. Anywhere from OG even down the way to G2. I mean, there's a lot of room to grow for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking kind of even, and this tournament is, of course, one of the main tournaments that matters for it, and everybody wants to go to Riyadh, ideally not through the qualifiers, but just directly. So Riyadh is what people are looking forward to, and I think especially these teams are sweating right now.
So as a player who's been in this position before, Do you find that a lot of the players are researching it out and like, okay, this is the place that we need to probably make it to Riyadh? Or do you think that's more on the management and the players are just like, okay, you know, we want to win it all the time, and that's just it?
I mean, I think there's different kind of personalities. There's like these kind of players who, like, after each match, also in groups, they like instantly check how many wins do we need, how far do we have to get to instantly qualifier. You know, there's these crazy people. But then there's like, I myself, I prefer to not look up those standings too much because I feel like it just causes pressure, really, not motivation for myself at least. Because then you're playing this game, you're thinking, oh, if I don't win this game, I don't go to Riyadh, right? And in the end, every single match counts. I try to look at it myself, like each game individually when I play a tournament. But I know there's people that treat it differently. They're like, every game, ooh, this is the prize pool we got now. This is not the points we got now. Yeah, we need one more win and then we are here, you know.
That's gotta be crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I could handle that extra pressure. I don't think I would look either. I would also classify myself as not a crazy person like you would. So I think we're on the same page.
Nice.
Well, since we already looked at that, let's talk about our standings that we have today. And we can be the people that look at every win and see where everybody stands right now. And for our Group A, Gaming again, undefeated so far, 4-0. And I believe as Heroic still in their last game. So I'm sure that's why we don't have an update on them yet. But we'll see if they're able to even anything out. It does look like... or no, we watched them. We watched them 2-0. So they are 2-2 right now. We have a slight tie for second. So anybody's game walking into day 2 of Group A.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first day is always still a first day. Everything is still open, right? Of course, some teams that went 0-4 feel a little bit of sweat, but in the end, you just have to stay strong and try to like remain calm and reset after every single day. But some big winners, of course, Gaming with the 4-0. Many people maybe, of course, they're a strong team, but I would not expected them to go 4-0 in the first day, maybe because they did not look insanely hot recently. Definitely nice to see that change as well.
Yeah, and it's nice. It does feel like it's anybody's game here still in Group B. Now, Falcons, of course, could dominate this one out. It looks like they are playing their next game versus Tundra, and same with Azure Ray versus Bet Boom. So we'll see where those guys land. Could have another tight spread, but at least in this one, yeah, there isn't anybody who's lost all out yet. So next day is still filled with hope for everyone.
Absolutely.
And what's our tomorrow schedule look like? Who are we gonna have on this stream? Sorry, I baited you guys, got me back for a second, but we're throwing it back to the schedule. It looks like we're starting out with Gaming and Heroic. I'm gonna be very excited for that matchup again. I love my Heroic boys, so I'm gonna be slightly biased for them since we're not casting that game.
They're fun to watch.
And then, I think we'll be seeing Heroic versus Aurora tomorrow, and Azure Ray versus Na'Vi. So we'll get to see if Na'Vi truly have figured it out, because that is going to be important for them, right? Like, if they can apply whatever formula they had versus Shopify into their games tomorrow, they could easily see themselves in that middle of the group or even top 2.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, in their opinion, like in their world, they should have won the first game as well. They were just having some personal differences, which every team has sometimes. So I guess if they talk it through, and they also now won their last game as a confidence boost, if they can convert a game like that, game 1 as a second game, they can easily, like, maybe to make tomorrow look even better. Maybe get a 2-0 on the way as well.
No, that's gonna be what they're aiming for. I almost wonder what that disagreement was, because I mean, it felt like they did everything that their heroes mostly could, other than being together. You know, their heroes were in a rough spot, but hey, in game 2 they figured that one out. And yeah, I would like to see if they're able to carry that one through. So we're gonna be wrapping up now. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on this day. This was Stormstormer and I's first cast. So guys, if you liked it, let us know. My name is Math Magician, and that's Stormstormer. If you didn't like it, my name's Cap, and that's SVG. So you can let us know somewhere else where I won't read it.
I am SVG. I have the same hair like SVG.
Dude, same one. That's just a wig. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching. We're gonna go, I believe, out to some highlights, and then we're gonna roll out the day. So thank you, everybody, so much for watching.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in.
spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are.